Hello and welcome. Become a Patreon member and enjoy your favorite novels anytime, anywhere, whether you're working, relaxing, or on the go. With our vast pre-available audiobook library, or by requesting a custom novel, simply send the novel name or link and we'll convert it into an audiobook for you. Unlock this exclusive audiobook benefit by joining our Patreon community.
MAHORAGA Chapter 1, Medical Assessment, Info. Quirk and Personality Analysis made by Dr. Kaito Yorun. Name, Riku Shinkai. Age, 3. Quirk type, mutation type. Quirk. Doctor's comment. The kid was born with an abnormal mutation type quirk. His mutation affects his entire body, including his organs. Frankly, there are too many mutations to count. The most obvious change is that the child seems to be both blind and deaf. He does not have any eyes, and instead has 4 white wing-like appendages growing out of where his eyes should be. He also does not have ears and seems incapable of hearing anything. He lacks a nose and is therefore devoid of 3 out of 5 sensory organs. He only retains the feeling of touch and taste. The kid shows sentience. Despite his limitations, a curiosity lingers as the child shows great enthusiasm to touch and taste different things. A good sign for a kid. The child also seems to harbor some kind of sensory ability. Scans have shown us that the kid leaks a special type of energy. This energy changes depending on what the kid focuses on. It is most likely part of his quirk and a replacement for his eyesight. The energy cannot be detected without proper equipment. We believe his quirk to be psychic. He already shows an extraordinary amount of sensitivity to emotions, both positive and negative. The most interesting aspect of him is the wheel floating behind his head. It was apparently not present at birth, but simply appeared overnight. Its form is small, but it seems to be growing. It also seems to be physically linked to the child, as he reacts when someone touches it. It is most likely the main aspect of his quirk, as readings have shown that his body heavily prioritizes the development of the wheel, to a point that his body has yet to catch up with it. Hypothesis: the child is consciously feeding the wheel. The child has shown an unusual amount of enthusiasm to its appearance and his quirk's energy is being pushed into the wheel as if nurturing it. Confirmation impossible. Despite the child's sentience, it struggles to speak and while intelligent, shows obvious lack of both understanding and communicative abilities. Recommendation: the child requires a special curriculum in order to gain an understanding of society. It is incapable of speaking and it is believed to only be able to learn how to integrate in society once its quirk manifests. Until then, special education with telepathic curriculum might be the only option. Due to telepathic abilities being rare, these can often end up rather costly, although certain programs do exist to ease the financial burden on the parents. I recommend discussing this topic with your assurances and seek out telepathic specialist Hanami Jogo, who may aid in the child's education. Chapter 2, Jeff Bozo. Jeff Bozo considered himself a regular guy. He had a good childhood with a great family. His grades had been good at school, although not perfect. He used to have many friends, but fell out of contact with most of them after university. He got a degree after a respectable amount of effort. Found a job after a tolerable amount of struggle. With that, his life settled into a cycle, filled with frustrations and comforts alike, only interrupted by vacations and meetups with friends. Trying. Failing. Trying again. Sometimes succeeding. It sounded like a decent life. It was. He just hadn't really accepted that. Jeff, like everyone, wanted more. Not desperately so, but rather out of fear of missing out. Even though he had succeeded high school. Even though he had managed to get himself a degree. He fixated on the effort it had took to get there. He wished it could have been easier, had he only done things differently. Had I studied seriously since childhood, I'd have gotten better grades. Had my personality been different, I'd have made more friends. Everything would have been better if he had done things differently. Even though his joyful childhood might have been a bit less happy, he'd be in a better position in life. He would be happier. HNNGH. Effort, for him had paid off. So, had he put in more effort, it'd have paid off more. Had I trained more, I'd have dodged that. Still, seeing the memories of himself as a child, made him question his entire mindset. All those times he went to laugh and play instead of studying ran through his mind, as if showing him that golden childhood of his. Sir? Please wake up. Are you all right? NNHHH. The voice of the woman tore him out of his musings. A groan escaped him as he attempted to answer. The pale woman only shook him harder, worry prevalent in her eyes. Someone screamed something at her, telling her to stop shaking, but he didn't manage to locate the voice. Then, his eyes saw the wheel. It was the wheel of a car, clearly not attached and stained with red liquid. He wondered what it did here. Then, remembered the pain on his head. That stew, PID. His vision narrowed and a blackness crept in. Women and men surrounded him, but he struggled to understand what they were doing. Moments after, his vision went dark. Chapter 3, Way. He blinked. Huh. His voice came out as normal, as though he was calm. He looked around a bit, his confusion rising with each passing second. The haze on his mind did not help. He found himself in a vast expanse, white like a sheet of paper, with absolutely nothing else being there. Only he, Jeff Bozo, standing in the middle of nowhere. And that, in the most literal sense of things. The memories of what had happened returned to him slowly. His walk to the store, the sudden impact on the back of his head. Then, the people attempting to help him. The sight of the blood-stained wheel, having somehow detached itself from a car. Where? Again, he looked around. There was nothing. For a moment, he just stood there, a bit dazed. He had been on his way to the store, just to buy some necessities, and in the next moment, he seemed to be in the afterlife. Then, the realization settled. He was starting to shake. His eyes felt like they burned as tears began to flow. His knees buckled and his breath hitched in his throat. Everything he had was gone. Relationships. Family. Friends. Work. Money. Certainty. All these things, these constants in his life, were gone. They had just disappeared, before he'd even realized it. For a moment, he just stood there, knees shaking, tears flowing and head hanging low. If only I hadn't gone out today. Had he stayed at home, this would not have happened. He'd be safe. Then, he noticed something. Namely the wet spots his tears had created. Dark stains, like tears on paper. What? Slowly, in an almost hesitant motion, he bent down and touched the ground. Paper. His hand pressed itself against the ground for a moment before standing back up. This isn't nothing. Ground. His hand. His body. His mind. It was something. A sad smile spread on his face. And he started walking. He didn't know how long, but he knew things were changing. The whiteness, with every step he took, slowly turned into color, forming a corridor alongside his step. If he stopped, so did the appearing color. If he walked, the color continued. Slowly, his surroundings painted themselves out, until soon or long after, not a speck of white remained. He was in an apartment. In a hallway. Right in front of a door. Music played from the back and the clinking sound of dishes and water came from behind him. Despite that, he did not turn around. He simply reached out and opened the door. Chapter 4, Damn it. Nothing. Again. Maybe more literally this time. Wasn't it nothing before? This was strange. Earlier, he had been in that white corridor, and now. Maybe this is nothing pro max. He had no clue. He couldn't see anything. No light. No shadows. Just an absence of where sight should have been. Sound was the same. There was nothing. As though it didn't exist. He couldn't open his mouth. Yet, he felt his body. But it felt strange. Weak. His limbs felt weak and his arms were crossed in front of his chest. His neck was strained in an awkward position, as though he was constantly looking upwards. He tried to move, but his only feedback was a twitch in his legs. But nothing beyond that. It felt as though they were tightly bound. A second attempt. This time his arms. Again, they only twitched, but did not move from their position. Fabric pressed into his skin, but the sensation itself felt strange as well. He was bound. Completely. I can't do anything. He couldn't even scream. Despite that, he remained conscious. Panic rose. He didn't know for how long, but he felt himself desperately attempt to move. But his body garnered no power, and his endeavor remained fruitless. How much time had passed? He didn't know. But he had calmed down after a while. Fighting back here didn't seem to help. And there was another reason. His mind had pieced something together. Consciousness beyond death. You've got to be kidding, I got reincarnated. Was he in a womb? But shouldn't he be in fetus position? And why do I feel so strange? I can't feel my eyelids. Scratch that, I can't feel my eyes. Nor his ears. Why couldn't he hear? His body felt wrong. Feeling coursed through places they shouldn't. He didn't understand why. But the space around him grew more cramped as time passed, only reinforcing his hypothesis. This is gonna be weird. Experiencing birth while conscious had never been on his bucket list. But if he wanted answers, or anything at all, he needed to leave. So, he twitched and kicked. Lightly, carefully, but clearly. Mother, I crave freedom. Chapter 5, The Wheel of Reincarnation. Year 2203, Japan, Tokyo outskirts, Hakioji Medical Ward. Hakioji wasn't the kind of place that often made headlines. Located in the western reaches of Tokyo, it was just far enough from the center to make commuting a hassle, but close enough to still feel like part of the city. Seeing that it was spring, Hakioji was blessed by good weather and the scent of forests and parks. It became the kind of place people might visit if they wanted a comfortable and easy hike in nature. Rather devoid of the grand vestiges of technology and architecture, you could refer to it as rather cozy. If you looked at the wealthier side, that is. Like most places, there were certain parts of Hakioji which could be considered as a little less comfortable. The streets a little more dirty, the rent a little cheaper. A place in which heroes generally did not pass through, but wasn't important enough to be riddled with crime. And in that place a certain man could currently be seen walking home through the empty streets. That man was Masaki Shindai. His quirk? Magnetism. He was capable of emitting a slight magnetic pull through his palms or even magnetize small objects. That being said, he was unable to maintain proper control of said objects and his quirk was classified as harmless, which was the reason he had a license for his quirk. In fact, he was currently using it. Carrying a box of cheap tools and a DIY kit in order to fix up things at home. It wasn't heavy enough to truly require it, but Masaki Shindai did not see the point in troubling himself. So he used his quirk to create a little upwards pull on the objects, alleviating a little of the weight. Usually, he'd be getting home a lot later, but he didn't want to be absent too long when his wife was in the final stages of pregnancy. He accelerated a little, thinking about his wife's stubbornness when it came to cooking and eating at specific times. She'd probably get up and try to cook by herself if he did not get home soon. In the span of 15 minutes he arrived at the apartment complex. Climbing up the stairs, he soon reached the 4th floor and entered his apartment, sighing in relief as he saw that his wife was still perched upon their old couch. Kana Shindai. Her quirk? Steam skin. It allowed her create steam from her arms or back. She did not have a license to use her quirk and simply used it at home to speed up her cooking or to regulate the room temperature in the winter. But given her pregnancy, she had taken great care not to use it. She was a worker covering the kitchen's night shifts at the hospital, but was obviously not working now. She gave him a small smile seeing his return. As always, he worried a little seeing her tired condition, but he already knew better than to fuss over her. Having her complain about being treated like a doll wasn't how he wanted his evening to be. Masaki, you're already back. Yes, honey. And I managed to borrow a DIY kit from a colleague. I'll finally get to fixing the AC. That's great. We won't survive the summer otherwise. A light chuckle escaped him and his gaze soon perched upon her round belly. The baby is still moving. Did you even rest with him like that? She grimaced at that. Her baby had been moving non-stop, not kicking or pushing but simply shifting around. The last few days had been extraordinarily painful and she was sure that it was time for her to go into labor. Nevertheless, the baby seemed to have calmed down a little. I'm still all right. But I honestly think I might be due in a week or two. A comfortable evening ensued for Masaki. For Kana. A little less, thank the baby for that. And 2 days later, in the middle of the night, the pressure had driven her to tears. It was a good thing they had prepared for the pregnancy in advance, as her husband immediately rushed towards the phone and called one of Kana's colleagues who should be off shift right now. Being a worker in the hospital came with its perks. Her colleagues were well aware of her pregnancy and it did not take long for one of them to take her car and rush towards the Shindai household. Grabbing a small bag with documents, Masaki hurried to help Kana down the stairs, and the car was already waiting in order to get them to the hospital. Feeling useless as his wife was in pain and her friend remained silent, Masaki tried to alleviate the atmosphere. I didn't think our kid's first car ride would be in that of yours, Nakagawa. Concentrate on your wife. Your kid might just show up on the backseat if we don't get there in time. That shut him up. Nevertheless, he couldn't help much more than by letting his wife lean on him. Luckily, it took them less than 15 minutes to arrive. They were immediately welcomed by nurses who led them towards the maternity staff and prepared Kana for going in labor. You say the child stopped moving. I don't know, he seems to move a little and stop. Then repeats it. A nurse smiled at that. Well, that's good. Your child already seems rather patient. With its size, it wouldn't have surprised me if it was born earlier. Her smile then disappeared. Although it might make labor more difficult now. Kana groaned at that. Meanwhile, Masaki had pulled another nurse aside and bombarded her with questions about what to expect and if any complications could happen. It took a while, but Kana Shindai soon entered active labor. A nurse was steadily checking to make sure everything was all right, but her expression soon turned weird. Signing to another nurse to approach, she showed her what she saw. Mr. Shindai. Have you ever gone for an ultrasound before? Yes. We did early on the pregnancy. We went to a generalist clinic. Why? Is something wrong? She hesitated a little. Your child seems to have a mutation-type quirk. It depends on the mutation, but we think this one could lead to complications. Seeing his grave expression, she quickly continued. But no worries. We have quirk specialists here whose quirks are perfectly suited for any kinds of complications. Joining her colleagues, she overheard a few statements no nurse wanted to hear. He's not moving much, like he's holding himself rigid. He's not even in fetal position. And very quietly, unheard by the parents. That's not a baby, that's a statue. It kept continuing like this for several hours, and the nurses had managed to see the child. He seems to be wrapped in some kind of bandages. No wonder he can't move much. Hours later, luckily avoiding major complications, the child was finally born. The child's body was rigid like those of a statue. Its arms were crossed at its chest and it was covered in strange umbilical material, to the point you couldn't see an inch of its skin. And it seemed to have wings. For fly-like wings, not truly attached to its body but rather loosely hanging off the umbilical material. They did not seem to serve any purpose. The nurse holding the child wasn't sure what to do. Should this material which covered the child be peeled off? She decided against it. It's a boy. Don't ask how she knows. She's a pro. Congratulations, Mrs. and Mr. Shindai. It's a boy. This would have been the time at which the nurse should walk over to the mother and hand her child, but she was a little too confused to do that. As you might have noticed, there were slight complications during labor. The reason for that is that your boy seems to have a mutation quirk. The mother did not seem to care much and simply stretched out her arms towards her. Thank God they're not like those intolerant anti-mutation pricks. She was relieved and walked over to the mother, feeling the child wiggle in her grip. The reason mutation quirks can lead to complications during childbirth is because they often require different treatment than those without. She handed the mother the child, who seemed shocked and confused. The kind of confusion you had when you didn't know what to do with what you held. The father leaned above the child and his gaze was similar to that of his wife. She continued. As you can see, your child seems to be wrapped in some tissue. Given that such occurrences are rather rare, we are not sure how to treat this. We'd usually perform a small check to see if your child is healthy, but I recommend giving us a little bit of time to consult. That way, we'll avoid any unnecessary risks to the child. Is that all right with you? The married couple nodded, in a numb manner. They were left alone in the room, Kana still cradling her child. Is that where we usually say that he's beautiful? Kana shot her husband a glare. Outside of the room, the staff was a little disconcerted. Well, that's a mutation quirk if I've ever seen one. How do we perform the checkup? Do we just peel off the bindings? I honestly don't know. The child shifted a little, but he didn't move much beyond that. I say we do it. He can't just keep them forever. If we prepare in advance for things like infection or if he seems in pain, we'll use my quirk to soothe him. All right. We'll discuss this with the family. Inside, Kana and Masaki's conversation were centered around the child as well. A mutation quirk. That's unexpected. Seeing that his wife had a defensive expression as she cradled the child mummy in her arms, Masaki quickly raised his arms. Hey, I'm not saying anything. It's just what? We can't just treat him like an ordinary child, can we? Her glare intensified. Are you saying he's abnormal? When you say it like that. I mean no. Just, the books we read and advice we got was for children with emitter quirks. Not with fly wings and mummification. She went silent at that and the nurses re-entered the room right at the moment. We believe it best to carefully peel off the bindings. They don't seem to be part of his body. Logically, they shouldn't be necessary, and if anything goes wrong, we have equipment to rebind him. The new parents nodded with worried expressions and the nurses soon went to work, carefully unwrapping the child. Her expression stiffened as she saw the white skin and did so even more as she finally uncovered his face. As if on cue, the child started moving and shifting, wiggling, and freeing his arms and legs. It took next to no time until the last bindings finally hit the ground. The nurse handed the mother her child once more. It's more quirk than human. The nurse didn't like hearing such a statement from a father, but it was understandable. She had never before seen a child with such heavy mutations. And she had seen and even helped in the delivery of children with spray bottles as head or looking like worms. She had seen children taking the shape of a slime, and there were plenty of even more ridiculous things she had witnessed. But they always behaved like a child. Like newborns. This one didn't. The child simply remained in his mother's embrace, and while he did move a little, he didn't turn his head to look at anyone or cry out. He simply waited. But the mother didn't take kindly to her husband's statement. How could you say that? Seeing the husband readying to defend himself, the nurse quickly intervened. It is indeed true. Seeing a child being affected by his quirk to such an extent is a first. Nevertheless, children can adapt to many things, and I'm sure he'll grow up to be amazing. That suit the mother and the father was wise enough to keep quiet. He simply looked at the kid with a strange expression. Well, we would like to do a quick checkup for him in order to see if there are things you might have to pay attention to. After that, I'd like to provide a short explanation as to what seems to be his quirk. That should be what confuses you the most after all. The checkup was brief. The nurse went on with her report. Good news is that child seems to be healthy. His quirk seems to fundamentally change nearly every aspect of his body, but none of the changes seem to be detrimental to his health. That being said, given the unusual nature of his quirk, I advise going to regular checkups. But just because he is healthy does not mean that he is like most people. As you noticed, your child is devoid of 3 out of 5 sensory organs. A human usually has eyes, ears, nose, skin, and tongue. He, however, lacks the first 3. That effectively makes him blind and deaf. The nurse took a quick break of her monologue, wanting to give the parents time to realize everything she said. She then continued. But we also notice the lack of breathing. He does seem to absorb oxygens, his blood circulates, so we believe he does so through his skin. Cutaneous respiration is how we refer to such a method. Besides that, he most likely requires food just like normal children do. Another thing you might notice is in his behavior. When humans lack certain sensory organs, they usually instinctively focus a lot on the organs they still have. The classic example of a blind child with good hearing might help you understand. In your child's case, he might focus more on taste and feeling, giving him the impulse to lick or touch. Giving him different things to explore might help with his development. She granted the parents and herself another few seconds. Now, about his quirk. Given that it is a mutation type, we can usually see signs of what their quirks may be. Quirks are rather hereditary after all. That being said, it is not impossible for a new quirk to show up. Gene mutation can lead to that. In the end, we still do not know much about quirks' origins. But something you have to consider is this. While there are some quirks which are more powerful than others or have more weaknesses, they rarely really hurt or end up bad for the user. The body of the user of a quirk nearly always adapts to it. It means that the body your child has is considered necessary for his quirk. Given that his quirk will only surface in a few years, we cannot tell you with certainty what his quirk will be. But he seems to lack 3 entire sensory organs, so we can conclude that his quirk may replace those organs. I definitely bet on a psychic quirk, perhaps some type of mental sensory abilities. She gave the two a smile after her long-winded explanation, hoping to have put enough emphasis on the fact that there was hope for the kid. In the end, a child was a child, no matter its shape. POV, narration about Jeff Bozo. It had been uncomfortable. Intensely so. He didn't expect it to be that strange. Still unable to move, he had spent a long time wiggling. He had figured out that he was most likely still in his new mother's womb and didn't want to spawn without giving her time to go to the hospital. So he wiggled. And wiggled. With a few breaks in between in order to avoid hurting her too much. When she finally moved, he figured she had finally gotten the message. Mother, I crave freedom. But it did not went by as fast as he hoped. Sparing the details of the process, the fact that he was unable to properly move made it a lot more difficult, and even if he could move, it wasn't as if he could tell in which direction to go. That's right, he was fucking blind. Or maybe newborn children couldn't open their eyes. He hoped that was the case. But he doubted it. He literally couldn't feel the presence of his eyes after all. But at a certain point, he felt hands cradling him and handing him to who he assumes was his mother. Where he then waited. Has it not occurred to her that she should unwrap me? Or does she not see the bandages? Spending a long time by himself, he had figured out that his inability to move wasn't because he was paralyzed, but rather because he was bound. God damn it, I can't even scream. Yes, the bandages shut his mouth as well. Minutes later, he finally felt a hand starting to unwrap him. The bindings that had restrained him for months finally left his body. I still can't see. One of the first things he noticed. My skin tickles. Maybe due to the sensitivity of being a newborn who had been bound inside his mother's womb before finally coming in contact with air. I can't hear either. Are they not talking? It wasn't just the lack of voices. He couldn't hear the rustling of hands or whooshing of the wind. There was simply nothing. Don't tell me. I'm deaf too. Indignation. He simply couldn't imagine how people who are both blind and deaf could become a member of society. What do you do if you can't see nor hear? God damn you. His mind returned to the topic of his murder in his first life. Yes, murder. He read enough Isekai to know that they usually were more linked to divine intervention than coincidences. Dying and being reborn. God. Definitely. And now, I'm reborn, both blind and deaf. Well, at least he seemed to have good parents. They were still holding him and there was no way a doctor wouldn't notice blindness and deafness, right? Or would they just kick him out later? Maybe I should try to look cute like a baby. I know. Baby noises. Gugugagaga. The nurse had just finished her explanation when suddenly. Everyone's expression immediately turned strange and they looked at the newborn. It already had teeth and no lips, which certainly did not aid its first impression. Jihoaroa. Is it, cooing? War. War. Grayer. The dad looked at the child with a reluctant gaze. Well, he either yearns for war or has distorted vocal cords in addition to everything else. Chapter 6, Who am I? Jeff Bozo was, really confused. Well, confused might be an inaccurate description. He was lost. In the spiritual sense. So, I got reincarnated, with several disabilities. This was really annoying. He didn't know anything and had no way to figure out where he was. Did he get reincarnated in another world? Or is he still on his Earth? Did he even reincarnate? Is his situation unique? Or is this the natural phenomenon following death? Nah, probably just me. I'm just built like that. His soul must have been so powerful that neither heaven nor hell could take it, so the world reincarnated him instead. Man, I must be sharing a brain with some young master. But seriously, he was 85% sure that his death had been orchestrated by some kind of deity responsible for reincarnation. Isekai usually followed that trope. So, God might exist. And he reincarnates people. Noted. But it really didn't matter. Right now, he had to somehow find out where he was. Alright. I'm blind and deaf. My body feels weird. I feel like there is a limb on the back of my head and my appearance is probably not human. If it's an anime I know, then I still don't know. He was currently laying in what he assumed to be a baby crib. There hadn't been much movement since being born, so he was probably still at the hospital. Maybe I wasn't reborn in an anime but in some alternate reality where everyone is blind and deaf. Unlikely. But weirdly enough, not impossible. His thoughts kept spiraling in different directions, but it was a little early to do anything. He had literally been born a few minutes ago. Or maybe an hour. Hard to tell. If only I were some Chinese young master. I'd already be more intelligent than anyone in this world, strong enough to fight adults and be destined to overthrow the heavens, whatever that means. He'd read fanfics before with a 4-year-old benching 400 kilograms. I really did. The low-quality fanfic epidemic is real. Meanwhile I'm here resisting the urge to suckle on my thumb. Being a baby is embarrassing. He did not resist for a long time and soon found himself drifting off to sleep. POV, Masaki Shindai. This should have been a joyous occasion. Bringing a new life into the world and all that. Instead. Confusion. Uncertainty. Suspicion. He may not have been a genius but as far as he knew, genetics were a hereditary thing. And these genes sure as fuck aren't mine. He threw a glance to his now sleeping wife. Just to be sure. Not hers either. Honestly, he was restless. He knew it was unfair and even pathetic, he never had any reason to suspect her of anything and still didn't really did. But this was just too weird. The explanation he had received from the nurse sounded logical, but he expected to have some trait in common with his kid. Instead he got a statue-like kid which could fit into one of these Buddhist temples he learned about in history class. He got wings where his eyes should be. I get that the mutation is supposed to be necessary for his quirk, but how could wings instead of eyes be necessary? Can he even use them? Despite his doubts and complaints, he did love his wife. The kid, a little bit less, but maybe that'll change in the future. Maybe. If he doesn't grow up to be an asshole. Some kids are really rude to their parents. Nevertheless, he'd try his best. He didn't really know how to be a father for this. The weird mutation had made all his studies about that topic rather irrelevant, but he'd try. Walking over to the crib, he soon picked up the kid who immediately stirred in his hands. Well, hello you little weirdo. He squinted his eyes at the kid. More specifically, the long tail he had on the back of his head. That's supposed to be your hair? Or an extension of your brain? You gonna be a super smart dude. As he stroked the kid's head, or tail, he noticed the child having a rather strange expression. Is it me or are you questioning your existence? Kind of hard to tell when a newborn lacks eyes and other human features. He soon turned his attention away from the head tail and instead focused on the face. No lips. So everyone can see your teeth, your face is literally just wings and teeth. And the noise you make sounds like an angry dinosaur. Masaki sighed and put the child back down. Maybe we should dress you up in pink. With Hello Kitty stickers on your face. To avoid having people see you as a villain. He wasn't serious. No way his wife would agree to that. We actually have a name for you. But I'm not sure if this even matters for deaf kids. Deaf and blind. But your name will be Riku. He poked the kid a little. Whoa. He retracted his finger. God, this will be difficult. Several weeks later. POV, Riku still knows himself as Jeff Bozo. The few last weeks had been rather easy for him. Being a baby was basically doing nothing. Especially that he still was too weak to crawl. So he spent his time chilling and pondering life. His past life. The topics he pondered were mostly his families and friends. He did have a good relationship with his parents and family and he missed them a lot. Same with his friends. Yet for some reason, he didn't feel as sad as the thought he should be. It made him feel worse in turn, because he thought it was rather heartless to not be sad about never seeing them again. Maybe it's the baby body. I don't think babies have a proper understanding of loss. Yes. He had come to terms with being a baby. He knew that plenty of people would see it as weird to just accept it, but the reality of the situation was that he was a child. That meant his parents would expect him to play with other kids and he'd probably, happily, do so. Why happily? Because he noticed himself behaving like a kid. He shat a lot. Then cried. Then ate. Shat again. Cried again. Laughed when tickled. It was an emotional roller coaster. So spending time with kids. It'd be weird given his reincarnation, but no one knew that. And not just that. If as a parent, you saw your kid avoiding others and seclude himself, you'd be pretty worried. It was something he wanted to spare his second parents if he could. Call him heartless for switching family so quickly, but he wasn't the type to deny reality. These people would raise him for the next years that made them his parents. And honestly, they take care of me pretty well. Playing wasn't really an option at his age, but he did not go hungry and was pretty sure that they didn't really leave his side that often. How did he know? Well, it seemed he was genuinely getting used to his lack of sight and hearing as he started feeling the movements of people around him. It may sound impressive, but that honestly just meant he could feel the wind move when someone would reach out to lift him up or feel the ground's vibration when they walked through the room. He basically just could identify what they'd be doing. Maybe I can become like a airbender and earthbender hybrid. Geolocation through the earth and reflex and instincts through the air. But he doubted it. It wasn't much different than what people could do in his first life. He just paid more attention to it due to his condition. But well. That aside, he was getting used to his body. He had a strange limb at the back of his head which he could move. It was rather similar to a tail and seemed a little stretchy. Not the rubber kind of stretchy, but simply like a muscle he could extend. He also noticed that he had strange appendages where his eyes should have been. They feel like wings. The child suppressed a smile. He knew someone who had wings on his eyes, but he didn't have a way to be sure. Especially given the fact that a certain will was lacking. Yeah, that's really fitting for Ice Guy. Killed by a wheel. Respawned with one above your head. He had not been able to feel or notice any will-like things above his head, so he kept his hopes low. I don't have the sword of extermination either. But well. It had been described as a cursed tool, not a physical part of MAHORAGA. He didn't really believe himself to be able to get it. But not impossible. Mahoraga's technique isn't totally explained. I should think about it a little. Warning, Mahoraga ability questioning. I need answers here. The next part is how I see Mahoraga's technique. I'm questioning how to use it in the story and your input might help. Mahoraga is the most powerful Shikigami of the 10 Shadows technique. He is capable of adapting to anything, gradually overcoming any dangers he's been exposed to. That, however, is purely reactive. It needs to hit his body in order for him to adapt. The reason for that is that the Shinigami essentially behaves like a AI in battle. He can react but not initiate. Even as Sukuna used Mahoraga, he couldn't preemptively command him to adapt to something, meaning that sentience shouldn't change anything. He needs to be hit in order to adapt. But the reason as to why Mahoraga is so powerful is only partly because of his technique. The sheer bulk, speed and strength he displays after being summoned makes him top tier even without his technique. Furthermore, his technique and bulk complement each other. Mahoraga needs to be able to tank in order to adapt. The technique would be useless in a human body or a body below a certain size, due to its vulnerability of dying in one hit. The bigger he is, the better for Mahoraga's technique. That is further proven in Sukuna vs Mahoraga fight. He steadily grows bigger underneath Sukuna's attacks, because it is simply his best way to fight. Not just against Sukuna. It's simply the best way to survive enough attacks to give him time to adapt. Tank and advance. Everything else is secondary. So in theory, he should be able to shrink if it was the most effective way to fight. But given his technique, there are virtually no scenarios in which shrinking would be good for him. He needs to be hit in order to attack after all. So becoming a bigger target is the way to go. Another interesting aspect is RCT. Can he use it? It was mentioned to be coding the sword of extermination, after all. But is it simply a natural coding of the sword? Or is Mahoraga capable of RCT? Given the fact that he regenerates, one might argue that he can use it. But couldn't it just be that he adapts his body to close the injuries? No, seriously. I need to know. Mahoraga with RCT would be OP. And then comes his adaptation. How does it work? In JJK, he adapts to cursed techniques and physical attacks. But that simply implies he uses cursed energy to block better and hit harder. We don't see any meaningful true adaptation. Honestly, he seems like an infinite regeneration type. At the same time, it might also mean that he does have RCT and simply uses it extremely well. Ick. But the most important aspect would be whether adaptation is permanent. If Jeff really did reincarnate as Mahoraga, he needed to understand and get a little bit of control over the technique. Could he de-adapt? Like in case he grew too big after a fight. Author comment, I'm thinking of giving him rudimentary control. Just enough to decide what the best way to adapt would be. Honestly, the math in his head was simple. MAHORAGA cursed technique equals adaptation. Adaptation costs cursed energy. Adapt to use CE more effectively during fight. Cursed energy reserves seem nearly infinite because of that. Adapts to close injuries, either through RCT or simply cellular regeneration as part of his adaptation. Hit not strong enough. Adapt to use more CE to hit harder. He believed this to be the physical aspect of Mahoraga's adaptation. But there should also be a mental adaptation. Blunt attacks ineffective. Let's try cutting. Enemy moves around too much. Block his path. Normal attack fails. Let's use tools. Cars and buildings to throw. So his battle IQ adapts as well. Would all of that carry over to Jeff? He wasn't a martial arts expert. Could he just be beat up by martial arts and use his adaptation in order to learn how to counter it effectively? He sighed. That was a lot of thinking for something which wasn't set in stone. I might genuinely just be a blind and deaf kid with a head deformation. That thought was scary. I should probably just focus on learning that weird of communicating. Yeah, his parents touched him a lot, so that helped. No, not like that, you fucking degenerate. Deaf people have sign language. Blind people can talk but obviously can't read, so they use a system called Braille which relies on touch. People who are both deaf and blind can't read nor hear. So they use a touch system similar to Braille to communicate and read. It mostly consists of tracing signs on each other's hands. The signs form up the alphabet. And it's fucking complicated. Look it up. Just type in Braille. So, his parents spend their time tracing signs on their few week-old baby's hands while handing him objects and things. And while Jeff knew how it worked in theory, actually knowing each part of their alphabet was an entirely different endeavor. How the hell am I supposed to understand this? Braille communication worked both through hands, for those with skill, but was more common in written language. So, his parents, thoughtful as they were, bought him such a book. And I don't understand shit. It wasn't as though he could just see a picture and touch the Braille next to it. He literally just had a surface with bumps and had to decipher it. Now, he was well aware that it wasn't the kind of thing you'd learn and master in the span of a few months. Even if you had an adult's mind. But he couldn't even imagine himself understanding this shit. It was like looking at quantum physics formulas while being a humanities student. Nevertheless, he already knew the sign used for A. Gotta praise the parents. They are probably learning this for me. It seemed he really would have to learn it given that he lacked a certain convenient will behind his head. But well, he wouldn't be worthy of being MAHORAGA if he couldn't study a little. POV change, narration about Kana Shindai. It was a nice morning. The sun shone its golden rays and the air carried a nice tint of humidity to it. She and Riku were currently on a walk in a nearby park. Riku was still in the stroller, holding on to certain object-shaped learning materials. For example, a fake apple with the Braille writing for apple on it. She had a gentle smile on her face as she observed her little angel seriously studying and feeling out an object while doing his best to determine what it was. It was astonishing, really. Not even 2 months old, hasn't even begun to crawl but was already studying how to communicate. She had originally consulted a lot of people and heard that kids with disabilities such as hers often were a little behind on their development, but she believed her son to be an exception. Starting out to learn at such an early stage was far above average, maybe even a sign for a brain-related quirk. Her thoughts soon drifted into the direction of her husband. She had noticed the slight reluctance he seemed to have when dealing with their son, but did not address it given the fact that he didn't ignore or neglect him. It wasn't as though she couldn't understand it. The fact that Riku's noise basically consisted of growling, roaring and snarling was a little bit disconcerting. But to be so nervous to touch him near his face just because of his teeth and his big mouth was ridiculous. He wasn't some rabid dog. Nevertheless, he did play with Riku every once in a while, so she figured he just needed time to adjust. Ah, you're just such a little cutie. Aren't you? She had already learned how to use Braille in order to sign "I love you" and did so on a daily basis. Her husband had tried to teach him how to announce that he needed to go to the bathroom, but that obviously did not work. Setting those thoughts aside, she continued her walk, looking up the Braille for basic things outside and teaching them to the best of her capacity. She'd do her best to help him and give him a great life. Chapter 7, Cursed Energy. A long time had passed. A little more than 2 years to be precise. Riku Shindai, 3 years old and now aware of his new name, had taken pretty well to Braille and was capable of simple communication with those who also knew Braille. Many realizations had settled in, not just about himself, but rather the world. Well, a summary about himself. He really did seem to have a body which bore nearly exact resemblance to the 8-handled sword divergent Sila General Mahoraga. Or short, Mahoraga. The only things he seemed to lack were the sword, the wheel, and the muscles. Which was absolutely outrageous. He had already decided to start lightly exercising before reaching kindergarten. And when he said lightly, he meant lightly. Basically just cardio, stretching and mobility exercises to get a good foundation. No need to take risks at that age. The lack of wheel and sword was annoying as well, but not hopeless given what he had learned of the world. But he'd get to that later. Another thing he had learned was that his voice probably wasn't exactly comforting. He had not just tried to speak gibberish, but tried to form sentences in English whenever his parents didn't pay attention and noticed that most people pulled back a little in surprise when he started doing so. And not the, "Oh, you speak another language," but rather, "Ew, what's this," surprise. Now, he remembered English to be a rather universal language, and given what he had learned, it existed here too. So English was either different from his own, or what he said just straight up didn't sound like English. So, he concluded that his voice probably sounded like that of a curse. Just even more inaudible. Which would lead him to the next point. He seemed to have some kind of energy. He believed it to be cursed energy. Well, he couldn't confirm whether it really was cursed energy, but the chances were high. It started rather slowly, with him noticing the mood of his parents. His mother joyous with occasional worry. His father, slightly joyous but also a little afraid. Hesitant. He couldn't be sure. But that ability wasn't like you'd imagine. When he first used it a few months ago, he had only noticed it upon holding hands with his parents. So through straight contact. He then noticed that he was coated in a thin aura, which was probably the cursed energy he had. He had tinkered around a little and could create small ripples in his CE. But he probably needed more practice if he wanted to achieve control. But it was already a great sign. Once his CE reserves would be big enough, he'd hopefully be able to use this as a sensor ability. If he'd managed to spread out his CE, he hoped it to help him see his surroundings. Because his eyesight was still the biggest problem. Not being able to see meant being careful with everything you did, even if you were supervised by helpful parents. Even running could just have him trip or run into a stranger, and he was still only 3 years old. He had cried a lot when that happened a few days ago. Indeed. He still had the emotional maturity of a child. It really didn't fit his thought process, but there wasn't much he could do. He enjoyed certain type of foods, especially chocolate, and refused to finish his vegetables during his outbursts, unless he felt calm and his rational side would have him eat them. It was a strange roller coaster between maturity and immaturity. Well, that was pretty much everything about him. Now, about the world. He seemed to be in Japan on Earth. The world was pretty much how he remembered, with only a few exceptions. Firstly, it seemed to be the year 2206. So his birth year was 23th September 2203. But, despite what you'd expect from a time so far in the future, it was strikingly similar to what he knew from his past life. Technology, something you'd have expected to make some big breakthroughs in such a time, seemed to have stagnated and was nearly exactly the same as he knew. But, he couldn't be sure. Not being able to see or hear about it, he only learned about these kind of things through books and a Braille newspaper. But there was one thing, something that either fucked over or blessed the inhabitants of this world or timeline. Quirks. It had taken him a long time to understand those. For him, a quirk was a person's special trait. For example, if some guy has a weird habit, you're just like, "Oh, that's just his quirk." That phrase was used here as well, albeit in a different context. Kid spies fire out of his mouth. "Oh, that's just his quirk." Yes. Here, quirks were literal superpowers. Not always the kind of superpowers people dreamed of, but that didn't really matter. As long as you had a superpower, as useless as it might be, you were set for life. You could have an ass instead of a face and be a working member of society. Another thing. They had fucking superheroes. As a job. Here, you could genuinely just say, "When I grow up, I want to be a superhero." And the answer wouldn't come in form of a laugh, but instead a nod with an answer like, "Indeed." The superhero industry is most profitable these days. The conversation would then ensue to discuss the benefits and cons in tandem to their salaries. But well, ignoring this world's people's skewed perception of normality, his quirk seemed to be intense. Even for the locals. And he wasn't talking about abilities, they had yet to appear. No. Turns out, looks really do matter. He didn't have that much interaction with others due to his limitations, but his parents made sure to let him know. If you were a mutant, you better hope you look friendly. He did not look friendly. Now, he had not experienced any bad situations because of his looks, but he was still a kid, holding on to mommy and daddy's hands every time he's outside. But given what he had heard from his parents, your looks could easily give a guy a reason to call a hero to apprehend you. This whole issue sounded like it was literally etched into the depths of their society. Honestly, given Mahoraga's and now his appearance, he was sure he'd experienced such stuff once older. Having exposed teeth was apparently still seen as a sign of intimidation, so. Damn. But beyond that, everything was pretty cool. He had come to understand that his family was not rich and did struggle to make ends meet a bit, but it wasn't at a point where they couldn't afford basic necessities. And even his father was warming up to him. Still a little distant, but at a point that Riku could only notice that while reading his emotions. I wonder if it's possible to learn to speak like Hanami did. Indeed. The future looked bright if you ignored the possibilities of discrimination. Because quirks tended to show up at 4 years old, sometimes earlier and sometimes a little later. And he was already 3. Am I just gonna wake up with a wheel above/behind my head? Didn't matter. He was excited. Well, someone looks happy. Masaki Shindai squinted his eyes at the little weirdo and smiled a little. The little weirdo was weird, but sweet in his own way, when he wasn't growling or snarling. I guess he really is alright. Hasn't bitten me yet. Well, he did get licked at a certain point. Good thing he didn't develop a taste for human flesh. He let out a sigh and walked over to the little weirdo who seemed to be in a good mood if he read his expression correctly. He lowered himself next to his son, took his hand and then asked him if he wanted to go visit the forest. Met with approval, the kid was lifted up by his legs where he just limply hung down with a resigned expression. Man, I really can read his mood just by seeing his teeth. Still, he grinned. Picking up a son like that was a classic dad move he had dreamed of doing. Masaki, what the hell you think you're doing? Crap. Just going for a walk, honey. We'll be back soon. Love you. Masaki. Put down yo, colon. He was already outside. One didn't need to hear what she said in order to know what she wanted, but no way in hell would he abandon this kind of happiness. Yeah, you like this too, don't you? Rook. Rook indeed. The walk to the forest did not take that much time. It was honestly more of a park, but Masaki really couldn't be bothered to find out the correct term. If there are lots of trees, then it's a forest. The little weirdo was walking next to him, still holding onto his hand. I wonder what blind people see. I can't imagine what nothing is like. Finding himself a little spot to sit on, he then signed that Riku should look around a little and not to worry, they'd remain in line of sight. Call me crazy, but I'm pretty sure he can somehow see. He had noticed it a while ago, but the kid had been doing strange things at home. Stranger than usual at the very least. He remembered that he used to walk along the wall, his hand pressed up against it, probably in order to learn the outline of their home. Now. Something similar was going on, only that he didn't touch the wall. Simply holding his hand close but not against it. Masaki had first simply written it off as him knowing the apartment. But then he noticed Riku doing that shit in public. His hands stretched out as if sensing the distance between him and an object or person. Well, the distance was only a few centimeters, but it was already a sign for his quirk. Ah, he's doing it again. Riku didn't only use his hands, but also carefully lifted his feet and seemed to sense the ground where he'd step. Looks like I won't spend the rest of my life holding this weirdo's hand. Now, he could simply ask the kid about those abilities. He did know Braille after all. But, the kid wasn't very talkative. He seemed to talk when it was a necessity and simply did his own thing most of the time. I suppose kids with these kind of disabilities have a different mindset when it comes to conversation. Not that he minded. He doubted a 3-year-old's conversation to be that interesting anyway. And he also thought it was better for his sake. Not many people knew Braille and he probably wouldn't make friends that easily. There were special institutes for kids who were in similar situations as Riku, but despite Riku's disabilities, he seemed to be rather intelligent. When he called Riku intelligent, he mostly adhered to his understanding. Every time they explained something to him, he seemed to grasp it rather immediately. He wasn't like in those movies in which children ask dumb questions. "Mom, why am I being discriminated against?" "Well, honey, it's because you look like the fucking nun from that horror movie." Honestly, sticking him into one of adapted learning places might not even help him. Sure, it'd be good in order to have teachers who could communicate with him, but he probably wouldn't find other kids who could talk in Braille. And if he did, they'd be dumber than him. It'd be better for his own sake to stick him into a normal school. At most maybe one of these accompanying teachers as a translator. Hope it doesn't cost too much. Given his newfound abilities, he'd probably learn how to get around by himself anyway, so there wouldn't be any need for someone to lead him to his classes. Ah, that reminds me. I should probably tell Kana about his ability. He didn't really know how she'd take his opinion to put him into normal kindergarten. She tended to freak out when he referred to the weirdo as retarded. Don't treat him like he's abnormal. But she'd also freak out when he treated him like he was normal. Don't treat him so lightly. He needs special care. Man, I don't understand shit. He sighed and stood up. It was time to head back. A few weeks later. Kana was worried. Or nervous. She wasn't sure. Her husband had told her about the signs of a sensor-type quirk and they had soon taken an appointment to perform some readings. Quirks usually manifested at around 4-year-old, but it wasn't like it didn't vary a little. Now, she, her husband and her 3-year-old little angel were sitting in the waiting room of a quirk generalist. A doctor who was responsible for general quirk checkups, not the kind you visited for quirk identification. Quirk generalist, Kaito Yorin. She had been worrying about what his quirk might be and what his abilities would entail, so they had hurried to take an appointment for a small general checkup. Why worry? Because quirks could very well control someone's entire life. When it was finally their turn, the doctor merely raised an eyebrow at his appearance. Well, that's one hell of a mutation. Kana didn't really like it when people spoke that way of her child. It made it seem like her child's value only came from his quirk. Nevertheless, her worry made her hold her tongue. The checkup was brief. The doctor simply checked his physique and then performed a check with some kind of apparatus. She came back with a look of intrigue. "Well, your son seems to be in good health, although that's always a bit difficult to say with mutation quirks. But indeed, you were right to come here. He seems to have unlocked an aspect of his quirk." She handed them a few printouts from the readings she had done. As you can see here, the emission analysis module picked up some readings. Little Riku seems to be surrounded by a type of energy. But it's too early to say what it is and where and how it's produced. At his age, these types of quirks are usually still in development, so it would be best to wait a little before trying to figure out any more about it. She gave the parents a slightly apologetic look, who simply responded with a relieved nod. "What do you mean when you say his quirk might still develop?" "Quirks are still a mystery. Even now, we don't fully understand how they work, but mutant-type quirks. They're often far more complex than standard emitter or transformation types. In fact, some argue it's like having more than one quirk at once. A single mutation can blur the lines. Part transformation, part emitter, sometimes both and more. So it's not impossible for his quirk to become more than just a sensory type." The parents looked a little confused but ultimately didn't question it. If there was one thing which was rampant in their society, it was how unfair quirks could be. Having concluded their visit at the quirk generalist, the family soon returned home. Time skip, 1 year and 7 months. Riku felt normal upon waking up. Having a little more control over his CE and sensing his immediate surroundings, he managed to get out of bed and walk through his home without incident. His CE reserves weren't enough to sense his mother working in the kitchen, but he knew she'd be there out of habit. He let out a greeting with that cursed voice of his once his mom finally was in range for his CE, to which she turned around in a good mood. She was about to walk over to him to greet him back, when she froze. Riku immediately sensed the shock she was in. He was confused for just about a second. "Don't tell me." His hand reached out above his head. A grin formed on his face. "It's here." Floating right at the back of his head was a dark bronze, grayish 8-handled wheel. Chapter 8, The Wheel. Isn't budging. Masaki Shindai's morning should have been normal. Well, as normal as it could be when you lived with a wing and tooth-faced kid who growled at least 3 times a day. The weirdo's existence was already weird but tolerable. Taking care of him was surprisingly fun. He tended to go along with most things, and it was always fun to watch him growl or snarl at ice cream vendors. Going into shops and dressing him up in weird styles also had become one of his favorite ways to pass the time. And now, it seemed like he was once more adamant on surprising his parents. A wheel. Not that of a car, but simply an 8-handed wheel which could have once steered a pirate ship was floating above his head. Maybe not. Pirate ship wheels are a bit different. Well, it was certainly similar. Although it looked more religious. The wheel then seemed to move a bit. Floating behind his head, it hovered a little higher and placed itself right above his head. So it's not just a random wheel he picked up with telekinesis. His wife just shook her head. No. It simply appeared. So not telekinesis. Walking over to the weirdo, he took his hand and asked, "Do you know what it does?" Instead of an answer, the weirdo's grin just widened. Then, suddenly, barely noticeably, the wheel twitched. The weirdo's expression fell and was instead replaced by a look of concentration. The wheel twitched again. How impressive. The weirdo seemed to have noticed his mental sarcasm as he bared his teeth and snarled at him. "Hey, it's not my fault your quirk is faulty." Wisely keeping his mouth shut, he simply took a step back and let Kana deal with this. All right. Time for breakfast. His eyes darted towards Kana, who seemed to distract the weirdo with all her fussing. "Heh, rookie getting distracted. I'm taking your plate." Kana tended to give Riku a better breakfast. Fluffier eggs, sweeter fruit. Even his bread was cut into cute shapes. And now it was his. I wonder if he'll notice. He didn't. Having a blind kid is awesome. He hurried to eat. Didn't want Kana to notice until after he was done. Gar. Rhea. Looks like he did notice. His sensory ability must have gotten a lot better if he could notice the difference between good and bad breakfast. Good thing I already finished the good stuff. Taking his grieving son's hand, he signed. It seems I accidentally took your plate. He slowly pushed back the plate. The bread was half gone and so was the egg. Here. Have the rest. The little weirdo's will audibly twitched again. Breakfast concluded without any major incidents, if you ignored the scolding he had received from his wife. The little shit did that on purpose. The weirdo had started making sad sounds, and that had of course led to his wife taking action. TCH. Can't even fight your own battles. He had clearly seen the kid smirk afterwards. Looks like he didn't want to receive an ice cream cone today. Ah. That reminded him. He turned to his wife. So, do we go to the quirk generalist? Or to the quirk specialist office in the Centrum? The specialist office might be better. They'll need high-tech equipment in order to keep up with our genius little angel. Makes sense. He's that weird, huh? Emotions weren't always straightforward. It was strange, but feeling several things at once were quite frequent occurrences. Like now. He felt both annoyed and excited. His quirk had come to life, more specifically, Mahoraga's wheel. It was cause for celebration. Having the cool wheel floating above his head was something he had been waiting for after all. And his annoyance? It stemmed from bad breakfast. He had clearly sensed his dad's smug attitude while giving back the half-empty plate. He was also pretty sure his dad had made fun of his failure at using the wheel. He was that kind of person after all. And now, the bad mood lingered. The three of them were currently sitting in the train and heading towards the Centrum in order to register his quirk. Hey, he did get scolded at least. It took them more than 45 minutes to arrive. Given their lack of appointment, they'd have to wait in the waiting room for a bit. But that was fine. There was one of these classic waiting room toys to pass the time. Indeed, a bead maze. One of the best toys to have been invented. Re-experiencing the fun of playing with one of these has got to be the part of reincarnating. Sadly, the waiting time wasn't very long and he soon had to abandon his fun and get his quirk identified. Even though I already know what it is. No clue. Kana and her husband went silent at that. Even their deaf and blind son froze, somehow noticing the parents' confusion. The doctor scratched his head. I don't know what to tell you. I really have no clue. Masaki tilted his head. You not a doctor? I may be a doctor, but that doesn't mean I can understand and analyze a goddamn wheel. His eyebrow twitched before he let out a sigh. Listen, most people's quirk are a little more showy or obvious. They consist of actions that will floating above his head. Might as well be a mutation. It was now Kana's turn to tilt her head. So, you can't tell us what it is? The men sighed. Not in detail. Only thing I know is that it's heavily reliant on that sensory ability of his. He took out a few printouts. Those are the readings of your son's sensor ability. The first thing I will say is that it is fascinating. He is projecting an energy into the air around him. This energy forms a bubble in which he should sense the presence of others who are inside. It may be small now, but it will surely grow. But it's more than that. Riku seems to be able to control the energy and decide how dense it is. The denser it is, the smaller the range. Seeing the parents look confused, he racked his brain for comparison. Just imagine a circle of energy around him in which he senses everything. But if he wants to sense things further away, he needs to take the energy from the circle and push it into the direction he wants to sense. And if he wants to sense more details, then he compresses the energy and his field of vision narrows. Oh. Masaki blinked. You're just repeating what we already knew. He has a sensory ability. The doctor shook his head. It seems like a normal sensory ability. But it's more than that. The energy is intruding into the brain's limbic system. That is a part of the brain which regulates emotions. And when I say intruding, I mean that he doesn't only do that to himself. By concentrating a bit of energy, he can essentially create a one-sided mental link to the veloce state of a person. Kana and Masaki still looked confused. Asterisk sigh. It's telepathy. But for emotions. Oh. But what does that have to do with the wheel? A sigh escaped him. I don't know. If I had to guess, then I'd say it's a gate which connects Riku with his energy. It seems to be made out of a fusion of biomaterial and heavily condensed energy. But you mentioned Riku already controlling the energy before the wheel appeared, so perhaps it's simply a conductor. Until it does something, it's impossible to tell. Masaki scratched his chin. So what you're saying is that the way Riku can sense people's emotions in addition to sensing his surroundings. And the wheel just helps that. The doctor nodded. And maybe even more. You have to understand that he essentially creates a mental domain with his energy. Reading thoughts might not be out of the question. So like an observer, he can mentally stalk people. Masaki turned to the kid who had just remained seated, playing with a bead maze. The doc watched him scribble signs on the kid's hands and Masaki soon turned back to them. Ah, yep. He confirmed it. Says he can feel what others feel. Denied anything about reading thoughts though. I see. Then it is possible that I was wrong. But it is still a possibility for the future. And about the wheel, I'm really sorry but I cannot tell you what it is. It is present, but doesn't seem to do anything. It might truly just be a conductor for his energy. Masaki and Kana just nodded. They had confirmed their little weirdo/angel's quirk and could rest easy. Kana leaned down to her son and took his hand. Do you have an idea what you to call it? Cursed energy. Pfft. A chuckle escaped both Masaki and Kana upon seeing their son's answer. The doctor smiled as well after being told. I see he's going through the phase. Indeed. He had another patient a few days ago, whose quirk name seemed quite similar. Dark Shadow. Yeah, they'd get along. Two silent brooding types. With edgy naming senses. And mutations. It was simply meant to be. Well, they're certainly enjoying themselves. It seemed like both his mom and dad were in a rather good mood. Now, he wasn't exactly a master when it came to reading feelings, but that was clearly amusement. Cursed energy, it's fitting in JJK but it really is edgy here. Damn. Now he felt ridiculous. I suppose it's good that I can brighten their day. But what else was he supposed to call it? You can't just give a name to something that's already named after all. Maybe I should have. But the past was in the past, even if only 10 minutes ago. So, MAHORAGA Reincarnation's mind soon darted back to the wheel. Should I have told them? He believed to have done the right decision by keeping the nature of the wheel to himself. And there were a multitude of reasons as to why. The first one. It simply wasn't that deep. He may have the wheel, but he hadn't actually mastered that power. He could simply tell them about it once he'd have figured out how to use it. Was it a lie? Technically yes, but it wasn't a malicious one. Another reason. Well, he used to watch a lot of anime, and if there was one thing that always existed in Isekais, it was danger. He may not have recognized the world he was in, but that didn't matter. It was a world with superheroes and villains. In a world like that, there'd be protagonists, antagonists, and deuteragonists along with more. I mean, people here literally went around calling themselves villains. So, keeping a few cards close to your chest was always good, because there were too many people in anime who enjoyed human experimentation. Screaming, "I can adapt to everything," was a good way to end up on this world's Kuratsuchi Mayuri or Orochimaru's dissection table. Let us avoid that fate. And frankly, he wasn't that strong. Don't get him wrong, he really did believe to be able to become like Mahoraga. Probably even better thanks to his sentience. But that would take time, and until then, he'd have to avoid getting one shot. Let's keep it to myself until I'm big enough to tank. But even at full power, there were far too many quirks which could prove dangerous to him. They weren't conventional, and Mahoraga's adaptation wasn't sure to work. It worked best for physical and elemental attacks after all. But abstract quirks? Mental quirks? Spatial quirks? How did you adapt to someone controlling your brain? How did you adapt to someone who could make you feel more anger? How could you adapt to someone who could become intangible? Because Mahoraga's adaptation was focused on defense. His offense was only supported by his base stats and adapting moveset. Mahoraga's physical adaptation was limited as well. He could grow bigger, stronger, and faster and change small aspects of his body, such as the length of his head-tail, but he couldn't fundamentally change himself like Mahito did. No. Mahoraga's power mostly came from his healing and his base stats. He's OP, but so are quirks. I mean, All Might's punches apparently change the weather. Indeed. He may not watch the news, but he read newspaper, and the descriptions of the #1 hero in action was definitely something. Still, I'll get there. He just had to figure out how to get that damn wheel to move. I probably need a reason to adapt. But would he be able to control the adaptation? Or would the wheel turn by itself? I mean, I can kind of feel the wheel. I should be able to control it a little. Maybe he could decide between different ways of adapting. Like whether to focus on speed or strength. And are the adaptations even permanent? If I gain strength, do I keep it? Or is it just temporary adaptations? He'd have to find out. I'm 4 years old, it's about time to start martial arts. The early bird gets the worm after all. And the even earlier worm escapes the bird. And so on. I guess I'll be the earliest. He took his father's hand. I want to do martial arts. His father was rather surprised. Why? To become a hero. Why indeed? He didn't have a real reason. The only reason for him to grow stronger was because he had Mahoraga's power. I basically just don't want to become a second potentialman. Yes. Well, being a hero certainly didn't sound bad. Fighting villains and gaining fame. Awesome if you're strong. He felt his father sigh before answering. We can look for a place with a teacher. But you probably won't find places taking kids your age. How about we just do a little training regimen for you now? True enough. In his first life, there were plenty of martial arts schools which took in younger kids in order for them to develop a passion to training. Martial arts weren't a necessary part of life, and most people simply didn't develop much interest unless they started young. But here, in a world where heroes and battle was glorified, kids started seeking those places out by themselves after kindergarten. The martial arts schools rarely had a shortage on applicants. So a deaf and blind 4-year-old was unlikely to be accepted. I'm gonna have to show the teacher that I can get around by myself, and it'd be even better if I know the basics of martial arts. Which he believed he could quickly learn. They may not be perfect, but shaky basics were better than no basics. Yes. Let's do that. This was the official start of his training journey. The first step to build up his body and motor control. It started with the simplest exercise of all. Running. Because stamina was the base of everything. The trick when it came to superpowers was always stamina and strength. For example, One Piece. The Gura Gura no Mi was the most powerful paramecia, but only because its only known users had powerful bodies. If the fruit ended up in Usopp's hands, it'd be useless. In Naruto, chakra was the mix between spiritual and physical energy. So getting that physical energy up was always good. It was basically a golden rule in anime. Train your stamina. If you can't push yourself, you lose. Because all your cool powers rely on your stamina. So, running. It was the best starter exercise. In the forest with his father, he alternated between sprinting and jogging. Quirkle, this world's Google, had explained that young kids should train their stamina recovery by sprinting short distances. Given that neither Riku nor Masaki knew anything about training, they figured they'd just do as told. So, there he was in the forest, sprinting until he couldn't and then switching to jogging for a few minutes before going back to sprinting. Now I get why the gym people hate cardio. It was torture. Ironically enough, the sprint part was easier for him. His first training session ended after just 20 minutes. His dad didn't know how much kids should train and probably didn't want to risk his wife's wrath. And Riku was exhausted enough as it was. He was only 4 after all. Comment. 9 comment. Vote. Chapter 9, The Wheels and Tent. This is for those who don't bother to read comments and stuff. I apparently kind of nerfed Mahoraga by arguing that there are some things he can't adapt to. Like mind control, intangibility, and abilities like Kurogiri's teleportation. Turns out I was wrong. Now, I'm not sure if you prefer the MC to have the absolute adaptation thing. That would entail bullshit adaptation like, oh, you can become intangible. I'm gonna become intangible on the same wavelength as you and touch you. Or if you prefer the MC to struggle a little. It wouldn't entail losing, but it would just make the fights more dynamic. Then the adaptation would be slightly nerfed. Chapter start. It was spring. The sun was out and the sky clear. The petals of cherry blossom slowly plummeted towards the ground and a light breeze ushered them away. Only a few months had passed and it would soon be Riku Shindai's first day in kindergarten. He and his mother were currently walking towards the place. She was a little silent, probably unhappy about the choice of kindergarten even though Riku had decided for it himself. He had learned that his father and mother were discussing the topic of kindergartens and that his mother wanted to put him into a adapted learning place for special children. Which Riku really didn't want. He didn't believe there to be anything wrong with these places, but he was a reincarnated adult for God's sake. Making friends with children is already gonna be weird, doing so with special ed children. Furthermore, he had been working on his cursed energy. He could arrange the density and size of his reserves and believed to have found a good size and for his sensor abilities. He was now capable of passively sensing everyone in a radius of around 4 meters without problems. And their feelings are becoming more obvious as well. And by focusing a little, he could extend his CE into a direction. If he for example completely focused towards the north, he'd lose sight of west, east and south but his CE towards north would multiply by 4. So his abilities were improving and getting along with kindergartners should be possible. He may not be able to talk with them but simply vibing with them should be good. So they eventually managed to convince Kana about sticking him into a normal kindergarten, but he couldn't escape the fate of having an accompanying teacher while in school. I'll just ask the teacher to chill at the lounge. Making connections while having a teacher follow me around is an impossible task. He just hoped that the teacher would be reasonable. They soon arrived at the kindergarten where his mother had regained enough of her bearings in order to fuss over him before heading to the teacher's lounge. It did not take long and they were soon introduced to an old bearded man who immediately introduced himself in Braille. Holding strangers' hands is weird. Being the polite little Mahoraga he was, he introduced himself back and asked a few questions about how he came to know Braille. Mom finally left. He then asked the men to just hang back at the lounge during free time. I basically only need this guy to understand the teacher and maybe introduce myself to the other kids. The men did not seem to care much and simply told him where to find him in case he's needed. He'd still be there for introductions in order to translate. True enough, every kindergarten has this circle thingy where everyone introduces himself. Now, he just needed to avoid the fate of being bullied by other kids. That'd be embarrassing. I bet my dad would join them if he were to learn I was being bullied. He and the old dude, who was called Haisuke Tadashi by the way, soon made their way towards the classroom. A few hours later. Yeah. This definitely wouldn't be easy. He didn't really mesh well with the other kids and did not bother to walk up to other kids in order to join them. It really is kind of weird. Or maybe he was just shy. He didn't even get to introduce himself at the beginning because Haisuke just did it in his place. And from what Haisuke then translated, it seems he just explained your condition. The entire introduction made him look like a walking disability. All right. The lonely path it is. Let's just hope his parents would understand. And indeed, the lonely path it was. Most kids didn't approach him, which was rather understandable. What he felt from them wasn't truly fear nor disgust, but rather something in between. Something akin to, what's his deal? Apprehension perhaps. Whatever it was, it led to Riku being by himself for his first day. At least I'm not the only one. Some other kids were by themselves as well, be it out of choice or shyness. But one of them certainly stood out. Well, what do we have here? A kid with a bird head and dressed in black. Does he have something similar to cursed energy? His emotional fluctuation was low. As if suppressed. But there was a second one. A second emotional fluctuation. It mirrored his but seemed to be a little more volatile. A spirit. Or some Shikigami user. Well, obviously a quirked Shikigami. But the point was that there was a second presence. A rather violent one. Should I go up to him? He didn't know what this was. He imagined this is what two souls, one body felt like. But their feelings are too similar. It's just the hidden one which is slightly more aggressive. He slowly walked over to him. The birdman was just leaning against a corner while looking at a T-Rex toy with a yearning gaze. The birdman seemed startled as Riku stopped in front of him. Hi. That's right, Miniraga forgot to think about what to say before waltzing over. Or rather how to even communicate. You know what? I'll just lean against this corner with you. So he did. The birdman looked a little confused but didn't question him, instead simply closing his eyes. All right. We gonna be friends if we chill here together every day. Because this was exactly what he'd do. He'd simply follow Birdman around every day, only giving him little bit of space every once in a while. Hey. You can't escape my friendship. And so, the first day of school concluded. His target for friendship had been found and the difficulties of said journey would soon be overcome. Either the Birdman learns Braille or I learn Hanami's telepathic speech. He was currently walking home with his dad, who happened to be the perfect test subject. Now, how do I start? He started in a simple way, simply focusing on his dad's presence. The outline of his figure became clearer and so did his emotions. He seemed rather neutral at the moment. Maybe if I... The presence of his dad vanished as his CE fully focused on emotion. He nearly stumbled as he lost sight of his feet and simply held tighter onto his dad's hand as he slowed down a little. Describing the feeling would be rather difficult. Using smell as a parallel, it was as if several different smells emanated from the same person, yet remained fundamentally different from each other, only blurring where different smells collided. The emotions were like that. A snippet of joy, sadness, anger, and more. Everything seemed to be present, intertwined but also very weak at the moment. Small bursts happened at which one emotion grew slightly stronger but they did not remain. I can sense them, but I can't interact. He concentrated more. Specifically on joy. Could he amplify it? Nothing happened. Cursed energy is negative. Maybe. Sadness. That one should be it. He focused again. Nothing. Cursed energy doesn't interact with other people's emotions. Isn't that wrong? Maybe because they didn't have cursed energy of their own. Wait. An idea occurred. What about my own emotions? Cursed energy by itself wasn't an exact representation of feelings after all. He stopped walking. He felt his father's confusion rise but did not focus on it. He instead retracted his CE and focused it on himself. He did not let it flow through his body, but rather simply created a concentrated bubble around his head. I can sense them, joy. Expectation. Confusion. Are these his emotions or states of thoughts? Where does the line blurs between thinking and feeling? I should start with feeling. Maybe I can push my joy to my dad. Would he sense it? He began. His CE caught his joy and pushed it towards his dad. It's not exactly my joy. It's a trace of it. It was similar to when the wind pushes the smell of something into one's face. Not truly the thing, just its smell. He watched as his joy reached his dad. Nothing happened. Now what? Do I compress it? The joy, which had been carried over, slowly created a bubble around his father's head and shrunk. He watched. Masaki watched in confusion as his son suddenly stopped. He had just picked him up from his first day of kindergarten and decided to stop himself from asking how it was. Kana was sure to ask him later anyway. And now, while walking home, he suddenly stopped but did not let go of his hand. The hell is he doing now? The weirdo was simply staring at him. Well, not staring, he was blind after all. But his head was turned to him and Masaki just knew he was the target of whatever the hell was going on. Alright, bring it you weirdo. He waited. A whole fucking minute. Then it started. A light ring in his ear. And a wave of something on his mind. Similar to when the wave of fatigue hits, yet not fatigue. His quirk, huh? A sensory quirk. Is he trying to read my mind? He was kind of curious if he'd manage. He didn't feel anything in his mind though. Just a slight feeling of joy. It felt distant. It's not mine. Is he sending me emotions? A downgrade from reading thoughts but cool nevertheless. The ring in his ear intensified a little, but not enough to bother his thinking. The feeling of joy intensified. Then it retracted. Riku's wing eyes twitched and his head-tail swept as if unhappy. Can't leave him frustrated. I'll tell him I felt it. And that he should ask me in the future before pulling stunts like these. I don't know what you tried, but I felt joy. Slightly. The answer he received was rather curt. Trying to learn telepathy. Failed with thought. Success with emotion. Oh. That'd be useful. Hero agencies would love someone who has both sensory and telepathy. You can try again at home. There was slight ringing in my mind. Maybe you need practice. It wasn't as if his thoughts were important enough to hide them from his son. He had come to like the weirdo, so it'd be fine. As long as he didn't passively read his thoughts all the time. Makes me think, does the weirdo even want to become a hero? I mean, all kids want to. We'll talk about it, someday. Warning from author, I enjoy this topic way too much. High chance of getting off track. I'll highlight it a little so you can skip if you don't care. Success, I guess. He still wasn't too thrilled. It was already a good step, especially for a first try, but sending emotions just wasn't his goal. But well, at least it was a step towards telepathy. Come to think of it. I wonder, shouldn't cursed energy be incapable of sending good emotions such as joy? Maybe it worked because it wasn't truly an emotion. Just a reflection of it. Whatever. A more important thought. The same topic as before. Where does an emotion end and a thought starts? Emotions were chemical reactions to outward stimuli. They were usually created by the brain in order to force a reaction out of the body. Survival instincts. Fear and anger. They forced the body to move and pumped it full of adrenaline. Joy and happiness. They were practically humanity's reason to live. They also served reproduction purposes. Sadness and grief. An emotion which served as a deterrent for the body. These were things everyone wanted to avoid, and they pushed the body to seek out happiness and joy. All of these and more were just biochemical reactions of the body in order to strive for survival. They obviously weren't perfect. Anger and fear could lead to impulsive actions or freezing up. Joy and happiness could lead to debauchery and greed. And sadness and grief remained a powerful deterrent which would forever push humanity to seek out further pleasure. So in conclusion, emotion was the body's immediate tool for survival. It was fast, messy and imperfect, but it remained useful the majority of the time. Fear equals run. Anger equals fight. Sadness equals stop. Joy equals continue. So now. What was a thought? Perhaps the counter to emotion. Emotions, as mentioned before, had their own problems. Perhaps the brain was a way to regulate and control these instincts. It would also make sense as to why an animal which is both intelligent and emotional would have survived despite its physical weaknesses throughout time. We had enough emotions/instincts to have an immediate sense of survival, while our brain helped us regulate its shortcomings and think in the long term. So, using a drawing as a reference, emotion would be the paint and thoughts would be the lines. A picture with only emotion, paint, would result in a chaotic mix of colors. Perhaps pretty but nonsensical. A picture with only thoughts, lines, would result in a soulless and logical depiction. Unappreciable to our sense of attractiveness. Combining both results in an organized, thought, picture of reality which still has enough color, emotion, to make life worth living. A pretty picture with structure equals a good/easy life. But something is missing, isn't it? That would be intent. A beautiful and logical picture becomes even better when it has a reason or a story. If intent lacks, then there is no reason for it to exist. It is the same for a human. Emotion and logic are means for survival. But intent is what gives survival a reason. Survival by itself is just dictated by emotion. But intent is the combination of both emotion and thought. It forms something more complex. It's far more specific. Why was this relevant to his telepathy? Because simply sending emotions without thoughts wouldn't result in telepathy. Sending thoughts without emotion was impossible given that cursed energy was linked to emotions. Sad face. End of yap. This shit sounds weird. Do I have to combine emotion and thought? Like, just send a feeling with a thought. Could he transmit intent? Time skip equals a few days later. He and his dad were in the forest like always. His dad had been really confused at his 5-year-old's stubbornness about training, and that had led him to train as well because he would not get outdone by a little kid. So now, here they were, mostly doing cardio in the forest. And for the record, the dad beat the kid in every foot race so far. After the foot races, he usually tried his telepathy again, and while it did become easier to send his feelings after every attempt, he had yet to reach a breakthrough on telepathy. Progress is progress. And progress happened on several fronts. He tried to remember what he knew from his past life in order to learn martial arts. But that wasn't exactly reliable. I really should find some school. Wonder what martial art would be best. Messily dabbling in the principles of several arts wasn't exactly an efficient way of training. Maybe I should just stick to cardio and strength training later on. Mahoraga isn't exactly a martial artist after all. He remembered Mahoraga to fight with pure strength and speed in the beginning of battle, only then adapting a good counter style. But as long as the wheel is stuck, he still couldn't move it. So learning how to fight was probably not a bad move. And maybe getting absolutely slammed by some expert would get that damn thing to turn. It was decided. He'd genuinely start looking for a school. He was in decent shape given his training, so there ought to some school which would take him. Chapter 10, The Wheel Loosens. This chapter is going to be written without the big space in between POV changes and time skips. I thought the space would be good in order to avoid having big blocks of writing, but someone mentioned it being annoying on laptop. I don't know if you guys read this on laptop or phone. So this chapter will have shorter space. Please tell me which one you prefer. I'll go back and change the other chapters if you prefer shorter space. Short reminder to give stones if you like it. It's a confidence and motivation booster. Not as good as reviews though. Chapter begins. POV, narration about 5-year-old Fumikage Tokoyami. The playground is not always a place of light. Such were the thoughts of Fumikage Tokoyami as he sat, brooding, at the edge of the sandbox. Indeed, such knowledge was his, since the dawn of his arrival to this tyrannical place of blinding light. Even as his classmates laughed and played, blind to the deeper truths of existence, Tokoyami remained vigilant. Ever watchful. Ever alone. And today, Shadow's herald hath been sent forward once more. An intimidating figure. A creature whose whiteness belied its dark origin and its silence weighted down upon the world. Fitting for such a being of the night, the creature was devoid of sight and hearing, forever basking in the stillness of the dark. Where eyes would have graced another, unmoving wings sprouted, as if attempting a grotesque imitation of an angel. A strange tail trailed from the back of its head, rigid, unmoving and undeniably dangerous. The ever-present grin on its face unchanging. To meet me. Tokoyami tensed. He felt his darkness stir within him, eager to clash. But he held it back. For he knew, a battle here would reduce the world to ruin. His eyes settled upon the approaching wheel. Should it ever complete its turn, he feared that the darkness within the creature would surely devour the last light of this war. Tokoyami. You're sitting on my shovel. A tiny hand smacked his shoulder. He turned, slowly, face serious. The wielder of the voice was a small boy with juice stains on his cheeks and an accusatory glare, pointing to a plastic blue shovel buried beneath Tokoyami's rear. Silence fell. The apocalypse, momentarily postponed. Tokoyami stood up, brushing sand from his pants. Forgive me. I was lost in the abyss. The boy blinked, unimpressed. You're weird. And with that, the child waddled off, reclaiming his shovel, entirely unaware of the cataclysm he had narrowly averted. Tokoyami returned his gaze to the approaching figure. The wheel remained there, unmoving. The darkness had not yet fallen. But it would. One day. Another kid approached. Tokoyami. You're a bird. Do you want to eat a worm? Tokoyami's gaze turned complicated at said statement. Indeed, 'tis the fate of the one who saves others from the darkness, to be spied and ridiculed by the masses. His gaze alternated between the small speaker and the slowly approaching creature. Perhaps the creature was simply misunderstood. Perhaps its quest in this world ravaged by fools was simply to find a comrade in order to purge this world of its foolishness. Tokoyami's tiny fists clenched, before relaxing. Perhaps, he murmured. Saving others does not always need to happen through battle. Tokoyami's resolve strengthened as his gaze returned to the creature known as Rikushindai. Perhaps I may save the world, change the creature's mind, not through battle, but through friendship. Tokoyami's gaze remained deceitfully calm as he watched the legions, Legos, of his comrades, playmates, annihilate each other. The sacrifice of battle, for the greater good. His own legions, Legos, had already been destroyed through a serendipitous backstab of someone he had once thought his ally. Now, because of Kazuma Sato's unexpected alliance with the armies of evil, his own had been scattered. But despite his loss, his calm mind understood the benefit of it. The armies of evil, incapable of coordination and loyalty, soon turned against each other, and that induced a war between all remaining legions, not a single one remaining unscathed. Thus, the common people, the princesses, were unaffected by the horrors of conflict. They were safe. For the armies exterminated each other down to the last man. A sigh of relief escaped Tokoyami as he stood up. Seeing his alliance suffering such a heart-wrenching betrayal was difficult. But his heart eased as he saw the figurines of princesses and commoners remaining safe. Soon, the teacher called for the children to clean up, but Tokoyami needed to find a crucial piece of information before assisting them. He approached the teacher. Fumikage. Do you need something? Tokoyami gave a solemn nod. Indeed. I want to know how to talk to the one known as Rikushindai. The teacher seemed a little surprised. He smiled. Oh. That is very kind of you, Fumikage. But speaking to him is a little bit difficult given his conditions. You'd need to learn an entirely new language. Tokoyami's expression scrunched up. A difficult endeavor, but... The smile on an All Might poster flashed before his eyes. A hero needs to go plus ultra. The teacher looked confused before understanding dawned in his eyes. Haha, very well. I'll talk to Haisuk about it. Haisuk. Not a name he recognized. This teacher seemed to have valuable connections. Nevertheless, he nodded and thanked the teacher, then headed to help his comrades clean up. His parents would soon pick him up. He could ask them as well. POV change, Rikushindai aka MAHORAGA. Kindergarten was over once more. Riku relished that fact because he had come to understand that it was boring as hell. He couldn't read any books due to none of them being in Braille, the kids were too stupid and he had no one to talk to. It was a waste of time for him. So he usually spent that time chilling or following the birdmen around. He trained his CE as well during the time, but only focused on widening his sensor abilities. Getting reprimanded by the teacher because he pushed an emotion onto someone with his quirk would be stupid. I wonder if they'd even notice that it was me. But well, he wasn't exactly very subtle when he shared his emotions. He usually didn't move and had to concentrate a lot, so unless the teacher was retarded, he'd probably notice. But no matter. He could simply train his telepathy with his dad. Speaking of dad, the two of them were currently heading home. They had found an official gym, but Riku had been refused entry because of his young age. Even in a world where people ran around with superpowers, they couldn't just accept a 5-year-old, which kind of made sense but remained frustrating. So, they simply conceded and headed home. They'd be going back to the forest this evening. Masaki POV. Weirdo is frustrated. It was clear as day. The kid had enough of cardio and wanted to get to strength training. Well, not only strength training. Pretty sure he also wants to learn how to fight. The little one was technically too young to start lifting heavy weights. It simply wasn't recommended for kids his age. But, this little freak had already started bodyweight exercises and did pretty damn well. His body was flexible, seemed inherently tougher than that of normal kids, but he clearly lacked reflexes and skill. But still, he's just 5. He was kind of relieved that the gym had refused him. While he did support the weirdo when it came to training, he thought it'd be better to wait a little. But the kid insisted. So they went and searched. And then got refused. But man, he really is frustrated. How did he know? Simple. He trained harder. Sprinted faster. Jogged faster. Did push-ups faster. And wore a scowl during every single one of these exercises. Even when his training ended, during his stretching. I might prefer that the weirdo does normal child activities like eating boogers and play with toys, but if the weirdo wants to train, then he'll get his training. He stood up and walked towards his son. The sun had already settled and the darkness of the night was creeping in. They should already be home at the time. He quickly sent his wife a message. Then took his son's hand. You want to take a detour? We can jog. I'm way too thoughtful. Tired from training even though I stopped earlier than him and still proposing to run. I deserve an award. The kid looked at him and Masaki made sure to hide his still wheezy breath. Yes, please. Damn, I kind of hoped he'd say no. All right then. Follow me. And so, training ensued with a light-paced jog. They soon found their way out of the forest and continued through the city. At least the weirdo is considerate enough to let me set the pace. Their jog continued for a while, until the kid suddenly stopped. Masaki stopped as well and soon found the reason for the weirdo's halt. A gym. An open garage on the opposite side of the road led way into what looked like a small rusty gym. His son tugged at his sleeve and pointed at the gym. He wants to check out that shady place. Calling it shady was an exaggeration. As they entered with slow steps, they soon saw its arrangements. A cage in the middle, with worn-out tatami mats. An empty place with light equipment, presumably for stretching or ground exercises. Another place with equipment for strength training. Benches with drinks next to them. Another thing Masaki noticed was the clientele. Let's just say they didn't look like the kind of people you'd see at Gold's gym. Gruff looking. Not evil, just not rich. Their expressions were intense though. Masaki remained rather calm. He'd be more nervous here if he was with his wife. She tended to freak out too easily and that would probably attract attention. The unwanted kind. But the weirdo. Despite his weird looks, he was a calm kid and wouldn't attract that much attention besides for his looks. Well, it might be a shady gym, but it's still just a gym. Let's just make sure it's not some illegal fighting ring. He and his son walked up to the small desk. A short-haired guy was immersed in a video, only looking up once they stood in front of him. Masaki grabbed his son and lifted him up. Hello, me and my son are looking for a gym. Mind if we take a look? The guy just stared at Riku with a weird gaze. That freak looks a bit young, don't he? Masaki just shrugged. Riku tilted his head, probably sensing some emotions again. Hey, he's the one who's interested. The guy just raised an eyebrow. We don't have teachers here, if he gets hurt, that's on him. Masaki grimaced a little. He should probably discuss this with his wife, but I'll just text her. I'm a responsible adult as well, nothing wrong with visiting haunted gyms with my son. And it wasn't as if he was throwing the kid into cage fights. He'd probably stick to normal training. Just to move around a little. Push-ups, bench press, and stuff. Normal monster kid activities. No problem. Kid's probably gonna figure out everything by himself anyway. The kid's gonna be shredded before his 10th birthday. The guy at the desk just shrugged. Suit yourself. Monthly's cheap. He breaks something, you pay for it. 2 subscriptions then. I might be an irresponsible dad, but I'm not dumb enough to let my 5-year-old train here by himself. The kid was quick to anger after all, especially when it came to food. What if he killed someone? Payment was done. Both he and his son entered the gym and took a look around. Man, this place really is a dump. The gym equipment looked recycled, in fact everything here did. Even the ceiling. His gaze turned towards his son, whose earlier gloominess had disappeared. One man's dump is another man's Disneyland, huh? Masaki sighed and then took out his phone. A quick message was sent. Masaki, be home late. Riku found a gym he likes. He watched as 3 dots appeared on his screen. Then stopped. Then reappeared. Disappeared again. Crap. He quickly pocketed his phone. Kana's anger was a problem for future him. Present him had nothing to with it. He quickly looked towards his son who had finished his inspection of the place and came back to his side. You like it? A dumb question. The kid looked like he'd shit rainbows. As expected, the answer came in the form of an enthusiastic nod. All right, but we won't train today. Let's come back tomorrow. The kid simply nodded. Despite the kid's unearthly stamina, he probably was tired as well. Next morning, POV, Riku. He woke up rather early. Unreasonably so. At 4 in the morning in fact. But it didn't surprise him. Mahoraga's body already didn't need much rest. He had already noticed that his need for sleep slowly lessened over the years. Nevertheless, he still forced himself to rest. One thing which he had learned in his first life was that you grow when you sleep. And he still had to grow a lot. Mahoraga as a midget was unacceptable after all. But today. It was Friday. And it was also the day after yesterday. The day his father had called tomorrow, just the day before. The day he'd finally be able to train for real. His father had told him that this gym was more of an evening gym, only opening in the later afternoon or early evening. The people who frequented it were the kind of people who tended to work until rather late, so it'd be rather empty if he went right at the start of opening hours. He still had half a day before it'd open. But he also had 3 hours until kindergarten. I'll just go a bit later, when there are more people, and I mean Dad, ask someone. The morning passed and Riku's search history was filled with different ways to formulate the same question. How to get buff as a 5-year-old. He was now at kindergarten, practicing his CE control in a distracted manner. Until someone approached him. Birdman. Since when does he even approach anyone? He turned around to meet him. Riku sensed as Birdman stopped in front of him, solemnly nodded before positioning himself next to him and crossing his arms as if overseeing the kindergarten. No way my friendship strategy worked. Wait, is he nervous? Nervosity wasn't exactly accurate. It was more like bashful with slight anticipation. It's directed at me. Did he prepare something? Now he was curious. Birdman was usually a lot more grounded. His cursed energy whipped around and focused on the Birdman. He doesn't seem to have anything. The Birdman's nervous feelings gradually rescinded. He then turned to Riku who turned to face him. Is he looking at my hands? He himself wasn't sure how he knew. Just like before, he could kind of tell what Tokoyami's emotions were focused on. Nervosity, anticipation, yearn. If I was stupid, I'd be thinking that he wants to hold hands. Good thing he wasn't. He was clever after all. Did he learn to say something in Braille? So, without further ado, Riku held out his hand. Birdman then proceeded to messily scribble signs on his hand. I-N. Toyagami. He learned to introduce himself. That was kind of sweet. Having a guy who learns Braille just to talk with you. Honestly heartwarming. I doubt he actually knows Braille though. Probably just learned how to introduce himself. So, Riku decided to simply scribble back something simple. As expected, Toyagami's emotions immediately changed to a mix of confusion, embarrassment, and weirdly enough, determination. But well, Riku certainly appreciated the effort. Today really is a good day. Small time skip. Back at home. She is not happy. Indeed. His mother had been rather angry yesterday, and she did not seem much happier today. Luckily for him, the anger was directed at his father. And luckily for his father, the man had an innate gift of twisting nonsensical information into something which seemed thoughtful. Almost even noble. Telling an convoluted tale about things such as danger preparedness in modern society, and not wanting to burden his very lovely wife with stress, he somehow spun the whole situation into an act of responsibility and love. That is seriously impressive. But in all seriousness, it hadn't been that bad of a place. Sure, the emotions of the clientele he had sensed were a little peculiar, nothing but unending rage, but he was sure it was just circumstantial. Didn't people always say that rage was a pre-workout? Maybe these guys simply took it a bit further. Finally, he was at the gym. A few people were present, their emotions not much different from before. His dad's skeptic gaze systematically scanned the equipment. Now, I should start with a light warm-up. But I already ran here, so maybe just a stretching. The insecurity of one's first time at a gym was indeed real. Nevertheless, the first day was just a tryout day. Asking for help would happen if he really didn't know anymore. Alright, let's see how this goes. Bench press first. Like every beginner. 20 kilograms, his father simply watched as the weight moved up and down rather easily. So he switched to 30 kilograms. His arms were crushed and so was his throat. He died before he could adapt. The end. Chapter 11, title cannot be empty. Sorry for the late release. Chapter start. 1 month has passed. Spring was nearing its end. The beautiful weather and comfortable breeze were slowly being replaced by the oppressive warmth of the summer. The time of sunburns. Of thirst. Of suffering. How can anyone like this? That was Masaki Shindai's thought as he chugged down another bottle of water. He always considered himself rather resistant to heat. His wife's quirk was steam skin after all. With a quirk like that, the temperature tended to be rather warm. Especially when she blushed. She literally steamed when that happened. Although the same thing happens when she gets too angry. But steam skin and probably even hellflame was nothing in the face of the cruel sun. It was only the end of May, yet the sun burned down like it was August. Wish I had an ice quirk. His eyes darted to his son. Or a son with an ice quirk. Perhaps sensing his father's dissatisfaction, the kid turned to him with a defiant expression. As if saying, "What's your problem now?" But Masaki had no reason to fear, for he knew, his PR was 60 kilograms. Your PR is only 40 kilograms, you got nothing on me you weirdo. It should perhaps be mentioned that Riku's body weight was around 40 kilograms himself. Masaki's was a little above 70 kilograms. Masaki raised his chin to meet his weirdo's stare with a smug look. He had not forgotten the incident where he had to save his son from being crushed by a mere 30 kilograms. It had been grounds for many favors, as nothing Riku did could ever pay back the debt of his life being saved. Still, for the weirdo to start benching 40 kilograms in a month is still pretty monstrous. Maybe he should encourage the weirdo to try 60 kilograms. Then Masaki could save him and stack up them favors. 50 kg should be enough. But better not risk it when it comes to this freak. 60 should be good though. Mutation quirks really weren't fair. The kid had a strength quirk, mental quirk and sensory combined. And his telepathy is getting better as well. Well, it wasn't telepathy as he imagined it. But the kid's emotions were more specific. He started sending things like confusion or even determination. And Masaki had started to know what they were directed at. He had once suggested skipping the gym, but the determination which Riku sent him with that weird ability of his was easily decipherable. More like stubbornness actually. While on the topic of gym, it'd be good to mention that they had been adopted. Some dude who looked like he ate bricks and shat stone had simply arrived out of nowhere, with a murderous expression and veins on places they shouldn't exist and had proceeded to press down on Riku's shoulders while he was benching. Then, the two of them had endured a lecture about shoulder injuries and while Masaki wanted to avoid the angry-looking old men, Riku had decided to latch onto him like a leech. He followed the old dude around like a duck and copied every exercise he saw. And the old dude. He saw it, approved it, and then interrupted his son to give advice mid-rep. The kid was squatting and the dude kicked his legs saying they too far apart. He did pull-ups and the dude just counted 0, 0, 0, 0, 1, 1, 1 for every rep he didn't approve of. Now, Masaki didn't have a problem with that. At least he wouldn't if it only concerned his son. The problem was, it didn't. Trying to complete a rep, and the old dude appeared, pressed down on the barbell saying that there was not enough range of motion while droplets of sweat landed on his face. The worst thing. It worked. It didn't always seem like the best thing to do, but the man was apparently the kind of person who said, if it hurts, it works. And it fucking hurt. Chest felt like exploding. Legs wobbled. Arms hung limp. He could actually feel different parts of his back. I better get big soon if I keep doing this shit. He and Riku were currently sitting on a bench in the gym. As expected of such a dump, the place didn't have an AC. So, surrounded by a bunch of sweaty poor-looking people who didn't seem to have any shame and simply stared at his son like trying to guess what race he was, they both sat on the bench and tried to avoid eye contact with the dudes who simply changed clothes in front of them. Makes me wonder how Riku perceives nakedness. He turned to his son who suddenly stood up. What's up with him? Riku threw his father a glance. He may not have any human features, but Masaki recognized that look as one filled with both pity and guilt. Then he walked off. Rather quickly. He headed towards the old dude, aka Jim Satan, who stood close to the squat rack. Why's he suddenly, oh no. The kid had sensory abilities. That meant he sensed something bad enough to head to the squat racks. Masaki barely had the time to look around when some middle-aged man plopped down to him. Why is he just in his underwear? Your kid's hardcore. Masaki gave an uncertain smile. Yeah. The man grunted. Comes here every day. He does. Lifts heavy for such a shrimp. Indeed. Pushes himself a lot. I don't know why. Why are you still talking to me? 'Cause he's got something to prove. You know, mutation quirk and all that. Maybe. Stop leaning closer. You his dad, right? Yeah. Masaki's expression was a mix of uncomfortable and confused. But staying true to the accurate stereotype, the middle-aged gym dude was incapable of reading social cues. Respect. Not everyone has the balls to raise a mutant. Plenty of mutants in this world. Mine's just a mutant among mutants. Thanks. It's not that difficult though. The middle-aged dude nodded knowingly. Bet he gets weird looks everywhere. True, but people mind their business beyond that. 'Cause he's still young. Maybe. I'll get back to training. He stood up and walked over to the lat pull-down machine. It was of course taken, but he could wait. The men followed him. It's gonna get worse in his teenage years. Don't you agree? Genzo. The middle-aged man suddenly addressed the one on the lat pull-down machine. The man on the pull-down machine responded. What were you talking about? The weird mutant kid. This brave fella here is his dad. Ah, you're right, Kenzo. Kid's gonna struggle. Fuck. And so, Masaki found himself incapable of escaping the nearly naked middle-aged gym dude and his friend. Deserved. That was Riku's thought as he watched two sweaty middle-aged dudes talk to his dad as if they knew each other since the dawn of time. Meanwhile, he was busy squatting, the old dude finally having approved of his form. It was a little difficult to understand what he wanted. He couldn't hear what the dude said, so he simply adjusted his form till he felt the dude's slight satisfaction. Ah. They at it again. A sensation he had repeatedly noticed since coming to this gym. Anger. Pain. And focus. It stemmed from the middle of the gym, where the cage stood. His squats paused, but the old dude didn't complain. He was staring at the cage as well. He re-racked the weight and simply sat down. Sensor abilities for the win. His CE simply extended towards the cage. He had no need to approach like the others did. A spar. A brutal one. Not deathmatch kind of brutal, but the feelings he felt from the fighters were a little intense for a simple spar. Now, Riku was very curious about fights. He had never been a violent person in his past life, and the only fights he had experienced had partaken in a drunk state and consisted of shoving until someone separated them. Not something he'd call a fight. Martial arts. He only knew them from videos. But he did have some friends who practiced martial arts. One thing he knew was that these martial artists had the ability to lock the fuck in. Literally an unshakable focus. One which reminded him of Yuji's stare against Hanami in that episode where To-Do coaches him. Right now. He felt it. The two guys who were sparring had absolutely no regard for anyone else. It was as if everyone was invisible. The emotion he had called anger wasn't an accurate description. It was more akin to aggressivity. Simply the will to hurt. To win. Maybe competitiveness. I wonder what's it like. He winced. The sheer pain which had just emanated from one of the fighters was staggering. But what was even more staggering was the fact that the guy just walked it off. Sheer adrenaline, huh? Adrenaline, in JJK, seemed to be a big factor in learning new abilities. I wonder if it would teach me. Dinner was calm. His wife had accepted the fate of having a gym freak as a son, and having a mute kid in general didn't add much noise to a household. There was a little bit of small talk between husband and wife, and it involved the gym a lot. Kana seemed rather curious about it, but her eyes twitched at some of the information she got out of him. Well, there's a reason for the lack of girls at this gym. Who would have thought that women wouldn't enjoy the company of sweaty half-naked middle-aged men? Speaking of liking sweaty middle-aged men. His eyes darted to the weirdo. The weirdo who had asked him to talk to the fighters the next time they'd be there. I don't think Kana needs to know about that. There's still a chance he'll be rejected after all. He'd tell her only if they accepted. Still, the weirdo really seemed obsessed with training and strength. I mean, he did tell me that he wanted to become a hero. Masaki found the idea pretty cool. Being able to claim to be the father of a hero was a flex after all. And if his ability gets big enough, he'll be able to sense the villain's emotions before they can act. That was honestly a crazy ability. And the size of his sensor aura was still growing after all. And pro heroes are paid pretty well. Well, the famous ones were. But sensor abilities were probably pretty sought after. He'd probably join a big agency. Well, it's a little early to think about that anyway. Wondering about his son's future before he even reached middle school was kind of pointless. Next day. POV Riku Shindai. This guy really is cool. Yeah, Birdman, aka Toyagami. The two of them were currently watching other kids play sand. Well, he was. Next to him, Toyagami was staring at a certain book. A book written in Braille, the same one he had used to learn it. As was easy to tell, the friendship between him and Toyagami was getting stronger and stronger. Toyagami tended to simply memorize how to tell him something and did just that. Things like, I like shadows, or, I will be hero. Another thing. He didn't seem to mind whenever Riku sent him emotions. Sure, he was startled at first, but as long as Riku didn't go overboard, he could practice it on him. Which went great, by the way. Toyagami seemed to already understand the simple things. He had even understood that Riku's displeasure was aimed against the other, dumb, kids. Yeah, this man is gonna be a bro. A simple man he could chill with in silence. Who shared his food from time to time. The grin on his face widened. He did used to have some close friends, but it somehow felt less genuine than with Birdman. His CE extended. An emotion was sent. Appreciation. Birdman turned his head and gave a wry smile. He then returned his attention to the book. Yeah, this guy is really fucking cool. You know what wasn't cool? Summer. Summer was not cool. And worse than summer? Training in a gym without AC in summer. Masaki felt like dying. How does the weirdo deal with this heat? They hadn't even started training. Simply their jog to the gym had him drenched. Now, they were in the gym. His son was changing, happily. He didn't even need to share his emotions for Masaki to know. He just behaved like a happy weirdo. Why? Because he had new pants. A weird hakama to be precise. The kid had specifically asked or rather begged for them. Like, genuinely begged. Was ready to wash the dishes for 2 weeks if he could get a few of these hakamas. So now, here he was wearing a hakama like he was some monk from the Heian era. While stubbornly refusing to wear a shirt. It has to be worn like that. So he said. But well, who'd complain about that in a gym like this? The weirdo had also asked about prayer beads but did not insist too much on them. Call me lazy, but it'll be his birthday present. It wasn't like 4 months anyway. The kid was already looking around for Gym Satan. Masaki grabbed his hand before he could run off. How about we do something chill today? Like arms. His son didn't even bother to answer. A wave of emotion washed over him. Disgust, betrayal, disappointment. I guess it's legs again today. The weirdo grinned. Then waddled over to the squat rack. A maniac who enjoys the feeling of destroying his legs. Masaki sighed again before following. His son usually didn't need a spot, but if he was squatting in ceremonial clothing, it'd be better for one to be there anyway. Training went on for a while. Then, once again, people stepped into the cage. His son immediately stopped his squats and headed closer to the cage. The fight ended. The middle-aged dude had spawned in out of nowhere and had clasped down on Masaki's shoulder with an iron grip. He looks interested. Masaki just nodded, resigned too. He's been asking me for a teacher too. Do you know someone who could teach him a thing or two? The middle-aged dude just looked him straight in the eye. Know someone? Of course I do. He's me. Oh. You know martial arts? Nah. But I can fight. I'm asking for a teacher, not for someone to beat up my son. The middle-aged dude, whose name Masaki remembered to be either Genzo or Kenzo, raised his hands. Hey! I know what you're thinking. But you're wrong. Your kid's a mutant. He got a tail on his head, has no eyes and no ears. Just some quirk which tells him where he's stepping. He can't just learn normal stuff. He's gotta figure it out himself. Is he saying that the weirdo needs to be beat down until he can fight back? Masaki was about to refuse the man, but just then, he froze. This was familiar. Someone had just growled. He turned around. There stood Riku. His usually rigid head-tail whipped through the air, making a stale sound. The grin on his face was wide. Masaki's ears rang. A wave of feelings washed over him. Genzo or Kenzo seemed to notice it as well as his grin widened. It was the first time that Riku's mental shareability was so clear. Sheer determination and stubbornness crashed down on him, and Masaki, in that moment, could swear that his brain, in a distorted manner, spelled out the next words out loud. Let's do it. Masaki's face turned white. Kana, she's gonna kill me. POV change, random ass dude. Two people were facing each other. Well, 1.5 people. One of the two fighters looked like a kid. An alien kid. Or rather an angel. Ah. He got it. The kid looked like if an angel and an alien had a baby. So, the kid's gonna fight that dude. His bro simply shrugged. Pretty sure the kid wants to. He's smiling like a damn villain. That the new kid? Who joined like a month ago? Yeah. I don't think he knows who he's fighting. What were the two called again? Genzo and Kenzo. His friend nodded. Genzo the cold-blooded and Kenzo the hot-blooded. There was a pause. Weren't they underground fighters before? Yeah. Chapter 12, not a chapter. This chapter is going to be a little info dump to my decisions and why they happened. Before I continue, I want to say that I'm thankful and surprised at the amount of readers I got. I'm pretty sure most of you are here because of the lack of MAHORAGA FFS, but I thank you nevertheless. This chapter is generally for the newer readers who want to know more before reading the story. I'm just leaving this as a chapter for a day or two and then I'll put it into the auxiliary or chapter 1. It's here now so that the old readers see this as well. Old, this FIC isn't even 2 weeks old. Now, there are many things people like to complain about, so I'll address them here. The first 3 chapters first. The first chapter is just a medical assessment. Basically an info as to what the reader can expect. That was the idea. I don't think much needs to be said about it. Then comes chapter 2 and 3. Frankly, even I got second-hand embarrassment when I reread it, but I'm gonna keep it. The idea was to have a trademark, something I'd use in my other fanfics. Because I want to write more, specifically about characters which aren't used that much in fanfiction. So those chapters were meant to show a being, which spends at times killing people and reincarnating them. It might not be a perfect attempt, but I don't think it was that bad. So yes, those chapters may be cringe or annoying, but you're reading fanfiction for God's sake. That's literally a reinvention of an already written story. Which is seen as cringe by others as well. Now, about the dots. Someone thought I do them for word count. Webnovel does not count dots as words. So no. I did them for spacing. And in the first 3 chapters, I thought it would be good to have them in order to get gap in order to avoid a block of writing. That was the idea. It probably failed given the amount of comments I got about it, so I'll shorten them a little this evening. Then, the big topic. Why did I nerf MAHORAGA? First aspect of nerfing him would be the fact that he is a kid right now. 5 years old. Why? Because I'm trying to write a story, not a one-shot. I could write a story about full-strength MAHORAGA who reincarnates and fucks everyone up, but I just don't want to. There is another story like that if you need it by another author. I think it's called MHA, I Am MAHORAGA. It's not my cup of tea and I haven't read all of it, but it's more focused on OP Mahora. So you might prefer it if that's what you like. Second nerf. MC is both blind and deaf. Is it a nerf? No. It's not. I don't know if we watch the same show or read the same manga, but MAHORAGA does not have eyes or ears. So he is effectively blind and, probably, deaf. How does he get around? With CE sensory most likely. I don't consider it a nerf. Third nerf, and the one which has people crashing out. I wanted to balance out MAHORAGA's adaptation. Right now, Chapter 11, he can't use the wheel yet, but I want to make things a little bit fairer. The nerf. Mahoraga has to understand in order to adapt. I think it's good, because it's pretty similar to canon. That doesn't mean he doesn't adapt at all if he does not understand. It just means that if he doesn't understand what he's hit with, and what the best way to adapt is, his adaptation will still happen, but just not as effectively. If he does not understand Shigaraki's decay, then he might adapt to have regeneration, but he won't get immunity to the quirk. So basically, the smarter he is, the better he adapts. It's also an excuse to go to UA. Full-strength Mahoraga has no reason to go to such a place. That way, the character remains strong, and can even reach the point of true Mahoraga later on. So he will improve. Another reason for the nerf? Because writing a one-sided fight is very boring. And full-strength Mahoraga wipes the floor with everyone in the beginning. Oh, but in the end MHA heroes and villains are super strong. Two things about that statement. 1. Full-strength Mahoraga won't even let the show go on to that point. I'm not gonna force the plot to go away, it doesn't make sense. I'd rather change the character a little. 2. Mahoraga/MC is going to become stronger as well throughout the series. He needs to discover everything. That's all. So this was it about the nerfs. Now, my mistakes while writing. There's a lot of them. I sometimes forget that you need eyes and ears for Google and YouTube, so I wrote a small mistake with him looking something up online. Someone pointed it out for me, I corrected it. I also had misconception about Mahoraga's adaptation. I thought there were things he couldn't adapt to. I was corrected. The mistake is either in Chapter 6, 7, or 8 I think. But it doesn't affect the story. There are surely more, but I can't write them all here. So this last part is to explain something about me. This entire path of writing fanfics was written because I wanted to write fanfics about things which people rarely write about. The reason you're probably here is because there is a lack of Mahoraga stories. So, this story is to fix the gap. My other FIC. One Piece X Overlord. They're next to no other fanfics, only like 3 and they are all discontinued. And I'm planning to keep going. Stories about characters which are rarely mentioned. Or scenarios which don't consist of OP characters, but rather support characters such as healers or strategy. Or kingdom building. For example, Elden Ring X One Piece. Weak MC with incantations. Becomes a support guy. Or the best character in all of Demon Slayer. Hentengu, Upper 4. I'd also like a Naruto FIC, but I have no ideas as of now. So yeah, just so you see. I want to avoid doing a copy of what everyone else does. Hope Thick clears things up. There will still be a chapter today. Comment. 43 comment. Vote. Chapter 13, The Wheel Turns. Author note, this is the first actual fight I have ever written/posted. It took several attempts. Masaki watched with furrowed brows as his son and the middle-aged dude entered the cage. The other middle-aged dude clamped a hand down on his shoulder. Don't worry, Kenzo will be the one fighting. He shouldn't go too hard on the kid. He's 5. Listen, I understand that you're worried for your son, but you need to understand. Masaki was not listening. He's 5. He is a mutant. He is fundamentally different from others and he's 5. Masaki closed into the entrance of the cage. Closely followed by Genzo. Needs to learn how to fight by himself. You can't expect the kid to do as others do. He considered himself a calm person. Level-headed. Rational. I shouldn't let my 5-year-old fight in a cage. He was also a rather easygoing person. He could quickly accept things as they were and easily get used to stuff. There was a problem with that. I got too used to having a son capable of making his own decisions. He had apparently forgotten that he was a father, not just a friend. Masaki stared at the cage. I don't think he even knows what a punch feels like. His stare was blank. I should just pull him out. He walked forwards. Riku was just a child after all. Wonder why Kenzo wants to fight the kid. You kidding? That kid's a freak. Look at him. He looks more quirk than human. Bet Kenzo sees potential and wants to. Masaki froze in mid-step. He looks more quirk than human. His gaze shifted towards 2 people, who were engrossed in their discussion. Then back towards the cage. He looks more quirk than human. I said that, didn't I? The kid had just been born at the time. I saw a quirk. And what about the time when the nurses explained his mutation? A living disability. A problem. He had acted out his role of a father because of his wife's love for the child. Acted. His breath hitched little. Had it not been sincere? It had. Later. Not at the start. But it didn't matter right now, right? I don't want him to get hurt. He shook his head, wanted to walk closer to the cage but simply remained rooted in place. A recent conversation replayed in his mind. Pushes himself a lot. I don't know why. 'Cause he's got something to prove. You know, mutation quirk and all that. He watched his son who stood inside the cage. How long was he just a weirdo? And then like a punch in the gut. How long could he read my feelings before I came to like him? It was in the past, wasn't it? He liked his son now, could he just move on? He always seemed happy. Why dig up the past? What a dirty-ass thought. His eyes remained fixed on his son who claimed he wanted to be a hero. Genzo. The middle-aged dude had rambled on in the meantime. Yeah. I need to give Riku a quick word of advice. Genzo shot him a look and then just shrugged and signed Kenzo to wait a little. Riku had noticed something. He wore a strange expression, walked over to the cage door and just held out his hand. I can't just give him some corny speech saying, I accept you, now. So Masaki instead gave the best advice he had. Aim for the balls, son. The kid just stared at him. It's a straight jab for you anyway. Riku's wings flapped a little and his tail twitched. He signed back. You are bad at this. The kid then grinned. Masaki's ears rang and a wave of amusement crashed down on him. My son is making fun of me. He probably sensed everything. That was probably a good thing. Kana is still going to kill me. POV change, Riku Shindai. An opportunity. He was excited. And nervous. This would be his first fight after all. His attention kept returning to his wheel. Maybe it'll finally move. That was his greatest power after all. It was fine if it didn't though. He had something else after all. CE reinforcement. He could control it and he liked to think he did it pretty well. But he had yet to actually use it in a fight. I wonder if I could land a black flash. He'd certainly try. His CE focused onto his opponent who stood rather relaxed. That's an understatement, that man is chilling. Well, he was facing a 5-year-old. Mahoraga or not, I'm getting my ass beaten. Unless I adapt. He raised his arms. All right. Arms up. Chin down. Feet apart. Elbows tight. This didn't quite feel right. He remembered professional fighters to look a lot more stable. Too bad. I don't know anything else. He waited. Hearing someone say start was a little difficult, so he simply watched until his opponent felt ready. He finally raised his arms in a relaxed stance. Hope he's not a grappler. Heard these are nasty. I'll be the first to move, huh? POV change, Kenzo. He had been rather curious ever since the freak had showed up at the gym. The kid had been going to the gym nearly every day and honestly did pretty well. Lifted heavy for his age, although not like someone with a strength quirk. But that wasn't what interested him. The kid's blind and deaf since birth, so why does he seem so aware? The kid walked around with confidence, even though people probably did a triple take upon seeing him. Furthermore, he had a sensory quirk. He sensed everything which people around him thought. I couldn't stand sensing everyone's feelings. Kid wanted to become a hero too. Every kid wants to. But he worked for it. Went to the gym and tried. Even though blind and deaf. I wouldn't have tried fighting if I was blind and deaf. He wondered if the kid could do it. Those hero students from UA were monsters after all. Not in appearance, but in strength and skill. Riku raised his arms. Boxing. But that form. Kid never learned how to fight. Well, he was just 5 after all. He raised his arms a little. Just for the kid to understand he could start. The kid ran forward. No point to take on an orthodox stance just to break out in a run. If I didn't know any better, I'd think he used anime to learn. A punch. Headed for his stomach. sidestepped. The kid's head tail immediately followed, lashing out like a whip but simply met his forearm. He can chain his attacks. Riku growled a little and closed in on him, pretty much entering his guard. Really? The balls. Blocked again. Riku grabbed onto him, lifted his leg and brought it down in a sideways stomp against his own. Oh. Do kids nowadays know how to break the shin? He simply moved it aside a little, then decided to push the kid back. He really is strange. 5 years old, no experience fighting, but knows how to break a leg. It was less about the technique and more about the knowledge. Did 5-year-olds even understand such concepts? My turn. Let's see his defense. A palm strike aimed at the head. Rather predictable. The kid dodged. Barely. He doesn't know footwork either. Another. The kid dodged with a full spin dodge. The tail lashed out and crashed against his arm. He's trying to 360 me. Bam. His other palm crashed against the kid's shoulder. Don't turn your back to someone in a fight. That could have been your head. Riku distanced himself a little. His expression seemed locked into a snarl as he probably thought about his next move. He didn't get much time as Kenzo immediately went after him. He sent out a punch. Not a strong one, but explosive. The kind of punch that sent your own guard into your face. Bam. Grar. Ha. The kid skidded back and a growl emanated from his throat. His guard buckled but resisted. Did the kid not use his full strength before? No. The sensation was weird. As if the kid's guard had gained a sudden boost. He sent another punch. The sensation was similar. A quirk. I thought his quirk was a sensor. The kid then cocked his fist back. He completely dropped his guard. Kenzo's knee immediately headed for the kid's torso. It packed enough strength knocked the kid back a few meters. Again. That weird sensation. This time on the kid's chest, who staggered back, but stubbornly kept his fist cocked back before throwing his punch. Kenzo closed his guard in order to block and prepared to go for a leg sweep, when... Bomb. Holy. The sound of that punch resonated through the gym like a thunderclap. His arms rattled. The impact had been felt to the bone and traveled up to his shoulders. What the hell is this? His opponent wore a grin again. His own expression was twisted in pain as he immediately created some distance. Feels like I'm fighting someone with a strengthening quirk. As if the kid suddenly pumped himself full of power. He allowed himself a quick glance at the small crowd. The few people who were watching were just casually doing so in between their workouts, with only Genzo and Masaki who seemed to watch. Why does Masaki look so surprised? His attention immediately returned to the kid whose grin shifted back into a look of concentration as he cocked his fist back. I'm not taking another one of these. The heavy punch flew past his ear as he dodged it and immediately sent out another palm strike. The kid dodged it and sent out another punch which was promptly blocked. I see. A strengthening quirk which works in small bursts. He probably still can't control it well. 2 palm strikes were sent towards the kid's face in quick succession. Riku hastily raised his guard but ended up eating both strikes. Then came a leg sweep. Riku was on the ground. POV change, Riku. It was worse than he expected. His face throbbed from those palm strikes and his head was ringing. He already got me. He wasn't in as much pain as he expected from a fight. He'd even say that there were plenty of daily life accidents which hurt more. That's right, he was holding back. A hot flame of embarrassment took over his body but dissipated soon after. I landed one, not a black flash but a simple CE reinforced punch. Controlling his CE was something he practiced quite a bit, but it became even more difficult to use when in a fight. Because of my emotions. Riku got back up and his attention fully shifted back to his opponent. He's stronger, faster, taller and more experienced than me. Beating him head-on is impossible right now. His reach is twice as much as mine and I'll get hit every time I'll reinforce. I need to surprise him and get an opening. Cursed energy flared up around his hands. Divergent fist. The wheel above him trembled. POV change, Kenzo. He watched as the kid remained on the ground for a moment before getting back up. Oh, he's locked in. The kid may not have eyes, but it was obvious. His attention was on him and him only. Riku then raised his guard again. Is he not using that power punch of his? But if the kid wanted to defend, then he'd defend. Kenzo rushed forward and sent out another palm strike. The kid's arm snapped back, but the worst of the impact was blocked. Strike after strike rained down, each one barely blocked by the kid. His strength simply wasn't enough to keep up as Kenzo pushed his defense to the limit. Kenzo sent another punch, this time stronger than the others, but Riku dodged it, nearly tripping over his own feet as he entered Kenzo's guard again and cocked his fist back. A power punch. But this one moved faster than the others, and Kenzo, seeing its faster speed, decided to block it. The punch met his forearm and the shock traveled up his arm. Strong, but not, GHHCH. A second impact slammed into his forearm. What? His eyes shot back to the kid, who was already winding up for another strike. Kenzo brought his arms up again, catching the blow, but... Bam. The hit pushed him back. Bam. Another shock followed, milliseconds later, breaking his stance and keeping him off balance. How many tricks does this kid have? The kid's fist cocked back again, but this time, he was too far away. Kenzo took a step back and snapped a kick into his stomach, sending him skidding across the mat. He rubbed his arms a little and was about to walk up to him, when he froze mid-step. The strange will floating above Riku's head trembled. Then, with a sound like ancient gears grinding through rust and pressure, it turned. POV change, Riku. Huh. It was hard to explain. He hadn't been thinking about the wheel. Not anymore. His focus had shifted entirely to the fight, to keeping up, to surviving, to landing a hit. He remembered thinking about his weaknesses. His lack of experience. The way he always froze when more than one attack came at him. The fear, that moment of hesitation that always flared up when he tried to go on the offensive. He had deemed it his biggest weakness during the fight. It was simply in the way of everything. He wanted to learn after all. He couldn't learn while being afraid. Then, like a limb which had regained its feeling, he had felt a sensation come to life on top of his head. Oh yeah. That wheel. He didn't think more about it, he only felt the desire, the need, and the wheel turned. The moment it completed its turn, the fog which fear had put on his mind was gone. He slowly stood up as his brain processed this, which was when it happened. A strange pulse flowed through his body and he felt a tingle invade every part of his body. The tingle soon changed to pain as he felt his bones crack and muscles tear. Yet, despite the pain which he knew that he should be falling over and crying about, he merely opened his mouth and let out a guttural growl. The process barely took 10 seconds, and Riku found himself unable to sense the ground once it completed. This is the same amount of CE I always use for the ground. He understood what happened mid-sentence. Did I grow? His CE adjusted and he soon noticed the emotional fluctuations of people in the gym. He also felt the reluctance of his opponent to continue the fight. Riku straightened up. If his CE sensory was correct then. I grew 30 centimeters in height. About 12 inch. He stood at 150 centimeters, 8 feet, now. Now was just the question. Is this permanent? What the fuck? Masaki had been impressed throughout the fight. Turns out his kid had a rather strong punch, one which probably surpassed that of some adults. No, not his. His skill was not present as he simply seemed to do random movements and eat punches the rest of the time. Then, his worry came back. The guy, Kenzo, had started out lightly in the beginning, but then started hitting harder and harder the longer it went on. To the point that his son was sent skidding back on several occasions. And now? What the fuck? Then his son decided to grow up. Quite literally. He now stood at the size of a young teen, at 5 years old. Is it because of the wheel? Probably, but wait, what does that matter? How the hell am I explaining to Kana that our son grew up? Yeah, Kana, I allowed Riku to get his ass beaten in a cage and he decided he had enough of being a kid. What the fuck is even his quirk? Censor my ass. The doctors in this day and society really sucked. Chapter end. Chapter 14, The Circle Has Turned. Davi Mello forbade me from saying wheel. POV, Kenzo. He didn't really want to fight anymore. Not out of fear, he'd refer to it as caution. The kid had a bad physical mutation, a sensory quirk, and now, this. These mutants really are busted. Riku had not just grown in size. He had grown bigger. More muscular. Not absolutely shredded, but just enough to know when someone works out. Just that he didn't work out for it. Only thing that happened was that wheel which turned. His arms and hands are big enough to block my strikes now. Another thing he noticed was that the kid grinned. The kind of grin which served as a premonition for an beating. Does he think he'll beat me just because of a little power-up? He didn't really understand the kid's quirk. He had always thought it was simply a sensory quirk. Then, during the fight, he had noticed the strange power in his punches along with his solid defense. He did not have much time to figure it out, and frankly, thinking about these kind of things was more for Genzo. Too bad for him. He's got my blood boiling. Literally. His chest throbbed, each beat hotter than the last, as if his heart was stoking a fire. He may be bigger but, he's still just a kid. Steam slipped from his mouth as he exhaled little, trying to keep his quirk form running wild. His body temperature rescinded. Ha. All right. His gaze shifted over to Genzo, whose gaze carried a clear message. Does he really think I'll use my quirk on a 5-year-old? A little bit irritated, he turned his attention back to the kid who was clearly keen on continuing the fight. He had a stance similar to that of a grappler and a shit-eating grin. God. He seemed to think he could win. This is annoying. His quirk was more than ready but he couldn't use it on the kid. Like the urge to scratch but you know it won't get away if you do. Looks like we'll keep going for a bit. He raised his stance. Riku, now tall enough to reach his chin, immediately dashed forward and threw his fist towards Kenzo's face. His eyes widened at the speed and instinct took over. The punch was promptly dodged and he sent out a knee to meet the kid's stomach, which was in turn intercepted by Riku's forearm. He improved in strength and speed, but he did not have time to finish the thought. A wild flurry of hits ensued, sent out by Riku, who had fully stopped hesitating when it came to offense. While he dodged and blocked most, some managed to pierce his defense. Shit. His arms and chest felt as if they were filled with fire where Riku had hit him. The heat propagated through his body. My quirk. The next jab he sent out, for him, felt like every other he threw before. A simple jab meant to pressure an opponent. But for Riku, the punch moved like lightning. It only glanced off his forearm, but the impact sent him tumbling across the mat. He rolled to a stop and froze, clearly stunned by the sudden spike in force. He hadn't expected that. Kenzo didn't press. He held his stance, but didn't follow up. He felt it now, stronger than before. His chest throbbed as a steady pressure built up in his veins and arteries. His heart thumped harder with every beat as the temperature rose even more. We should stop here. Steam emanated from his shoulders as his sweat hissed and evaporated under the heat of his blood. His thoughts began to fog, and while his vision did not tunnel, everything in the cage seemed much closer. He'll get hurt. POV, Riku. He did not have any time to react. His opponent had been standing out of his range after Riku's attacks for a moment. The next moment, Kenzo had simply appeared closer and his fist had crashed into Riku's guard. The punch had sent him flying, and although he immediately regained his bearings, he clearly felt the painful throb where the fist had met his arm. It's warm. Like being hit with a bottle of boiling water. His CE focused on his opponent and... Holy crap. He's heating up. Not just physically, but emotionally too. His entire emotional state felt like a pot at the edge of boiling over. Hesitation and restraint were the two dominating emotions, and like a lid, they barely kept in check the sheer adrenaline, instinct, and aggression. Should we stop? He didn't say that out of fear, but rather consideration. Kenzo felt like he was about to lose it. While Riku could clearly feel the sheer aggression pouring out of him, he also sensed the pain which his quirk seemed to inflict upon his body. At the same time, he clearly felt the wheel. Just a little more and he could make it turn again. This time consciously. He was short of skill. He couldn't read his opponent's movements, and he was so close to changing that. His perception would increase and so would his reaction speed. I don't think I have a say in that. The lid on his opponent's emotions had shrunk. They boiled over as hesitation and restraint nearly disappeared. Riku raised his guard in time. VLAM. He was sent crashing against the edge of the cage. He immediately rushed forward, shrugging off the searing pain in his arms, and sent out a punch, but... BAM, a fist crashed into his sides. The guy is barely holding back. He didn't believe that the match would keep going. Surely someone would intervene. His CE spread a little wider as he felt Masaki's worry and, strangely enough, did not feel much from Genzo. But he felt enough to know he was about to break up the match. Bam! Another fist crashed into his face. Kenzo had dodged Riku's tail, which had sneaked up on him from the side, and immediately retaliated. Genzo's intent was clearer now. He was about to end the match. Come on, I haven't adapted. The wheel on his head felt heavy, but he kept his attention on it as he poured in his efforts to make it move. He just knew this was the best time for him to adapt again. Bam! Another fist closed in on him, and Riku made no efforts to dodge, his CE simply pouring into defense. The fist met his face and another was already winding up. Thwop! An arm was wrapped around Kenzo as he was immediately pulled into a hold by Genzo, who appeared behind him. He was quiet, his gaze cold and his movement calculated. Kenzo's body steamed like a kettle at full boil. Genzo's presence, however, exhaled cold vapor which spilled from his shoulders and mouth. For a moment, steam and frost collided, swirling violently in the narrow space between them. Then, slowly, the steam began to thin, hissing away into the air as Kenzo's body temperature dropped under Genzo's grip. Kenzo's steam and Genzo's frosty vapor clashed for just a moment before the steam seemed to lessen as Kenzo's body temperature cooled. Genzo said something. Riku couldn't hear it, but he was distracted by something else anyway. I can barely sense him. Kenzo, as the fight progressed, had become like a beacon of wild emotions, impossible to miss. Genzo, however, was steadily disappearing as emotions dimmed. His presence was like a cloud of smoke which steadily became more pure, until indistinguishable from air. But Riku's attention immediately returned to the entire point of this match. No. The wheel. He focused on it. He pushed it. It was so close to turning. His head hurt as he focused CE and raw will into it, slowly forcing it to turn. Move. Click. Barely a turn. It moved a little and Riku felt a change. The first change was in his CE. The emotions were clearer and it simply seemed easier to sense. The other one. It was barely noticeable, but he thought the speed of his brain had increased. He noticed more details while sensing his surroundings, Kenzo's ragged breath, his dad's restless fidgeting. He also thought that Genzo's presence was clearer. That was barely a turn, but the grin on his face was wide despite his exhaustion. But a breakthrough nevertheless. POV, Kenzo. Bam. His fist into the kid's face whose head snapped back from the impact. A solid hit. He winded up for another when. Cold. He sensed a familiar presence behind him. Freezing arms wrapped around him and he felt his arm which was about to make contact with the kid's face be pulled into an arm lock. Instinct prevailed and his body immediately released a burst of steam which found itself countered by icy vapor. That's enough. Genzo's tone was cold and his grip iron tight. Kenzo's first instinct was to thrash, but the searing heat he felt rescinded. Shame was the first thing he felt as his eyes fell on the kid who was sitting against the edge of the cage. Sorry. He didn't know what else to say, he wasn't even sure who the apology was addressed to. Probably the kid. Or maybe even Masaki and Genzo. Genzo let go. He was about to check on the kid, when. Click. The wheel turned again. Not a lot, but it did nevertheless. And the kid, who had just received the first beating of his life, broke out in an exhausted grin. Huh, X3. POV, Masaki. Genzo, stop the damn fight. He would have done it himself, but there wasn't much he could do. Genzo moved in rather quickly and Kenzo was immediately subdued, which Masaki would have marveled at, if it wasn't for his son laying on the edge of the cage. He quickly rushed in and was about to head past Genzo and the apparently rabid dog which was Kenzo when. Click. The weird wheel turned again. Then, Riku grinned as if he received the greatest birthday present of his life. Huh. Did he hurt his head? Probably, given the pounding he received. The kid stood up. He was a bit shaky, but he stood. Held out his closed fist. And a thumb suddenly emerged from it and pointed upwards. What the hell? Is he saying he's okay? It then hit him. His entire tirade earlier about him calling his son a weirdo was dumb. That's right. He may be my son, but he's also a weirdo. I forgot these things aren't mutually exclusive. His son who trained when he had nothing to do. His son who not only trained, but seemingly enjoyed training legs. His son who had agreed to a beating with a smile on his face. That's right, Riku was a masochist. Nevertheless, Genzo still sat the kid down and held his hand against the kid's bruises. He apparently had some kind of ice quirk, while Kenzo aka Rabid Dog had a fire quirk. TCH. He shot Kenzo a disdainful look. Despite the guy's repeated apologies for what had happened and his kid's easy forgiveness, Masaki couldn't bring himself to forgive the guy. He did not get how his son, who had been pounded repeatedly, simply sent out emotions of fun and excitement in response. The only possible answer he had was a possibility he rather denied. Listen, Masaki, I really am sorry. Yeah. I get it. It's your quirk. Kenzo must have apologized at least 4 times now. And Masaki would gladly have him apologize 4 times more. This kind of stunt easily warranted 8 apologies. Probably more if his son wasn't such a weirdo. Kenzo rubbed his neck. His eyes shifted over to Riku, clearly confused why the kid seemed so ecstatic. These two 44-year-olds are too old to understand the concept of masochism. He was still young, 32, so he knew. But no need to embarrass the kid by explaining. Riku was currently sitting on a bench and chilling. There had been a small crowd watching the fight at a certain point, but they soon dispersed again. Masaki was about to ask him about the weird-ass wheel, when Riku suddenly jolted. The wheel slowly turned back. Not much, but Riku slowly shrunk along with the wheel, and so did the muscles he had acquired. Nevertheless, he was still 1.30 m, 4.2. About 10 centimeters bigger than his original size. The 3 adults stared at the freak who wore a strange expression before breaking out into a loud howl. R-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-A-G-H. Masaki, a professional interpret when it came to understanding his son, quickly translated for Genzo and Kenzo. He's pissed. Soon, Masaki and Riku found themselves on the way home. Kenzo had managed to fill the quota of apologies for the whole situation. Genzo had acted as a doctor with and seemed to have a weird personality shift, and the old brick-eating and stone-shitting dude had walked over to criticize Riku's moves. Then proceeded to speak about how he would have done it better, of course. Masaki and his son soon escaped and found themselves walking home. He finally took his son's hand and asked the question. What the hell was that? Riku sent him confusion. Masaki's brow twitched. Why did you grow and get all buff? How? Riku simply pointed at the wheel floating above his head. Oh, because of a wheel. Makes sense. It didn't. Do you really not know? Riku shrugged before signing back. I think I can adapt to things. Talk about vague. Masaki simply nodded. He wasn't about to pry. Nevertheless, he didn't let go of his son's hand as they headed home. What the hell happened? I'm dead. POV, Riku. This entire situation was technically his fault. He watched as Masaki tried to talk his way out of it. It should be mentioned that he was currently laying in bed, his mother treating him as if he was about to die. It should also be mentioned that the entire situation, which was his fault, had been blamed onto Masaki. And no, not because of him. His mother did so. Some people might think it unfair, but the thing is, she wasn't angry because Masaki didn't stop the fight. No. She was angry that the fight even started. And that was entirely on Masaki. He brought him to the gym. He didn't stop Genzo and Kenzo. And he didn't stop his 5-year-old son from entering a cage to fight an adult. So now, he was on trial. Responding to accusations and doing his best to defend himself. His mother was standing behind the kitchen counter, cutting an apple into pieces and making pancakes. And no, these weren't for Masaki. They're for me. He had not been yelled at, not reprimanded, and not criticized. Just checked for injuries and put into the bed. Which was nice, although he was a bit sorry for his dad. So he aligned his part of the story with that of his dad's in order for him to justify himself. The reason he did so was partly out of kindness, and also because this entire situation was technically his fault. Soon, after a flurry of question, Mother's rage was soothed and his dad's only confirmed fault laid with the fact that he allowed the fight to start. Even though Riku wanted to. This has to be the best day of my life. His excitement resurfaced. He had managed to turn the wheel. The way his fear disappeared. The way his body and muscles grew. The way the world seemed to slow. It was an intoxicating feeling. A feeling he wanted to experience again. And the best thing about it? I'm the one who made it move. It wasn't an automatic feature. The wheel was his. he controlled it. All I have to do is train it and learn. Earlier, when his adaptation rescinded, he had kept small aspects of what he had gained. He was taller. He was faster. His fear was likely still there, but he felt more confident in overcoming it. His thoughts, he couldn't really feel much of a difference, but they were probably faster or more efficient as well. And reading people's emotions was easy as well. I'll get permanently stronger each time I adapt. This was his ticket to power. Not an easy way, but it definitely still qualified as a cheat code. Do I even have a ceiling? Would there be a point at which adapting would become impossible? When there's nothing to adapt to anymore? An outlandish statement. But once he'd figure out the full application of the wheel, then I'll become the strongest. Chapter 15, The Disc Did, Kind of, Turn. In case you did not notice, I have a bad naming sense. Author note, this chapter focuses a lot on abilities and how they work. A lot of yap, but I absolutely love these concepts. So tell me what you think. There will be an explanation for the big yap in the author note at the end of the chapter. Feel free to discuss or argue though. POV, Fumikage Tokoyami. Kindergarten. 'Twas a realm bathed in relentless brilliance, a light so fierce it threatened to erase the very shadows beneath it. But how could a place's light exist without its shadows? Such were the solemn thoughts of the steadfast guardian of darkness. For light, though often praised as comfort and salvation, is not always kind. Young Fumikage Tokoyami blinked against the sun's harsh glare, his dark eyes nearly scorched by its brilliance. Indeed, it is the light that gives us shelter from the abyss, but also the darkness that shields us from the cruel sun. He sprinted across the playground, the heat pressing down like a merciless ruler, until he found refuge beneath a small tent set up at the far edge. A gentle voice broke through the heat. Tokoyami? Are you thirsty? We have grape juice, apple juice, and orange juice. An impossible choice. He liked them all. But orange juice only made him thirstier. So no. Apple juice, please. Sip, ah. He returned the glass with a quiet nod. Where was he? Ah, yes. The light. For even the noblest creatures of the day cannot stand eternal brightness. Tokoyami's dark gaze sharpened as it settled on his comrades, who seemed happily lost in the sun's burning warmth. In the end, even they shall return to the comforting shroud of oblivion. They all wait for the night, the quiet shelter beneath its. His frown deepened. Damn. The words slipped away. Something has distracted me. His eyes scanned the playground, alert for any sign of villainy among his friends. Past the girl trying to put her leg behind her head, past the boy poking sticks in his nose, his gaze found him. He must have felt it too, the disturbance. His eyes locked on the tall figure of Rikushindai. The brightest, yet darkest creature of them all. His whisper didn't attract anyone's attention, except the teacher behind him, who smiled softly. Ack. Awkward. Still, he needed one more thing. An orange juice, please. For my comrade. The teacher nodded. Tokoyami was about to shuffle over to Riku. The sun, it's hot. His eyes narrowed. The phantom of the abyss would never stop in the face of hardship. Nevertheless, I'll have to hurry. So he ran. Glass in hand. In the span of mere moments, the hero of darkness arrived at his comrade's location beneath a tree. He was panting after his display, yet proudly presented the creature of shadows and more empty than full glass of orange juice. He ignored the sticky feeling on his hand. His comrade acknowledged his timely arrival with a grunt and movement of the tail. Here. Riku took the orange juice. Appreciation. Such was the feeling he received in his head, and Tokoyami soon made himself comfortable in the shadow of the tree. His gaze was thoughtful as he mulled over his dark comrade's existence. Rikushindai. His friend, whose appearance belied his personality. His physical traits, which terrified the daylight dwellers, led to isolation. 'Tis a fate unjust. That was his truest opinion. But even I have fallen victim to it. His appearance hath brought me to rash and witless conclusions. Regret gnawed at him. Which was immediately replaced by determination. For withering away in the fields of regret I shall not. I, Fumikage Tokoyami, vow to never repeat such a mistake. Next to him, his friend tilted his head. Then simply shrugged and proceeded to drink the juice in one go. Tokoyami solemnly shook his head, feathers rustling faintly. He had realized his mistake weeks ago, and had then did his best to apologize about it to his friend, but the reaction he had gotten was no more than a shrug. As if saying, "It happens." A resolve fit for a warrior of the night. Indeed, it was. Shamed and judged for his appearance, yet stalwart on his goal of becoming a hero. To carry himself onwards with pride. But despite that, Tokoyami knew. Through meticulous investigation, he knew it was a plea for acceptance. Note, it's not. Extra note, his mom told him it was. Even in the dark, one seeks another. So how could he, the knight's blade, ignore the call of his fellow? His tiny hand balled into a fist. "I have heard thy call, my darkest comrade." He placed his hand onto his friend's shoulder and gave him a solemn look. "And I have answered." POV, Riku. What the hell is he thinking now? Spending time with Toyagami, or rather, Tokoyami, was always rather cool. The guy was usually rather calm and seemed to try to suppress his emotions, mostly due to his quirk being rather volatile. In the beginning, Riku had deemed his newfound friend as really mature for his age. Which, he kind of was. He didn't stress over much, handled responsibilities better than most kids, and acted like he was carrying some deep, noble purpose. He was also a Chinibu. Yes, that kind. The kind who covered one eye during long, dramatic monologues. Who narrowed his eyes suspiciously at passing butterflies and seemed on guard even when there was absolutely nothing. And it took Riku way too long to notice. In fact, the only clue he had were the occasional movements, and the emotions. Like right now. First, curiosity, then slight outrage, followed by a wave of shame and then finally blazing determination. Just a beat later came admiration and pity. Or compassion. Hard to tell it apart sometimes. But all of these emotions appeared in the span of a few seconds. Another episode, why'd he place his hand on my shoulder? The point was that his friend had a pretty bad case of Chunibu, which Riku did not have a problem with. A little bit of Chuni made the world more fun. More imaginative. And honestly, who's to say that Tokoyami's delusion even were delusions? This world had quirks. What was imagination in his past life was a reality here. Whatever the hell Tokoyami's mind cooked up, was actually quite possible underneath the guise of everyone's different abilities. And both he and his friend were actually proof of that. His birdie friend happened to have a dark shadow who he could control. The incarnation of the night, which was probably a first-place holder in a Chuni's delusion. That shit was real. And the warnings he gave about his quirk's potential rampage should he ever lose control. It sounded like some goofy and dramatic delusion, but there happened to be a rule in anime. Never underestimate the weird ones. If a guy looks goofy, keep him goofy. The moment he turns serious, you're screwed. That's how entire battles flipped. That's how major villains got bodied. How many times had things turned because some weirdo was secretly broken? So yeah. In the words of a certain wise man, when you base your expectations only on what you see, you blind yourself to the possibilities of a new reality. And I'm not about to blind myself, huh? Well. Not that he could. Bit late for that, wasn't it? Being blind and deaf changed the way he thought a lot. He couldn't even say, "I listen to reason," anymore. Honestly, really weird. Whatever. Tokoyami also applied his Chuni delusions to him. He liked to scribble prophetic warnings about the wheel on Riku's palm. Something about how it would unleash his dormant darkness the day it turned. Well, the wheel got a fucking downgrade. Because when it did turn, his darkness was no more than a 10 centimeters growth spurt. In addition to that, his mother had not wanted that he and his dad return to the gym, so there had not been any change for him in the last few days. Nevertheless, this only barred his training for a short while. It was just the mother fussing over her kid's non-existent injuries. Nevertheless, he had theorized about his wheel for a bit and came to a few conclusions. Ramble start. It happened to be nowhere close to the crazy adaptations MAHORAGA was capable of. At the same time, his youth was probably a reason for that. Just like every quirk, the will needed to be trained and honed in order to make effective use of it. Although barely noticeably, Riku thought the wheel seemed to slowly and continuously spin. Maybe a passive adaptation. Nevertheless, he was pretty sure he'd need to train for it to get effective. The same thing applied to his cursed energy. That was something he had come to notice during his spar against Kenzo, but focusing his CE on sensory and reinforcement at the same time was difficult. He had gotten used to emitting a continuous flow of CE into his surroundings, basically creating an aura of CE which he used to replace his senses. In JJK, there was CE reserve which spoke for itself. Storage tank. CE output, which was basically the amount of CE you could use at once. Hose. And CE control, which was how precisely one could manipulate it. With high mastery, you could essentially recycle it, making it so that you do not lose much CE. Aim. It was basically the water tank, the hose, and the aim. Creating an aura of CE without wasting it was something he had trained with the moment he had gained CE. Riku couldn't compare himself to other sorcerers to be sure, but he thought his output was pretty decent. And given his control, he could maintain the aura of CE without going blind while doing anything. His reserves? He didn't know. He did feel like his reserves were emptying at the beginning, when he only started experimenting with his CE, but ever since pretty much mastering his CE aura, he had not expended all of his reserves. But while maintaining his CE aura was rather simple now, doing so and reinforcing his limbs at the same time split his focus and made him waste CE. Focusing on how the energy flows through the body and how the enemy moves through his aura was something he could not do yet. Not to mention the fact that it had been his first fight. Manipulating CE while stressed/emotional wasn't easy, and the multitude of disabilities he carried did not help. Constantly paying attention as to not take too much CE from his CE aura, as to avoid ending up even more blind, was really cumbersome. Sad face ramble end. I just need more training. His tail twitched as his head turned to Tokoyami. The training he needed applied to his telepathy as well. He had only managed it once, when at the gym, but not another time. At least not as strong as it was back then. I wish I could hit a black flash, it's supposed to get you in the zone. As far as he understood, it was the perfect coordination of CE reinforcement and a hit. A hit which when landed, simply jolted the user into a heightened mental state, basically giving a boost to CE output, control, and focus. And he wanted to experience that boost. Badly. Nevertheless, he was not about pommel his bird friend just for that. Kenzo and Genzo would be punching bags enough. The day ended soon enough, and as it had become ritual for the two friends, Riku attempted to send something akin to goodbye to Tokoyami. It ended with a failure, but Tokoyami got the message nevertheless. His mom was the one bringing him home this time, and it accompanied by an onslaught of questions about his little friend, which he dutifully answered. I guess she didn't want her son to end up with 0 friends. Maybe you and your friend could play outside sometime. Hearing stuff like this is weird at my age. Well, not hearing. Brailing. God damn it, is there a word for this shit? But while Birdman was cool, inviting him home sounded awkward. Especially given the fact that there wasn't much to do. Nah. Maybe just chill at a playground. It was indeed one of his favorite activities. Climbing towards the highest spot and roaring like the world was yours was amazing. Even more fun now when doing so as a kid. People still gave strange looks, but they were easier to shrug off. Yeah, I'll invite him to a playground once I figure out telepathy. Ramble 2. He honestly thought he was close. He probably just needed one more push to figure it out. His goal was to have the listener's brain speak out the message Riku would send. His father had experienced it the day of the fight, and he just needed to somehow replicate that. He needed to somehow turn his CE into something which the brain would interpret as sound. How did he manage that before? Was it passion? Excitement? He remembered that message being pushed through his CE, which practically formed a tunnel for his message to be pushed through. But it had happened nearly by instinct, and rather quickly so. Wait. Quickly? Did it have to do with speed? How fast does sound travel? He and his mother were already in front of the apartment. He held back his excitement as they climbed up the stairs. The moment they were inside, he stopped his mother and asked her to look it up. Mom. Can you look up how fast sound travels? His mother's confusion rose. Sure, my angel. But why do you want to know? It's for my telepathy. His mother's confusion remained, but she soon took out her phone and typed away. He soon received an answer. Around 343 meters per second. Crap, that's pretty fast. Can I try telepathy on you, Mom? Consent is important. He received affirmation in the form of a nod and then just took a big step back. All right, so I form a tunnel and push my intent. Let's try to say, I want food. He began as he usually did, simply forming a pathway and pushing his intent. Just see intent as the structurization of emotion. Basically combining logic and emotion. This was what he usually did, but it resulted in only emotion being felt, and while the logic/thought was not lost, it simply didn't properly land. Dad mentioned that his ears rang. Maybe that's the logic/thought not being interpreted. Like a residual. An after effect. So now, if I speed it up. Same process. Just a lot faster. He also lost a little bit of control. Didn't work. Not fast enough. Or lack of control. He took a step closer and took his mom's hand. Was it different? She lightly shook her head. Not really. You wanted something twice. The second time was just briefer and weaker. What the hell? It got worse. His mom seemed to notice his confusion and added. Although more comfortable. Now, he was confused. He thanked his mom and went to sit down in order to overthink it a little. I usually push the intent as precisely as I can and shove it into the recipient's brain. Intent is like a package of emotion plus thought/logic. Emotion usually lands, but thought disappears. It probably becomes the cause for ear ringing. I thought maybe higher speed makes it clearer, but it became less clear. But more comfortable. More quiet. What's missing? He still sat at the table when his dad came home. The short talk which ensued between his parents most likely consisted of his dad asking what the hell Riku's problem was now, but that didn't matter. He walked over to his parents and simply asked them to describe the feeling of his failed telepathy. His dad first. The first thing is like a very weak nausea, followed by ear ringing. His mom after. It also just isn't comfortable. Like a headache. As if someone shoves something into your head. Probably because that's exactly what I'm doing. He shook his head in frustration as he thought. The properties of sound mostly were speed and vibration. Oh. Sound carried vibration. Yet, he had been focused on delivering it without paying attention to that factor. Another attempt. This time less controlled. CE extended, forming a stream instead of a tunnel. No blocking the vibration anymore. A flow of cursed energy reached towards his mom, but once more, she simply shook her head. It should naturally vibrate, right? Or do I have forced my CE into a vibration? Or is it speed? Did speed regulate vibration? Like frequency? Let's go again. I want food. He focused. A loose stream of CE which pulled his intent. No. I shouldn't pull. It has to be fast. It needs to be thrown or shot. He tried again. This time, a larger tunnel was formed and cursed energy compressed behind his intent. It snapped forward like a slingshot and, intent, reached its recipient in less than a second. Given the crude method, it had obviously been aimed at the dad, who simply blinked and rubbed his ear. His dad took his hand. There was a noise. Static. Hell yeah. Vibration and speed. Speed regulates frequency of vibration. Vibration is the thought which gets interpreted by the brain. Cursed energy emulates those things. It was finally coming together. Chapter 16, Apologies. I'm sorry, but university has me swamped. I've already always struggled in school, and I'm trying to make up to it by studying longer after classes in university. That means coming home at 8 at night, and usually starting between 8 and 12 in the morning. I also noticed that I'm getting older and my work resume is still way too empty, so I've been looking for a student job to get that resume a bit fatter. I'm currently stressing hard about my future, and that does take precedence over writing. Unless I find a hot girl with millions in her pockets who wants to baby me for the rest of my life. Twink or muscle dude works as well at this point. Damn. So yeah, I'm already halfway through the next chap, working on my other FIC's next chapter as well. Skeleton's Wish. I'll try to release this afternoon. But yeah, my writing is going to slow down a lot. It's horrible, I have way too many ideas. Recently thought of a Kenjaku, Imgeto's body, in Bleach. But yeah, just so you understand. Comment. 17 comment. Vote. Chapter 17, Chappie the Chap. Haven't written in a while, university, so quick reminder. Last chapter ended about Riku trying to figure out telepathy. Short chap explanation at end. POV, Tokoyami. Rays of sunshine shone down upon the city and a calm atmosphere had settled, as was fitting for a summer day. It was a late afternoon, joy and laughter tainted the playground. A cacophony of ignorant bliss. Surely, nothing could go wrong on such a perfect day. So they think. What a foolish thought. I can feel the world's darkness writhing, creeping towards the surface, doing so beneath the deceitful safety of the sun. Indeed. A rather recent realization which the dark blade of oblivion had faced. The sun does not banish the darkness, it merely hides it. 'Twas a terrifying realization, one which the vast majority of people would never come to know. A truth I alone should bear, for the sake of everyone else. He had learned of that truth while on a perilous expedition, late at night. He had informed his father of the darkness which emerged at night and requested, begged, to go fight it. And so ensued a patrol, evening stroll, through the streets in which shadows whispered and villains plotted. Each alley a nest of evil, each passerby either a future victim, or a perpetrator. But, he would not act without proof. So he kept up his watch, carefully analyzing each and every one, his vigilance the only shield for the innocent. And then, he, and his dad, arrived at the plaza. A place in which lights shone bright, seemingly mirroring its entire atmosphere. The plaza was filled with people in restaurants and bars, talking and laughing. Tokoyami had been on high alert on their way to it, as they walked through mostly empty streets. But upon his arrival at the lively plaza, he had lowered his guard. The mere presence of the light was enough to extinguish all suspicion. He had only noticed it while on his, and his dad's, way back to his home. The entire time during his stay at the plaza, his guard had been down, his vigilance all but present. He could have been walking past a villain, and remain unaware for the rest of his life. A humbling thought. A thought he wanted to explain to his comrade, who at the same time, tried to convey something to him as well. Tokoyami and Riku were currently sitting at their favorite spot. Hidden from the cruel sun beneath a tree, the two of them sat, facing each other with serious expressions as they had been doing for the last 30 minutes. My friend, I bear an urgent message but, your progress comes first. Another wave of emotion crashed down upon Tokoyami as his comrade in shadow made yet another attempt at communication. The attempt seemed to end in failure as headache and ear-ringing accompanied it, but Tokoyami would bear it. But, the same could not be said for his comrade. If Riku's emotions had been controlled at the beginning, Tokoyami was starting to feel his comrade's frustration after each failed attempt. The strange static which reverberated through his head at the beginning had now disappeared. Yet, Riku kept trying, seemingly stubborn about improving said aspect of his quirk. And all that, for the sake of becoming a hero. It was truly impressive. Dedication and preparation, to better save those in need. Soon, I will be ready to train as well. He couldn't train his quirk as of now. Not only was it too dangerous, but it required space and mental preparation in order to resist the darkness. Until that day, I shall temper my darkness, so that when my comrade calls, I may stand with him as a true hero. POV, Riku. God damn it. Another failure. It was frustrating. And that, in turn, made his results even worse as his cursed energy faltered. He had been sitting in front of Birdman, repeatedly attempting to develop upon his newest discovery. Sound travels at a certain speed, which in turn regulates its vibration. Now I need to find a way to get my CE to move the message at the speed of sound, 343 meters per second. And that was, as one could expect, not exactly easy. He had no way of measuring the speed at which he could move and control his CE, but he highly doubted to be able to do so at such an insane speed. Yet, it remained his only way to emulate the correct vibration for someone's brain to interpret it as a sentence. Like a slingshot, or a cannon. A stream is too slow, won't work. So, to solve the issue of his CE speed, he had managed to compress it and release it at a high speed which had created static if his dad was to be believed. That should be a good sign. Yet, according to his dad, the entire thing had also felt less invasive. More like a wave washing over him than crashing down on him. Now, the problem was this. How could he get the static to turn into something like Hanami speech? Did he need speed? Or should he actually vibrate his cursed energy the correct frequency? Or something else entirely? Amount maybe. He usually pushed his emotion plus thought as a bundle, maybe he should add a little more cursed energy. 2. Maybe strengthen the whole thing. Or would it weaken it? He didn't really understand the mechanics of cursed energy after all. Here we go. Tokoyami soon received the message, took his hand and brailed, static again. God damn it, I wish I had some kind of sensei for this. And so, time kept passing as Riku attempted to use different amount of CE with each message. A few hours later, POV, Masaki Shindai. It wasn't difficult to guess where he and his son were. A garage which reeked of sweaty naked men, where the noise did not consist of speech, but rather grunts and screams as barbells and weights hit the ground or the rack. A place where a bunch of middle-aged or old dudes flaunted their chesticles and those were around as visually appealing as an ancient slice of cheese laying in a bathroom. Masaki's gaze shifted over to his ever-grinning son who followed his elder's example by wearing nothing but that hakama. He's becoming like them. He and his son separated, each going through their own regimen. As much as he clowned on the place, he had to admit that he enjoyed the gym, especially the feeling of a pump surging through his muscles. His son seemed to try to go for lighter training, seemingly a warm-up, probably planning on asking Genzo and Kenzo for fight instruction, but ended up being joined by a certain nameless old man who had the veins in weird places. Light training was obviously impossible in such conditions, and his son's attempt at explaining the reason for his light training obviously weren't understood by the men who simply added more weights to Riku's formerly light regimen. And so, his little weirdo soon gave up and ended up going along with the old man whose disapproving gaze never changed. It was only a short while later, when Genzo explained that Riku wanted to learn how to fight, that he was finally freed from the old man's training. Hell no, I better get over there. He had learned his lesson. To summarize it, no letting Riku fight in a cage. Masaki wasn't going to stop the kid from learning how to fight, but he was at least gonna make sure that he learns how to throw and dodge a punch. Given his lack of fighting skills, he'd simply translate whatever Genzo and Kenzo said, so that Riku could follow instruction. He quickly joined them and was relieved to hear that they weren't planning on another cage fight. Well, they weren't planning anything, they had been waiting for him to come act as a translator. A short talk ensued, which soon led to a groundbreaking discovery. These two don't really know martial arts. Masaki was aware as they had mentioned that before, but he didn't really realize what that implied. These two learned how to fight, through real fights. He was currently conversing with people whose fights were probably illegal. That was a sobering thought. They might have learned while clobbering random people. Despite that, Masaki swallowed down his anxiety and simply did his job as a translator. It ended up being more of a lecture about the specifics which had been right or wrong during Kenzo and Riku's fight, but there was probably some helpful advice. Not that he'd know if there was. After that, the conversation died down a little and they simply stood in awkward silence, because teaching a blind kid how to fight is a ridiculous and difficult endeavor. And both dudes had absolutely no clue how to teach. Riku was then sent to simply throw punches against the sack, while his newly branded teachers did their best to make sure his punches were done with solid form. POV, Riku. Turns out hearing is more important than seeing. Yeah. He had always considered blindness to be worse than being deaf, but he had been rethinking about this topic and deemed his earlier opinion as incorrect. Although it might be because I can use CE as a sensor. I couldn't imagine living without that now. He was still hitting the sack, simply trying to get used to punching. No CE reinforcement, simply focusing on not losing his balance while throwing a punch. At the same time, he was busy pondering his anatomy. His tail, the wings, his organs, he was pretty curious how it all worked. He didn't really know his own anatomy, X-rays had been performed and his organs could be seen, the problem was just that they couldn't all be recognized. His entire anatomy had main components which were strikingly similar to that of a human, yet had a different structure, as if being a copy or an imitation. He had a heart, but it simply wasn't the same as that of a human or any animal for that matter. He had an organ where his liver should be, but like the heart, it simply seemed different than a normal liver. The same applied to most of his organs. His lungs, for example, were present, but simply didn't work. Instead, he had a capillary network beneath his skin seemed to absorb the air through his skin. But the worst thing. His blood circulatory system. It was a mess. Not in the sense that it didn't work, but simply the way it was constructed. His body was basically filled with veins and arteries in a way it didn't make sense. A good way to describe it would be a messy assortment of cables, arranged in such a disorganized fashion that nothing could be understood. What did that mean? It meant that he didn't really have a major artery or major vein. It also meant that dying by blood loss was a lot more difficult, because his blood simply had many paths to flow through. So, my body is pretty awesome. I just need to solve the deaf issue. CE could take care of blindness, but not of the fact he was deaf. And that was a major problem. He distinctly remembered his little spar with Kenzo, and he also remembered that he really struggled to pinpoint Genzo while he used that ice quirk of his. His CE had allowed him to see his outline, but the lack of emotion's hand basically nearly rendered him invisible. Like an invisible man in a pool. You'd notice someone in the water, but you'd still struggle to see him. And sound or sight would solve the issue in my case. He needed eyes or ears. These weren't easy to come by. The only way he could think of was either adaptation or a self-imposed pact. Can I even do that? He had not tried that, given that he didn't understand the first thing when it came to pacts or heavenly restrictions. He remembered it being stated to being fair, in a way that you had to give something up in order to gain something else. That was rather vague. And he hadn't really experimented with it, so he didn't know much about it. I suppose it doesn't cost anything to try. Or does it? Chapter end. Exceptionally short chapter here. I don't have time to write much this week, so I decided to pop this one quickly. I'll be blunt, as mentioned before, my writing will slow down a lot. So I'm considering diving into a time skip in the midst of the next chapter. Problem is that I don't really know how to do that smoothly. So if you have advice or ideas, I'll take them. It won't be a time skip to UA, but rather middle school, then stay there a few chapters before transitioning into UA timeline. I just can't stay on kindergarten time for too long after all. The next chapter, depending on your advice, would be the one which leads into the time skip. Oh, I created a new book. It's basically an itinerary of info and ideas for new fanfics. Check it out if you're interested. I won't start writing new fics now, but maybe when this one reaches 25 chapters. Chapter 18, title here. A light breeze blew through Hakioji, carrying the comfortable smell of wind and grass as the sun slowly sunk out of view. The city had settled into a calm atmosphere, the heat already receded into something bearable as evening approached. The hum of traffic had quieted, leaving only the laughter of children and chiding voice of their parents. In one of the many apartment complexes in Hakioji, a certain woman looked at her phone with an excited smile as she read her husband's message. An answer was quickly sent and the woman put the phone down, the excited look on her face switching into something more thoughtful. The woman was Kana Shindai, wife to the self-declared perfect man and mother of the monstrous weirdo. A totally unfit name for her little angel. Kana's thoughtful gaze had started darting around the apartment, seemingly growing more frantic at how disorganized and a mess it was. Oh, Riku's friend can't see this. Indeed. The message from her husband had been to inform her that Riku had invited his friend to play. She had already seen Riku's friend when picking him up from kindergarten, but he had run away from her when she had tried to introduce herself. And so, Operation Emergency Cleanup begun. A storm of swiping, wiping, and frantic rearranging ensued as she spotted issues and blemishes which only a mother could spot. Then, following her instincts to make the best impression from herself, she immediately prepared a few snacks and sat down reading a book, her foot's movement unceasing as it tapped the ground. Her book remained open, but her eyes didn't rest on it, instead darting to the door every few seconds. Noise echoed through the hallway and her husband was the first to enter, his gaze slightly amused as he said a few words to, presumably Riku's friend who stood outside. The moment he entered, his gaze first landed on his wife, then the plate of snacks. Riku followed, barreling into the apartment and making a beeline towards her, giving her a quick hug and simultaneously reaching into the snack bowl. He probably sensed it before entering the building. Well, it was for him and his friend anyway, who was entering the apartment with cautious steps, looking left and right while hesitantly stepping forward, like a cat would do. Kana quickly stood up and smiled, not noticing Masaki plunging his fist into the bowl of snacks as he wrestled with his son. Well, hello there. It's nice to meet you. I'm Riku's mother. You can just call me Kana. Tokoyami's clearly nervous expression settled on her as he seemed to hesitate between closing the door or not, before simply bowing and mumbling something. Nice to meet you. My name is Fumikage Tokoyami. Please make yourself comfortable, is it alright if I call you Fumikage? She received a quiet nod as an answer and soon headed towards her husband. You caught me off guard. I didn't expect Riku to invite someone. Her husband shrugged. He actually invited the little birdman to work out. We only came here as a stop. The gym. Her gaze darted towards Fumikage, who looked a lot friendlier than Riku. Shouldn't his parents be here then? You can't just take such a young kid to the gym. Masaki's expression turned slightly smug. Don't worry, not only did I talk with little birdman's father, cool guy by the way, I told Riku that they should start by training in the forest. She nodded, her gaze still laced with slight worry. And Fumicage's parents know. Well, I told his dad. That should be enough. So, you'll accompany them. Meh, I don't think I have much of a choice. We don't need Riku beating up villains for training. Kana couldn't even refute that. Her little angel might be a genius, but it was still pretty clear that he had a strange obsession with getting stronger. I'll come along. Masaki spends a lot of time with Riku at the gym. She needed some screen time as well. And it'll be a bit like a date. Her husband happened to focus a lot of his attention on their child. Which was good, but she wanted some attention as well. And an evening stroll was a good time to drop some hints. Her husband nodded at her declaration, his gaze still locked onto Riku, who attempted to explain how to perform a push-up to Fumikage. I know I wanted him to get along with Riku, but come on. That's an obsession at this point. You know, if we take them to the playground, they'll be able to play a bit before training. We can also use the time to stroll through the forest a bit. There was no way he wouldn't get it. And Masaki, well, he wasn't completely retarded. A grin appeared as he thought that the fruits of his physical labor finally bloomed. Sure, that sounds great. Author note, I don't know how to write women. POV, Masaki. Hell yeah. He was elated. About pretty much everything. Life was looking real good. He had set new PRs in the gym, his weird son had finally made a friend, and his wife thought he was hot and wanted some we time. They had already left the apartment, his son and Birdie walking at the front while he held hands with his wife. The sun hadn't set yet, so it wasn't as if they were worried about anything. Their neighborhood wasn't exactly riddled with crime anyway. And we have our own personal weirdo who is probably hoping for someone to pummel, and the dark blade of oblivion, who would mete out justice. Yeah. There was nothing to fear. It was a bit of a strange experience walking with Tokoyami. He kept stopping in his tracks, suddenly staring at something before side-eyeing it as if it did something suspicious before going on his way. His quirk sounds pretty cool though. His statement caught his wife's interest. Really? What can he do? It's called Dark Shadow. I think it's like a spirit made of darkness which he can control. So you didn't see it? Masaki shook his head. Nah, we just talked a bit. He told me he wants to become a hero to show that his darkness can help people despite what people think. Kana raised her eyebrows. That's pretty deep for a kid. Masaki just shrugged. He figured that kids were pretty stupid and that it was pretty common for them to never shake off the stupidity, even reaching adulthood. That doesn't apply to me anymore. Having a retarded kid kind of fixed me. He probably always gets the villain role when kids play. Kids are cruel like that. Their discussion soon railed off topic and they soon reached their destination. The wide playground was completely empty. All right, we'll just go around the playground, somewhere they can't see us. Masaki quickly stopped Riku, who was about to enter the playground. Yeah, me and your mom are gonna be around here. You can play or train. Just growl or roar if you need us. And thus, the adults found themselves walking away. He took the time to recuperate, silently contemplating the future obstacles this training would help him overcome. Next to him, his comrade had sat down in the sand and seemed to sink into a state of meditation. I suppose he is training his quirk. They remained there for a few minutes as Tokoyami regained his breath. Maybe I should train my quirk as well. It wouldn't be the first time. Although he never trained for combat with his quirk, he did train his control by summoning Dark Shadow and have him fulfill simple tasks. He knew the risks and danger of using his quirk, but his gaze lifted, scanning the sky. The sun hadn't set yet. I should still be able to control him. And so, a black oozing mass of darkness left his body. A creature made of pure darkness with 2 yellow orbs as eyes. Dark Shadow. His quirk, Dark Shadow, was the ability to manifest a sentient being made of darkness. The being was semi-autonomous, meaning that it had a personality which was theorized to be similar to Tokoyami's. The doctor at the Quirk Assessment Center had been fascinated and had looked into the being's emotional state and loyalty as well as its power. Given his lack of control over his quirk, the tests had not been very throughout, but he had learned a lot nevertheless. The creature was loyal. The creature became stronger at night and its weakness was light. It was capable of speech. HHMM. The creature had emotions. Emotions which affected its strength. Did he get bigger? And its strength affected its will. POV, Riku Shindai. Whoa. That pretty much summed up Riku's mental state as a part of Tokoyami's emotions seemingly doubled and then detached, hovering outside of his body. It was similar to cursed energy, but simply more compact, its presence more grounded in the world. I wonder what it looks like. The outline was blurred, like oil swirling in water. For a second, Riku thought his cursed energy was overlapping with it, until he noticed a strange suction in his CE. Wait, what? His instincts fired. He flared his cursed energy, a reflex he'd honed to make people back off. A sharp wave of malevolent pressure rolled off him, crackling through the air. Both Tokoyami and his quirk were hit by the wave. It didn't deal any damage, but Tokoyami immediately recoiled, seemingly starting to sense that there was a problem. And instead of recoiling, Dark Shadow leaned in. A chunk of cursed energy disappeared. As if something had taken a bite out of it. Coincidentally, Tokoyami's quirk now towered above the two of them, its form seemingly steadily widening underneath Riku's cursed energy radar. Adding another coincidence, Dark Shadow's emotions had shifted. Hunger. You have got to be kidding me. Dark Shadow form writhed, his form already surpassing that of most adults. Riku then drew back his cursed energy and Dark Shadow followed, its every movement echoing undeniable emotion, dissatisfaction and hunger. What do I do? Drawing back his CE left him essentially blind, but Riku saw no other way to halt the thing's growth. I should be able to take his attacks. He braced himself, then pulled his aura of cursed energy towards himself, reinforcing his limbs and strengthening his defense. And waited. POV, Tokoyami. Dark Shadow, what are you doing? Tokoyami would become a hero. That was something he had sworn, something he would accomplish without fail. Even if his quirk was considered villainous. Society's sense of good and wrong was twisted. The masses exaggerated, the media lied and individuals judged. But none of that would stop him. He would become a hero. A quirk was a quirk. How you wielded it was what mattered. That was something he had always believed. He knew his quirk was considered scary at times, but he himself had never understood that fear. Until now. Dark Shadow's darkness, which oozed out of his belly, had latched onto him, seemingly binding him against its form. Helpless, he flailed and tried to rein in his quirk as he had succeeded so many times, but Dark Shadow only pulled harder as he seemed to inch towards Riku. The usual control he felt over his quirk was all but present as its presence grew despite the present light. Its usual calm and level voice was now deep and laced with yearn. Its yellow eyes a shade of orange. What is happening? That's good. Give me more. More. Tokoyami flailed, attempting to tear the dark bindings of his body, but they wouldn't budge, his quirk not even registering his pathetic attempts at escape. Then, a sudden wave hit him. A psychic-like warning similar to the worst attempts of telepathy his friend had conducted, a sudden wave of fear warning him to stay away. Following his instinct, he nearly tumbled back, only to be restrained by Dark Shadow's bindings, who moved forward as if embracing Riku's energy. Tears welled in his eyes as he tried to pull his quirk back. Every motion sent a searing strain through his body, small limbs trembling under the effort, while Dark Shadow surged onward, untamed. Then, Dark Shadow suddenly stopped. And Tokoyami allowed himself a single second of relief, thinking that Dark Shadow, his quirk, had regained its bearing. Gone. Why is it gone? That hope was then crushed. The strain intensified as Dark Shadow thrashed around, its size no longer increasing but instead growing more and more aggressive. You. Give it back. It thrashed and screeched as its form rippled and then lunged towards his friend. Bam. POV, Riku. Damn. The powerful impact of whatever his friend's quirk just did sent him tumbling back a few steps. I expected more. But the actual strength behind the attack. Decent. Not incredible, just decent. He knew he could take more of these. But that's not the problem. The real problem was that this Dark Shadow was sapping his cursed energy, even just during impact. Bam. His arms trembled as another attack met them, the uncomfortable feeling of cursed energy disappearing making his wings twitch. But this time, he hit back. His cursed energy sensor flared for just a second, pinpointing Dark Shadow's location. VLAM. His fist bore into the strangely shaped quirk. There was no cursed energy in the punch, severely limiting his attack power, but he didn't want the thing to grow. The impact had been strong, it even pushed back the rampaging quirk. Then, it pulled back. Bam. Retaliation came from below. He felt tentacle-like appendages wrap around his arms and squeeze as they pushed him into the air. Fuck, I can't fight blind. His CE aura redeployed, while he was limply hanging in the air as the rampaging quirk attempted to crush him. Come on, how long are you gonna stay useless? The statement, directed at what should be his strongest tool, had been seemingly unresponsive during the entire time. But for every drop of cursed energy leaving him, something was seemingly analyzing the problem. Clank. Pain. Pain exploded through his body and his balance shifted as he grew. A wave of adrenaline hit him, nearly stunning him in the process. He felt Tokoyami's quirk pull at his CE, seemingly attempting to take even more, but found itself struggling, as he practically yanked back his cursed energy. His mind, now hyper-aware, his body's muscles bulging as he freed himself from the appendages midair. Then, he rushed in. Once more, a punch without reinforcement. VLAM. Dark Shadow's body was once more thrown back, this time clearly overpowered with raw strength, although it didn't matter as it continually sapped cursed energy out of Riku's sensor. Does this thing has a weakness? If this quirk was fed by cursed energy, maybe reverse curse technique. TCH, I still haven't figured out how to fully control the adaptation. It always seemed in a semi-passive state, unresponsive to his commands unless it felt like it. Its growth slowed down, but I'm still feeding it. I need a way to stop that. Then, like a lightning bolt, his entire train of thought was interrupted. Tokoyami. His cursed energy refocused, searching for the kid who was probably struggling and bawling amidst his own quirk. Come on, where is he? He growled in frustration, before simply charging in, unable to find his friend in the sea of emotion which surrounded him. His body tanked every attack the Dark Shadow launched upon him, as he frantically charged through Dark Shadow's uneven form. Clank. The wheel completed another turn. Pain exploded in the front of his head. Mato Kure. A loud voice reverberated through the place. Ah, what? Sabit wa kueyabur. Omaemo to beat yaru. Driven by instinct, he raised his arms to cover his ears. It didn't help. Why do my wings hurt? Mato. 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 Sound, I can hear. He dodged another appendage and, finally heard it. A childish voice, screaming things in Japanese, seemingly half-crying. Riku followed the sound of the screams, tearing through appendage after appendage with raw physical strength. He didn't know where exactly he was, but both Tokoyami's screams and Dark Shadow's roars emanated from right in front of him. He reached out. Feathers. I got you. He started tearing at the bindings. Tokoyami was screaming through the process, making his hand falter. How do I get him out? Am I hurting him? Still, he continued. For a while, he simply kept at it, savagely tearing through the tendrils holding Tokoyami. But in his head, he was trying something else. Come on, multiply cursed energy with itself. Focused on his right hand, he simply kept slamming his hand against a particularly strong tendril. Behind his head, the wheel trembled as he forced it into motion. A flash of pain appeared in his head as mental pressure of forcing his power to work seemed to split his head apart. Then, the wheel finally moved again. Once more, not performing a real turn, but seemingly just forcibly initiating a process. Yes. A weak white light protruded through his hand and Rika didn't even waste a second as he slashed at the tendril. The light disappeared the very moment the tendril was cut. Dark Shadow's entire body snapped back like a whip as it shrunk and twisted back into Tokoyami's body, who promptly collapsed on all fours. As if everything had never been, the entity which had covered the entire playground had simply disappeared. The splitting headache was ignored as Riku immediately went down, kneeling next to his friend. I did it, shit is he injured? His startled thoughts were fast and unorganized as he reveled in his victory and worried for his friend. He reached out, intent on, perhaps showing Tokoyami his support. He wasn't sure himself. But his hand was slapped away, as the bird-headed child shook his hand with wide teary eyes. God, this has got to be traumatizing. He didn't know what to do. He wanted to show his support, maybe just by putting a hand on the shoulder, but Tokoyami had slapped it away. Should he respect that? Leave him alone. Or is that unhealthy? So, Riku simply waited. His cursed energy was low, barely enough to survey everything in a 2-meter radius. He didn't know where exactly he was, or if the battle had not moved from where it had started and his brain was currently simply overloaded. He did his best to calm himself, taking deep breaths. Then, his CE returned to the crying boy on the ground. He had somewhat calmed down, but he still wasn't standing up, simply looking at the ground with faint haggard breathing and a trembling gaze. Maybe, we should find a bench. Only a moment of hesitation before he bent down and picked up the bird-headed boy who thrashed in his grip. Riku only let out a soft growl in response, portraying more annoyance than anger, before sending an emotion akin to relaxation. Then, he dropped him onto a bench and sat down next to him. I hope he doesn't blame himself too much. Chapter end. You might have noticed the lack of an aforementioned time skip. Well, you are very clever to notice that. 4. I have indeed not written it yet. In this chapter. Basically, this chapter served as a, hopefully, decent step to solidify power and relationship. Next chapter is already nearly written. I wrote both at the same time. And yes, the time skip is there. Figuring that out was difficult for me. But I think this chapter and the next will chain nicely. Now, about the fight, I had a revelation. From God. I'm not sure if this was good, but I think the way I wrote about it captures the wheel in a good way. It's not just one turn and problem is solved. Instead, that shit is spammed with different ideas and attempts. Then, I wasn't too happy about the way he wins. I wrote it as a semi-adaptation. That's basically him forcing the wheel to adapt before it's ready. Honestly, it was just forced plot, I'm not even gonna defend it. So, I'll post this now, and tomorrow morning, I'll simply count the comments in favor or sort of exorcism or for partial adaptation bullshit. Then I'll change it at noon. So 12 hours from now. Let's see who reads this chapter first. But well, tell me what you think. Chapter 19, Quirk Incident Report. POV, Inspector Kagemoto, Quirk Safety Bureau aka QSB. A loud sigh reverberated through the dimly lit office. Its origin was a man hunched over two freshly printed files and an incident report that had chosen to appear at 4 in the morning, courtesy of the police. The lights flickered from time to time, adding to the somber atmosphere. Maybe it was the absence of his colleagues. Maybe it was his own exhaustion. That, or the dark shadow mentioned in both the file and the report had decided to seep into his office and choke out the bulbs. Indeed. That was his current read. And it was still miles better than the smut book his wife had been reading, Tangled in Your Quirk. And no, he didn't read it out of own literary interest, but rather because he wanted to know what his wife found so damn good about that trashy story. This incident report, at least, was more interesting. It wasn't the typical case of, oh, he lost control of his quirk. So here he was, called in at night to pull up Fumikage Tokoyami's quirk file, which sent him into an argument with one of the quirk registration office bureaucrats. Then, a few minutes later, he'd been informed to add Riku Shindai's quirk information too, forcing him to call the same regulation-obsessed gremlin again. Awkward. But after a heap of traded insults, sprinkled with cited rules, Kagemoto finally had both records in hand. Now he could actually start working on the damn report. Let's see. Tokoyami Fumikage, damn, the kid is just 5. Slightly shocking, although not completely new. In a society with so many quirks, there was no shortage of incident reports with freshly appeared quirks going crazy. Although the demolition of playground is a bit much. That's the Nishisato Children's Park. A little big of a place to be destroyed by a 5-year-old. But reports rarely lied. Another sigh escaped him as he found himself a comfortable seating position to read the damn thing. Long story short, 5-year-old Fumikage Tokoyami lost control over his quirk in unusual circumstances, and then proceeded to wreck the playground until his friend, Riku Shindai, somehow contained him. The police, arriving due to the sighting of thrashing shadows, found the kids being consoled by Mr. and Mrs. Shindai, and took them in for questioning. Then, his attention was directed to the quirk files. He let out a whistle. So. Dark Shadow, a semi-autonomic entity made of darkness, known to be at risk of rampage when summoned at night. That's a pretty villainous quirk. Setting the file down, he turned his attention back to the incident report. Ah, this report is gonna be troublesome. The kid's quirk went on a rampage before sunset. If the kid lost control during daylight, they're gonna have to update the risk assessment of his quirk in the register. Having a quirk with risk of going rampage at night was already pretty important, but it'd be even worse if he'd lost control during daytime. That meant that measures would have to be implemented or prepared. Especially given the quirk's apparently unpredictable power. Something which grows stronger in the dark was difficult to measure after all. And Riku Shindai somehow beat the thing. Another file to read. Damn. That word was mentally repeated several times as he went over the child's every aspect. Then he leaned back with a groan. A mutant kid, whose quirk consists of 3 or 4 disabilities, negated by a single emotion-based sensory ability, somehow flipped the coin on a rampaging entity made of darkness. Absurd and even off-putting. A frown covered his face as he looked at the face of the kid's picture, which only showcased wings and teeth. Mutants, always more trouble than benefits. A scoff escaped him. He knew that plenty of people would complain about his opinion, but someone like him, who worked at a job which was heavily tied to criminality, knew the statistics pretty well. While mutants rarely were the worst of criminals, they were certainly the majority of criminals. The kind that were easily stoppable by heroes, but never diminished in numbers. And his quirk is linked to empathy. Not many details but marked as a sensor. So he can sense emotions. Kajimoto's reading paused for a moment. Or even manipulate them. That would certainly explain it. Given that this dark shadow was mentioned to be tied to darkness and control, and usually controllable during daylight, there was a good chance the mutant had somehow make the poor kid lose control. Maybe not intentionally, but dangerous nevertheless. I'll have to check. The file mentions possible connection to the lost mental state of a person. Means he should be able to manipulate emotions. Damn, I know that people like to label dangerous-looking stuff as villainous, but subtle stuff like this is even worse. He was quite aware that the masses were a lot like sheep, easily falling for the topic of villainous quirks and hearsay, but this would be ridiculous. If public attention shifted onto this case, the kid with the rampaging quirk would end up being feared and scorned, while the very reason for the rampage would be glorified as a hero. Especially the mutant community who'd been pushing for recognition, especially after the rise of that number 11 hero, Gang Orca. And it just so happened that Riku Shindai's quirk was a bit more subtle. His features as a mutant overshadowed the presence of an emitter-type quirk, making people question his quirk's aspect less. Now, what to write for his report? That's difficult. 2 kids playing at the park, no adult supervision, quote-unquote, villainous quirk rampages, mutant kid saves the day. Boom, Tokoyami kid gets all the blame. Details about the emotion-based quirk of the mutant's gonna be buried. The kind of stuff his colleagues would write. Couldn't say he liked it. They were way too biased. It'd certainly be easier to interrogate the kids himself, but the matter had already been settled with the police. His job was just to prepare a more official version of the report, adding details about their quirk's involvement in the incident. I guess I'll abstain from too much speculation. Blaming a 5-year-old a bit much. Some of his colleagues would definitely go way harder on the kid. Community service and special quirk control lessons. The kind of stuff which stayed on the record. He wouldn't go that far. And honestly, nothing serious happened, the kid just needs to up his control a bit. He quickly scribbled some notes, a reminder on what to write down once starting his own report. And this Riku, well, better sure than sorry. Kajimoto Incident Report, Draft. Subject, Fumikage Tokoyami. Age, 5. Quirk, Dark Shadow. Quirk specification, semi-autonomous entity made of darkness. Entity influenced by emotions and ambient light conditions. Incident summary, loss of control during daytime hours at Nishisato Children's Park. Quirk rampage likely influenced by the emotional state and proximity of peer, Riku Shindai. Rampage contained without harm to bystanders. Recommended action, exposure to controlled training sessions with a qualified quirk behavior specialist or child therapist to develop further self-control. Incident classified as quirk training opportunity. No punitive measures required. Subject, Riku Shindai. Age, 5. Quirk, Cursed Energy. Quirk specification, abstract emotion-based ability. Incident summary, intervention prevented escalation of Dark Shadow rampage. Quirk likely to have contributed to loss of control in peer. Recommended action, increased monitoring of quirk behavior, conduction of MSE, mental state exam, and behavioral therapy sessions suggested for preemptive measures against potential misuse or manipulation of peers. Consider documentation in Quirk Risk Register for future reference. POV, Tokoyami. He was trembling. Still, not having stopped ever since being brought home by his parent. Even now, in his room, laying on his bed, he kept trembling. No tears, no snot. All had been wiped by his parents who had done their best to encourage him as the police brought him home. Not a comment of blame, just understanding and comfort. As if they expected it. As if they knew his quirk would one day rampage. My quirk K, V Villa Ss. His short but vivid childhood, memorizing a phrase from his icon. Yes. You can be a hero. A phrase which now sounded like a lie. An empty phrase, its meaning hollow in front of an undeniable truth. My Q quirk T tried T to kill someone. Fumikage Tokoyami could have been a murderer. A villain. His shoulders sagged and his beak buried itself in his chest. He had been about to become a villain. And he didn't understand why. Fumikage was sure it hadn't been him. He had not commanded Dark Shadow to do anything like that. He remembered the strange feeling, as if his quirk was attracted to Riku. But he also remembered his own quirk, using the abilities it had to restrain him. To forcibly move his body, the black tendrils treating his body like a puppet. That was the quirk he had been talking to. The quirk which he summoned next to a lamp at night, when he felt lonely. The being which encouraged him, supported him, and promised to fight crime alongside him. A shadowy monster, manipulating his body like a puppet, screaming at his friend how it would consume him. The physical pain he endured as he fought against the bindings. The judgmental stare of the officer asking him about his actions. The shame he felt while quietly answering. Fumikage Tokoyami curled himself up on his bed, his thoughts consisting of what had been the worst moment of his life so far. POV, Kana. She was steaming in worry. This wasn't how the word steaming was usually used. It was usually more linked to anger or embarrassment, but the word was quite literal when it came to her. She was, indeed, steaming in worry. And guilt. And fear. And doubt. Even anger. She was restlessly pacing around in front of Riku's room, while Masaki simply sat on a couch, wearing an expression a lot more thoughtful than she was used to seeing on him. Both she and her husband had been scolded by the police. For obvious reasons. Leaving children alone on a playground. On that, nor she nor Masaki even tried to defend themselves. Apology and worry were all they knew in that moment. Comforting Fumikage way more important. So was contacting his parents. After that, there was Riku. Honestly, she was not ashamed to admit that she would usually worry far more for him than for Fumikage. But, they had returned to a nearly destroyed playground and Riku comforting his friend after hearing loud screams. So, their priority had indeed been shifted onto Fumikage, who seemed to be in a lot more distress. That was, until the full story of what happened was explained to them. Their worry had shifted back to Riku, as they wanted to know if he was really alright. The answer was yes. Bruises and dirt, but nothing else. And he had been calm. A bit disoriented at the beginning, but back to senses during his clumsy and ineffective interactions with the police officer. The police had brought them back home afterwards, although Fumikage had obviously been sent back to his own place. Once at home, Masaki had cornered Riku with a simple "What happened?" A full recap had been given in Braille and Riku promptly excused himself to his room. Which was, where the parents encountered a problem. A problem they had encountered before. They struggled to read his emotional state. Usually, both parents prided themselves on understanding their son's moods, especially Masaki, who saw himself as some sort of whisperer. But, that was when the mood was light. When Riku wanted something. Or when he didn't. The emotions he conveyed through his quirk or the sounds he made, was usually more of a show to portray what he felt or wanted. His growls and snarls had become normal, something he used to announce himself or to accompany his actions. For him, all of these things were a way to express himself. Replacement for speech. Now, he had been quiet and still. He barely moved. No snapping around his tail. No snarling or growling at anyone. He didn't even bother to turn his head, a habit he had developed to let people know that he noticed their presence. None of that. He simply behaved like a statue. Something he did while studying his quirk A abilities, like when trying to figure out telepathy by himself. My God, he has got to be inside his head. Kana was sure of it. The description of the evening's events had been the kind of stuff you'd make an action movie with. And not one featuring 5-year-olds. But, just like Masaki, she was completely stumped on how to show her support. While on the topic of support, it'd be good to mention that her feelings towards Tokoyami had become complicated as well. On one hand, he was a 5-year-old who merely lost control over his quirk. On the other hand, that mere loss of control was capable of destroying a playground. So, motherly instincts screamed to keep her son away from the danger such a quirk-bearer would drag around. And decent human morals reminded her that, depriving a child of a friend over an accident was cruel, to both parties, especially when they were in need of support. She was lost. Completely and utterly lost. Not to mention, the fact that they had been warned that they'd be contacted by the QSB, Quirk Safety Bureau, for details of the quirk and possibly even reparations. Then, there was Masaki. He sat there, seemingly lost in thought before simply disappearing into the kitchen, to which then followed the rattling sound of the coffee machine which pulled her out of her thoughts. Soon after, she was handed a small cup. Pretty crazy, huh? Riku saved his friend. Her gaze immediately sharpened at Masaki's nearly casual statement. That's the thing you're focusing on. Her glare, usually enough to have him retreat, didn't seem to affect him this time. Instead, he completely ignored her question, put down his cup after taking a sip, and met her gaze with unflinching eyes before answering. I mean, yeah. He's 5. He didn't run away. Fought a rampaging quirk, won, got held by the police, couldn't communicate to explain his side and remained calm throughout the entire time. He's hurting, and you're focusing on his ability to stay calm. Because staying calm or waiting to have calmed down before doing anything is not only impressive, but it's way more effective than handling things while stressed. So I say we handle this after we sleep. Her glare intensified. But before she could answer, her husband continued. You don't really want to wake him up after such a day, right? Let him rest. And let yourself rest as well. There was no rebuke this time. POV, Riku Shindai. He sat upon his bed, all the while basking in silence. No different than usual, one would think. Wrong. The word silence, which had been an absolute for his past 5 years, was now used in a relative sense. The first sound he had heard had been a literal scream of a murder-hungry quirk, and following that had been the crying of his friend. Then, the worry of his parents and the interrogation of the officers. It had been loud. And it hadn't gone away. He could still hear. For example, the conversation going on between his parents. They weren't bothering to whisper, the reason for that obvious, but he still didn't understand a word they said. So that's what they sound like. He felt numb. Way too much had happened. The fact that he could hear was great, but it also threw him for a loop. I wonder how he's doing. His friend had been pretty close to what he imagined a mental breakdown to be like. His parents were obviously stressed out, and he felt as though disconnected from reality. He had been very well aware how crazy a world with superpowers was, but today he had gotten a first-seat experience in how much those quirks controlled someone's life. Man, this world kind of sucks, huh? This world wasn't that different than the original Earth he knew. Especially when it came to the people and lifestyle, it seemed like it was simply copy-pasted. But, in his original world, no one had superpowers. So rarely did a kid with fucked-up powers ended up nearly killing someone, traumatizing themselves in the process. These kind of things are probably common here. And what if it happened again? To the same person? What if they didn't have the maturity and support to keep their mental health afloat? Sad face Anne, I fell into another rant, short yap. Back in his first life, the closest thing he knew about mental breakdowns was a friend who was overwhelmed because of his studies. Or someone who lost a family member. These events had driven some people to have panic attacks and many more problems, mental breakdown being one of them. He may never have experienced a real mental breakdown himself, but sadness, fear, panic, anger and all these other strong emotions which had led him to believe that what happened was the end of all, just seemed so ridiculous in hindsight. He, who had legally been considered an adult, had experienced such strong emotions over studying, over school, over university. Coming into this new world, he had considered those definitions of heroes and villains as ludicrous. It seemed like a gross oversimplification of the world's real problems. But, what if it wasn't? At least not totally. Were those villains simply people with troublesome quirks? Did their own quirks traumatize them? Did they go crazy? Not just trauma. Just pressure and judgment could be enough to drive someone nuts. A phrase he had heard was that, the more good there is, the more bad there will be. The meaning was simple enough, basically saying that good would never offset evil. All it did was raise the standards of what counted as good and normal, which in turn expanded what was considered evil. Sad face Anne, yap end here. The bar was constantly being raised, and whoever could not catch it, fell deeper into the pit. Come to think of it, even All Might served as an example. An extraordinary hero, who stood at the apex of what a hero should be. Every hero who would try to do good would now forever be compared to him. And now, Tokoyami already has a rough start. This was something which would undoubtedly shake his confidence in what good he could do as a hero. A slight growl escaped him as he considered that. He would definitely try to help, but he had no clue how. This was way out of his expertise. I'll just try to sleep for now. POV, narration. For a few days, neither Riku nor Tokoyami went to kindergarten. The QSB contacted both families, listing them the required action for quirk control and psychological evaluations. That included individual therapy sessions, light exercise, and isolation. Both of the children's mornings were spent in different offices, as they talked with their therapists and did small exercises, to assess their mental states and get over Tokoyami's fear of his own quirk. Then, their afternoon were free, although the parents had been told to temporarily keep them inside the house more, only occasionally going out with fixed purpose. Riku's days were filled with practice. He spent most of his time doing physical exercise and silently listening to his parents' conversations. He had informed his father and mother of his newly acquired hearing and was surprised to witness rather numb reactions, him interpreting their emotions as, "Oh sure, why the fuck not?" Nevertheless, they helped him connect his braille with speech, happy to have the chance to actually talk to him. Tokoyami, meanwhile, followed a similar morning regimen, although his afternoons were a lot less organized. It consisted mostly of playing, drawing, and anxiety bursts whenever his thoughts returned to his quirk. His parents spent their time doing their best to console or distract him, although doing so did not show results. Interaction had been awkward between both sets of adults, especially after the QSB report was issued. Who was at fault? The parents for not being present. Riku, who was listed as possible cause for Dark Shadow's outburst. Or Tokoyami, who had lost control over his quirk. Apologizing would be easy, if it was without sincerity. Right now, both sides focused on their family and they didn't know each other enough to properly interact. POV, Kana. This is bullshit. Masaki's voice echoed through the living room. Riku was out at the therapist's office, so the volume didn't matter much. But the reason for his outburst? It was that damn piece of paper lying in front of him. They want us to pay reparations for the playground. Fine, fine. The costs are split with the Tokoyami family. They want him in therapy. Great. Let's see if he's okay. But Tokoyami's only got a month to monitor his mental health. A month, and Riku gets 3. What the hell kind of bullshit is this? Kana only gave a slow blink. She was not used to seeing her husband have such outbursts, and the unfairness of the situation left her feeling numb. Her son had fought a rampaging quirk to protect a friend and was now basically undergoing scrutiny, because some retard in an office thought he would manipulate people's emotions on purpose. Her eyes fell onto the paper. A flurry of convoluted and unnecessarily complicated sentences explained their reasoning. A bunch of legalese words and an unnecessary amounts of ifs, all pointing to potential misuse of quirk. The way both parents interpreted this was simple. Tokoyami would receive help for a month. The boy had understandably been rather shaken by the events and even refused to summon his quirk. His personality had quieted down, chunny episodes disappeared, and he played and occupied himself in silence. So therapy might really help him. Meanwhile, Riku would undergo 3 months of scrutiny, with some douchebag trying to find flaws in behavior and thoughts. Given Riku's muteness, a translator was necessary, and that certainly wouldn't help. Nor would his personality. A power to manipulate others' emotions, coupled with someone whose emotions couldn't be properly interpreted and had a decent level of intelligence, could easily lead to hasty deductions and conclusions. Kana was well aware that the stereotype for manipulators were those who were not completely stoic, but kept their emotions on a tight leash and showcased intelligence through restraint. And Riku just so happened to be emotionally unreadable, was more intelligent than others his age, and worst of all, was emotionally mature when it came down to it. Add to that the fact that he was a mutant, prejudice would really follow him everywhere. It's really unfair. Tokoyami is technically a mutant as well. The problem was, he wasn't. Despite his appearance, his quirk was listed as emitter, and slight mutations were considered normal when you had any type of quirk. And yes, whether a mutation was considered a slight mutation or a strong one was decided by the individual. And given that the individual who had reviewed their reports seemed to be a biased piece of shit, it wasn't looking great for Riku. A sigh escaped Kana as she looked back up to Masaki. We can contest, but there really isn't much of a point. The fact that the incident is not public is already a boon, and I doubt that they'd reconsider anyway. Her husband didn't answer, simply plopping down on a chair. She continued. The best thing to do is to go through with it. I don't know if this will be considered a stain on his record for his career, but if no incidents follow, they won't be able to really hold it against him. Masaki sighed. The actual problem might be less about the therapy sessions and more about the quirk register. Workplaces or schools have access to those. And long-ass registers usually mean that the quirk is troublesome, not to mention the fact it'll mention emotional manipulation. It's just not something people would accept or hire. Kana just let out a frustrated groan. Because there was nothing they could do but hope that their son wouldn't be judged too harshly. Small time skip, a few days, POV, Riku. All right. Riku was annoyed. Verily so. This entire fiasco really hadn't been worth it. Letting himself being chomped by Dark Shadow really might have been the better option. The main reason for his current mood was a certain therapist. An old dude who kept interpreting and dissecting every word he said. Having to justify yourself for your thoughts and feelings was just strange. Not to mention the fact that a translator had to translate for the both of them in order to understand each other. The guy could have just been speaking random bullshit, fooling both me and Mr. Therapist. And he still wasn't done. Apparently, he'd suffered 2 months and a half of this farce. But he had finally received permission to return to kindergarten. And so did Tokoyami. He tried not to dwell too much on how often he'd asked the therapist if Tokoyami was doing okay. Every time, the man simply smiled that, "I know something you don't," smile and answered with a question. "Why do you think you're worried for him?" Riku's internal reaction had been instant. "Because he's my friend, idiot." But apparently that wasn't reflective enough. And so, he was currently on his way to kindergarten, dressed like a model toddler about to hopefully see his healthy friend. Surely, Tokoyami would have recovered by now. He ran away. Riku stood in the classroom, his cursed energy suppressed out of consideration for a formerly present Tokoyami. Formerly, because he had just been in the classroom, and now wasn't there anymore. But, unfortunately for the Birdman, Riku had a special ability. Alright, he wasn't afraid, just ashamed. That's good. Well, not good but better than fear. Still, given earlier events, Riku had been keeping his CE rather thin. He wasn't too sure if Dark Shadow was affected by it when he wasn't summoned, but no point in risking his friend's mental health. I'll go find him. Maybe he'll feel better knowing he's the reason I can hear. Which felt really strange by the way. He didn't have that much trouble adjusting given his past, but the sensation of hearing felt kind of different. Basically, hitting him from the front. Yep. His wings. He heard through his wings. In addition to that, everything was a little bit muffled. Thank God for that. Having 4 auditory limbs at the front of your head, combined with loud sounds seems painful. It was only during recess that he went after Tokoyami. Locating him had been easy enough, but giving him a little time seemed like the right thing to do. Which seemed to have been the correct course of action, given Tokoyami's composed presence next to the tree. He's expecting me. How dramatic. Then, Riku's CE picked up on something else. The snack stand. An idea popped into his head. A little bit embarrassing, but his existence was already weird enough anyway. No harm in acting it out. His grin widened as he walked over to the stand. The teacher reacted in the same was any good-natured but uncertain adult would to approaching MAHORAGA, and the man's awkwardness was noted and promptly ignored. Grag. Indeed. His finger pointed at apple juice. For a moment, he stood still, his CE scanning the playground for any children blocking his path. Then, a moment later, he sprinted over the playground, apple juice in hand. He crossed the distance in a few seconds, appearing before Tokoyami, who recoiled as Riku's frame nearly rammed into him. A large and clearly forced grin was plastered onto the Sacred Treasures frame as he held the nearly empty apple juice glass towards Tokoyami. He in turn decided to take it after a moment of probable dramatic monologue, his gaze faintly trembling as a large sticky apple juice hand pressed down on his shoulder. Damn, what now? He wasn't really good with this kind of stuff, and he happened to hate corny emotional conversations. That was a last resort, although he doubted talk no jutsu to be effective in Braille. The next moment, the two of them just stood there, before Tokoyami grabbed his hand. I allowed the darkness to consume me. I'm sorry. A strong mixture of emotion emanated from him, while Riku mentally groaned over the statement. And not just mentally. Raf. Groan. He sent a wave of impatience as he brailed back. No big deal. We're friends, don't nitpick. Tokoyami's emotions swirled as surprise, acceptance and determination poured out of him like a fountain. Riku couldn't see it, but he didn't need to in order to know that his face had morphed into a smile. Hell yeah. Mission friendship accomplished. Then, the already wide grin on Riku's face widened. Wait till he hears about my hearing. POV, narration. And just like that, the tension of the past week began to dissolve. The rest of the day was awkward in the way only 5-year-olds could make it. Riku introducing Tokoyami to fresh and valuable information such as his hearing and incapability of understanding Japanese. Life slowly returned to how it should be. Days became weeks, weeks became months, and while the QSB evaluations were annoying and stuck on Riku's record, they still didn't incorporate any major troubles for the toddler who was soon dismissed from his sessions. Time flew. Under its quiet guidance, they grew, both mentally and physically. Soon, the two children left kindergarten and enrolled into Japan's school system. Elementary school carried them from 6 to 12. The following middle school from 12 to 15. Incidents ensued throughout that time, testing both of the children's growth. All of these tests had been overcome with ease, and soon they reached the final months of middle school. Two best friends, each armed with powerful quirks and meticulous preparation, ready to tackle their dreams and prove their worth to the world. Each day a countdown for the UA entrance exam. Chapter end. An longer chapter, I don't know what you think. I tried to incorporate logic and bias with Kagemoto, which is how I imagine discrimination to work. The entire trauma and therapy thing is kind of crappy. I suck at emotions and stuff. And the time skip is there. Well, anyway. This chapter could have been published last week, but my cat ran off and it took me legit 5 days to find the damn retard. So my mind wasn't focused on the fanfic. I found the retard cat again, hiding in a flower pot in someone's garden, like 2 blocks away. Honestly, the end seems rushed to me, because I kind of hurried, but well. What is. I'll try being faster with the next chapters, but I'm glad to say we're finally getting to UA, after many delays. Criticism is welcome. Chapter 20, The Mutant and His Euclidean Line of Constant Curvature. Anne, hope the title is factually correct. January, 2218, time skip, 10 fucking years. The morning stretched lazily over the city, whose citizens slowly rose into activity. A thin fog hugged the streets, seemingly thickening the frost and adding to the cold atmosphere of January. Footsteps echoed on the slick pavement and a faint white mist left each and everyone's mouth at every breath as people hurried to work or to open their shops. Hakioji's train station was swarmed with commuters, soon leaving Hakioji's streets empty, leaving the place in a ghost town-like stillness. One of those empty streets, however, was far less devoid of people than expected. In said street rested an open garage, light, thuds, and grunts emerging from within, promising a warm atmosphere of effort and energy, channeled into improvement. Among the many sounds emerging from the gym, one was more distinctive than others. Dark shadow. Now. Bam. The sound of impact ensued, catching the attention of several people in the gym. Standing in the midst of the cage was a bird-headed boy, wearing black clothes. His eyes were narrowed in focus and his posture was slightly hunched forward, seemingly on guard. And right in front of him was his quirk. Dark shadow towered over both Tokoyami and his opponent, seemingly forming a wall. A black fist-like appendage applied pressure to its opponent as it steadily pushed him back. Steam emerged from the opponent but ultimately failed to deal any damage to the entity as the two of them seemed locked in a contest of strength, Dark Shadow having the advantage. Ha ha ha, you brat. Hearing the strained voice, Tokoyami's eyes sharpened and in that very moment, Kenzo, who had been pushing back Dark Shadow's fist, disengaged from his strength contest against Dark Shadow, sidestepped the entity and darted towards Tokoyami with explosive speed. Tokoyami raised his hands in defense, but the ensuing punch still rattled him, nearly throwing him off his feet. Stabilizing himself, his gaze as narrow as ever, he retaliated, but every punch and kick he threw was narrowly dodged by the grinning Kenzo who wound up for more. But Tokoyami smirked as well. Whoosh! Kenzo didn't have time to dodge as the dark entity swung its closed fist to his back. KCH. HCHH. His guard broke as he stumbled forward, narrowly stopping himself from hitting the ground. But, he didn't have time to recover as Tokoyami immediately followed up, aiming a punch into his face. Kenzo wore a pained expression as he barely stopped the punch, only to be met with another fist to his back. You, brat, ha ha ha, you're using Riku's advice now. It would be foolish not to. Honorless as it might be, it is most effective. A last exchange ensued, Tokoyami coming in from the front, aiming a knee into Kenzo's face while Dark Shadow unfurled its palm and threw a palm strike towards Kenzo's back, aiming to press him into the ground. Kenzo's only reaction was to protect his face while he attempted to shift his body out of Dark Shadow's reach. Bam. POV, Tokoyami. Good work, Dark Shadow. His stance relaxed as he retracted his quirk while his sparring partner stood back up. A handshake later, the two of them left the cage and sat down on a bench. God damn it, kid, what happened to the old you facing me like a honorable knight? Kenzo's complaint only solicited a smirk from the bird-headed boy as he mulled over that topic. It just so happened that the reason for his change entered the cage with his opponent. My comrade happened. Riku. Kenzo answered with a snort, a slight mix of exhaustion and pride in his demeanor. The two of them remained silent for a while as Riku and Genzo were about to start their match. Its beginning was announced with a resounding boom as Riku barged towards Genzo, his arms spread wide, as if embracing him in a hug. Watching this, Tokoyami grew slightly melancholic. Riku had used that exact first move as a starter when they first sparred, outside of that time with Dark Shadow's rampage. Riku's large frame had felt absolutely unstoppable as he had barged forward. That time, huh? Yeah. A lot of time had passed. Narration, flashback. Indeed, many years had passed since the acquiring of their friendship. Both Tokoyami and Riku had exponentially grown in power, yet neither of them felt like having reached their ceiling. The incident at Nishisato's children's park, during which Dark Shadow had rampaged, left a heavy impact on Tokoyami. For several months, he had been afraid of his quirk, summoning it only in well-lit rooms as he readjusted to its dark nature. In the meanwhile, Riku had not been idle either. QSB's constraints had limited the time he spent training, so the child instead focused onto his newfound hearing ability, and most importantly, learning Japanese. QSB's regulations only lasted for a few months, although the same could not be said for his Japanese studies, which lasted 3 years to be somewhat fluent. By third year of elementary, his Japanese had finally gotten to a level to which he could understand an adult's conversation. At that time, Tokoyami had already recovered, joining him in middle school and more ready than ever to become a hero. Which was, when Riku invited his friend to the gym. It was early for a child without a strength quirk, but both Masaki and Tokoyami's dad had been present, not trusting the other people at the gym to give healthy advice. It was then that the two of them first sparred. It was also then that Tokoyami understood that beating Riku in any battle of attrition was downright impossible. It was also then that Riku introduced his bird-headed friend to a secret technique. Jujitsu jumping. A technique with a 0% failure rate, which consisted of teaming up against someone and beating the shit out of them in a coordinated fashion. Soon after studying this sophisticated technique, he understood. Positioning himself so that his opponents would remain in between himself and Dark Shadow was the most effective way to initiate the technique. The only downside was that he'd have to master martial arts, but that was an endeavor worthy of the darkest blade of oblivion. Having found his life's calling, Tokoyami fully invested himself into martial arts, practicing and exercising relentlessly. Meanwhile, Riku did the same. Minus the martial arts. He got big. And that wasn't just to refer to his muscles. 2.30 m, or 7.6 feet. For reference, All Might stood at 2.20. Or 7.2 in feet. In addition to that, he knew the basics to boxing and grappling, but soon had to give it up along with other martial arts, his enormous size simply not meshing with any kind of existing martial art he knew of. Adding further problems, he now had to duck a lot when doing literally anything. Nevertheless, his size was still manageable, he only hoped the wheel to adapt his knees and back. When at the topic of adaptation, it was worth noting that he had adapted to a bunch of things. Blunt force, slicing, piercing, heat and cold, but his most notable adaptations for both himself and others were his strength, size, CE range, toughness and most importantly, reflexes. His mind reacted to minor details and CE fluctuations with incredible speed. Mental blocks that had once interrupted his fights had been severely suppressed, giving him a near-immediate reaction time. But despite having adapted to them, he had not gained a full immunity to any of these things. Spars and training tended to end at the wheel's first turn after all. Almost all of his adaptations focused on defense. Due to Riku's slight paranoia about being one-shot, he emphasized strength, reflexes, and toughness, neglecting his speed and evasion. That being said, his speed was still a terrifying thing when it came to short bursts, his powerful legs capable of having him cross distances in a single leap. The problem was more focused on maneuverability. There were 2 more abilities, not granted by his adaptation, but his own research. One of the abilities long expected, and the other one a surprise, albeit a welcome one. POV, Genzo. VLAM. A fist crashed into the corner where Genzo had stood a second ago. The entire cage rattled and the place which had been hit was clearly bent. Didn't he say he'd hold back? Despite the very real shock at the sight, Genzo's demeanor remained calm as he quietly sidestepped another punch, effectively entering Riku's guard, aiming for a hit, into his nuts. Which was when the knee shot up. This kid. Calling Riku a kid felt both weird and right at the same time. On one hand, they had coached, trained, and sparred with him for many years, on the other hand. He's taller than fucking All Might. The knee did not deal any damage as Genzo jumped sidestepped him again and sneaked in a punch right into Riku's liver. Which did absolutely nothing. Fighting tall opponents is like fighting the goddamn rain. I have to crane my neck to see his moves. Still, Genzo remained calm as he attempted to circle the freak, narrowly dodging the tail which lashed out like a whip. Because he had an advantage. Riku struggled to sense him. I've been described like an invisible man in water. His quirk was his saving grace right now. That and the fact that the kid had said he wouldn't use cursed energy. I'm getting old. To fight someone while they handicap themselves was just lame. TCH, is there even a point in fighting him by myself? Genzo was a grappler. He usually won by restraining or immobilizing. And that frame is not immobilizable. And the kid had become a nightmare to fight, ever since throwing away every notion of martial art he'd been taught. He reverted to beast-like instincts and did not overcomplicate his movements, simply adhering to strength and speed. Alright, let's end it here. Genzo stopped the match. 1v1 was not enough to fight the kid. The only reason he hadn't lost was because his presence was slippery, but that was it. He had no means of countering Riku, who, in turn, immediately halted his movement and held his fist out for a fist bump. What a weird contrast. They bumped fists. Then, a light ring resonated in his ears. Genzo mentally braced himself for the discomfort as Riku's deep voice resonated through the gym. Eruoysa Urepels sa reve. You're as slippery as ever. Riku's voice sounded downright wrong. His language a form of gibberish, similar to that of an alien. Yet in his head, Genzo's own voice, slightly distorted, resonated in parallel with Riku's gibberish, spelling out the sentence word for word. Genzo just clicked his tongue, wearing an annoyed expression. TCH, the hell am I supposed to do against you? I can barely reach your chest. Riku's answer came in form of a shrug, his ever-present grin widening a little as he walked out of the cage. Brat is just 15. You better watch out. He highly doubted any one of the other contestants to be on Riku's level. A few minutes later. Training wrapped up earlier than usual, and after taking a quick shower, Tokoyami and Riku headed to school together. It had become a comfortable habit for them to start the day with an early gym session before heading to school. The morning fog was still present, mixing with the thin layer of fresh snow which coated rooftops and sidewalks in white color. Tokoyami's frame was covered in a thick layer of clothes and scarves, while Riku simply wore a hoodie-slash-coat hybrid, modified for his size and physique. And, imagine it however you like, I won't give the sacred treasure a clothing style beside his hakama for hero ing. And, possibly a suit later on. Underneath his coat/hoodie, he wore simple clothes, loose pants, and an oversized shirt. Riku wasn't really fashionable and his clothes consisted of doing the basic human thing known as covering up his body. His personality had not changed much over the years. He still enjoyed making people uncomfortable with his appearance or noise, although he restrained himself to avoid getting a villain label slapped onto him. His telepathic ability had been figured out along with another ability, one which had surprised him given how overlooked it was. But even though he now had the ability to speak, his need for interaction through speech had naturally been reduced given his silent past, and he'd become more of a listener than a speaker, usually speaking when spoken to, sometimes even responding in Braille with those knowing it. The two friends closed in on the school with a relaxed pace, their steps leaving imprints in the snow, one's noticeably deeper than the others. The school gates loomed ahead, and a cluster of students was already trickling in. A few glances were thrown at Riku, their gazes carrying different feelings such as awe and intimidation, but the majority was a little more negative, not downright hostile, but rather, apprehensive. Tokoyami greeted a few of his passing classmates with solemn nods as they walked through the corridor of the building, while Riku simply walked ahead, indifferent to most, only responding with an upwards nod to a few select students who greeted him in passing. His large frame had to duck to enter the classroom, a bizarre sight, yet one his classmates had long gotten used to. Despite that, some strange looks were still thrown his way. While Riku had been peaceful throughout middle school, his frame, mentality, looks and way of speech simply threw most people off, leading to him becoming a silent mascot of the class. Not scorned or feared, just a bit secluded, only a few people talking to him from time to time. Tokoyami got similar treatment, although less for his looks and more because of his personality. While never outright scorned, his mature personality combined with the slight chunny he enjoyed, and he does not suffer from it, conversations simply tended to end on abrupt or awkward notes. The two friends soon joined their seats, which were at the back of the classroom. The desk groaned under Riku's weight, but ultimately held. Nevertheless, his awkward and careful way of sitting down earned a few stifled giggles. The chatter in the classroom soon dimmed as the teacher entered, his gaze sweeping through the class for a few seconds before he started to speak. Good morning to everyone. Before we begin today, I'd like to talk about your future aspirations. He gave a slight pause before continuing. Well, the answers you all gave really don't differ much from each other. Still, some of you had some interesting choices. We're closing in on our last day as a class, so how about we all tell each other our goals? The classroom immediately brimmed with excitement as quirks were shown and hands rose, some even elongating all the way to the ceiling. One by one, answers were given, half the class set on their dream of becoming a hero, the other having more grounded aspirations. Soon, it was Tokoyami's turn. He stood up with all the dignity his future hero name, Tsukiyomi, could offer and spoke. Fumikage Tokoyami. Dark Shadow. Ue High. Then, he sat down. Excited murmurs reverberated through the class. Doubt surfaced, not really about Tokoyami's competence, but rather about Ue's high requirements. Yet, given the student's seriousness and strength, no one believed it to be impossible. The same could be said for his friend. Riku stood up and his distant voice reverberated through the classroom, the annoying ear-ringing sound alongside it. Ukir iodinize, hgihau. Riku Shindai, Ue High. A few grimaces appeared on people's faces given the sound, but not even a shred of doubt appeared. In terms of ability, the giant angel-like being showcased strength, resilience, and character in his day-to-day demeanor. But the biggest reason was simply his size. A body the size of All Might's despite the lack of a recorded strength quirk. His performance would have to be abysmal for Ue to reject him. At least, so the students thought. Appearance was one of the hero's most important aspects after all. And Riku's appearance was up for the individual to judge, but there was no denying the fact that he was memorable. The teacher chuckled, adjusting his glasses. Impressive. Ambitious and unmistakably memorable. Now, let's hear the rest of you. Don't worry. No need to top that. As hands shot up again, Riku quietly sank back into his chair, his CE extending towards Tokoyami and transmitting excitement. He in turn simply shot Riku a look, then crossed his arms and closed his eyes with a thoughtful smile. Their confidence in their success was at an all-time high. If Ue wouldn't accept people of their strength, then who could possibly qualify? Chapter end. All right. I tried to write this post-time skip while explaining what happened throughout their past and how they developed. I didn't want to write big blocks and lists of adaptations and abilities, so it looks like that. I hope it's clear. I'm quite confident in my guess that I did a lot of grammar mistakes, but I don't like to use apps for correction. So please mark them. Something I'd like to know is about the registered quirk name of the MC. It was registered under Cursed Energy, but he was now monitored by the QSB and his quirk certainly got updated. So, we need a new name. Cursed Energy is not nearly good enough. And I also want to know how much the QSB and UA should know about Riku's quirk. Riku is not some high-level schemer, so hiding aspects of his quirk seem unnatural to me. At most, a bit of undisclosed information or even a fake weakness. The stuff a regular guy could think of. And the name for his quirk? Sacred Treasure. Adaptation. Cursed Wheel. Please drop ideas. Another problem is the hero name. Helpo. But yeah, tell me what you think. If there are details about Riku you think I should include, let me know. Oh, I'll add here. I'm thinking of updating/changing chapter 2 and 3. Something less weird. Still with God, but instead a bit faster paced, so the chap might be downright deleted. Advice here too. Muchas gracias. Chapter 21, The Girdle in the Street. And, this chapter is a bit of a filler. Hope you still enjoy. POV, narration. It was loud. Noise and chatter reverberated through the streets in the center of the city. Pedestrians with or without their families entered shops and cafes alike, everyone set on enjoying the weekend. In the midst of the street, a group of loud girls could be made out, laughing and giggling as they slowly and purposelessly traversed a street. Each one of them had different quirk, something which made them more distinct or noticeable. Among them, there was a girl who was simultaneously noticeable and forgettable. It may have sounded like something controversial to say, but it simply was the reality of the situation. Her looks were simply plain. For looking at her would result in no more than seeing a floating outfit. The girl's name was Toru Hagakure. Her quirk, invisibility. There was no need for further explanation. So, either people saw her and took a double take at the floating clothes, or they simply didn't notice her. Despite her predicament, she remained in the middle of her group, loudly chattering with unbounded excitement. The group of girls continued their slow walk, dodging pedestrians and pausing briefly to glance at shop windows. Their conversation bounced from one topic to another, light and aimless. "Did you hear?" one of them asked. "Some villain tried to rob a bank some days ago." "Oh yeah," another replied. "I heard there's so many heroes at the place too." Yet none of them jumped in. Crazy, right? Just how strong was that villain? Not strong enough. For he was here. More laughter ensued at Toru's all-might impression, their conversation soon drifting into more mundane topics, concerning news, heroes and whatever more came to mind. In midst of the conversation, the invisible girl's presence kept being ignored, only being addressed when she showcased her presence through commentary or joke. Her presence remained unnoticed, people bumped into her whenever she drifted too far from the group, her friends sometimes not even noticing such instances. Despite that, the girl remained cheerful. Constantly butting into her friends' conversations or loudly laughing at a comment. Any outsiders looking at the group arrived at the same conclusion. Just a happy group of friends, adding onto the nice and comfortable atmosphere of a beautiful weekend. Then, a few steps ahead, the noise dimmed. The laughter and chatter seemingly faded as people stepped aside, intent on avoiding the two figures which bore so much opposing contrast to the lively atmosphere. The group of girls did the same, their conversation dying down as their gazes remained fixed on both figures. The smaller figure dressed in black, his head that of a bird. Everything about him, his tone, posture, gaze and even his words conveyed a serious character. The second figure was the main reason for the attention they received. A gigantic figure, practically twice the height of the bird-headed boy and built to rival All Might, wearing a clearly specially fitted outfit. His features all but human, showcasing wings instead of eyes, exposed teeth, and a tail the length of a person dangling from behind his head. The strangest thing was the bronzish wool floating above his head. The bird-headed boy spoke with a calm, deep voice. "Riku, how do you reckon is UA going to accommodate you for your written exam?" Toru's attention immediately snapped over to their conversation. "These two are joining UA." The taller figure opened his mouth. "YEHTLLIW Ilbaborp EVIGM na Lero MAXE." The strange looks the two figures already garnered turned even stranger. The voice of the strange giant was deep and guttural, as if emerging deep from his throat. Several people stiffened at the voice, its intonation simply uncomfortable on their ears. Despite that, "I suppose so. Although I confess, I did not expect UA to invite you to an interview just for the sake of a written exam. They certainly put in quite the effort for their students." What the hell? He understood that. The boy's voice had been casual, as if having understood every part of mutant speech. Toru's thoughts soon returned to the more important matter as the two walked past her group and her body immediately stiffened. These two would be her competition at UA. Her friends exchanged glances as they noticed the unmoving outfits staring after the two boys. "Toru, these two look a bit intense. You sure you'll be okay at your exam?" The words were spoken quietly, like a meager attempt at having her realize just what she signed herself up for. Then, after a moment of silence, a cheerful voice emerged. "These two? Buffed, they're light work. There is no way the great master Toru will be overshadowed by these two. Yue has better be prepared for me. Her light-hearted comment calmed her friend's worry, and the group soon continued on their way, their talk and chatter continuing, as if having forgotten about the interruption. This sight, however, remained etched into the cheerful girl's brain, a stark reminder to the effort it would take for her to qualify for her dream. POV, Masaki Shindai. MMHM. That's a lot of words. Masaki Shindai, father and best husband ever, was currently staring at words, lots of them, in fact. In front of him lay 6 pages of documents from UA, each filled with dense legal stuff. Clause 1, UA High School shall not be held responsible. Clause 2, in case of physical or psychological harm, refer to Clause 1. Clause 3, in case of accidental dismemberment, partial or total incineration, collapsing infrastructure, awakening of God, refer to Clause 1. I don't think there is much point in reading all 6 pages. He was currently going through papers for Riku's application to UA. At first, he had considered sending them back a letter in similar style, clarifying that the Shindai family would not take responsibility for whatever the hell Riku would do to their school, but he changed his mind upon informing himself a little. It turns out, UA High had been the place for Riku all along. They seemed to have literally everything one could need. That happened to be just exactly what one needed in order to deal with a wild All Might-sized mutant. Still, why is Awakening of God and Incineration in the same category? Masaki put down the paper and rubbed his temples. As the certified legal father of the quirkinstrosity called Riku, his abilities to adapt to situations had greatly improved in tandem to his son's own growth. He knew the best thing to do was simply skip through the pages and sign whatever the hell this was. Still, he was curious. Masaki squinted his eyes and then reached out to the paper, flipping its page. Clause 10, if a student's structural integrity is compromised due to unforeseen quirk interactions, refer to Clause 1. Clause 11, in cases of biophysical spatial events including but not limited to implosion, explosion, inversion, spontaneous duplication, spatial folding, refer to Clause 1. Nah, he'll be fine. Masaki flipped all the way to the end and signed, then slapped the document back into its folder and headed into the kitchen. He had full confidence that Riku would make sure to never be the one on the receiving end of these events. If anything, he'd be the one causing them. His only real worry was whether he had overlooked a clause requiring parents to pay for damages. Because damage was absolutely going to happen. Maybe I really should send that letter. Just to make sure UA fully understood who exactly they were letting through their gates. Masaki's gaze drifted toward a framed photo, in which he and his wife were proudly smiling on either side of their son. Their 2-meter-tall, muscular, wing-headed, tooth-bearing, tail-headed son. Riku was in the very center of the picture, staring a bit too much into the wrong direction. He looked like a spatially challenged angel. And no, Masaki wasn't talking about the little chubby cherubs people like to show in churches. He meant the kind of angel that probably kicked down the gates of hell, slapped Satan across the face, and told him to behave in God's name. Masaki stared at the photo for a long moment. Yeah. UA definitely deserves a warning. He stood up with a sigh and headed to his laptop and began typing. Meanwhile, POV, Riku Shindai. R-A-A-G-H-C-H-O-O-O. A guttural blast of air escaped through his mouth, shaking the air like a miniature storm. Being a well-mannered Mahoraga, he had obviously covered his mouth as he sneezed, well, if you could call it sneezing when he lacked a nose. I sneezed. Is someone slandering me? He ignored the wide-eyed people staring at him. It wasn't his problem if they thought a sneeze to be so fascinating. Tokoyami walked beside him, calmly adjusting his scarf, seemingly unfazed by the attention, although his emotion clearly portrayed his discomfort and slight shame. Nevertheless, he remained stone-faced, not allowing a sliver of such emotion to rest on his face. Riku, however, did kind of enjoy people's reactions. Sensing their confusion and reactions to his looks and mannerisms was a fun pastime whenever he was bored. Twitching his wings or swinging his tail was enough to solicit a bunch of reactions. Children grabbing onto their parents' hands. People whispering. Some insensitive fucks even took out their phones. Despite that, he simply kept walking. Even if he got a bit embarrassed by people's comments from time to time, it wasn't as though anyone could tell. The crowd parted in front of the two as they finally approached upon their destination. The mall. More specifically, the food court. Riku's cursed energy scanned the assortment of stalls for their different meals. It wasn't exactly useful, because Cursed energy-based sensing didn't replace his lacking sense of smell, so he simply followed Tokoyami, who led him to a small spot. The spot wasn't particularly hidden, but it gave them enough distance from the main crowd that Riku could eat without turning the experience into an accidental spectacle. He could feel the curious glances from a few people nearby, but it was nothing compared to the chaos that would erupt if he sat in the center of the hall. As to the reason for why he was so careful, his way of eating just wasn't pretty. In fact, it was probably pretty disgusting. And while he did enjoy teasing reactions out of people, that did not mean he enjoyed destroying their appetite. The most he could do was chew quietly or swallow in one go. Both were simply not pleasant for all parties involved. So Riku often hurried to finish his meals. Barring the uncomfortable topic of food, he and his friend soon finished their meal in silence. Then, Tokoyami spoke. "So, what do you think will it be for the exam?" "The practical one." The answer came in form of a shrug and a familiar ear-ringing, accompanied by its gibberish. "Whatever it is, we'll be fine." A wave of amusement and light exasperation rolled off Tokoyami as he rebuked. "Be that as it may, preparation already makes half the hero. It would be advantageous to prepare for different scenarios. Maybe we will fight their teachers." Tokoyami only sighed as he heard his friend's unserious answers. "Very well," he muttered. "I suppose your reason on approaching this exam with such casualness is far from unfounded." Riku's grin only widened in answer. Masaki email, pending. To the esteemed administration of UA High School. I hope this message finds you well. I am writing regarding the legal documents we received for my son, Riku Shindai. After reviewing the provided legal clauses, I was impressed by UA's comprehensive approach to liability, particularly Clause 1 and the subsequent 48 clauses that refer directly back to Clause 1. The efficiency is admirable. In light of these documents, I would like to formally clarify the following. 1. The Shindai family shall not be held financially responsible for any damages occurring on UA property as a result of unforeseen quirk interactions, partial or total destruction of school infrastructure, spontaneous environmental alteration, structural collapses, intentional or unintentional, dimensional anomalies, manifestation of large mythological constructs, or any similarly unpredictable occurrences perpetrated in any sort of proximity to Riku Shindai. Please consider this email a formal statement of non-liability, fully aligned with and inspired by your own Clause 1. We believe this mutual non-responsibility forms a healthy foundation for our long-term relationship as parents of a UA student. Thank you for your understanding. Sincerely, Masaki Shindai. Chapter 22, Isoparametric Extremal Curve of Doom. Or not ITK. POV, Izuku Midoriya. An, also known as Bum. 'Cause that's what this dude is. An annoying bum, although a strong one. Izuku Midoriya woke up early. His eyes fluttered open and his brain only needed milliseconds to adjust to his usual wimpy self. Not because of discipline. Not because he had slept enough. He did so because he felt the kind of stress giving a person the irresistible urge to go take a shit. The entrance exam. That was his first thought. A thought which should be enough to make it overwhelmingly clear that he was stressing over the entrance exam needed to, hopefully, enter his school. That school, being UA High. This is the day. For a moment, the bum known as Izuku Midoriya remained in his bed, eyes wide as he stared at the ceiling. Today was the day he had prepared himself for. All his work of these past few months, he would have to make it count today. Emotions swelled in his chest. Fear, anxiety, and doubt, but below these feelings, also lay hope and most importantly, determination. Then, slowly, Izuku Midoriya climbed out of his bed. His movements were slow, nearly lethargic as he seemed to forcefully slow his body down, perhaps hoping that it would also slow down his mind. Because his mind was currently running at a speed that would put high spec to shame. Okay. This is fine. I trained. I studied. I can totally do this. UA wants potential, right? They said that in interviews, I think. Or maybe that was a random forum post. Oh God, what if I studied the wrong things? Do I know enough? What if they ask me a question I've never even heard of? What if I freeze? What if I trip on the way in? Or worse. What if I look at someone wrong and they think I'm a weirdo? Oh no, I'm already a weirdo, I can't let them confirm it. He paused mid-movement, realizing that his chaotic mind wasn't helping his situation. Despite that. Okay, calm. 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 More calm than even that. I can do this. I will do this. I analyzed every possible scenario. Nothing can catch me off guard. The green-haired boy inhaled and exhaled in an exaggerated fashion, a clear attempt at calming his nerves. Did I pack everything? Pencils, erasers, notebook. Did I double-check the notebook? Maybe I should double-check again. What if I forgot something essential? No, that's fine, I probably remembered, right? He rubbed his eyes and exhaled slowly. The morning sunlight shone through the windows of his room, surely premeditating a wonderful day, if that dark cloud known as UA entrance exam wouldn't exist. Washing himself only took a few minutes and Izuku soon found himself in the living room, devouring his breakfast all the while furiously reading through his notebooks. His leg never stopped rhythmically tapping against the ground, as he started forgetting to open his mouth, simply pressing the food into his face. Inko Midoriya noticed her son's uncanny focus and tried calling out to him, but to no avail. Her son was trapped in a monologue, seemingly unable to stop. The entrance exam consists of a written exam and a practical one. Information about the practical exam is private. UA probably wants to surprise their applicants in order to see them work without preparation for the specific scenarios they might envision. So we will start with the written exam until morning, then probably have a break for our nerves and start the practical exam at noon. The mutterings kept going and it was only when Izuku noticed the time that he suddenly jumped up, nearly spilling his food and sprinted towards his room, then back to the table, took his backpack, and sprinted to the door. But Izuku. Your notebook, his mother's voice rang out, her face tight with worry as well, showing how wimpy was a family trait. Izuku's running came to a halt as he spun around and ran back. His mother handed him the notebook, then they went through a quick check. All right, you have your notebook, a pen, a lunchbox, water, omigo daizuku am so proud of you. Inko's check was interrupted as she embraced her son in yet another tearful hug, and then, finally, Izuku Midoriya stepped out of the apartment. Outside, Izuku Midoriya, the inheritor of One for All, was on his way to UA. On the way, he saw plenty of students he'd gauged to be his age, many of them in quiet and serious conversations concerning their own entrance exam. Way too many of them seemed to have their sight set on UA. That was something that he understood as he stood in front of UA's gates and his heart churned as he realized the sheer amount of competitors he'd have. There are so many of them. And each of them probably pushed their quirks to their limit. How am I supposed to contend? All I did was eat one of All Might's hair, is it really all it takes to dash? Fuck off Deku. A loud booming voice emerged from a blonde spiky-haired boy, his expression contorted into a scowl. Don't stand in my way, or do you want to fucking die? Kaken. Bakugo Katsuku, the one who'd been speaking approached and Izuku immediately leaned back, as if bracing for a hit. Hey why there, let's be both do our be best. Only for the scowling Bakugo to walk past him, hands in his pockets. Huh? He didn't stop. Bakugo Katsuki, someone who he considered his childhood friend, had not laid a hand onto him, ever since the sludge villain incident a few months ago. I'd gotten used to cowering before, but things have changed. A glimmer of determination appeared in Izuku's eyes. I got this. All Might personally trained me. He gave me his quirk. I can do this. I have to do this. His mental pep talk brought incredible results as a smile adorned his face and he walked forwards, his step seemingly filled with purpose. He belonged here. He took a step forward and... dash. He tripped. Over his own 2 feet. POV, Riku Shindai. Riku had been walking rather peacefully. Strange looks were thrown his way, but everyone was stressing way too much to worry about the 2.3 7.5 sized mutant who was walking among them. Tokoyami was next to him, in a seemingly calm state of mind, but Riku clearly saw that his friend was stressing really damn hard. I bet there isn't a sliver of emotion on his face. The path of the aura farmer is an emotionless one after all. Riku's facial wings twitched in amusement, something which Tokoyami noticed but solemnly ignored. The duo soon walked past a peculiar scene, a small kid who seemed in a rather one-sided conversation with a girl. And Riku, in his blindness, could not help but notice the scene, because he perceived the kid's feelings. Holy shit, is he okay? Anxiety and nervosity. And hope. Lots of hope, but still overshadowed by anxiety. The state of the kid surpassed even Tokoyami's panic back when Dark Shadow first rampaged. The girl soon walked off, a large smile on her face, but the kid remained frozen in place. Riku nudged Tokoyami's elbow, signaling towards the panicked kid, then walked up to him. The familiar, one-sided bridge of CE was created and Riku spoke. Era woi yako. Are you okay? What? No, I mean yes, but don't worry, I'll, The answer came in form of a scrambled mess of words and panicked sounds which soon changed into confusion. The kind of confusion Riku happened to be the most familiar with. For a moment, silence reigned as the panicked kid seemingly took in the sight of who he was talking to. Then, he seemingly understood that his sentence had been too chaotic for the mutant to understand what he had said. Please don't worry. I'm fine. IES. DOOG. IHSIWYKCUL. I see. Good. I wish you luck. And so, Riku rejoined Tokoyami, who'd been waiting for him. He was slightly weirded out, but felt as though he'd done a good deed. He'd seemingly succeeded in distracting the kid from his worries after all. But honestly, it wouldn't amount to much when it came to UA. It wasn't just a question of mindset after all. It was a question of strength. 1. POV, Fumikage Tokoyami, a few hours later. The written exam was over. Tokoyami walked with purposeful, steady steps towards the auditorium. He had rested his mind and mentally prepared himself during the short break after the written exam, and while still nervous, anxiety and fear could never stop him from embarking upon this perilous path. Indeed, he was confident. His quirk was powerful, he had studied and trained a lot, and his training partner happened to be Riku. Still, this written exam was truly worthy of a school like this. Those questions were filled with deceit. But he had done well. Those tricks could not deceive his eyes, which were tempered by the darkness in which he upheld his eternal vigilance. Although, I wonder what Riku's exam looked like. Riku had been separated from the main group of examinees, a member of staff pulling him aside for his oral exam. Still, Tokoyami did not doubt his comrade's intelligence. Surely this exam had been but a breeze for him. The same cannot be said for the others. He had indeed noticed that plenty of other examinees had clearly struggled with the exam, some even broke down as their hopes for passing dwindled. Now, the people heading towards the auditorium wore either faces of despair, hope, or confidence. Still, the number of confident faces is truly high. I suppose those aiming for UA must truly be the best of the best. The future hero of darkness kept walking along the stream of students, silently wondering if his comrade had already finished his exam. Then, he entered the auditorium. Rows of seats were sprawled out in front of him. Tokoyami did not put much thought into where he sat and silently chose a corner seat with decent visibility, and then watched as more and more students slowly trickled in. Some of the students were like he was, silent and stone-faced, be it out of nervosity or confidence. Others were more excited, quietly chattering and discussing what UA's practical exam could possibly be. A few minutes later, the number of students entering the hall was down to only a few, Tokoyami's large friend being among them. He entered the hall through a different door to the side, unnoticed by most students, and simply chose to stand behind the rows of seats. A few heads did turn, but quickly faced the front again, too absorbed in their own anxiety to care. A cynical smile broke out on Tokoyami's face as he watched from afar how his comrade stood next to the small human-sized seat before deciding not to take the risk. Then, "Welcome to my live show. Everybody say hee-ee-I." The hall was silent the moment they heard his voice. Concentration and narrowed eyes were focused on the pro-hero on stage. Everyone knew the written exam was more of a formality than anything else. If you dominated the practical, you'd succeed in entering UA for sure. The pro-hero cupped his ear in front of the silence before continuing, his loud voice reverberating through the auditorium. No reaction. Tough crowd, heh? He grinned, seemingly undeterred, and continued. I've got shivers down my spine too, listeners. I'm gonna give y'all a rundown on how this'll go. Are you ready? Yee-hee-wah. Hushed whispers emanated through the crowd, although soon went silent. The pro-hero simply ignored it and clicked a remote. The screen behind him came to life. Alright, listen up. You people's practical will be a 10-minute practice run in our city replica districts. Everyone has a designated zone, in which your test is gonna take place, y'all get it. Amidst the silence, Tokoyami's gaze narrowed at a small card with his designated zone. Zone A. I wonder what zone Riku got. He didn't linger on that thought as Present Mike continued, enthusiastically explaining the exam and explaining the point system. It consisted of a simple point-gathering exam, in which the examinees would have to hunt down robots to rack up points. The robots came in 3 different sizes, giving a different amount of points should they be defeated. Tokoyami's eyes narrowed at the explanation, a sense of foreboding at the seeming simplicity of this test. A hunt for robots. UA's truly goes all out. Still, this seems a little unfair. This exam only accounts speed and power. Anyone with a less versatile or unsuited quirk ran the risk of failing. As Tokoyami silently considered that, a voice suddenly emerged. "Excuse me. May I ask a question?" Heads turned and all of them were met with the sight of a tall, black-haired boy with glasses, bearing a serious expression. He frowned as he spoke. The handout clearly portrays 4 different foe villains. But only 3 were mentioned in your explanation. Such an error would be the height of embarrassment for a top-tier academy such as UA. Murmurs emerged from the crowd of students as they noticed the discrepancy. Tokoyami's gaze turned a bit disapproving, although mostly at the students' rash judgment of the situation. His gaze turned even more so at the uptight examinee's next sentence. "And you? Yes, you. Curly-haired kid. Can't you sit still? You're distracting. If you think UA is some pleasure joint, then go home." His glare was directed at a green-haired student, whose expression was frantic and clearly surprised at being called out. "That's the nervous kid Rika talked to this morning. Tnera woya tib kayak ot edgudge. I evileb sitsuj swoiksna. Aren't you a bit quick to judge? I believe he is just anxious." The voice came out of nowhere. The unintelligible sentence came from the corner of the room, but its meaning resonated in each and everybody's heads. For a moment, everyone, including the pro-hero, seemed disconcerted, unable to fully understand where the voice had come from. Riku. He's not a friend of those who judge so quick. Tokoyami didn't know whether to smile or sigh at his friend's intervention. Personally, he wanted to simply move on and start the exam. So sighing it was. For a moment, murmurs and chatter emerged until the examinees finally noticed Riku's hulking presence in the back of the room. The complaining examinee looked a bit startled, but his face tightened and he answered. "I see. I had not considered that. I apologize." Everyone was rather taken aback by the honest reply followed by a bow, but the examinee's face remained firm as he continued. "Nevertheless, it is still distracting, especially in such a pivotal moment in our lives." He stared at the figure in the corner, but Present Mike intervened before the debate could continue. "Attention on MEEE, listeners. Examinee 7111, good on you for noticing. Although you could have been more tactful." The teacher's loud voice effortlessly commanded back everyone's attention. His finger pointed towards the screen featuring a robot, larger and more dominant than the others. "The 4th foe villain you'll encounter is worth 0 points. That's because he's not a target, but an obstacle. Just consider it like an arena trap you have to avoid." Looks of realization dawned on everyone's faces and the aforementioned examinee 7111 gave Present Mike a steep bow before seating himself. "Thank you for your explanation. I apologize for my rudeness." Present Mike just grinned. "That's IT for the explanation. Now, let's go on with it. Plus Ultra. May you all suffer gladly the trials to come." The briefing had come to an end and the masses of students headed to their destinations, determination and concentration the only emotion on their faces. Tokoyami noticed Riku heading to Battleground C, his usual heavy steps matched by a wide grin, probably excited at the prospect of tearing robots apart. Meanwhile, he mentally rehearsed everything he had heard, preparing himself and drafting a quick checklist of requirements he should meet to make an impression. That was what Riku said, "Your quirk matters more than your skill. It'll be difficult during daytime, but I have to show Dark Shadow's potential." That was more than doable. Dark Shadow was a versatile quirk after all. Showing creativity and control with it should be an easy pass, as long as he destroyed enough robots. A few minutes later, everyone had arrived at their exam grounds. Tokoyami stood at the edge of the group. He was mentally jotting down the names of the students he should stay far away from, especially that spiky-haired boy who had explosions crackling on his palms as he warmed up. His mind was clear and rested and his darkness eager to stir. The only distraction on his mind were his thoughts about his comrade in shadow, located 2 exam grounds further away. Far away from exam ground A, on exam ground C, stood another assortment of students, all of them preparing themselves for their exam. and in the midst of the group stood a wide, unmoving figure of large size. The figure bore nothing but a hakama and prayer beads. Its shirt had already been discarded and put aside. Its tail did not move, nor did its wings twitch as a field of cursed energy spread itself through multiple blocks of the foe city. The only movement on the figure was that of its widening grin, and the twitching of a floating, large, bronzish wheel. Chapter 23, The Circular Object, Does Not, Circule. POV, Fumikage Tokoyami. Foe cities, what an incredible concept. To say that Tokoyami was impressed would be an understatement. He was well aware that UA was the cream of the crop when it came to hero schools, and he had expected it to have the facilities necessary in order to train their students. But he had not expected this. Along with the main campus, UA owns or rents multiple batches of foe cities and training centers. And despite the foe cities, they came across as very real. He and his competitors and perhaps future comrades currently stood at the entrance of the foe city. In front of him was a vast expanse of buildings and streets, filled with minute details such as lamps or fire extinguishers. The only difference between a real city and this one was the lack of civilians. This entire area had been built for the sake of being destroyed. Well, destroyed was certainly an overstatement. No one here had a quirk capable of destroying an entire district. Nevertheless, building entire district-sized foe cities, for the sole purpose of letting one's quirk go loose, was a massive undertaking. And UA owns 4 of these, or perhaps more. 4 foe cities, all built rather close to each other and walled off. In addition to that, stood a gigantic tower, seemingly overseeing the test grounds and potentially even further than that. I wonder how they even plan on overseeing this test. So many applicants, 4 training grounds the size of entire districts. Drones. Or perhaps just cameras. Tokoyami frowned as he mulled over the topic. The thought of cameras and drones overseeing the exam left him thinking about possible blind spots, but he soon gave up on mulling over that topic, not wanting to disrupt his focus. UA would not overlook something so crucial. Instead, his mind darted to the topic of his quirk. Despite its usefulness and strength, Dark Shadow suffered a lot of weaknesses. So he kept being on the lookout for any quirks capable of creating light, further weakening his Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow's power was always a bit tricky to portray or measure, because it fluctuated a lot. A few years ago, Tokoyami had not really been considering the intricate workings of his quirk. But his dark comrade, Riku, had not done the same. He questioned and tested a lot, seemingly intent on figuring out any and all possible application of his power, this cursed energy of his. And he encouraged Tokoyami to do the same. So he did. In a small carnet, currently in his room, had been written a lot of info sketches and experiments which the two of them had done. The carnet was divided into 2 parts, one focusing on his own quirk, Dark Shadow. The other part was about how Dark Shadow was influenced by cursed energy. This endeavor had helped him a lot, especially when focusing on how to better channel Dark Shadow, and had also helped Tokoyami to get used to maintaining control of his quirk when more powerful. His quirk was structured in a way that ambient light conditions determined his quirk's power. The darker it is, the more powerful it becomes. That, however, had a flip side. The more powerful his quirk was, the more difficult it became to restrain. That restraint was enacted through his own mental strength. So, during nighttime, he had to focus on calling forth, but also weakening Dark Shadow, essentially keeping a leash on him for him to not rampage. This was difficult for extended time periods, as Dark Shadow seemingly grew on darkness and absence of light. This concept was flipped on its head during daytime, as he had to focus on not only summoning, but strengthening Dark Shadow, because the light of day slowly ate away at his form. Either way, both daytime and nighttime sapped at his mental strength and focus. Now, how to deal with that during the exam? He narrowed his eyes as thought, his gaze narrowing on alleys and smaller streets. The easiest way for him to apply his quirk at high power was to move through the darkest places possible. To quite literally fight in the shadows. Given that it was daylight, he did not have to worry much about losing control. Perfect balance between light and darkness. That was what he needed. It was something he had figured out with Riku, as they tested Dark Shadow, in the presence of light and cursed energy. The results had been amazing, so more tests were conducted, involving an adjustable desk lamp. Summoning Dark Shadow at night, and essentially weakening him with the desk lamps at full strength, then adjusting the light to see how his form shifted, grew or shrunk. A wistful smile escaped Tokoyami as he remembered those times. It had essentially been their quirk scientist phase, in which Riku insisted on using math to calculate their quirks. Darkness and cursed energy had been -100, and light was 100. And 0 is what's best for me. Although it's not likely I'll find such a place here. He wasn't worried. Even without his quirk in best condition, he'd do well. Tokoyami looked around for a bit, distancing himself from the competitors, all the while silently wondering when the examiner would start the countdown. The tension was already high, most had long stopped warming up and started getting jittery with all that waiting. And start. Huh. That was when Present Mix's voice emerged, his cheerful and loud voice cutting through the tension like a knife. What's the matter? There is no such thing as a countdown in battle. Run. Ruin. The voice carried through speakers loud and clear, undoubtedly the same at all 4 cities. Consider the baton passed. Present Mix's last sentence was when the first robot fell. Every single student had started running at his second sentence, rushing ahead in a contest of speed to be the first to find a robot. The group soon dispersed into the city, splitting up into alleyways, streets, or even buildings. Tokoyami was one of the first to do so. He had rushed forward with the main group, but was soon overtaken as examinees used their quirks to get ahead of him. So, he turned into the first alley he saw, distancing himself from the others and summoning his quirk. There, this is the first. Just at the exit of the alley was a faux villain. POV, narration. The view was perfect. Screens displayed different students in different sectors, captured from drones, cameras, and even the perspectives of the faux villains. Several teams sat in front of monitors, frantically checking point tallies in case the AI miscounted. Another team, divided into 4, managed risk assessments for student safety, making sure injuries never went beyond minor scrapes, and that the robots shifted targets if necessary. There were more teams still, all monitoring different feeds, ensuring the exam ran smoothly and without complications. Each department corresponded to one of the 4 exam grounds. At the center of it all sat a small group with larger screens, focused less on technical details and more on live highlights. These were the UA teachers, quietly observing the flow of the exam. They weren't there to make decisions in real time. While their judgments could certainly influence or even overturn outcomes, the chaos of multiple feeds and simultaneous action made direct intervention impossible. Instead, they watched, took notes, and cataloged students' performances, remembering those they might want in their classes. Some of the teachers took it seriously, others a bit less, seemingly only here to enjoy the show. Oh, did you see courage on that one? A dainty hand pointed towards the screen, catching the attention of the teachers. Understanding the situation, a member of staff immediately replayed the piece of footage for the teachers to see. The video portrayed a boy, seemingly out of breath as he backed away from a 2-pointer. Just as the faux villain was about to rush forward, a spiky red-haired child appeared in between them, his fist catching the faux villain as he stopped it from advancing. The teachers in the room watched the short scene with approval glimmering in their eyes, before the feed turned back to the live footage. Kirishima Ijiro. A high-pitched voice emerged, its tone of voice neutral, nearly bored. Quirk, hardening. He is capable of essentially fortifying his body, making it hard enough to rival steel. The room immediately returned to silence as everyone's focus returned to the screen. Footages popped off, showcasing how an examinee destroyed a robot with a laser, thus saving a green-haired bundle of nerves. Some of the teachers noted it down, some didn't, and this behavior kept up as more and more footages were shown. Sometimes, the examinees' names were read out loud, giving a bit of information into their background. Sometimes not. Mina Ashido, quirk, acid. A short footage, showcasing agility and ability. Mizo Shoji, quirk, dupli arms. Another footage, showcasing calculated strength. Fumikage Tokoyami, quirk, dark shadow. A short video, showcasing timing and restraint. He has something on his record. Nothing criminal, just accident. We'll look into it during our discussion. More videos and names appeared, ranging all the way to a kid creating explosions, making a mesmerizing display of power, to another stick robots against the environment, before using the switch to shut them off. 5 minutes into the exam, another video popped up. Riku Shindai, former name of quirk, cursed energy. Now, adaptation. The high-pitched voice stating name and quirk had a glimmer of interest as he spoke. The quirk description on his file is difficult to sum up, but I'd say it's interesting to look into. The video showcased durability and brute strength. POV, Riku Shindai. Easy. That was not an overstatement, it would in fact not even count as bragging. Proof for that was his expression, which despite its inhumanity, seemed to use the facial wings to form a frown. Is that really it? No way, right? With a flick of his wrist, the two-pointer which he had crushed, was thrown against the wall. Then, his hand shot out to his left, grabbing a small one-pointer, not even bothering to turn around. Don't tell me it's gonna be some classroom of the elite S school. He hadn't read the light novel, but he did know that the anime was basically a bunch of edgy teens competing in a school which literally lied to its students. The robot in his hand was flailing before promptly being crushed as well. I reincarnated. Maybe this is some anime I didn't know. It kind of fits the premise. It wasn't the first time he entertained that thought. A world in which everyone had superpowers and had superhero as a job, would surely include something with a protagonist and a shit ton of trouble. Thank God I'm literally made for trouble. He ran through the streets, his cursed energy acting like a mini-map with highlighted enemies, soon finding a three-pointer, which noticed him the moment he approached. Bam. The robot was shoulder-checked into a wall. Sparks flew and metal folded, but its movement soon stopped and it sunk to the ground. Although, choosing UA as a hero school, if this world operates on normal anime logic, the main cast would join UA as well. Honestly, this entire train of though was useless, but he still thought it fun to consider. People here had colorful personalities and there were plenty of people his age, capable of bearing the heavy mantle of protagonist. But considering a world in which he literally lived in, like an anime world, felt strange. But between that and reincarnating is stranger. He was ready to bet a lot that some dude attempting the exam would be a protagonist. Riku sprinted towards another three-pointer as he thought. The faux villain was already falling, seemingly short-circuited, but he rammed into it nevertheless, not allowing it to fall onto the blonde boy in front of it. Saving people probably counts for something. Anime rules and stuff. Schools love to lie after all. Thanks. The boy had made a jump backwards as Riku's large frame barged into the three-pointer, but soon thanked him, before running off, only touching the faux villains with energy on his fingers to have them short-circuit. Riku did not care much and was about to head to his next faux villain when the ground suddenly shook. That certainly sounds big. And heavy. He couldn't see what it was, the range of his cursed energy only covered about 1 or 2 city blocks, but he did sense people's awe, and panic. Point 1. Dude, what the hell is this? Fuck man, let's get away. Is UA trying to kill us? They moved away. Sounds scary. He was a bit nervous, especially as the sound of what he assumed to be footsteps approached. I'll fight it. He wasn't sure he should. This was an entrance exam, and while courage was probably appreciated, that feeling probably did not extend to recklessness. Maybe he should show his focus on helping others get away. I already have plenty of points. I want to fight that. Then, the presence finally entered his CE. What the fuck? It was a foot and a leg, attached to, the rest was outside of his perception. Another step, a building crumpled and debris fell. The second leg had entered his perception. Now, Riku was starting to wonder a bit. How do I fight something this large? Can I jump up? Or climb? He waited a bit, as the gigantic robot approached, and only when the robot's full form entered his field of perception did he move. He moved the other way. Narration. 8 minutes had passed since the beginning of the exam. 2 minutes were all that remained. In each of the 4 exam grounds, examinees had been scurrying, some more desperate than others, in order to find more targets to destroy. The atmosphere of motivation, grit, desperation, and even joy was interrupted the moment a small paw pressed onto a large red button. A button labeled with a 0. The gates had opened and the waiting 0-pointers started moving into their respective areas. The teachers in the office watched as the small figure chuckled, clearly enjoying the student's panicked retreat. But not all did. Battleground A showcased a student who had explosions crackling in his palm. A wild grin was on his face as he propelled himself forward, not towards the 0-pointer, but towards the smaller robots in between the large faux villain's feet. Bahahaha, you think I'm scared? You just aren't worth the points. The teachers watched through the screen as he darted from point to point, ignoring the 0-pointer's presence as if inconsequential. Bakugo Katsuki. Quirk, explosion. The high-pitched voice emerged again. In the background of the drone footage was another figure, dressed in black. Fumikage Tokoyami. the voice chirped again. He had already been mentioned, but not everyone would memorize him. Differently than Bakugo, Tokoyami remained perched upon the building, seemingly gauging the zero-pointer for its value. But the bird-headed boy ended up glancing at Bakugo's explosions, before simply turning back and leaving. His quirk doesn't work well with Katsuki Bakugo's, the voice explained. The teachers watched calmly as the footage shifted to another area. A grimly entertained chuckle escaped one of the teachers as the footage portrayed the sheer panic reigning upon the area. No one stood out. The footage changed again. Battleground C. Oh, that's the Rika guy. Present Mick's loud voice immediately pointed out the obvious. The obvious being the large, shirtless figure springing along a roof, seemingly intent on jumping onto the zero-pointer. A few teachers watched in faint interest as Riku's speed picked up before he jumped. Even through the footage, the power behind the jump was obvious as the border of which he jumped off crumbled. Riku crashed into the zero-pointer's side, and immediately started to climb, aiming for its head. Well, a bit stupid to rush into a zero-pointer, but he certainly got the courage. Silence reigned for a moment, as the teachers simply watched the mutant child tear through metal and wires. Then, the footage shifted. Battleground B. The chaos there was a bit different than the other battlegrounds. The zero-pointer must have walked through a larger building, because rubble and debris had stained the street. Below the debris and rubble lied a girl. Worry immediately permeated through the air, remaining even as the zero-pointer's AI changed its direction. Principal Nizu, should we shut it off? No, wait a little. The small figure with its chirpy voice was calm. This is how you draw out the students' true selves. The teachers watched as the screen zeroed in onto the fleeing students. No one looked back, with a single exception. The huge frame of one of the pro-heroes in the room had his fist clench as he saw the green-haired boy stare directed towards the looming zero-pointer. Do you see him? The principal's voice rang out again. Izuku Midoriya. He has not accomplished a single thing throughout the entirety of the exam. The boy's gaze was desperate as he saw the girl lying below the debris. In front of him stands the most dangerous obstacle he has ever seen, an obstacle which does not reward. The boy started running. You see, the principal continued, his tone light. This exam is not specifically designed to measure heroism. The green-haired boy stumbled as he ran, then corrected himself, feet pounding against cracked asphalt. It measures efficiency, control, and most importantly, quirk. Midoriya's eyes never left the debris. That is why the zero-pointer exists. The zero-pointer shifted, its AI noticing the approaching examinee. Calculations ran through its hardware, as safety protocols had it stop moving. It's an obstacle without incentive, nor reward. But Midoriya ran faster. It brings nothing but consequence. The students who understand that will leave. Those who fear it, would usually do the same. Power flooded Midoriya's legs. But usually, those not seem to apply to him. The fear is undeniably present, yet overcome. Izuku Midoriya leapt, the power in his legs pushing him all the way towards the zero-pointer's face. He knows the danger. Both disappointment and admiration filled his voice. The boy pulled back his fist. Principal Nizu smiled. And he does so anyway. Midoriya's arm crackled with power as it shot forward, meeting the zero-pointer's face. The obstacle did not stagger back or fall down, but simply imploded, the power of the punch bending the robot's own structure. That is what we're looking for, is it not? Chapter end. This should not have taken as long as it did. And it didn't. I got distracted and forgot to write. Had an irresistible urge to replay Elden Ring, so I did. I'm not done with the playthrough, currently at Volcano Manor. In addition to that, like 2 weeks ago, I found a fanfic which I fucking devoured. It's called Naruto, Outsider's Resolve. Be warned that it's a slow story, has over 400 chapters, and that it's about very weak MC. Well, people say he is weak, but I honestly consider him pretty average. But it's basically a weak to strong fanfic, without the strong. I'm 300 chapters in and bro became a chunin. It took this man 50 chapters to get progress in a spar. It sounds pathetic, but I think it's pretty realistic considering how the average person is. But the best thing about it, is how it portrays ninjutsu. They don't just spam ninjutsu for it to get dodged, but the jutsus are genuinely terrifying every time they are used. Like, what? A B-rank ninjutsu. Only weird thing about the story is strength ranking. It's still good but a bit weird. It's like, 8 genin struggle against 1 chunin, and jonin are so strong, he can't even imagine. The FIC kind of closes the power gap which exists in Naruto, by creating more gaps in between the ranks. Naruto kind of distorted the strength gaps between different ranks, and this FIC kind of goes into that. So, if you want something different than all those Sharingan thieves or Hashirama cells cultivators, give it a try. You'll pity the MC so much at the start, that his progress is gonna have you tear up. Chapter 24, The Mystery of the Angularly Periodic Boundary Condition. I went on a hike the day before yesterday. It rained a bit. Smiley face. It was nice. Rain is nice. Narration. The exam did not end with celebration. It ended with sound fading. The chaos of explosions, laughter, shouting, and strained breaths had faded away, leaving behind a suffocating quiet. What remained was movement without energy. Examinees were walking, their steps slow and uneven, their shoulders slumped and their breaths shallow. The wail of sirens had already dulled into the background. Faux villains stood still, while small drones hovered low, scanning streets and examinees alike with quiet persistence. The zero-pointers still loomed over the 4 cities, their massive frames making the exam grounds feel smaller than they had before. Less like districts, more like enclosed arenas. Damage was scattered throughout each faux city, usually localized, shaped by the quirks of individuals. Cracked walls. Collapsed facades. Torn streets. But one city stood apart. There, the designated zero-pointer had fallen. Its collapse had crushed buildings beneath its weight. Windows lay shattered across entire blocks. Stone had split. Metal had twisted and folded in on itself. The examinees were shaking in lingering fear and exhilaration. The sheer power of the green-haired kid was not something anyone had expected to see from someone who was not a pro-hero. Yet, in the midst of the dreadful atmosphere, some stood apart. They were chatting and counting their points, be it out of confidence or carelessness. Smirks and smiles covered the faces of those who felt they had done well, while others were more stern, seemingly recounting their experience or perhaps analyzing their mistakes. How many do you believe will pass? Tokoyami's expression was serious as he asked his friend, while scanning the expressions of the other participants. He himself felt confident, although slightly winded. Despite his good performance, UA's standards were not something he felt he could predict. Riku walked next to him, his gait rather relaxed, but Tokoyami could tell that he was thinking about something. His question was met with momentary silence and he noticed in amusement how Riku's facial wings twitched, as if remembering something unpleasant. It only lasted a moment as his large friend quickly snapped out of it, turning his head in a questioning manner, for Tokoyami to repeat his question. Of everyone who attended, how many are going to pass the exam? Do you think the others were good? Riku's answer was curt. Eret erew it nelp htiw nord skryek. There were plenty with strong quirks. Tokoyami's expression was thoughtful as he gave a small nod. He was aware that Riku strongly believed UA to choose its students on their power's potential. There was no way that a school would reject someone whose quirk was well suited for hero work, even if only to avoid having them fall into villainy. There were over 1,000 of students attempting to take the UA exam, usually over a period of several weeks. Most focused on the hero course, but that course was comprised of 2 classes which each took 20 students. Those who were good but subpar were often invited to enter the general course, which consisted of 3 classes, totally to 60 students. Beyond the general course and the hero course, there also was the management course and the support course, focusing on logistics and creation of hero equipment. These 2 classes usually comprised of 20 students each. In total, UA accepted 140 students per year. 40 of these students took different exams, due to management and support not requiring the same conditions as the others. That meant, following this exam, only 100 students would enter UA, either into the hero course or the general course. Over 1,000 examinees meant a percentage of below 10% to be accepted into UA. Below 4% for the hero course. Tokoyami's expression slightly scrunched up as he considered the number, anxiety slightly rising at the sheer number of his competition. Uncertainty flickered in his eyes, but it quickly faded as he rethought his performance during the exam, knowing to have done better than the vast majority of students present. Next to him Riku seemed rather unbothered. He was wondering if attacking that zero-pointer had been a good idea, especially considering the lack of reason to do so. But he did not waste much time on the question, figuring that UA would be rather retarded to reject the 2.3M mutant only because he decided to do something that was included in his future job. Saying that it's a hero's job to face adversity should be good enough. With that thought, his mind shifted its attention to the blissful shower he was about to take at home. POV, Masaki Shindai, late afternoon. His footsteps echoed loudly through the stairwell of the building. A few neighbors on other floors were seen, swiftly greeted and then ignored as he hurried up towards his apartment, his gait impatient. The door was open and he soon barged in, immediately looking around for a certain freak's presence. The freak was nowhere to be seen, but he heard the shower running. His wife, very lovely by the way, greeted him from the couch and then signed him a thumbs up. "Don't worry," Riku seemed confident. To which Masaki's expression turned into a grin. "All right. Did he tell you more?" Kana nodded, her excitement palpable. "Yup. He said the exam was easy, dumb theoretics and smashable robots." Masaki laughed at that, all signs of earlier tension gone. "Destroying robots, huh? UA's gonna have to stockpile on these robots and they're still gonna run out. Whatever place is selling them those is gonna make a killing." Kana rolled her eyes but her smile widened. He apparently destroyed over 20 of the robots, but he also said he was looking for those which gave more points. He estimated between 45 and 55 points. Sounds like a good number. Wearing a giddy expression, he sat down next to his wife who'd been reading on the couch. Their conversation continued, glee and pride in their voice covering up the very slight anxiety of failure. Their conversation was mostly centered on UA, discussing whatever they knew about the school. Then, their topic shifted to something more serious. UA's is a bit far away, he's gonna have to take the train to get there every day. Do you think he'd like a dorm at UA? Boom. Pleasant atmosphere was gone and Kana's expression scrunched up. Masaki immediately raised his hands. "Hey, I'm not saying we just let him live alone. Okay, I am saying that. But we live in the outskirts, commuting to UA every day is gonna be a pain and you know how often villains like to go after trains. They think this is like the damn Far West. Indeed, Masaki likes cowboys. He thinks they're cool. His fave hero is Snipe." But Kana's expression remained as it was, her eyes narrowed in displeasure. The "villains go after trains" was just an excuse in her ears, because despite frequent villains were, public transport was well protected. Masaki continued. "You know, he can cook, he can clean, and he needs some more damn friends. It's been 10 years since he got to know Fumi, and he literally never invited anyone else over. His only other friendships were some people at school he talked to. He needs to get his holy ass out of here and into the world." Kana's expression did not improve. And who knows? He'll probably like it. Making friends, hanging out with them, instead of having to get home early in order to not miss the train. It's not like we won't see him. We'll meet him every weekend or so. I just want the big guy to focus on something else than hitting things, being hit and, yeah, that's literally all he does. Kana's expression remained as it was. Ah. No. Her eyes narrowed even more. Sweat glistened on his forehead and Masaki dropped the topic with a last sentence. "We'll at least ask him about it." POV, Narration, UA Administrative Building, a few days later. The office was filled with murmurs, quiet conversation and many sighs as the people present flipped through mountains of paperwork. Said people were UA's teachers, faculty members and principal, who methodically worked their way through the examinee's files and background. All Might should have been present as well, but had pushed for a certain student's admission with adamants before leaving and making his rounds in the city. The main lump of examinees whose points did not reach the average had been eliminated by an automatic system which ranked the top scorers of the practical exam. But despite the automatic sorting and much to staff members' and teachers' dismay, Principal Nizu insisted on working through each and every file, wanting to make sure to never miss a single student with valuable quirk. Performance be damned. This seemed like an exorbitant amount of work, but was actually done rather quickly thanks to a good organized work environment. Staff members would sort the files on quirk potential, using a checklist to see if the quirk was very powerful, versatile, or had a high chance for potential. That alone was enough to filter through nearly 60% of all applicants, whose quirks were either one-dimensional or just plain weak. Any further evaluations would be done by the teachers or Nizu himself, in which they'd look at attitude, skill, power, and other aspects such as their background. One of the teachers was exceedingly valuable in that, namely ectoplasm, whose quirk made him capable of creating up to 20 clones. And each of the clones were going through their respective stack of papers. Nevertheless, going through all applicants still took several days. Indeed, he and Cementos were definitely UA's foundation. Isaku Nutono. Quirk, momentum. Can redirect force applied to him or other objects through touch. Quirk is good but his physical state is less than satisfactory. One of Ectoplasm's clones loudly narrated his summary of the student's file, wanting to know whether to reject him or not. Aizawa answered in the split of a second. His quirk is high risk. If he activates his quirk a second too late when something is flung at him, he'll get hit. Reject it. Thump. That was the sound of everyone's forehead hitting their desk, exasperated at Eraserhead's ruthless decision. But the point he made was just in the file joined the group of rejected. Minutes later, same voice from another ectoplasm spoke up. LeBron Jamoto. Quirk, airtime. Can jump high and sustain long airtime. High growth potential. Was shown to take initiative. I'll put him on the waiting list for general course unless we find better. No answer meant approval. The work continued that way, ectoplasms and sometime other teacher's voice cutting through the room when unsure about an applicant. This sort of discussion and sorting was reserved for those with decent/low scores, rarely mentioning someone with a high potential quirk to join UA's hero course. Yo, I got this Keanu rifu here. Quirk, action time. Can activate perfect instincts for 10 seconds before cooldown. What do y'all think? General course. The work continued as the teachers worked their way through the files from low points with quirk potential to high points. The files of the failed examinees were usually done first, as those with more potential usually required more discussion for class dynamic. They often had a near-automatic admission into the hero course, although their mindset, attitude, past and quirk were still discussed and taken into account to foster ideal growth. One by one, examinees were discussed as the 40 top students of the leaderboard were far more interesting than most other participants. Classes 1A and 1B were always the most interesting after all. The discussion about the students were usually about which teacher wanted which student, so this was between Aizawa and Vlad Kind, although Aizawa usually just tried to shove the troublesome ones into Vlad King's class. It was a spectacle the other teachers enjoyed, as it usually comprised of Aizawa reading a student's file, pointed out their flaws, told Vlad King, you can have them, and was then countered by Nizu who forced Aizawa to take them. This sequence would be repeated 20 times until the classes were finally established. Katsuki Bakugo. Quirk, explosion. Loud, abrasive, arrogant and troublesome. He's for Class B. Eraserhead's tired voice echoed through the room, but his attempt at delegation was discovered by Nizu who simply shook his head. He may embody all of these traits, but his potential shines bright. I believe your guidance will be necessary to bring him upon the right path. He's in Class A. Aizawa just glared at the principal, but did not resist. Ashido Mina. Quirk, acid. She too is low dash. She might be a perfect fit for Class B. She'd surely mesh well with you, Vlad. Despite Aizawa's carefully curated sentence, she too was sent into Class A. Finally. The last one. Who'll do the honors? Soon enough, the teachers had successfully worked through the files, leaving the last one. I will. Vlad King's gruff voice echoed through the room as he picked up the last file. Riku Shindai. Mutant. Quirk, adaptation. Oh. His quirk had a different name before because of different aspects of his abilities. Oh Shindai. That was the one who attacked the zero-pointer in Battleground C. Nizu's cheerful voice rang out, tinged with faint amusement. Aizawa immediately reacted to that. Vlad King, let's switch. Kendo in my class and you get this Shindai. 1. Meanwhile, Vlad's gaze on the file was a bit complicated. His eyes scanned the part of an incident, then read the part out loud. This kid's quirk got a record on the QSB, although it's not been updated. His quirk is apparently pretty complicated and the kid was suspected for misuse. It's old so it's probably just an accident though. But the kid's quirk is damn well documented. Vlad was about to continue but Nizu's cheerful voice interrupted him. I looked a bit into the kid. His father sent me an email of non-liability. His voice was tinged with amusement as he spoke but the glint in his eyes was serious. His quirk has two main aspects. The first one being the reason for his quirk's original name, cursed energy. It consists of energy which emulates emotion, making him capable of sensing and feeling people's moods. The principal neatly folded his paws on his lap. Ectoplasm spoke up. I dealt with him for his oral exam. He is blind. Nizu nodded. Indeed, he instead uses the cursed energy to create a bubble around him in which he senses people's presence. The bubble can be shaped and manipulated at cost of cursed energy reserves, which are said to be large but not infinite. He is mute as well. Nizu answered again. Well, mute would not be the right way to describe him. But you are right that he cannot talk without his quirk. His mutant figures are not limited to appearances, but also messed with his vocal cords, making him incapable of emulating human speech. But dash. Nizu raised his voice a bit, noticing frowns of concern on everyone's faces. He uses his quirk to lace his voice with emotional charges of cursed energy, making it carry the meaning of his sentence straight into a listener's head. So no, he is not mute. But that is not all. His cursed energy can flow through his body and be used to strengthen and enhance his blows. It is a very versatile ability. Capable of combat, detection, and crypt communication. His short speech gathered a few stunned looks, less for the content and more about the fact that the principal was personally advocating for a student's abilities. The quirk was powerful, but was it really all that? And there is more. This is the kid's original quirk after all. The principal smiled at the stunned gazes. Riku Shindai has a wheel floating above his head. This is where it gets interesting. He leaned forward, a slight excitement lacing his voice. He is capable of adapting to a phenomenon at every wheels turn. Silence. Not out of awe, but confusion. Vlad spoke up. That's his quirk. Nizu sighed in mock disappointment. You speak as though it is obvious, but have you thought what that ability actually implies? What do you imagine a quirk to do when it adapts to something? The confused silence remained as the teachers considered that. Their minds remained blank. What did adaptation imply? Nizu grinned, excitement obvious. The answer is unknown. Sighs of exasperation and confusion filled the room, but the pro-hero's eyes were sharp and attentive, understanding Nizu's focus on the strange quirk. Midnight's sultry voice resonate through the room. And I assume you want to find out. The principal chuckled. Well, he certainly did earn his stay at UA, did he not? But yes, I truly am curious. A mutant quirk capable of adaptation. We can only assume what it means. Is it the reason for his mutated features? Are those and his size a result of his quirk? Or does his quirk affect his learning capability? His smile widened as he picked up a small stamp and pressed it onto the file. And if so, is it ever going to stop? Riku Shindai. Approved. Chapter 25, Merry Christmas. Imagine a mathematic formula for wheel. N, Merry Christmas. It's a bit late, but some of you celebrate on the 25th anyway. Next chapter is close to done. I hope to pop it out today. Consider it a late Christmas present. If I manage. If not then, itk. This chap does have a Riku POV. And the next one will too. I've been sidelining my own MC hoopsie. I also forgot to write the amount of points Riku got at the end of his exam. 66, 54 plus 12, second place for villain points due to lacking speed, didn't focus on rescue work much. But honestly, just make up your own number. I just don't think he should be first place. I don't want to write a speech for the sport festival. Bakugo's speech is awesome anyway. POV, narration. It had been a few weeks since the entrance exam, and now the day had finally come for the newly accepted students to start their first day of school at UA. Acceptance letters had been delivered, dorm assignments were finalized, and the students' schedule ready. The campus buzzed with quiet energy as the new students trickled through school gates, their expressions giddy with excitement or filled with anxiety. Some of the students started conversations to ease their nerves, others avoided them, preoccupied with their own thoughts. Some even mentally prepared their introduction, not wanting to make fools of themselves for their first impression. Among the sea of students walking through the gates, walked a large lonesome figure with mutant traits. Chatter and glances were thrown at the figure which bore the demeanor and size of a teacher or member of staff, only to be betrayed by the gray uniform he wore. He himself seemed unbothered as he walked through the gates with large strides, wings twitching and tail rigid. His facial traits were unreadable and his exposed teeth gave the impression of a perpetual grin. POV, Riku. Man, these kids never seen a mutant or what? He was annoyed. A little bit. It wasn't as though he had not expected the stares. But he thought the students would be more concerned with their own anxiety to worry about him. He was apparently wrong, as he had successfully attracted quite the number of students' attention. Nevertheless, he continued onwards with his stride, his attention shifting from student to student as he observed their emotional state, all the while being careful not to bump into the relatively smaller students who were in his way. Now, where the hell is my class? Riku did not follow the signs pointing to Class 1A, because he was blind and couldn't read. Instead, his cursed energy simply scanned the place, soon locking onto Tokoyami, who was solemnly sitting in a classroom. Riku had originally wanted to come to class with Tokoyami, but the overachieving Birdman wanted to be among the first to be in class for a good impression, something Riku did not feel like doing. Being the first meant awkwardly greeting each and everyone who entered after all. He had no issues finding the classroom and soon stood in front of a massive door, behind which sat Tokoyami and another bunch of students. Alright, big door. Good to know UA accommodates for big boys. He remained standing there for just a moment, scanning the emotional state of those in class, then reached out to open the door. Alright, let's go. There is fear behind me. His focus on his cursed energy whipped around and located a very small person standing a few steps away. That kid is 1m tall. Is he some kind of overachieving middle schooler? How would that even work? He didn't look big enough to disable even just a single one-pointer. Maybe his quirk is just that good. Sorry, but see, can I pass? Riku turned his head, a gesture to let him know he heard him, and then opened the door and stepped aside, watching as the toddler waddled through the doorway. The kid either is a prodigy or UA's standards are lower than I thought. With that thought, Riku waited a short moment before following the child into the classroom, silently thanking UA's architect to have built such an oversized door. Let's ignore the stairs. HMMHM. Whoa, no way, I got a custom chair. In the back of the classroom stood a chair, larger than others and reinforced with steel. Whoever the person was who organized said chair's presence, Riku was very grateful. His seat was to the right/behind of Tokoyami's, in the last row, probably to avoid his frame blocking other students' view. He walked towards his chair, greeting Tokoyami with a flick of his tail, who in turn opened his eyes, nodded with a faint smile before returning to the meditative state he had been in. Riku plopped down onto his seat and scanned the room again. Some seats were still empty, notably the one to his right, but the one to his left was already taken by a boy who acknowledged Riku's presence with a simple glance, then simply stopped paying attention to him. Now, how do I greet this dude? Simply speaking to him was certainly possible, but the fact remained that his voice was uncomfortable. And frankly, introducing himself was a bit awkward with the glances people threw him. Should I just talk with Fumi? He's meditating though. Silence it was. He'd just wait for an opportunity later on. Not like his neighbor seemed very chatty anyway. The conversation in the room soon picked up again, as people introduced themselves and spoke to each other in an excited manner. Riku listened along a bit, overhearing an enthusiastic boy naming himself Kirishima who seemed engrossed in conversation with another called Siro. Another girl joined their conversation, her voice loud and bubbly, before hopping away to someone else with extroverted enthusiasm. More people were entering the classroom, their nervousness palpable, but simply found their way to their seats. One of them was a boy with mutant features and a hefty anxiety who soon sat down on the seat in front of Riku, only greeting him with a shy nod. An introvert. With anxiety. I'm already bad enough at conversation as is, carrying one is not something I can adapt to. His thoughts were soon interrupted as the door was kicked open with a loud bang. A boy entered the room, his emotional state as unstable as his demeanor. He didn't even bother to look at anyone and simply headed to his seat at the front, crossed his arms and put a leg on top of the table. That guy has anger issues. He could have guessed that without sensing the guy's feelings. Feelings of slight shock and anxiety were spread throughout the room, as most seemed a bit intimidated by the dude. Some, however, remained unmoved, such as his neighbor whose emotional state did not even fluctuate, or Fumi's, who had a burst of light annoyance before being tempered. One, however, was outside the norm. It's the stuck-up guy from the auditorium. A boy with glasses stood up from his seat, feelings of outrage and rightfulness oozing out of him. The guy even pushed back his own seat underneath the table before walking up to the emotional bomb in the first row. As expected, the emotional bomb exploded the moment he was asked to take his feet off the desk, and the class fell silent as they watched the shouting match which had started between the two. The one having initiated the discussion had strange robotic arm movements accompanying his speech as he introduced himself as Tenya Lita. Their loud bickering continued, but Riku soon blended them out, having noticed something more interesting. Why is there someone crawling along the ground like a caterpillar? The two students entering the room were ignored as all of Riku's focus was on the caterpillar, who crawled along the ground in the corridor until reaching the door, simply laying there in silence. This man is hopeless. Not as an insult but literally. A bit of an overstatement but not far from the truth. The caterpillar, who was in fact a human in a sleeping bag, started talking, his voice gravelly and quiet. If you're looking for friends, do it elsewhere. This is the Department of Heroics. The entire class was quiet, not a whisper to be heard. The men, presumably their teacher, stood up, his sleeping bag simply dropping to the ground. His classmates' emotional states were in bewilderment, and even Tokoyami had enough shock to wear a confused expression. Took you guys some time to quiet down. The man straightened up as he spoke, his tone of voice unchanging. I'm your homeroom teacher, Shota Aizawa. Pleasure meeting you. There was no pleasure in his voice. Their teacher did not waste time and pointed to a small bag with neatly arranged sport uniforms inside. We're going to the PE grounds. Wear these. It did not take long as the students hurried towards the PE grounds after changing, not wanting to annoy their already annoyed teacher. They found themselves facing an enormous field, with lines drawn on the ground and a box with small machinery. Riku stood next to Tokoyami, his tail lazily flicking through the air as he curiously paid attention to his classmates, trying to figure out their quirks. Anxiety and curiosity lingered, probably wondering what they were doing there in sportswear, instead of being at the ceremony. We're doing a quirk apprehension test. Aizawa's tired voice resonated through the field. If I'm doing this teaching bit, I need to know where all of you stand with your quirk. Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Wait, what about the ceremony? Aizawa didn't even pause to think. You kids got freedom here at UA, but so do we teachers. I get to teach how I see fit, and I'm not gonna waste time on niceties. He then nodded towards the boy Riku had labeled, emotional bomb. Bakugo. How far could you pitch a softball in middle school? The emotional bomb, now labeled Bakugo, answered curtly. 67 meters. Aizawa didn't bat an eye. Do it again, this time use your quirk. How you do it is up to you, but don't leave the circle. Riku's wings twitched in interest as he noticed a positive emotion pop up in Bakugo's swirling vortex of anger. Excited to show off, isn't he? The now excited Bakugo entered the circle drawn on the ground, cracked his neck and stretched his arms, a smirk tugging on his lips before being replaced by a look of concentration. He wound up his arm, and then, with a sudden scream, flung the ball forward. Asterisk boom. Dai. Bakugo's scream was overshadowed by a deafening explosion which stirred up wind and dust. The softball disappeared out of Riku's CE range in a blink, his heightened instincts tracing the softball's trajectory. There was silence for just a moment, before someone spoke up. 705 meters. Dude, that's crazy. Awesome. This looks so fun. 705 meters. Riku was impressed, but it soon faded. Bakugo's quirk, seemingly capable of creating explosions, was bound to be great when it came blasting things away. And there was a bigger problem anyway. Aizawa's even more unhappier than before. Fun, you say? He turned towards the crowd of students who collectively went silent at their teacher's ominous voice and expression. Were you all thinking that you'd spend 3 years here having a good time? His gloomy expression shifted to a smile and he used his hand to pull his hair out of his face. All right then. New rule. The one with the lowest score will be judged as hopeless. And will be expelled. This dude, is he for real? Riku's CE rippled. He wasn't particularly worried about being expelled, but hearing these words was still shocking. School which expelled students based on performance. That was some classroom of the elite kind of shit. Then, Riku turned his focus away from the teacher and noticed their emotions swirling as well. Confidence, competitiveness, outrage, and most notably fear. He snapped out of his line of thought, slightly curious about the curly-haired kid's quirk. Some girl had claimed Aizawa's new rule as unfair, and he now went on a rant about the world's unfairness and how heroes were meant to oppose it. And honestly, he kind of agreed. Still, expelling seemed very much over the top, especially given that the entire point of an institution is to teach, not to test. But in the end, this would be the teacher's choice, not his. All he had to do was rank as well as he could. First up was the paired 50-meter dash. The stuck-up boy, Tenya Lida, was first with a frog girl. I suppose it's something different than these anime cat girls. Both achieved a high score, and the sight of their race lit a fire in everyone's eyes. Pairing after pairing continued, some with average results, others a lot more interesting, but nearly everyone attempted to adjust their quirk for the situation. Riku did too, as he was paired up with the boy he knew as Siro. Cursed energy filled his legs as he leaned forward, muscles coiling like springs, and waited for the starting signal. Next to him, the boy Siro nervously glanced at him. When the signal came, he practically exploded forward, cursed energy enhancing every one of his steps. His own body weight pulled him forward, and his large stride soon had him cross the finish line. Riku Shindai. 4.3 seconds. Siro Hanta. 6.0 seconds, 1. He wasn't too unhappy with the score, aware of his lacking speed. His build was currently fixed to that of a hard-hitting tank, and he preferred that over speed anyway. The second exam happened to be the one in which his strength could shine. The grip test. Before his turn came, he observed the others, curious whether one had a strength quirk. Much to his disappointment, most people's scores were low when it came to strength. There was one exception, a large boy wearing a face mask. Mizo Shoji, as he was called, had his quirk seemingly create a large amount of muscles into his arm, and then proceeded to achieve a score of 540 kilograms. Or so the other students said. He had taken the lead with about 300 kilograms more than second place, creating a huge gap. Most others did not even come close, only a few even breaking into the 100 kilograms, but some managed to rise a bit higher, such as Tokoyami, who simply used dark shadow, or a girl who somehow created a makeshift mechanical press out of thin air. Finally my turn. He walked forward, taking the measure device, and waited for Aizawa to sign him to start. When the signal came, cursed energy filled Riku's entire arm, and the device was promptly crushed, no number showing up on screen. He turned towards Aizawa with the crumpled device in hand, his gesture questioning but his grin large. The upper limit of these is 750 kilograms. Damn. The voices were deadpan. While impressed, no one really seemed surprised at the over 2-meter-tall, muscle-clad mutant winning a strength contest. Aizawa's face did not change as he jotted down a quick 750 plus as score before calling on the next. More such exercises ensued. Another strength and endurance-based one, namely upper body exercises, endurance running and standing long jump. Cursed energy made all of these a breeze. After that came those he struggled the most at, seated toe touch and sideways jump. His large body moved clumsily, and his score was among the worst in class. It was some time later, once everyone went through each exercise, that it was everyone's turn for the softball throw. It was frankly the one nearly everyone had anticipated the most, and the atmosphere considerably lightened as everyone made their throw. It was where people were the most creative with their quirk, although some people's scores were pathetically weak. Riku was specifically thinking about the toddler known as Mineta, who was in fact not really a toddler. At least so Riku speculated, because toddlers wouldn't speak of such foul topics. Can't believe I thought this pervert to be some kind of genius. Riku. It's your turn. Aizawa suddenly called out, snapping him out his musings. He acknowledged Aizawa with a low growl before walking into the circle. He didn't have any throwing technique, so he did what he did best. Pump cursed energy into muscles. His arm and torso was covered in cursed energy, and he simply twisted his body and pulled his arm back before throwing as hard as he could. That was too low. Another thing on his bucket list of things to adapt to. It now included throwing. Aizawa's gravelly voice rang out. 487 meters. Point 1. Heh. This fucker. Bakugo's usual anger was overshadowed by smugness as he looked at Riku. No, he was in fact doing that to anyone whose score remained below his own. Riku's tail lashed, but he didn't bother to turn his head, acting as if it was no big deal. Izuku Midoriya. Your turn. The kid walked up. His emotional state was filled with anxiety and downright fear. Riku felt a pang of pity towards the kid. He had noticed that his performance was amongst the worst, in fact not even using his quirk a single time throughout every exercise. The pity faded as Riku noticed Midoriya's fear and anxiety waning, slowly being suppressed by determination. Holy shit, if that's not a main character thing. The underdog to strongest. His grin widened as he saw hope and determination eclipse even Tokoyami's. But then, his grin faded. What is that? Riku's cursed energy acted as a sensor. Emotions, energy, and shapes, all of these were things his CE could clearly pick up upon. And in terms of energy, this kid here had everyone beat. Riku tensed as he noticed a massive buildup of energy in Midoriya's arm, partly out of awe of the sheer power, but mostly due to the fact that the arm was threatening to burst. Just how much power can he generate? The energy in the kid's arm didn't stabilize, even as he wound up for his throw. There is no way he can stand that much power. Midoriya threw the ball. What? 46 meters. Riku's wings twitched in alarm and he leaned forward, now fully invested in whatever the hell had just happened. He had clearly sensed the massive amount of energy building up. But just the moment in which he was about to throw, all of it dissipated, as if never having been present. Midoriya himself seemed shocked as well. He stared at his arm with a confused look. Other students watched quietly, seemingly noticing something was off at Midoriya's reaction, but unable to figure out what it was. Until Aizawa spoke up. I erased your quirk. He what? That thought was not just limited to Riku as everyone second questioned what they had heard. But Aizawa simply continued. I honestly don't get it. How did someone like you enter the academy? Midoriya's voice cracked as he spoke. Why you erased it? Oh my god, those goggles. You are the erasing hero, Eraserhead. Confused looks were exchanged between students, but it slowly dawned onto them that their teacher was not just some nobody. But Aizawa, aka Eraserhead, did not pay them any attention. His hair floated upwards and his eyes flashed a red light, his entire vibe not just ominous but angry. You can't control your quirk's power. You were about to cripple yourself because of your lack of control. Midoriya only stuttered in answer, a weak attempt at explaining himself. But Eraserhead simply interrupted him. Whatever hope you had, abandon it. No matter what power you got, I won't let you pass if it relies on you breaking your entire arm when using it. The teacher's red-eyed glare persisted for a moment, intently focused on Midoriya, who simply stood there, eyes focused on the ground. Aizawa then suddenly closed his eye and his hair fell back, covering his face once more. Try again. I gave you back your quirk. His voice remained filled with a sliver of earlier authority, but the anger was gone. The other students muttered silently, impressed by their teacher's quirk and demeanor and theorizing about Midoriya's chances of success. Said Midoriya walked into the circle, a heavy frown on his face. He exhaled once, then wound up, his expression turning nearly feral. The throwing motion itself wasn't better than before, in fact it looked worse as the ball seemed to slip out of Midoriya's hand. But one finger still touched the ball. Midoriya's index finger was the only part of Midoriya's hand to contribute to the throw. Boom. The form of the sloppy throw belied the result. A resounding shockwave echoed through the field as the ball left everyone's sight. Their eyes were wide as they stared at the small curly-haired Midoriya whose throw broke the sound barrier. He turned back to Aizawa, a shaky smile on his face, despite the strangely crooked finger. Teacher, I can still move. Oh ho. A smile bloomed on Aizawa's face as he looked at the result. 705.3 meters. The quiet atmosphere was broken with a laugh as the girl, Uraraka, cheered for Midoriya. More people started commenting about his strength and the odd nature of a user-harming quirk. Meanwhile, Riku remained quiet. He was transfixed on Aizawa's figure, completely ignoring everyone. Can he shut off my quirk? Stop me from adapting and using cursed energy. Riku wasn't panicking. Definitely not. But he wanted to know. How would erasure affect me? POV, narration. The class was dismissed a few minutes later, with only a minor instance of an raging Bakugo attempting to assault Midoriya. Despite that, no one was hurt, and everyone changed out of their gym clothes, preparing to head home or to the dorms, depending on their living situation. Riku and Tokoyami, however, met up after changing and headed towards the administrative building to finalize Riku's dorm arrangements. His application was still being processed, due to the need for special accommodations for his large frame. It would probably be a while before he joined the dorms. Meanwhile, the other students made their way to the exit, some eager to return home, others excited to hang out. A pink-skinned girl, Mina Ashido, clearly rather extroverted, gathered a group of classmates around her, her bubbly voice carrying as she recounted the day's events. The conversation quickly shifted to their fellow students, such as the ones who hadn't made much of an impression yet or those who were harder to read. Have you guys noticed how intense Bakugo is? He looks so angry. Like, he's always ready to fight someone. Mina's statement was accompanied by a laugh, recalling the desk fiasco in the morning and his performance in the quirk assessment. A red-haired guy with an excited expression, his name Eijiro Kirishima, nodded along. Yeah, he's not exactly easy to miss. I'm pretty sure even the other classes heard his voice. I still don't get why he was so pissed at Midoriya though. He looked ready to destroy him with those explosions. Honestly, said Zero, his tone light. I was half expecting him to blow up the whole training field today. The group giggled, but it quickly quieted as the conversation turned to other classmates. Todoroki's cold, aloof nature came up next, with a few students remarking on how little he interacted with anyone. He's basically a walking iceberg. Ribbit. Tsuyu Ajui's voice rang out. He did not even look at anyone. Totally uninterested. Ribbit. I mean, he's Endeavor's son. Zero spoke up again. I bet he's got his own problems, son of the number 2 hero and stuff. There was a slight pause, people seemingly contemplating that. By the way, did you all notice the big guy? The one who left with Tokoyami. Ashido's voice was filled with excitement as she spoke. That guy's strength was insane. Yeah, he's massive. And he has that will above his head. That has to be related to his quirk. Ribbit. Ajui spoke up. I noticed he did not speak with anyone though. I mean, did you see him? Zero leaned forward as he spoke. He's terrifying. There is no way people don't step back if he tries to talk to them. I bet he's just shy. Ashido's cheerful voice rang out again, a grin on her face. I'm gonna talk to him a bit tomorrow. Now I feel a bit sorry for him. Kirishima exaggeratedly shook his head. He'll never escape that conversation. Hey you. A few laughs broke out and the conversation continued, their expectation and excitement renewed as everyone looked forward to their second day of UA. Chapter end. And there is another chapter following. I should, hopefully, get it done today. Don't get your hopes up though. I'm notorious for lying. Comment. 23 comment. Vote. Chapter 26, C equals 2 pi r. POV, Riku Shindai. Alright, why is Dad staring at me like that? He was currently eating a very early breakfast at 4 in the morning, with his dad who was awake for unknown reasons. His dad being a little aberrant was nothing new, but he couldn't stop himself from wondering about this serious stare he received. Si eret nidamos no ymecaf. Is there something on my face? That may not be a good or very polite to address one's father, but this situation warranted it. And it wasn't as though his dad minded. He just coughed a little. Nothing, besides wings. Just wondering, how's UA? Riku didn't have eyes to narrow, but he did his best to emulate that action with his wings. Sketchy. Still he answered, pretty much retelling the same stuff he had told them yesterday. Masaki's emotional state fluctuated a little with impatience. Alright, sounds great. Now, how are your classmates? Ah. So this is what it's about. Nitsuretni. Interesting. And did you make some friends? 1. His dad's emotional state fluctuated again, clear resignation pouring out of him. Riku, did you at least try to talk to someone? I entertained the thought. Does that count? He didn't answer, feigning deafness. Masaki just sighed, although there was amusement in his voice. I guess it's still the first day. But come on, don't just wait for people to come to you. 'Cause they probably won't. That means you have to go up to them. A sly smile appeared on his face. Or maybe they'll call you the shy hero. What's that name you wanted again? 8-something Divine General Mahoraga. You won't get it if you don't earn the general title. You need to show your qualities as a leader for that. Gar 1. He snarled and lashed his tail a bit at his father's comment. It wasn't as though he was that shy. It was just that his past experiences with approaching others weren't that great. And honestly, he had just kind of gotten used to being by himself or with Tokoyami, who was on the rather quiet side as well. But well, he did understand he'd have to start talking to people. That muscular guy with the many arms would be a good start. Or the guy with the tail. He seemed nice enough. But in the end, he'd probably only talk to someone if a natural opportunity allowed it. He wasn't about to force a conversation. I should stop with the excuses. I'm just shy. Breakfast continued with Masaki bringing up random topics and philosophical questions, just as any proper parent should do. Giving the generous amount of time he had before classes, he went to the gym, doing his usual training regimen, his dad accompanying him, doing his own stuff. Still, Riku kept his workout light, not wanting to overexert himself before his classes. A bit of time later, he abandoned Masaki, met up with Tokoyami who was fully rested, and they headed towards UA together. Their conversation in the train was lighthearted, at least as lighthearted as Tokoyami's chunny allowed it. He was not as intense as he used to be, but he still enjoyed his occasional comments about darkness and fate. These happened to mesh well when discussing UA's curriculum. The school grounds bustled with activity when they finally arrived, as students chattered and laughed, excited to be at the school. The duo traversed the school with relaxed gait and entered the classroom. A few others were already present, most who Riku did not remember the name of. Guess we're early. Whoever sat to his right was yet to arrive and the not-so-chatty neighbor to his left was also not present. There was, however, a girl sitting 2 seats further to his left, her hair long and figure developed. She's the one who created a mechanic press for the grip strength assessment, 1. She was currently intently focused onto a notebook, which Riku could not identify, only looking up for a moment when she noticed Riku and Tokoyami entering the classroom. There was a little hesitation, the kind that usually appeared when someone didn't know how to interact before she simply greeted the duo with a nod, who answered in kind, before returning her attention onto her notebook. Tokoyami plopped onto his seat, his demeanor as calm as ever and Riku did the same. Time passed by rather quickly and more classmates trickled into the class. The guy sitting to his left soon entered the classroom, wordlessly finding his way to his seat, acknowledging no one. Riku greeted him with a nod, but was just met with an impassive stare. His neighbor on the right arrived as well, and it happened to be the girl whose name he'd overheard to be Uraraka. She hurried to her seat, a little out of breath, then turned to him. "Good morning. We didn't talk yesterday, did we? I'm Achiko Uraraka. What's your name?" She's enthusiastic. Doog Ninram. I'm Ukir Aidnes. Good morning. I am Riku Shindai. Riku kept his sentence short, not wanting to weird out the nice girl with his way of speech. As expected, discomfort and confusion momentarily popped up, but as not expected, they disappeared rather quickly and were instead replaced by curiosity. "Oh, that's so weird." It was like. The girl paused a bit, as if trying to find the right words. The sound of my own voice in my head. But like, not the same. That's your quirk, right? Riku was a bit surprised, the girl's enthusiastic speech catching him off guard. Still, he didn't let it show. Iret Sieromotti, Tub say. There is more to it, but yes. Whoa, I never met anyone with a quirk like that. It's like telepathy, right? Riku just nodded, a bit dumbfounded at how easily the girl was carrying the conversation. It's so cool, I bet it'll be super useful for like, coordination and stuff. The girl flashed him a thumbs up. Ah. That's present mic. Looks like class is starting. We'll talk later. And as easily as it started, the conversation came to an end. -1. The ensuing class was boring. It was taught by Present Mike, but despite his best efforts to liven up the class, there was not much he could do to make an English course interesting. That was true, even more so for Riku, whose English was maybe a little out of practice, but it was still his real mother language. He wasn't the only one who was bored, as nearly everyone had expected something different, especially when comparing it to the day before. And just when Present Mix class ended, the students' expectation came to be fulfilled. Riku was the first one to notice, as a large presence entered his cursed energy radar's range. His wings twitched in slight confusion. The energy signature was frighteningly similar to what he had sensed in Midoriya's arm yesterday. The difference was that it enveloped the large presence's entire body. Who is that? Then. I am here. A loud voice reverberated through the class. Everyone was jolted into attention, and even Riku recognized the tone of voice he had heard on radio. Coming through the door like a regular person. That's All Might. The class exploded in uproar and large waves of excitement rolled of every single person in class. That included the stoic boy to his right. It included the emotional bomb, Bakugo. It included Tokoyami. God damn it, it included himself. His classmates buzzed in excitement, talking about his looks and costume, stuff Riku couldn't care less about. He had never seen him. Nor sensed him. He had only heard of his deeds. But the moment the large, person-shaped bundle of energy entered the room, he sensed the overwhelming amount of power coursing through the hero's body, which was seemingly fueling it with pure strength. It just wasn't something someone without sensory abilities could comprehend. Hero studies. In this class, we'll be undergoing trials to build up on your hero foundations. The excitement in the class soared, momentarily stunning Riku, who could quite literally feel everyone's excitement. And we'll get right into it with this. The trial of battle. The atmosphere shifted the moment the word battle was used. The excitement remained, but nervousness and battle lust were mixing into the atmosphere. And for that, you need your costumes. Somehow, the excitement soared even more as the students got up from their seats. The costumes were in boxes outside of the classroom, in the corridor. Get changed and meet me at ground B. And with that, the hero, All Might, took on a sprinting position and simply vanished out of sight, leaving a powerful gust of wind permeating through the classroom. Holy shit. Riku felt like the grin on his face couldn't get any larger, and his tail lashed around in sheer anticipation of what was to come. The sheer power of the hero, the atmosphere in the classroom, and the upcoming battle trial lighting a fire in him. None of the students in class hesitated as they rushed to take the boxes with their respective outfits, before following the signs to the changing room and the battleground. Given the sheer excitement everyone felt, it did not take long for everyone to finish changing, and soon, the 20 students found themselves at the battleground. Everyone wore their costume, pride evident in their demeanor, and Riku was no different. His simple costume consisted of a hakama, specially made to be durable and flexible, as to survive whatever attacks would be thrown at him in the future. Prayer beads were around his neck, although they were just cheap and disposable for the sake of the look. In addition to that, he wore gray wrist wraps, which were special in sense of their durability. And that was it. His torso was free, his look felt completed. What the battle trial consisted of wasn't important, because he would adapt and overcome to whatever was to come. POV, Fumikage Tokoyami. His heart was beating inside his chest as he walked out of the training grounds. His excitement was at an all-time high, and frankly, it was so bad he felt it'd interfere in his control over his darkness. Fumikage, this is not what a hero's composure should look like. He berated himself in his head, doing his best to calm himself, yet failed as his gaze fell upon the large figure of his, or rather everyone's favorite pro-hero. We'll get to learn heroics under the number one hero himself. A smirk tugged at his lips and Tokoyami paused to hide it. He closed his eyes and forced his smirk to fade, until his expression was worthy of a hero, inspiring confidence. I suppose Riku has an easier time to deal with this excitement. He never did understand just how amazing All Might is. It was difficult to believe, but such was Riku's fate, given his blindness. Being unable to see all those videos with All Might in action was a cruel fate indeed. But because of that, he will certainly have an easier time to deal with his excitement. Tokoyami's stoic face broke into a flabbergasted expression as he watched his friend exit the changing room. Not because of the costume. He had been quite aware of Riku's costume choice after all. The hakama with the prayer beads meshed rather well with his muscular physique, so everything was fine on that front. It was because of his expression. Riku bore the largest grin he had ever seen on him, his tail was lashing around, making whip-like sounds, and he was clenching and unclenching his fists. Tokoyami's brain malfunctioned. It took him a few seconds, but he managed to recover. Tokoyami was now facing another way, not wanting to be face to face with the clearly overly excited Riku, who looked like he wanted to break something. Anything. His legendary composure returned onto his face, and his stoic gaze returned upon All Might. He should explain soon, once everyone is ready. To kill time, Tokoyami looked around a bit, admiring his comrades' hero garb, although they were a bit flashy in his opinion. Nevertheless, the spirit and determination everyone had on their face was enough to make everyone look good. Even Midoriya in his bunny outfit. Well, you all certainly look like full-fledged heroes. All Might turned to them with a wide smile. The chattering stopped as everyone's expectant eyes were set upon him. 1. Now, what we'll do today will be an indoor battle trial. His smile turned slightly serious. While most villains on TV are usually on the open, that is only because they are easier to film there. The vast majority of villain acts are actually committed indoors. For this test, you will operate in a 2vs2, enacting a fight between villains and heroes. The silence enveloping the students was broken in an instant as an array of questions were shot, some about how much violence was allowed to be used, others about the presence of penalties. Someone even asked All Might's opinion on how the cape looked. This is a fight reenactment, with purpose to test your power, skill, and thinking. So violence is unavoidable. That being said, you should treat it like a spar, not a deathmatch. The scenario is this. The The villains guard a nuclear weapon in the building and plan on using it. The heroes must stop their nefarious scheme before it is too late. If the heroes manage to touch the weapon or capture the villains, they win. If the villains manage to guard the weapon or capture the heroes, they win. The teams will be chosen through lottery. I see, this is truly an effective exercise. It serves to test skill, mindset, and teamwork. He wishes to see how we would act in such a scenario to assess us. Tokoyami narrowed his eyes as he contemplated the topic. The conclusion he came to was simple. No matter who his teammate would be, he'd have to do his best to cooperate with them. All Might held out a small cardboard box and went from student to student, for each to take their pick. Barely a minute later, everyone had their paper. Tsuyu Azui. He looked around for a bit, then met eyes with a girl whose features were frog-like. She approached him first. Tokoyami. That is you, right? He just nodded. Indeed. I look forward to working with you. Likewise. Their interaction was brief as the two observed the other groups, silently marking those they did now want to fight. Riku and gloves, 1. Next to Riku, floated a pair of gloves. It was a strange thing to say, but the way the gloves were fidgeting made it clear how nervous they were. Ah. It looks like Hagakure is paired up with your friend. Ribbit. Azui's blunt voice rang out, looking over to the duo. Then back to him. He is your friend, right? Tokoyami just nodded. We are comrades sworn by the shadows. Azui seemed to struggle to comprehend his sentence for a bit, before simply dropping it. Anyway, how bad would it be if we were to fight him? He certainly seems strong. Tokoyami's gaze grew slightly melancholic at that. In terms of matchups, he was actually one of the best counters for Riku, due to Dark Shadow steadily feeding on his cursed energy. But despite that, it'd be bad. POV, Toru Hagakure. She heaved a deep breath, then looked onto the piece of paper she had received. I got Riku Shindai. Who is that? Ah. Uraraka perked up. That's him. He's got a weird voice thingy, just so you know. Hagakure's gaze followed the direction her friend was pointing to. There stood the large mutant, wings where his eyes should be, a tail at the back of his head and a large floating wheel above his head. She did remember seeing him in the city once. Maybe I should bring that up to break the ice. Oh, well, let's go. Waving and wishing her friends good luck, she skipped over to Shindai, preparing to tap his, not shoulder but his arm to let her know of her presence. Luckily for her, however, he seemed to be turning into her direction, so she simply jumped up and waved her gloves in front of Shindai's wings. Although she didn't quite reach them. Hey there. I'm Toru Hagakure. You're Riku Shindai, right? We're partners. Say, I'm Stecinot Team Woi. Yes, I am. It's nice to meet you. Yua, it's really strange. She grimaced a bit, for once grateful for her invisibility. So, let's hope we get some easy opponents, right? Shindai's wings twitched a bit before he spoke. Di referp in Omo's Norts. I'd prefer someone strong. Hagakure blinked. Should have figured the brutish-looking guy is a brute. Still, he was pretty strong. As long as they wouldn't have to fight that scary explosion guy, they'd surely be fine. So, want to tell me your quirk? To coordinate better. The mutant gave a slow nod. I green EPYT Kryuk. Elbapak FOI Rosens DNA Tmemikrofnir. Elitis Rev. Energy type quirk. Capable of sensory and reinforcement. Versatile. What kind of busted quirk is that? Sensory and reinforcement. TAHW Tuoba Surui. What about yours? She was about to laugh and say something along the lines of, can't you see it, but then realized something rather important. Riku Shindai had wings instead of eyes. Meaning that he had no eyes. So no. He could not see it. Hagakure was sweating. Holy shit, he is blind. For a moment, she found herself staring up at Shindai, and only when he tilted his head did she remember the question he had asked her. My quirk is invisibility. So, I'm invisible. It sounded so useless in face of a blind person. She coughed a little, then quickly changed topic and addressed something more important. So, you're blind, right? You mentioned your quirk being usable for sensory. Is that how you get around? Shindai just nodded, seemingly a bit distracted. Still, she wanted to know a bit more. So, do you like Scan the World? Does it have a range? How much do you see? Are there colors? Her onslaught of questions snapped her mutant classmate out of his distraction. He thought for a moment, then answered. Say, TSUJ SEPA's DNA snoitome, on. Yes, just shapes and emotions, no. Ah. Well, I hope we work well together. He's not a good conversationalist, huh? Still, a small smile bloomed on her face. It looked like whoever her enemies would be, would probably encounter some struggle. Then, All Might's loud voice echoed through the room. Villains, Riku Shindai and Toru Hagakure against heroes, Mizo Shoji and Shoto Todoroki. Hagakure's smile froze on her face and her body stiffened. What kind of bullshit matchmaking is this? I'm just invisible. On the other side of the room, stood another large figure, not as big as her own teammate, but still a good 2 meters. Even worse, that guy's teammate. The son of the literal number 2 hero. Shoto Todoroki. Oh come on, how is this fair? Chapter 27, FC equals MV superscript 2/R. Writing fights is so goddamn difficult. I genuinely a goddamn explanation on how to do so. Lots of math got to do with circles. 1. POV, narration. The monitor room was wide and spacious. The large cluster of students stood in the center of it, their attention divided between the screens featuring the villain and hero team. Their teacher, All Might, stood at the very front, his attention on his earpiece. He was listening to the planning of the hero and villain team, gauging their plan and teamwork. The students behind him were excited and it showed. Chatter reverberated through the room as they discussed the fighters' possible quirks or prevalent course of action. I'm telling you, the hero team is fucked. A slightly squeaky voice rang out. Did you see that big-ass mutant? He's literally a walking tank. And that's without considering his quirk, which no one knows what it is. The speaker was Minoru Mineta, a boy who was only 1 meter tall, and whose quirk allowed him to produce adhesive balls as his hair. His claim, however, was countered by a stunning girl in a revealing outfit, Momo Yayorozu. Her quirk was called Creation, allowing her to create anything she knew the molecular structure of. That is if we assume a certain level of skill for the competitors. While you are certainly right that Shindai's physique is overwhelming, we do not know anything about his quirk. Yayorozu straightened herself, having garnered everyone's attention. Hence, we should not be hasty to write off the hero team. Especially given Todoroki's presence in that team. Thoughtful murmurs and approving nods permeated through the crowd of students and everyone's eyes settled back on Mineta, expecting him to argue for his point. Yes, you're right. I totally agree. Mineta was fervently nodding. Deadpan stares were directed at him, but Yayorozu simply nodded, content to have brought across her point. She continued, stroking her chin as she spoke. Still, you bring on an interesting question about Shindai's quirk. It could be a simple strength-enhancing mutant quirk, but I believe this to be a bit too simple an answer. Everyone understood what she meant. Despite the mutant's large physique pointing to a possible strength or durability quirk, he had too many special traits to just write it off as such a thing. The wings instead of eyes, the tail on the back of his head, and his entire physique in general, complemented by that mysterious wool floating above his head, were simply too strange. Tokoyami. You mentioned being friends with Shindai. Can you tell us something about him? The thoughtful silence was interrupted by Tsuyu Azui, who stood in the back of the crowd next to Tokoyami. He closed his eyes as everyone turned their attention towards them, thinking of a good answer. Then, he spoke. Riku's quirk is complicated. Dramatic pause. Point 1. He continued. It is not my place to tell you the details, but know that his quirk is not only powerful, but versatile. Whatever weaknesses you might think he has, are negated by it. Kaminari Denki, a boy whose quirk allowed him to conjure lightning, spoke up. Can't you at least tell us what about his quirk makes him most dangerous? Tokoyami hesitated for a second. What was the most dangerous thing about him? His reflexes? His sensor? His strength? Each of these could pass as a quirk by its own. But the answer popped into his mind a second later. The root of each of his listed abilities. A smirk spread across his face as he answered. His quirk makes him most dangerous in any battle of attrition. POV, Riku Shindai. He stood in front of a large missile-looking prop, Hagakure next to him. He had snapped out of his excitement, although he'd be lying if he were to say that he was calm. Now, as much as I want to simply storm in and fight these two, this is an exam. So I need to coordinate with her. Which was a little awkward. Why? Because Riku had noticed something. Hagakure's presence was strangely streamlined. Most people's presence fluttered a little due to their clothes, especially when moving. Hers didn't. How did he not notice that before? Because his cursed energy only focused on the general outline of a person. He didn't scan people like some kind of pervert. He had in fact simply not overthought her appearance. You know what, I'll just stop thinking about it. You think we're allowed to move this thing? Riku was snapped out of his musings at the question and simply shrugged. EW era namusa sihtoteb a railkun nopa. EW dlaus tun evomti. We are assuming this to be a nuclear weapon. We should not move it. Oh okay. Her voice sounded nervous as she spoke. But we have like 4 minutes to plan. What do you think should we do? Oh, she's not nervous all right. She's freaking out. Riku was aware that Shoto Todoroki was pretty famous for being Endeavor's son, but he didn't know a single thing about him besides that. However, he did know the other guy. Mizo Shoji's quirk was apparently called Dupli Arms. And he was big. Like really damn big for a high schooler. Odyonk Saikora.Kryuk. Do you know Todoroki's quirk? Hagakure answered rather quickly, this was rather known information after all. Half cold, half hot. He's pretty famous. And he is probably super trained with Endeavor as a dad. Riku's smile widened a bit. Hot and cold happened to be one of the things he had literally trained against. His tail lashed a bit as he thought about some kind of plan. Cursed energy enveloped the entire building and the road, where he sensed the presence of their two opponents. The two of them were relaxed and were facing the building, simply waiting for the exercise to start. Whatever they had planned was already ready. Hagakure's quirk is good, so she should just focus on trying to catch one of them off guard with the capture tape. But they know her quirk, so they'll be on guard against that. His wings twitched a little as his mind led him to his favorite option. Irukaga. Tahwod woi night to oba nicer meht adistuo. Hagakure. What do you think about rushing them outside? Surprise emanated from her, his suggestion seemingly startling her. A dash. But we should defend the weapon, right? Riku's grin widened. Yeht era ylno out. Llaew eva otod, si pots meht morf naren. They are only two. All we have to do is stop them from entering. 1 minute remained until the hero team would enter the building. POV, narration. Outside of the building, Todoroki and Shoji stood side by side in silence. Their battle plan had already been done, with Todoroki simply warning Shoji to not enter the building. He in turn didn't really understand Todoroki's plan of action, but he figured that it probably consisted of some large-scale move. A tentacle suddenly sprouted, bearing a mouth on its tip. Todoroki, they seem to be moving down the stairs. They may plan on ambushing us in the lower floors. Todoroki simply turned his head a little. Got it. But it won't make a difference. A few seconds later. Attention and start. All Might's booming voice echoed through the loudspeakers. Shoji immediately took a few steps back, the ears on his limbs twitching, but his own gaze focused on Todoroki. Todoroki heaved a deep breath, then simply shifted his right foot. In an instant, a large amount of ice erupted from his foot, cold vapor accompanying it. It rushed forward and enveloped the entire building, entering through the entrance and windows alike. Shoji was speechless for a moment. Todoroki simply glanced back at him, then walked towards the entrance. Shoji snapped out of his daze and was about to follow when his dupli arm suddenly registered noise. The noise of cracking ice. To that followed footsteps. Recognition struck him instantly. Todoroki. Move. Bomb. The iced wall to the building exploded into shards of ice and stone. Todoroki's expression contorted in shock as he found himself face to face, or rather face to chest, with the large white-skinned mutant who'd barged through the wall. The grin on the mutant's face was large as he cocked back his fist. He already broke the ice. With brute force. Todoroki's shock faded a second later, and a pillar of ice shot out the ground, aiming to slam straight into the mutant's torso. Rah! What the hell? The mutant's fist met the incoming pillar and shattered it with a roar, but was immediately engaged by Shoji from the back, whose dupli arms molded into one, preparing to launch a single strong punch into his opponent's back. The mutant, however, didn't even bother to dodge, instead simply coiling his tail and snapping it towards Shoji as if inviting the trade. Bam! Shoji's fist dug into Riku's back, but the damage was minimal. He didn't notice the tail swiping towards his head from above. Todoroki, however, did. TCH. Seeing how his teammate was about to be hit, he held out his right arm and unleashed another pillar of ice which blocked the tail before it could make contact with Shoji, then immediately jumped back, creating some distance. Shoji mimicked his action and placed himself between Todoroki and the large mutant. What the hell is this guy made of? Self-DNA-ENOB. Flesh and bone. Todoroki's ears rang as a distorted voice spoke the sentence in his head. Shoji seemed to have heard the same thing, as his body went rigid for a moment, which their large opponent immediately capitalized upon. The concrete beneath his feet exploded as he shot forward with a wide grin, arms crossed in front of his chest. Each step left a crack in the ground as he barged forward, seemingly intent on running straight through Shoji and Todoroki alike. This damn mutant. I can't stop him. Todoroki. Seeing the mutants run, Shoji jumped aside, leaving only Todoroki in his line of attack. Todoroki's instinct screamed for him to dodge, but anger had caught up with him. His eyes turned cold and he raised his right leg in a slow gesture. Then, when the mutant was only a few steps away, he stomped his leg down hard. Narration, monitor room. The students' attention was fixed on the screen featuring the different angles inside of the building where the villain team should have been hiding in. Keyword, should. The students had watched how Shindai and Hagakure spoke, but they did not have microphones capable of transmitting what the two were saying. Then, the two of them had started moving downstairs, seemingly intent on intercepting the hero team. After that, came Todoroki's display. Shocked exclamations reverberated through the room as they saw the entire building frozen in ice. Not an ounce of effort was on Todoroki's face as he'd simply started walking towards the building with relaxed gait. Then, the main camera feed switched and the students were pulled out of their awe. The camera feed showed one mutant figure, whose feet and torso were trapped in thick ice. The figure, however, seemed uncaring about his predicament as he raised his arm and swung it down, cracking and shattering the ice. He then bent down, reaching towards footsteps frozen in ice, presumably the spot where his teammate stood, then proceeded to shatter it with his fist in a display of carefully managed strength. The mutant then moved. His large frame pivoted towards the wall and he charged straight at it. Oi, don't tell me he'll just run through it. Kirishima's loud voice reverberated through the room, mirroring most people's disbelief. Their mutant classmate was obviously strong and durable, but the sheer aggressivity in such a move were what stunned them. And run through it, he did. Another monitor featuring the two students outside of the building showed Mizo Shoji screaming a warning before the wall next to Todoroki exploded, Shindai's large frame bursting through the rubble, a step away from ramming into the boy. The ensuing scuffle was watched with gaping mouths. Todoroki's reflex and coordination with Shoji. His powerful ice, capable of freezing an entire building. Shindai's raw strength as he dominated the field, fighting two powerful students with a wide grin on his face. Well, this exercise was supposed to be an indoor battle trial, but I suppose the villain's course of action wasn't totally unjustified given the circumstances. All Might's voice rang out, garnering everyone's attention. His smile was large and as confident as ever, but the slight twitching at the corner of his mouth betrayed his uncertainty. He was about to continue, striking a pose to highlight his teachings, when another explosion of ice and vapor swallowed up the fighters. POV, Todoroki. He was heaving a cold breath, feeling the creeping cold envelop more and more of his body. That damn mutant. His expression was focused as he stared at the aftermath of his move. A large crystal made of ice, trapping half of the muscular mutant several feet in the air. Todoroki had barely managed to keep Shoji from being in the range, but that did not exempt him from the cold the icy crystal had spread. You lost. Todoroki's words were final as he stared at the not completely encased mutant. He was annoyed to have been so close to being defeated, and rebuked himself for underestimating his opponent. But in the end, his opponent's efforts did not matter much. Tun-te. Not yet. Todoroki narrowed his eyes at the encased mutant, then widened them. Cracks were spreading through his icy creation as the mutant strained his muscles. No. This is over. He swung his hand and another wave of ice rushed up, fully encasing his opponent. This time for good. Todoroki exhaled in quiet relief and his gaze remained locked onto the mutant, making sure he wouldn't move or break the ice. And that was the right decision. CLCLA clan. What was that? Above his icy prison floated the strange wheel, which started twitching as if someone was forcing it to turn. Clank. For a moment, Todoroki just stood there, his eyes transfixed on the wheel's shaky turn. Then, he heard the sound of cracking ice and the hissing sound of steam. The ice around the mutant's figure grew soft as cracks appeared and ice melted. His opponent was halfway to freeing himself. What the hell is this guy? Todoroki. Todoroki turned his head at his teammate's scream and saw Shoji sprint towards him with alarm in his eyes. Confusion reigned for a moment, until it finally clicked. Where is Hagakure? He got his answers in the form of 2 footprints in the ice, only centimeters away from himself. The line of capture tape was already coiling around his legs and he felt a weight tackle him around the waist, knocking him onto the ground. His eyes widened as a weight stepped onto his chest and arm, not allowing him to move. He struggled to free his arm, and was surprised to be allowed to do so. But at the same moment, the capture tape around his legs was tightened and his heart sank. Shoto Todoroki, captured. The announcement reverberated through the speakers and Todoroki's body went slack, his eyes widened in disbelief at the situation. I lost. Gah. Shindai. Shoji is running away. Wait, what? Todoroki turned his head at Hagakure's panicked voice, and saw Shoji enter the building at full speed. Thundering footsteps followed as the mutant, Shindai, rushed after Shoji. Oh, that's right. The main objective was the weapon. Disappointment welled up in him. He had been so caught up in the mutant's rhythm that he had completely lost sight of the main objective of this test. Well, at least it looked like the villain team had forgotten as well. A small comfort. The hero team has captured the weapon. And with that second announcement, his team's victory was called out. POV, narration. No one had sustained any serious injuries. Todoroki, Shoji, Shindai, and Hagakure stood in a line before All Might and the other teachers. Each carried themselves differently. Hagakure had made a flashy entrance, proudly declaring how she defeated Todoroki, but the moment passed quickly. Todoroki's brows were furrowed, gaze fixed on the ground in thoughtful disappointment. Shindai remained difficult to read, his wings twitching subtly, steam and vapor still rolling off his body while the wheel above his head slowly turned back. Shoji, in contrast, exuded quiet composure. He was slightly winded from the chase through the building, but his posture remained steady and his eyes were scanning the room as if still processing the chaos of the fight. He was a bit disappointed, unable to contend with both Shindai and Todoroki in sheer power, and his warnings had not made it in time as well, leading to Todoroki's capture. His only achievement was capturing the weapon, but that hadn't been particularly difficult as all he had to do was touch it. Classmates watched in silence, some impressed, some critical. All Might allowed a moment of stillness, giving the students time to gather their thoughts on what they had just witnessed. Then, he finally asked. Well, what are your thoughts? Whose actions were the best in this scenario? Several hands shot up, but one was noticeably faster than the others. Yes. Yaoyorozu. She spoke calmly. While no one in this match truly paid attention to the main objective, I believe Shoji's was the most efficient. Her gaze settled on Todoroki and Shindai. Both Todoroki and Shindai grew hyper-focused on their battle. Shindai's goal may have been to stall the heroes outside until the timer ran out, but he didn't pay nearly enough attention to Shoji, who could have entered the building while Todoroki engaged him. Hagakure fell into the same trap, concentrating on Todoroki rather than monitoring Shoji. When Todoroki was captured, the outcome became a straightforward race between Shindai and Shoji, which Shoji won due to his head start. Exactly what I would have said. The collective silence at Yaoyorozu's harsh judgment was interrupted by All Might's booming laughter. Indeed. Yaoyorozu is correct. This was not a contest of strength, but of efficiency. And while the villain team's goal, to stall their opponents outside, could have been efficient, they did not truly pursue said goal, and instead searched to defeat the hero team, instead of outlasting them. His wide smile settled on the villain team. His voice a little bit quieter this time. When choosing in strategy, one has to be very careful to stick to it. Switching strategies is often necessary during conflict, but doing so carelessly leads to loose ends. Which is exactly what led to the hero's victories in this scenario. The explanation harvested different reactions from the students. The fight between the two students had been eye-catching, with big moves and feats of power most could only dream to replicate. Mutters and chatter exploded about responsibility and ambition, and how easily these concepts could derail a fight. Some, however, didn't care. Whatever, let's get on with it. Bakugo Katsuki's loud voice reverberated through the room. He shot Shindai and Todoroki a disdainful glare. The fight between these losers is so damn boring. His hands were white from how tightly he had clenched them. Time skip, after classes, POV, Mizo Shoji. Shoji thought the entire exercise had been an ordeal. Not necessarily in a bad way, it had forced him to confront a number of things about himself and about his classmates. One realization stood out above the rest. Nearly all of them were monsters. He had expected that, at least in theory. This was UA after all. But Todoroki freezing an entire building. Shindai shrugging off attack after attack. Bakugo and Midoriya reducing several floors to rubble, there were too many examples to count. The sheer amount of power on display had caught him off guard. And yet, he wasn't disheartened. His own contribution hadn't felt impressive. He hadn't overpowered anyone or delivered a decisive blow. But Shoji knew that raw strength wasn't the most important thing a hero could possess. What mattered was how many people you could protect. And while power could save lives, it wasn't the only thing that could. He was currently standing in the classroom, next to his desk. Classes were over, not that here had been many after the battle trial. Despite that, not many people had left and most were actively conversing and getting to know each other. He himself had tried to converse a bit with Todoroki, maybe discuss their shortcomings during the trial, but had been brushed off. Not maliciously, he felt, but simply uninterested. It was a strong contrast to everyone else, who were giddy and excited, their loss or victory not affecting their mood. They were excitedly discussing, even more so when Midoriya, who had spent most of his day in the medical wing, came back to the classroom. He himself had already talked to a few people, Ojiro and Hagakure, who sat to his right and left, but he had stayed back when the two joined the main conversation, his mind playing back the events of the fight. The noise as Shindai burst through the wall. The way his punch had simply been ignored. And the thing which bothered him the most. The way Shindai had freed himself from Todoroki's ice. He had frozen up the moment he had heard the noise of the turning wheel, and he didn't understand why. He had felt as though the entire situation had shifted, so much in fact that he had not paid attention to Hagakure sneaking up on Todoroki. What is his quirk? Shoji's gaze shifted over to Shindai, who stood next to Tokoyami in the back of the classroom. The two had been talking quietly before being interrupted by Ishido, who had approached them with the subtlety of all might. The corners of his lips raised a little as he recalled the expressions of the two boys, struggling to keep up with their girl classmates' fast-paced conversation. Well, not that he would have been much better. His musings were interrupted as he noticed both Tokoyami and Shindai approach him with slow steps, Ishido already having returned to her own friends. It seems they noticed me staring. The two came to a halt in front of him, Shindai initiating the conversation. Ijos, Serak. Doog Thif. Shoji, correct. Good fight. The strange double-layered voice resonated in his head, but Shoji kept his expression in check as he answered with a nod. Likewise. Your performance against Todoroki was impressive. The mutant grimaced a bit, but Shoji couldn't tell whether he didn't like being reminded of the fight or some other reason. Next to him the bird-headed boy, Tokoyami spoke up, his expression deadpan. Riku kept complaining about being robbed his inevitable victory by Hagakure. He's a bit salty about it. Don't mind him. Shoji smiled a bit at that, a bit surprised to hear that the eldritch-looking mutant had a childish side to him. I'm sure it saved Todoroki some pain. I don't know what that thing with your will was, but it sounded quite dangerous. Tokoyami rolled his eyes, his demeanor suddenly laced with exhaustion. Yes. We got to hear about how surprising that was through Ishido. Shindai's already present grin widened, as if amused by Tokoyami's demeanor. Still, he answered Shoji's question. Ym Kryuk Si Tpada. Ti Swala Mot Niag Eknitsizer Ot Snite. My quirk is adapt. It allows me to gain resistance to things. There is definitely more to it. Shoji rubbed his fist a bit, thinking back to the fight. But he didn't ask more about it. Conversation continued, more focused on Tokoyami and his quirk, then onto their classmates. The mood lightened as they considered future battle trials and UA in general, curious about the other classes as well. Overall, Shoji thought the day to have been good. A fruitful lesson and some nice classmates. And as he headed home, he found himself looking forward to tomorrow. Chapter 28, Hello there fine huz. Anne, took a while, had a busy week and didn't write. I'm so excited for February, I'll finally have some vacation. POV, narration. The city was bristling with energy, the noise of daily life resounding through the streets. Cars were honking and engines were roaring, as everyone hurried to their respective jobs. Small food places were serving breakfast and coffee, and chatter and small talk reverberated through the city as it rose to activity. The day was warm, filled with sunshine casting long shadows and the sky devoid of clouds. Everything seemed normal, until one paid attention to a special part of the city. UA. The famous Hero Academy's front gates were wide open, allowing their students entry. The students were excited, but nervousness clearly underlined their gait as many could be seen frequently turning their head back to the entrance they had come from. There, at the entrance of UA, flashes of light illuminated the students and staff members and voices resonated, cornering the students with questions. Excuse me. What lessons does All Might teach? Lend us some thought about how it is like to have All Might as a teacher at UA. What do you think about All Might's teaching? Microphones were shoved towards students' faces as each and everyone was asked questions, all revolving around the same topic, namely All Might's presence in UA. The students, not used to such attention, reacted in a variety of ways. Some recoiled and deflected. Some answered the questions with all honesty they could muster. Others ignored them. However, next to no student went unasked, the reporters not leaving any chance to lose a bit of information they could capitalize upon. And that included the large white-skinned mutant and his bird-headed friend. Excuse me. Tell us a bit about your experience at UA, with mutant-type quirks. Does All Might's teachings factor in those traits? And with that simple phrase, the microphone and the reporter's hopeful gaze settled on Riku Shindai and Fumikage Tokoyami. Fumikage's expression scrunched up a bit. My quirk isn't even mutant. It's emitter. He did not say anything and simply looked towards Riku, who seemed a bit surprised at the question, thinking about whether to answer. Then, he grinned and surprisingly enough, talked. ITSUM yas TAHTLL8 gim alert SI lenoit pex. Sirak flesmi HTIW attinged DNA msasitten, nineth giln su to oba EHTHTAP no wo ot mseb aoreh, 1. The reporter's stares went blank at the mutant's gibberish, staring at the two students as though they were aliens. None of them, in fact not even Fumikage, had understood what he said. He's speaking gibberish on purpose. Riku's grin was wide and he nudged Fumikage's head with his elbow. His eye twitched but he played along. Indeed, well said my friend. He gave a thoughtful nod, ignoring the reporter's baffled expressions. And with that, the two students entered through the gate. POV, Tokoyami. It looks like nearly everyone is here. The classroom was buzzing with energy, with students excitedly attempting to predict today's class. Both he and Riku received a few friendly waves and greetings, each which were answered with a nod. 1. The two of them sat down on their respective places and simply waited for classes to begin. And soon enough, Aizawa entered the room with a thick stack of documents which he unceremoniously plopped onto his desk. I took a look at your evaluations from yesterday's battle trial. His tired but focused gaze scanned over the students before resting on Katsuki Bakugo. Bakugo. Stop acting like a toddler. You're wasting your own talent. Tokoyami's eyes narrowed a bit at their teacher's cold evaluation. His gaze locked onto Bakugo, who sat in front, half expecting him to react. But he found himself surprised as Bakugo clenched his fist at his side, his voice filled with restrained fury and frustration. I know. Aizawa did not linger and immediately moved on to the next. One by one, students' shortcomings were addressed and everyone's reactions varied. Midoriya shrunk back, Todoroki slightly lowered his head, Riku's wings twitched and his expression stiffened, and Hagakure was, well, she was invisible. Aizawa soon finished his rant. Now, let's get on with homeroom notices. His serious gaze flew across the room before he continued talking, his voice somber. I'm sorry to drop this on you all, but the air seemed to thicken and the atmosphere grew uneasy. We need to pick a class president. That's it. The thought was mirrored in every student's head, until the excitement caught up. In a flash, hands shot towards the ceiling and voices overlapped as virtually everyone volunteered for the position. 1. This was UA. Having the title of class president in Japan's most honored hero school was a boon on a student's resume. Indeed, I shall not miss out on such endeavor. And yes, Tokoyami too was raising his arm. Although he refrained from jumping up like Kirishima. Only very few hands did not shoot up, their interest or confidence lacking. Tokoyami turned around, and as expected, Riku was one of the few not raising his hand. I suppose that was to be expected. The students kept loudly talking, each one advertising themselves, until a loud cutting voice appeared, belonging to no one but Tenya Ida, who chastised those aiming for the position, his own hand nearly touching the ceiling with how high he was raising it. Despite that, his proposal of an election was sound, and soon enough, everyone agreed on following through with it. Isaksem tabai tanakitaro. Excuse me, but I cannot write. Tokoyami couldn't help but smirk at Riku's awkward statement and the silence following it. The vote was finished, and nearly everyone had voted for themselves. The board at the front of the classroom featured nearly everyone's names with a single vote, with the exception of Yaoyorozu and Tokoyami with 2 votes each, and Midoriya who had 3. Well, Riku just announced to give me his vote. All right then, Midoriya is Zuka class president, and for vice president, you two can settle it with rock, paper, scissors or something. And with that, Aizawa holed up in his sleeping bag and closed his eyes. I suppose I should concede. I did not earn this position. Tokoyami glanced at Yaoyorozu before speaking. The position is yours, Yaoyorozu. My second vote was earned through sympathy of my comrade. Yaoyorozu just smiled politely and thus became the class's vice president. POV, Riku, after class, lunch break. Now, to find me a nice corner. Riku was currently balancing a tray filled to the brim with food on a single hand. He had just received his food from the hero lunch rush and now needed to find himself a corner in which he could eat without destroying everyone's appetite. His physique did not make eating very nice to look at after all. Fumi was standing next to him, patiently waiting for Riku to find such a seat. Having known him for such a long time, he was very well used to Riku's way of eating and Long did not have any problem with it. Soon enough, he located a small seat along the wall. The duo sat down and ate, silently observing the other students. So these are our upperclassmen. Some people from the higher classes were eating as well, their demeanor relaxed and confident. It seemed like the hero course had already taught them composure. Riku kept eating, his cursed energy and mind drifting as he scanned the school grounds in a bored fashion. He froze. And Fumi noticed. Riku. Something is weighing on you. Riku's wings twitched a bit as he remained focused on what he had just sensed. A presence inside the school. Inomos si nimer eht noitartsanimda nidliab. Someone is roaming the administration building. Fumi froze a moment. He then immediately looked up to Riku who now stood, with his tail clearly lashing around. The bird-headed boy's emotions surged as slight confusion and panic arose, but they were soon suppressed. If it's someone from outside the school, we should tell a teacher. Riku nodded, his cursed energy remaining focused on the presence. The emotional state of said presence was not safe. Volatile. A constant irritation poured out of the intruder, but there was more to it. Anxiety, rage, irritation. This is not a hero. That has got to be a villain. For the first time of his life, Riku had sensed a real villain. EMOC. Come. With that, he beckoned Fumi and headed towards the exit of the cafeteria, intent on finding a teacher he could warn. And if he couldn't find anyone, he'd simply head there himself. Just then, a sharp high-pitched wail ripped through the atmosphere, the sirens blaring, jolting every student into attention and panic. The sirens gone off. That's good, I guess. Despite the thought, Riku couldn't help but grimace. The sirens' noise was more than just uncomfortable. It had somehow put all the students in a frenzy as everyone rushed out with panic on their faces. And I said the upperclassman had composure. He and Fumikage followed the crowd and soon enough found himself stuck in the sea of students. While Riku tried to push himself through the crowd of students without losing sight of the figure in the building, he noticed something. There are more, these are the reporters from before. Why are they here? A large presence of reporters had amassed itself by the windows and teachers had gathered there to rebuke them for trespassing and send them out. Shit, they haven't noticed the guy in the building. Riku. There are reporters at the window. Fumi's voice was slightly hoarse. They might serve as distraction for whoever is in the administration building. Riku just growled in answer as he pushed himself past a few students, his cursed energy still focused on the presence. Everybody calm down. A loud voice resonated through the hallway, getting Riku's attention. Ida. It's okay. It's just the press. There is nothing to worry about. You're at UA, reflect that in your behavior. Riku, internally thanking Lita for calming down the crowd, simply kept going, forcing his way through the crowd until finally getting free. He and Fumikage then sprinted towards the administrative building. They were about to enter the building when the presence suddenly vanished. Riku skidded to a halt. Teleportation. Riku. Where is the intruder? Fumikage spoke up urgently. But Riku just shook his head. Redurtni Deri episode. The intruder disappeared. Fumikage went silent for a moment. Riku, we have to find a teacher. If the reporters were a distraction, then it's likely the intruder was looking for something important. The presence was at around the teacher's lounge. He felt his wings twitch in irritation as he nodded. With that, Riku quickly scanned the grounds, soon locating a teacher's presence in an empty classroom. Oi. What the hell? Do you kids don't know how to knock? The teacher stood up, visibly irritated as the two students barged into his classroom. His anger, however, did not deter them and Fumikage spoke up. Sir, this is about the siren dash. The teacher waved his hand and interrupted him. Those are just reporters, there is no point in worrying, now get out of here. Riku felt himself getting slightly heated at the teacher's abrasive comment, but his bird-headed friend simply continued. My comrade here has a sensory quirk. Someone was in the administrative building. The teacher's emotions surged a bit, skepticism, confusion, and light worry. A sensory quirk. Someone entered the building. Where is he now? Enog. Tsuj Deri episode. Gone. Just disappeared. Again, more skepticism from the teacher's part, but he shot Riku a look and stood up. Go back to your classes. I'll report this to the principal. Can you tell where exactly you sensed this intruder? Riku gave a nod, then a description on where he had sensed the presence. He gave a bit more details about what exactly he had sensed, and with that, he and Fumikage headed back to their class which was about to begin. But as he walked, Riku couldn't help but remain on alert. His steps were quicker and his cursed energy was spread out thin, focused on covering a wider range. Next to him, Fumikage was deep in thought. The press had managed to enter UA. And along with them, someone else. What that person had wanted or done was unknown, but it could not have been anything good. Despite those thoughts, Riku's feelings weren't exactly anxiety or fear. In fact, calling it worry would be an overstatement. He had already decided that the next time he'd sense something like this, he'd hurry even more, breaking a few walls if he needed to. Because what was a wall compared to an intruder? Narration. Riku Shindai and Fumikage Tokoyami returned to class, but neither of them paid any attention. There was a bit of a commotion, with students talking about the reporter's trespassing and Ida's actions to calm down the crowd of panicked students, but the duo hardly cared about that. Tokoyami was mulling over the powers of the world's darkness, thinking about how sophisticated they must have become to be able to infiltrate in environments such as UA. Shindai was mulling over the same topic, his interpretation opposite of that of his friend. He was thinking how incompetent a school had to be to miss someone entering the administrative building and allow reporters to trespass. This was a hero school. Basically the place in which villains' future enemies were being nurtured and taught. A place arguably more important than literally anything in this world. And yet, UA had somehow allowed someone into their administration, the place which had all kinds of important documents a smart villain would love to have. It was safe to say that Shindai's evaluation of UA had been drastically lowered. It looked like he'd have to become the school's security. Despite Shindai's thoughts, however, the school was not as inactive as he thought. The teacher Tokoyami had talked to, Vlad King, had approached the principal about the intruder and that had resulted in scouring for camera footages. The problem was, none of the cameras had been active. The teachers and principal were quick to come to a conclusion that some kind of quirk or interference had to be the source of the problem. Instead, the administrative building was scoured for traces the intruder had perhaps left behind. But nothing had been taken. And one didn't need to be genius to know what that meant. Information. The principal, Nizu, took a sip of his tea. Given the camera's blackout, the broken door and the lack of any stolen documents, the intruder must have come for information. The heroes around him only exchanged glosses, but no one interrupted him. Given that Riku Shindai, a student whose quirk has a strong sensory aspect, sensed him in the building, this is not something we can just ignore. The student has no reason to lie about this after all, and a villain attempting to infiltrate UA is not unexpected. But despite that, We are training future heroes and we cannot stop or put a halt to the classes because of such an interference. Classes will continue as planned, but I ask all of you to remain on alert. The principal's gaze shifted over to the large hulking figure of All Might. Especially, given that the chance is high the intruder attempted to gain information about the #1 hero, who now teaches at our institution. And as such, the classes continued and a week soon flew by. The teachers had been vigilant, but beyond a few patrols in the administrative building, no more measures had been taken. The students remained mostly unaware, thinking the entire incident being due to the reporter's trespassing. Tokoyami and Shindai soon fell back into relaxation, although the mutant's field of cursed energy was still widespread. One teacher's schedule had been slightly altered, namely All Might's. If the intruder had come for information about him, then it was likely he wanted to know when All Might taught at school, due to those times being the safest for a villain doing villain things. This went unquestioned by the students and the sense of normalcy had already creeped into the school for the vast majority. Until, one early afternoon, Aizawa made an announcement. For the foundational hero class today, it was decided you'll be supervised by a two-man team. The class buzzed with excitement but remained silent, waiting for their teacher to continue. We'll now go through the trial of rescue. Floods, building collapse to fires, you'll learn how to save civilians, and yourselves from each of these situations. The students' voices rang out. Oh, this sounds complicated. Yeah. That's the entire point of being a hero. I do well in a flood. It's my specialty. The students' excitement was palpable, and that obviously displeased their pessimistic teacher. Don't get ahead of yourselves. With that simple line, the class went quiet. As I was saying, you all get to choose whether to wear your costumes or not. Some of them might not be well made for those tasks, so think it over. That's all, go get ready. It did not take long most people to change, and the students soon found themselves at the parking lot in front of a bus. Tenya Ida, the appointed class president, was robotically moving his arms and chopping the air while attempting to arrange the students into a single line. Sti Salisu Adil. EHT Stis Era Edisapo OTHCAE Reto. It's useless, Lida. The seats are opposite to each other. That did not deter the determined class president as he quickly attempted to organize the seats, although his rowdy classmates did not comply much with his orders, much to his dismay. Shindai was awkwardly crouching in front of one of the doors, the bus simply not able to accommodate his size. A bit of snickering came from his classmates as they found themselves their seats, but it wasn't malicious. Then, the bus rode off. The atmosphere was brimming with excitement as the students discussed different topics. Shindai was listening into several conversations, until one caught his attention. Tsuyu Azui, the frog-like girl, had turned towards Midoriya and quite simply told him how much his quirk resembled All Might's. The discussion continued about other quirks, but Shindai's attention had latched onto that special topic. He had, quite frankly, forgotten about Midoriya's quirk. But now that Azui brought it up, and that Midoriya's stress levels quite literally reached the ceiling, he couldn't help but think about it. She's right. Midoriya had the crazy energy in his arm when he was about to break his arm. And All Might. Holy shit, he had the same energy, but in his entire body. Shindai couldn't be sure whether it was the same energy, but the sheer likeness made it possible that his anxiety-filled classmate would become the next All Might. Then, I guess the problem is his body. He needs to get bigger to sustain this kind of power with his body. He felt his wings twitch in light excitement at that. This really was a situation which could fit into an anime. The nervous underdog, who is actually super powerful. And no one knew because he is afraid of hurting others, so everyone thinks he is weak. Die. Shindai. The hell are you dreaming about? The mutant snapped out of his musings and noticed Eijiro Kirishima, staring at him with a wide smile. We were asking about your quirk. We literally don't know anything about it. Well, Denki Kaminari chimed in with a smirk. Nothing besides that it grants you resistance to stuff. Shindai tilted his head as he thought, then simply shrugged. I am evidititsrednu ym kryuk, tub tisi tlusifid ot niauks. I may have understated my quirk, but it is difficult to explain. Yet as he spoke, he knew his classmates' curiosity wouldn't just fade, as he had garnered nearly everyone's attention including Bakugo, Todoroki and Aizawa. Tokoyami's emotions surged a little too, as though excited but were quickly suppressed, as always. Kirishima spoke up again, leaning closer to Shindai. Then, start with this. Why do you talk like that? Talk about honest. YM lack of strock era tnerefid morf srui. Not sepsa foym cryuk si retime epyt, dna iesutiot edicinemach. My vocal cords are different from yours. An aspect of my quirk is emitter type, and I use it to communicate. Ashido Mina spoke up with her typical excitement. Emitter type. Sounds completely different from gaining resistance to things. How are they linked? Shindai turned to face her. Point 1. EHT I green NAC Ekrofnir YMYDOB SALLEW. DNATI Ilodarg Spada OTTAHW I Eknirepx. EHT Slihu NRUT Seknuana EHT Noitatpada. The energy can reinforce my body as well. And it gradually adapts to what I experience. The wheels turn announces the adaptation. That wasn't exactly the truth, but it was what he had told the QSB, Quirk Safety Bureau. His cursed energy wasn't actually necessary for the adaptations, but he said it was in order to make it look less like two different quirks. Then, there was the nature of the adaptations. But he highly doubted anyone would catch on to that. Wait. So you can adapt to anything you experience? Does this adaptation only affects the energy aspect of your quirk? Or does it change your body? Is the mutation a necessary aspect to survive these adaptations? How would that even work? Adapting to a punch makes the skin harder and tougher, or does the energy simply get more efficient at its defense? In case of being hit with a fire quirk, would he grow scales? And what if dash? Damn. What a nerd. Shindai had first been nervous at Midoriya's rather well-placed questions, but he soon relaxed because Midoriya's rambling had taken up all the attention he had been getting. DEKU. Shut the fuck up. Asterisk gasp. How vulgar. It did not take long for the bus to arrive at its destination. The students left the bus in a jovial mood which was quickly overshadowed by awe. Shindai couldn't tell exactly what was so awesome, but the fact that his relatively large cursed energy sensor couldn't scan the entire place was indicative enough. Awesome. Holy hell, this is huge. Shindai felt a bit helpless at that. His cursed energy was entirely focused on the building they were at, yet he was incapable of sensing the size of the place. Flood wrecks. Landslides. Fires and more. A muffled voice suddenly rang out, garnering everyone's attention. This is a practical training area, created to simulate all sorts of disasters. And its name is. The speaking figure spread her/his arms. USJ. Chapter end. Sorry, this took a while. I didn't work on it the entire week and scratched it together in like 2 days. The chapter is meh. If it's just me, but I feel like my quality is lowering in comparison to earlier chapters. I don't want to write slop, so please tell me if it's the case. But whatever. This here is what matters more. The next fanfic I write. Some of you are worried I'll start right away. Don't worry, I'll only start once this one hits 50 chapters plus. Mechamaru in Naruto 1, the problem is converting Mechamaru's heavenly restriction into chakra. So below this, I'll write down my understanding of chakra, correct me if it's wrong, and you'll see the issue I have. Chakra equals spiritual, yin, plus physical energy, yang. This is how it works with jutsu in Naruto. Yin, spiritual, shapes and controls the jutsu. It determines what the jutsu is. Yang, physical, serves as fuel for the jutsu. It determines how real the jutsu is. So, someone with chakra imbalance like Naruto, high yang chakra, has trouble controlling and shaping his jutsu, but has a shit-ton of firepower and physicality. 1. And chakra imbalance with yin chakra, like the Nara clan, are physically rather weak but have good chakra control, but lack destructive power. That means yang chakra equals dense and powerful chakra. Yin chakra equals thin and malleable chakra. But, if we take Mechamaru's heavenly restriction and apply it in Naruto, that would make equals massive chakra reserves, but nearly entirely yin-based. His chakra imbalance so high, like 85 yin, 15 yang, that his body is crippled. I think that would be the most correct way to apply this crossover. The problem is, this kind of chakra imbalance takes away Mechamaru's firepower. He'll be good at Jinjutsu, have insane chakra control, puppet manipulation, but he wouldn't even be able to shoot a decently powerful fireball or anything like that. Because massive yin-based chakra means he can spread it out and control it, but not make it real. Basically, Mechamaru would still have massive chakra reserves, but he wouldn't be able to apply it in destructive techniques like he does in Jujutsu Kaisen. I'm just pointing out the issue, 'cause web novel readers are sharks when it comes to inconsistencies. And Mechamaru would suffer this inconsistency. Another thing is about where Mechamaru would be. Sunagakure would be a no-brainer, but there are also other places, like Root, where he could be. This honestly depends on what you think is more interesting, because this would also change Mechamaru's arsenal a bit. But well, tell me what you think. Chapter 29, Shorty. And, took a while, I've got more exams coming up soon and got me a tutor, for free. This arc is gonna be split into 3 or 4 chapters. This is the first. It's a bit short 'cause it's just preparation for the next few. I'm also gonna avoid posting ANs for the sake of immersion. I'll see if I keep my word. So I'll ask you 2 last polls about the Mechamaru FIC. Someone gave a good idea: discard the chakra imbalance and give Mechamaru large reserves of both yin and yang, but giving him a neurological disease which even the likes of Tsunade can't cure. That way, his fighting style will include more destructive jutsu like his techniques in Jujutsu Kaisen. Or, keep the chakra imbalance, a less Mechamaru-like fighting style. Instead he uses Fuinjutsu with puppets and other tricks. Less of a jutsu spam and arguably more complicated. Vote here please. Fuinjutsu with puppets. Less jutsu spam. Hard mode, 1. Big jutsu spam. Still uses puppets. Easy mode. Another thing is this. In JJK, the Naruto anime/manga exists. So technically, Mechamaru would know Naruto. Do you want that to be applied? Yes, knows Naruto. No, doesn't know Naruto. That's it, let's go. Chapter start. POV, Riku Shindai. The large mass of students had exited the bus with excitement, throwing around comments about the size of the place. Riku himself was rather bashful. He couldn't exactly tell just how big the place was, his cursed energy simply not allowing him to do so due to limited range. So he simply stood there, awkwardly thinking it had to be big, if his classmates said so. Now, who is this? His attention shifted towards the thickly dressed figure standing in the doorway. The woman was wearing a thick isolating armor, covering her rather small body. Still, despite how distinctive she was, Riku had no clue who she was. That was until the walking Hiroxican known as Midoriya Izuku cleared the matter up. No way. It's the space hero. 13. Ah, so the armor is a spacesuit. That was cool. Although he didn't get why she called herself 13. Whatever. The hero walked over to their teacher, Aizawa, and seemed to organize with him for a bit. Then, after a moment, she turned towards the crowd of students. Aizawa let out a low whistle, gathering everyone's attention, then waited for 13 to speak. Before we begin, I'd like to mention a thing or two. As you perhaps know, my quirk is called Black Hole. It creates a black hole which disintegrates everything it pulls in. She can create a fucking what? 1. Midoriya spoke up, his emotional state filled with excitement and admiration, a feeling other students, notably Uraraka, mirrored. That's a perfect quirk for rescue operations. You can easily remove wreckage and save people injured by disasters. 13's voice was solemn as she answered. Yes. It can also easily kill. The bright expressions on the students' faces shifted to more grave ones. The same is true about your own quirks. While our superhuman society already strictly regulates quirks, you are all aiming to become heroes, therefore regularly using your quirks. That being said, please remember that a single mistake is all it takes for your quirk to injure or even kill someone. In Aizawa's physical test, you learned about your quirk's potential. In All Might's trial of battle, you tested the application of violence with your quirks. And now, you'll learn something different. Namely how to wield your quirk for the sake of human life. Your quirks do not solely exist to hurt others, and here, we will bring out how you can save someone with them. The students clapped in answer to the hero's speech, to which she bowed in light amusement. Admiration and excitement infected the atmosphere as the students mulled over their quirk's possible rescue applications. I suppose I can locate, move heavy stuff and monitor the victim's emotional states. The therapist hero, MAHORAGA. A dumb grin spread on his face as he imagined himself in a suit and with glasses and a notebook. Wait, how would he even wear the glasses? I know what I'll try this evening. 13 then gestured to what laid behind her. Everything you see here, the collapsed buildings, fire zones, flooded streets, everything is controlled environment. But despite that, you must still treat it as real. We will dash. Riku stopped listening. Down the stairs near the plaza, at the far edge of his cursed energy sensor, a presence had arisen, which he recognized. Then another. Then dozens. More and more people appeared, which even the teacher noticed by now. His classmates meanwhile remained confused, with the exception of the likes of Bakugo, Todoroki, and Fumikage, who seemed on high alert. Group up and don't move. 13. Protect the students. Aizawa's scream snapped the students out of their confusion. Huh, is this like a simulation? That's pretty cool. Kirishima's enthusiastic voice rang out. But Aizawa's answer had their blood turn cold. Don't move. Those are villains. The students remained frozen for a moment as the words sank in. During that moment, one of the villains spoke up. Eraserhead and 13. The voice was deep, nearly noble. According to the teacher's curriculum, All Might should have been here. And yet. That guy next to him, he's the one who broke into the school. Riku turned to Fumi and nudged him with his shoulder. He then discreetly grabbed his hand and signed onto the top of his hand. Same guy who broke into school. Next to the one who speaks. Tokoyami's eyes widened, but he didn't make any noise. The entire point of Riku not talking was him hiding his sensor abilities, and Fumi was smart enough to understand that. Now, how do I warn Aizawa dash? I knew it. Aizawa suddenly spoke up. So you guys are the ones responsible for destroying our gate. So, he can do math. Put 1 and 1 together. The teacher didn't turn around or even glanced into Riku's direction. He just lowered glasses in front of his eye and took out his scarf, assuming a battle-ready position. Where is he? We brought so many, went through so much trouble, he can't just not be here. Another voice had spoken up. Namely that of the one who had broken into UA. The voice sent a chill down the students' spines. It was flat, unenthusiastic, and terrifyingly casual, with an irritated undertone flowing through every word. The figure's monotone voice changed to that of childish curiosity. I wonder if he'll come, if we kill some kids. His thoughts are as messed up as his feelings. The grim thought appeared in Riku's head, and his cursed energy sensor shifted into an oval shape, enveloping all of his classmates and the villains at the plaza. In an instant, their emotional states became clear to him, and disgust overcame him as he saw the sheer nonsensical bloodlust and sadism in the villains' feelings. Around him, the students radiated fear and wariness, only few noticeable exceptions who seemed more stable. But there was one presence, around everyone, which stood out. It was the hulking figure standing among the villains, whose emotional state was simply empty. So empty, in fact, that Riku had nearly not noticed him standing there. That's annoying. But he'd be able to deal with him. Training against Genzo had him get used to focus on his opponent's general outline. Still, the sheer emptiness was unnerving. Riku felt his tail twitch against the concrete as his sensor settled. The villains, despite their bloodlust, weren't charging, they weren't even preparing. They simply assembled, their bloodlust and excitement purely nonsensical. They simply waited, some even chatted, occasionally turning their gaze towards the figure in the middle, presumably their leader. Meanwhile, Riku's classmates panicked. Villains. You have got to be kidding me, how can real villains just walk into the hero's home base? Teacher. What about the intruder alarm system? We do have one, but if it hasn't rang, then it means something is interfering with it. Someone must have a quirk capable of that. Fear and panic spread. Even the most stoic of individuals, Todoroki, Fumikage, hell even Bakugo, were tense. 13. Follow evacuation procedure and try to call the school. They probably have a guy who'll interfere with that too, so Kaminari, try to do the same. Aizawa barely finished his sentence before he moved. Riku noticed at the very moment his teacher even planned to, but he didn't follow. Aizawa jumped down the stairs, and the moment he landed, Riku felt the villain's hostility narrow in on him. But the Eraserhead did not care, as he simply jumped into the fray, his scarf capturing weapons and villains alike while his eyes stopped quirks from affecting him. Riku's classmates gasped as they watched their teacher wreak havoc in the enemy lines. He himself silently watched the teacher wait, depending on whether to join or to stay back. Because he had noticed something unnerving. The villains, despite their numbers being systemically dismantled by Eraserhead, remained calm. Their bloodlust did not lessen or shift, and they even seemed to allow him to fight his way deeper into their lines, as if planning to trap them. Meanwhile, 13's voice cut through the chaos. Everyone. Huddle up behind me and head for the exit. Protect each other and don't go off alone. Kaminari. You try contacting someone outside the school. Riku, despite hearing the orders, hesitated for a moment, weighing his options. I should join him. I can work my way through their flank and the others dash. I'm afraid I can't allow that. Riku froze mid-thought as a villain's presence suddenly appeared in front of 13 and the students in less than an instant. The strange presence of the villain was controlled, not aggressive, not incredibly volatile, but structured as if driven by purpose. But right now, that didn't matter. Teleportation, this fucker can teleport. Greetings. We are the League of Villains. The villain's voice was as calm and sophisticated as earlier. Apologies for the intrusion. But we came to UA today. His tone shifted to a more ominous one. To kill the symbol of peace. The sheer shock emanating from the students was immense, and honestly, Riku was shocked as well. He hadn't noticed it himself, but the way All Might was considered unbeatable had rubbed off on him as well after his years of living here. The thought of the number one hero, the guy who was constantly mentioned to solve every problem in the news, dying was difficult to imagine. We were hoping to perchance meet him here. But it seems he is not present. Was he not supposed to meet with you here at this juncture? Or has something been altered? 13 signaled the students to huddle up behind her. At the same moment, Riku rushed aside, towards where Class 1A's biggest source of anger and manliness stood, Bakugo Katsuki and Kirishima Aijiro. Well, setting that aside, I have my own role to fulfill. But Riku arrived too late. Fuck. The two students practically exploded into motion, one more literally than the other, and it took them less than a second to be in front of the villain. Die, you damn bastard. Boom. The sound of the explosion overshadowed Kirishima's punch, and after the smoke cleared, the two students had vanished, leaving only empty space where they had stood a moment ago. That was quite perilous. The villain's tone did not change much. To be expected, I suppose. You may be mere students, but you are UA's golden eggs after all. The earlier fear the students had felt slowly shifted, slowly giving way to despair. It's no use. Run. But it was too late. Riku didn't exactly see what happened, but one after another, his classmates simply vanished from their spot. Then, a moment later, a wave of disorientation hit him, and his environment changed. In that moment, every point Riku used as reference, everything his cursed energy sensor had mapped out blurred. The sensation of falling took over and his cursed energy went out of control for a moment as the surprise and disorientation threatened to overwhelm him. FFUCK. He teleported me. His head rang as he forcibly redeployed his cursed energy sensor. In an instant, the lack of shapes around him made it clear he was free-falling, and Riku immediately reinforced his body with cursed energy in an attempt to brace himself. Boom. Riku had attempted to land on his feet, but physics failed him as his entire lower body shattered the earth and ledged his legs deep into the ground. Where am I? Where are they? Despite his predicament, he did not care. His first instinct was stabilizing his cursed energy and spreading it out, gathering information about his whereabouts. Ayo, what the fuck is that? There were several people in his vicinity and Riku did not recognize a single one of them. Holy shit, what kind of ugly-ass parents does one need to have to achieve such a build? Rancorous laughter emanated from the people. But the white-skinned mutant did not react, not even a single twitch in response. God, I can't sense a single one of my classmates. I'm in some kind of forest. A park. The place was large. Riku found himself barely capable of sensing a forest and the outskirts of a city. And a large wall, presumably that of USJ. HYAH. PAF. Oi, you retard. I get he's just a student, but he'll bite your damn leg off. Don't just kick him. Riku's attention snapped back to the villains around him. One of them stood right next to his partly buried body, and had apparently kicked him in the stomach, although that didn't do anything. Nah man, we're chill. Monster hasn't moved in a minute, I bet he got knocked out during the teleportation. The man's emotional state surged, sadism and cruelty being prevalent. If we tie him up, we can do stuff to him, like cut open his arms, or feed him his fingers. The man licked his lips as he spoke, his back turned to the mutant. His friends did not laugh. They simply stared at him with wide eyes. His mom, however, had often said he was a smart boy, so the men soon figured out what the problem was. A shadow fell upon him. POV, Tokoyami. Arg. Tokoyami groaned out in pain at his landing. His entire body hurt, notably his legs and spine, as he forced himself up in a moment's notice, checking out his surroundings. This is bad. Such was his conclusion. For he found himself on top of a burning building. Between slow steps and painful groans, Tokoyami slowly edged closer to the rim, where he looked down, only to be met with an entire faux city wrapped in flames. This is worse than bad. I won't. The bird-headed boy did not have time to finish the thought as the door to the building's staircase opened and a man with a large scar on his face walked out. Their eyes met. The two acted in the same moment. The man inhaled, a large amount of air bloating his body, then exhaled a wide wave of fire headed straight to Tokoyami. Tokoyami summoned Dark Shadow in the same moment, not using him to block, but to simply vault himself over the villain's attack. The ensuing scuffle ended quickly as Tokoyami pressed onto the villain in close range, and Dark Shadow knocked him unconscious from the back. Tokoyami stood there for a moment, not even out of breath. But his thoughts were churning. How are the others? Where is Riku? With who do I regroup? He tried to see his surroundings, but the smoke of the burning city made it impossible, acting like a shroud made to counter him. Whatever the case, I cannot stay here. Fire weakened Dark Shadow. Staying in a place like this was setting himself up to be overwhelmed. Especially given that the villains had most likely coordinated their locations. His first opponent had been someone with a fire quirk, probably granting him resistance to fire as well. The villains were organized. Tokoyami frowned as he ran towards the staircase. The villains couldn't possibly have known of his quirk's weakness, couldn't they? This would mean they had information on all the students, possibly covering each of their quirk's weakness. Well, each but one. In spite of the grim situation he was in, a small smirk bloomed on his face as he imagined a bunch of villains trying to take down the oversized mutant he called his comrade. He soon reached the lower floor and exited the building, his senses assaulted by heat and smoke. Over there, that is Dash. Ojiro. Tokoyami's scream reached his blonde classmate, who audibly sighed in relief at not being alone. Tokoyami. Careful, we're surrounded. The bird-headed boy clicked his tongue in irritation at the news. I'm afraid I won't be able to be much help. Fire is my weakness. Ojiro just nodded in answer. Got it. But 2 is still better than 1. We'll protect each other's backs. And with that, the villains exploded into motion. Chapter 30, Problems. The forest had gone silent again, with only the faint sounds of groans rising from the bodies littering the ground. Their injuries were brutal, but not life-threatening, legs twisted, arms broken, shoulders dislocated. All the kinds of damage meant to take someone out of a fight without killing them. In the center of it all stood Riku. His large mutant frame was relaxed, only his facial wings twitching as his cursed energy expanded. The strain on his mind intensified as he pushed his perception outward in an attempt to find a classmate or even an enemy. This is bad. I don't know where to go. His tail lashed once before he forced himself to calm down. His cursed energy did not linger, instead returning to its normal output. With the immediate danger gone, his attention shifted back to the villains scattered across the clearing. He had taken care not to injure them too severely, all the while making sure they wouldn't be getting back up anytime soon. With a heavy sigh, Riku removed his wrist wraps and walked over to the nearest one, using them to bind his hands and legs. He worked methodically, restraining only those whose injuries were less severe. The ones with shattered legs wouldn't be moving anyway. All right. That should do it. Riku straightened, no longer sparing the villains any attention. His cursed energy brushed against the distant wall of USJ, informing him that he stood near the outer rim of the facility. With that knowledge, he turned and began moving in the opposite direction, namely towards the center of the place. The mutant soon found himself on a road which traversed the forest. It was littered with all kinds of obstacles, such as trees which blocked the road, no doubt tools to simulate all kinds of situations. Riku followed the road, jogging at brisk pace, waiting to find the emotional signature of literally anyone. God damn it, why is the place so huge? But he didn't slow down. His mind was churning with worry of what was happening to his classmates, making him hurry even more. Then, the road finally left the forest, leading into a terrain filled with ruined buildings and stone. And his cursed energy finally localized someone. 6 people, hiding in the ground. The villains, waiting in ambush, had somehow knew someone was coming their way as their emotions were filled with anticipation. But Riku did not care and simply kept running straight towards them. Cursed energy flowed through his arm and Riku leaped into the air, bringing down his fist onto the villain's hiding spot. Wait. Sto dash. Bam. The impact shattered the soil and rocks like a mini explosion, sending debris flying into every direction. The villains too were quite literally blown out of their hiding spot, two of them already incapacitated. Oi! How the hell did that thing notice us? One of the villains, his hair made of metallic spikes, screamed out loud, shock evident in his voice. Bok. Hell if I know. Damn it, I knew joining this batch was a bad idea. Another villain, his body mutated into the shape of some kind of bird, no, a chicken, answered, its voice filled with fear. It held two cutlass swords in its claws and it spread its wings into what Riku assumed to be some sort of combat stance. This one's emotions are disgusting. Riku, utterly disgusted by the chicken and uncaring for the villain's bad decisions, simply crossed his arms in front of his chest and sprinted towards them. 3 of the 4 villains immediately spread out, but the one with the metallic hair remained, bowing his head and letting loose a hail of nail-like projectiles. Die you damn hero. These, however, did not even penetrate Riku's skin as his cursed energy reinforced him, and the villain was quite literally ran over by the mutant's large frame. Bok. You idiot. The villainous chicken clucked in rage and jumped forward, using his wings to gain airtime and slashing towards Riku's neck with his cutlass sword. But Riku simply turned his head in answer, his tail whipping against the chicken and sending him flying into concrete. Bow dash. The chicken's clucking was cut short as it lost consciousness. Meanwhile, the other 2 villains exchanged looks, then ran, but Riku quickly caught up with them, grabbing their heads and smashing them into the ground. That's all of them. Riku remained standing for a moment, checking to see whether one of them was still conscious, then tore up their shirts and used it to bind the villains once more. Just while he was busy binding the 3rd villain's limbs. Asterisk boom. A sharp sound ripped through the mountain, echoing through jagged terrain. Riku's head snapped up in an instant and he stood up. An explosion. That has got to be Bakugo. The bindings and villains forgotten, he launched himself into a full sprint, following the direction of the sound through coarse and broken terrain. Then, only a short run later, the presence of 2 of his classmates flared up, alongside a shit ton of villains surrounding them. Riku's expression turned into a grin as he accelerated further until he could quite literally hear the voices screaming out from a building. Another wall exploded as a spiky-haired boy quite literally blew a villain through it, a manic grin etched on his face. And behind him. Kirishima, was it? The 2 boys were outnumbered, but far from outmatched. Kirishima's body tanked attack after attack as he simply punched his way through his opponents while Bakugo darted around, explosions propelling him from enemy to enemy. Wait, these 2 actually have some crazy sync. Oi Bakugo. Shindai is here. Kirishima, having noticed his arrival, immediately broke into a grin. The cluster of villains turned around and froze as they noticed, they were now surrounded by 3 grinning students. Bakugo only spared his mutant classmate a glance, before reverting back to a rather unheroic smirk, explosions popping in his palm. And with that, the 3 students converged upon the villains. POV, narration. Unforeseen Simulation Joint. Such is the name of the facility. It boasts several artificially created environments, each made to simulate disasters in order to train the future generations on how to operate in such environments. In its confines, it holds 8 different environments. The Downpour Storm Zone. A city filled with rain and storm, all artificially simulated. Koji Koda and Yuga Aoyama are currently there, avoiding villains to best of their abilities. The Flood Zone. An artificial lake with a towering structure akin to that of a waterslide. The slides are filled with debris and simulate wild rivers. Minoru Mineta, Tsuyu Azui, and Izuki Midoriya's landing zone. The Conflagration Zone. A city on fire, built for the sake of training future heroes in high-temperature environments. Don't worry. The fires are usually controlled. Fumikage Tokoyami and Mashireo Ojiro are currently facing villains there. The Mountain Zone. Rocky, mountainous terrain filled with debris. A simulation for rescue operations in coarse terrain or tunnels. Denki Kaminari, Kyokajiro, and Momo Yayorozu are currently there. The Landslide Zone. An entire zone, fully covered by a single landslide. Buildings, cars, trees. Everything is covered beneath dirt and stone. Shoto Todoroki's and Toru Hagakure's landing zones. The Forest Zone. An artificially created forest. Trees and plants obstruct view. Built to simulate rescue operations in low-visibility environments. Riku Shindai's landing zone. The Ruins Zone. Another artificial city covered by rubble. The buildings are either damaged or destroyed. It simulates the aftermath of pure destruction. Landing zones of Ijiro Kirishima and Katsuki Bakugo. The plaza and the entrance. This is where the students entered USJ and where the villains appeared. A long staircase connects the two places. Mina Ashido, Hantashiro, Tenya Ida, Ochiko Uraraka, Mizo Shoji, and 13 are at the entrance with the villain, Kurogiri. On the lower side of the staircase are the villains fighting the pro-hero, Eraserhead. POV, Ijiro Kirishima. Fuck, he's so manly. Boom. The explosion resonated through the building as the red-haired boy, Kirishima, watched his explosive classmate blow another enemy through the wall. He himself sprinted alongside Bakugo, simply tanking the full brunt of the explosions and the villain's onslaught, as he punched his way from foe to foe. But, despite his admiration for his powerful classmate, his mind was filled with worry. He and Bakugo had landed in the ruined city zone together and had been ambushed by a large amount of enemies. The two immediately teamed up and blasted their way through enemies, Kirishima acting as a tank for Bakugo. But how are the others? He and Bakugo were doing well, but they also happened to be among the most powerful of their classmates. Kirishima wasn't saying that to discredit the others, but it wasn't as though everyone's quirks were well adjusted for being isolated in dangerous terrain. VLAM. His fist met another villain's face, who immediately went down at that. He turned just in time to see Bakugo hold out both his arms, the dangerous sound of small pops resonating out of his gauntlets. And with that, BOOM. The villain was blasted away alongside with the wall. Kirishima sweat dropped at how much overkill that was, but immediately followed his blonde classmate as they left the building through the hole. Damn, there is a lot of them. A nervous grin spread on his face, the corner of his mouth twitching. His heartbeat quickened, but he did his best to hide it, attempting to mimic Bakugo's bravado as he charged into the fray. Alright, this isn't going as badly as I thought. The villain's numbers slowly dwindled, and just then, the sound of heavy footsteps echoed through the ruined city. A wave of relief washed over Kirishima as he recognized the approaching figure. Oi, Bakugo. Shindai is here. The villains immediately turned, and actually shrunk back at the sight of the towering mutant and the large grin on his face. Yeah, this is much better. Seeing villains being nervous did wonders for his nerves, and he charged forward, noticing how Shindai did the same, effectively running down the villains. A few steps away, an explosion resonated as Bakugo blasted himself into the air and came crashing down on a villain with a devastating axe kick. So, the battle ensued, with Bakugo weaving and dodging attacks with incredible instincts, while Kirishima and Shindai simply tanked and punched their way through their opponents. Soon enough, the last villain went down underneath Shindai's palm strike and the three students grouped up. TCH, Shindai. The hell are you doing here? I didn't need your help. Kirishima deflated a bit. I'm here too. Their mutant classmate spoke up with his trademark way of speech, ignoring Bakugo's rude attitude. I'm on Nickel OTOG Playawazia. Stel OG OTEHT Azalp. I am looking to go help Aizawa. Let's go to the plaza. God damn it, he too is so manly. A tear threatened to escape Kirishima at the purpose-driven personality of the mutant. He shook off the thought, then pumped his fist. Hell yeah. Let's go save our teacher. Bakugo made a weird face, most likely in annoyance, but nodded. Fine. But don't you dare ask me to save you, am I clear? TNDLUOW Merd FOTI. Wouldn't dream of it. With that, the three students got moving and rushed towards the exit of the ruined city zone. The plaza was in chaos when they arrived. Kirishima barely had the time to take it all in before realizing the gravity of the situation. Villains were everywhere, grouped in numbers far surpassing the amount he had just faced before. They were organized, standing or fighting in loose formations as they attempted to take out the blur, wreaking havoc amidst their ranks. Class 1A's teacher, the Eraserhead Aizawa, was fighting like a blur of motion, his scarf whipping through the air as he dismantled villains with ruthless efficiency. Bodies hit the ground one after another. Quirks were erased in pivotal moments, constantly tipping the conflict into Aizawa's favor. He was incredible, and Kirishima's breath hitched in his throat. Then, he noticed the red stains. Teacher. He's bleeding. He grit his teeth as he saw the blood and the numerous small wounds coating Aizawa's body. Despite that, the hero kept fighting, putting villain after villain to the ground. A low growl emanated from his left, from where Rika stood. Ertsetumsalk era 90 nieht rita. 3 classmates are hiding in the water. What dash? In the water. He turned his look back the battlefield and his eyes widened as he saw purple and green hair protrude over the ledge in the water. Mineta and Midoriya. Who else? We're going in. Bakugo's voice was tense but calm, different than his usual screaming and yelling. His red eyes were locked on the villains, watching as they attempted to drown their teacher in sheer numbers. The villains are wearing Aizawa out. There is no way he'll win by himself. EHT Tnatum. ASI Tun Lamrin. The mutant. He is not normal. Bakugo and Kirishima felt a moment of confusion, wondering about which mutant he meant, but that disappeared the moment they laid eyes on the bird-headed monstrosity standing next to the villain's leader. Kirishima felt his blood go cold at the sight and it took his brain a few seconds to process it. The creature was huge. Bigger than All Might. Bigger than Shindai. Its body was muscular, its physique even more impressive than All Might's. Its skin was a deep purplish, maybe even black color and seemed to stretch unnaturally tight over its bulging mass. A beak with sharp teeth jutted from its face. And its brain. Its brain. Kirishima's stomach lurched at the exposed organ. Even Bakugo clicked his tongue in distaste. The creature did not move. Its head and fingers occasionally twitched, but it paid no attention to the battlefield. Oi, Kirishima muttered, a cold feeling creeping up his spine. What is that? Bakugo stared at the person or creature, but then refocused onto the villain's leader. Then, suddenly the villain leader, whose face was covered by hands, spoke up. 15 seconds. Then, he sprinted forwards. Kirishima's eyes widened at the speed he was moving at. Aizawa immediately directed his focus onto the villain. You the favorite. 12 seconds. Aizawa threw his scarf forward in an attempt to catch the villain, but he simply grabbed it out of the air and kept running. 10. Aizawa ran forward, intent on meeting the villain head-on, then yanked the scarf back, pulling forward the villain who had held onto it. 8. The villain lost balance and stumbled but did not stop counting. Bakugo was first of the students to move. D. Asterisk boom. 5. The explosion was dodged. The villain ignored Bakugo entirely and engaged Aizawa in close combat, only to be baited into attacking before being countered with a brutal elbow to the solar plexus. 3. The elbow was caught. Your hair interferes with your quirk, Eraserhead. The villain's voice was casual. Don't bite off more than you can chew. Eraserhead's elbow began to crumble as though it was made of stone. And then stopped. Aizawa's red eyes stared at the villain but he did not retreat. He instead focused on restraining the villain. 1. Behind the villain, a shadow loomed as Rikushindai extended his arm, preparing to slam the villain's head into the ground. Stop him, Nomu. Chapter 31, Help. Damn, this is gonna be hard. Like yo dick. Chapter start. POV, Rikushindai. What? His arm hurt, trapped in a grip that stopped his momentum only centimeters away from the villain's head. He had carefully restrained himself to wait for Bakugo's inevitable attack. For Aizawa to draw the villain into the fight and even restrain him. All that, in order to get behind the villain and land a finishing blow. Instead, his arm hurt. A large hand was wrapped around it. Look at that, Eraserhead. Your so-called hero student tried to beat me with violence. The villain spoke up, his voice filled with mock surprise. Good thing my friend came to save me. The villain's tone shifted to a sadistic undertone. Meet Nomu. It's behind me. A cold feeling crawled up Riku's spine. I didn't feel it move. He tried to free his arm but Nomu's hand didn't budge. Its head creepily twitched with a jerky bird-like movement, as though confused about his feeble act of resistance. Drool dripped through its teeth, nearly splashing onto Riku's shoulder. In front of him, the villain disengaged from Aizawa's hold and jumped few steps back. Aizawa mirrored that action but his attention was intently focused on the Nomu holding his student. There was no intent. The realization was brutal. Riku relied on emotions for everything. Specifically those of the people around him. The way restraint, panic, or aggressivity moved before the people acted was Riku's guide to what he should do in a fight. The exception to that had been Genzo, a man capable of suppressing his emotional state to a strong degree. He was the sole reason Riku didn't entirely rely on it. But Genzo was weaker than Riku. So Riku had not needed to dodge. Nomu was not. I can't just stand here. Riku's muscles bulged and cursed energy supported his movement as he attempted to free himself once more. His arm didn't budge. So, Riku spun with the limited range of motion he had, and delivered a nasty elbow straight into the Nomu's face. Thwack. Another black hand stopped the elbow, its sharp claws digging into Riku's arm as it once more tightened its hold. Riku's heartbeat quickened. Cursed energy immediately flowed into his sides and back, reinforcing it for the knee which should have logically followed at how exposed he was. Nothing happened. Nomu stood there, holding his arm and elbow. He. The villain laughed creepily, it's no use. Nomu was created to rival All Might. The volatile emotional state of the villain shifted so something more aggressive at the mere mention to the name. But honestly, who would have thought the honorable symbol of peace would just abandon its students? Riku did not listen. His instincts screamed at him to get away from Nomu, but he couldn't. He turned his head, and his long tail coiled around the Nomu's neck. He then tightened it, cutting off its blood flow and breath. Shindai. Get away from it. What the hell do you think am I trying to do here? Midoriya had left his hiding spot. He was sprinting towards the Nomu with a tear-filled expression, his arm cocked back. Power coursed through his body and his fist shot forward, delivering an earth-shattering punch into the Nomu's liver. Smash. A cloud of dust exploded and the shockwave had everyone's clothes flutter. The Nomu did not react. Its creepy eyes only jerking around, not even staring at him. Then, Riku felt himself becoming weightless. Vlam. Pain exploded in his body as Riku found himself crashing against Kirishima, who had attempted to ambush the villain's leader in the same moment. Like a fucking ragdoll. Gadash. Kirishima was below Riku, his body hardening in the nick of time. Despite that, the air was blown out of his lungs and Riku immediately got up, not wanting to suffocate his classmate any longer. Tamura Shigaraki. Kurogiri. Is 13 dead? Riku's attention shifted on the present spawning in out of nowhere. Worry grew in his gut at the casual question of the villain. But he calmed himself a bit at the villain's answer. Incapacitated. However, I'm afraid the students impeded me and one of them managed to escape the facility, his life intact. The atmosphere changed. Hope and relief washed over the students and Aizawa, but the villain's side was different. The henchmen remained quiet but anxiety bloomed when hearing that the heroes risked receiving backup. Still, they waited for their leader to make a decision. He was the one to have brought them here, he was the only one who could bring them out. And their leader, who'd been addressed as Tamura Shigaraki, started scratching his neck. Riku tensed up as he sensed the sheer irritation pouring off the villain. Killing intent and rage accompanied it, overshadowing the anxiety the villain had. Ah. Who? Ah. Kurogiri. If it weren't for you being our warp gate, I'd kill you where you stand. Shigaraki's neck scratching drew blood. We can't win, they're gonna throw a bunch of heroes at us and we'll lose. Ah, it'll be game over. Game over. Aizawa's dry voice suddenly rang out, interrupting the villain's whining. Didn't know we were fighting a man-child. How about you just leave? Let your goons stay here and we might just let you three escape. The neck scratching stopped. Shigaraki's intent refocused. Yeah, we might do that. Ha. Screams and protests rang out between the villain's henchmen as their leader talked about abandoning them like this. The hero student's shoulders sagged, as though finally relaxing. And Riku was sprinting towards the water, alarm bells going off in his head. But before we do that, we might just kill some kids. Shigaraki's figure blurred. In an instant he was crouching at the water's edge and reached out to grab Tsuyu Ajui's face. But Riku, for once, was fast enough. His arm reached out, blocking Shigaraki's hand which had been about to touch his classmate. The villain's hand pressed against Riku's arm, something which he eagerly anticipated. Nothing happened. Didn't his hand decompose that of Aizawa? Riku's confusion lasted only for a moment as the villain spoke up again. Mon, you're really way too cool, Eraserhead. The villain turned his head, smirking towards the hero who was rapidly approaching. Until a large body of white flesh suddenly placed himself between the villain and the hero's line of sight. Shindai. Move. Aizawa's scream was filled with confusion and panic. He attempted to circle the student, but was too far away to properly do so. Meanwhile, pain exploded in Riku's arm as cracks showed and his skin began to flake off. Weakness followed to the pain as Riku felt his hand and forearm go limp as his muscles got turned to dust. His bone was exposed and started following the process of decomposition. But Riku did not move. In fact, it wasn't even the villain pressing his hand against his arm. It was the opposite way around. The villain turned his head, staring at the mutant who had bothered to block the eraser head's line of sight. Whose arm was getting destroyed, but who still refused to move. How? Why did you? The villain left the question unsaid and shut his mouth as he saw the large grin on the student's face. His expression was filled with disbelief and confusion. Riku's arm fell off. Phantom pain remained, coursing through the stump his arm should have been at. Aizawa screamed for him to get out of the way once more. But Riku ignored him. The invigorating feeling of lightness on top of his head was advancing and Riku needed it to increase. The villain attempted to disengage, but the action was blocked by Riku's tail which lashed out in a wide arc, forcing the villain to duck. His remaining arm immediately followed, crashing down upon where Shigaraki was standing. The villain jumped, landing in a crouching position upon the mutant's arm. Both of his hands were pressed against it. The smile on Riku's face widened to an unnatural degree as the pain bloomed and he felt himself lose control over his arm. Screams echoed in the background as his classmates and friends rushed forward in an attempt to save him. Kurogiri said something, but the pain had blurred Riku's mind. Despite that, he sensed the villain's henchmen get into action, stopping his classmates from interfering. Shigaraki stared at him as though he was insane as a pleased growl escaped his throat. The feeling above his head was light, natural. The wheel above his head glowed, its bronze-like color turning a lighter shade of gold as light refracted on it. Then, it spun, the motion happening in an instant. Krrrrnk clang. The after noise reverberated through the battlefield. Riku felt his body lighten as a tingle overcame his body. His head felt light and his cursed energy output increased. Finally, his cursed energy condensed, forming what he perceived as a flickering white fire on right stump. This is it. Reverse curse technique. The battlefield froze. The students, busy fighting their way to reach their mutant classmate, watched mouths agape as fibers, flesh and bone grew out of his right stump, slowly reforming his arm. Aizawa, pinned down by mutant whose arms were made of stone, knocked him aside with a kick and stared at the healing arm with wide eyes. Then, as if realizing something, a slight smirk broke out on his face and he redirected his attention towards the henchmen, rushing them in their moment of distraction. Meanwhile, Riku stood back up. His regeneration was slow, but the shock value had been enough to grant him time to recreate muscle tissue and bone. With that, the temporarily one-armed mutant was ready to join the fight. POV, Izuku Midoriya, a little bit earlier. His heart was thumping in his chest as he quietly held onto the ledge, attempting to calm his ragged breathing. Next to him was Azui, Tsuyu and Mineta. And right beyond the ledge, only a few meters away stood the villains. Midoriya. Are you sure? These are villains. We can't just fight them. Mineta's whiny voice emerged, but Izuku understood what he meant. They were not trained. None of them really were. Sure, they had talent and could fight, but this entire situation was out of their league. But we have to try. There is no way Aizawa will be able to hold all of them off. And if he falls... He left the rest unsaid. ASU. Tsuyu nodded, her expression slightly tense. Mineta had tears well up as though he was a step away from giving up. Wait, Midoriya. Is that Shindai and Bakugo? Izuku widened his eyes at Tsuyu's question and turned his head. A worried but hopeful smile bloomed as he saw three distinct shapes hide on the side of the plaza. It is. And Kirishima is there too. Izuku's confirmation saved Mineta's nerves from total collapse as he immediately peeked out his head and attempted to locate them. Really? Where? He looked about to break out in cheers once he saw them. Yeah. Let's let them handle it. Slap. Tsuyu's tongue lashed out. No. They might be among our strongest, but we are facing villains. These people have experience in what they do. Ouch. Mineta covered his head. But, what do you want us to do? Their heads turned simultaneously, facing Izuku as he held his chin with a contemplative expression. I have an idea. A nearly confident smile adorned his face as he raised his head to look at his classmates. His breath quickened at the pain he would go through, but he simply clenched his teeth. What he was about to do was necessary. Pain would not stop him. I have 2 arms, that's 2 shots. All right. Mineta, I want you to swim to the side and want you to take out as much of your quirk as you can, and gather them together. Tsuyu, me and you are staying here as a distraction. If Kaken is here, it means he'll attack soon. I'll use the opening to launch the first attack if I think I have a shot. You are going to wait here, and observe the battlefield. If one of our classmates is injured, try to pull them out. We might not be able to fight well, but we can add pressure to the villains and help our classmates. Izuku felt that his eyes were wavering, but he forcibly forced his expression to remain calm. Tsuyu looked at him and nodded, understanding his goal. There was just one thing she and Mineta didn't get. What should I with the grouped sticky balls? Izuku smiled. Your quirk is among the best for capture. You'll group it together and once the battle reaches its climax, Tsuyu will pull me out and throw me towards you. Then, I'll use my second strike to blow the balls straight into the villains. Momentary silence. But what about our classmates? Izuku just shook his head. We're already outnumbered and arguably outmatched. For every classmate we'll hit 10 villains. And even so, the ones who will be joining the villains are the most resilient. They'll handle it. Shindai. Kaken. Kirishima. They were 3 of the most resilient students in class, with only Bakugo risking to be affected when hit. He, however, had his reflexes and instincts to bail him out. I trust you. The phrase was left unsaid as he signed Mineta to go and readjusted his focus on the battlefield. Right on cue, the sound of a loud explosion resonated, creating a cloud of smoke. Shindai, his imposing frame having left the safe confines of his spot, ran a circle around Aizawa as they fought, then broke out in a sprint, rushing towards the villain right in the moment Aizawa immobilized him. Midoriya felt hope swell up in his chest as his mutant classmate's hand closed in on the villain. Nomu. Stop him. A black blur appeared. In an instant, Shindai was locked in place, incapable of moving. Tsuyu gasped. Izuku forgot to breathe. What is this? The words of the villain replayed in his mind. We came to UA today to kill the symbol of peace. It was clear. This creature was where their confidence came from. Shindai attempted to free himself but his efforts remained in vain. Blood poured out onto the ground but he couldn't see where it came from. Izuku gritted his teeth, then jumped out of his spot. Shindai. Get away from it. His scream was nonsensical, but anything distracting the villains from his classmate would help. But the villain didn't react any more than a jerky head movement. These guys are way too strong. Shindai won't be able to get away. Izuku darted forward, cocking his fist back. I'll free you, then run. No other thought filled his head as One for All's energy coursed through his veins. He didn't pay attention to the way the quirk would flow, he only cared about landing the hit on the monstrosity restraining his classmate. His doubt and his fear, all of it was set aside as he swung his fist. Smash. Ha. The shockwave, noise and dust, everything pointed to his punch having landed. But his arm didn't hurt. Izuku's eyes widened. Was this it? Had he just managed to control 1-4? Nomu stood there, unmoved. The Nomu swung his arm along with Shindai, not towards him, but towards Kirishima who had jumped to ambush the villain's leader. Shindai's massive body was hurled into the boy, knocking them back. My punch didn't do anything. But this was All Might's power. It should have destroyed the villain. Izuku slowly stepped backwards. The Nomu saw him, its twitchy eye was in fact clearly looking at him, but did not to anything. The villain was talking, but Deku was lost in his own mind. He simply stepped back, too baffled to speak or do anything. Until the villain's figure blurred and survival instinct prevailed. Where did he go? He turned around and his pupils shrunk. He didn't even have it in him to scream as he saw the villain reach towards Tsuyu's face. His expression remained the same as the large mutant. Shindai suddenly appeared, blocking the villain's arm with his own. Izuku's brain froze as nothing happened. Wasn't he able to decompose what he touched? Like with Aizawa. Mon, you're really way too cool, Eraserhead. The villain's lanky voice emerged. Izuku turned his head and saw Aizawa's glowing red eyes fixated on the villain. But he didn't even have time to calm himself for Shindai being narrowly saved. Shindai. What is he doing? The mutant classmate suddenly moved, using his large body to cover the villain from Aizawa's sight. An arm turned to dust. Shindai. Move. Another arm plopped onto the ground. Huh? Why did he? Izuku's attention shifted towards the wheel floating above the mutant's head. Is it glowing? Nothing happened for just a moment. Then, the wheel turned. Krrrrnk clang. The sound reverberated in Izuku's chest. His knees felt like jelly. He didn't understand anything. How had the villain noticed Tsuyu? Why had Shindai blocked Aizawa's erasure? Why had both his arms fallen off? Why was everything happening so fast? Why was Shindai smiling? Why was? What is that? Flesh and tissue sprouted of his classmate's right stump. Izuku watched, completely befuddled as it grew back, slowly forming into what was a brand new arm. Riku's quirk was adaptation. The eyes of the inheritor of One for All widened at the implication. Chapter 32, Your Help. POV, Riku Shindai. The emotional shift hit him like a slap to the face. In an instant, the battlefield switched to confusion, worry and panic overgrowing even the villain's bloodlust and sadism. Riku raised his regenerated arm. It felt normal. As if it had never fallen off in the first place. As if the arm, laying on the ground, was just an illusion. Meanwhile, the throbbing pain in his other arm had not stopped. But Riku didn't heal it. He may have acquired reverse curse technique, but applying it exuded a strong pressure in his head. He felt calm. His output had clearly increased as Riku felt his cursed energy sensor cover a wider area, leaving only a mild strain on his mind. The villains around him were less calm. Distracted by his display of insanity and regeneration, they had looked his way instead of keeping their attention on the eraser head. That bit them in the ass as he immediately engaged them, catching their aggro once more as he slowly led them away from the main force. Midoriya had retreated a few steps, his emotions as unorganized as ever. Hope, fear, confusion, disappointment. It was a list long enough for Riku to keep going for a while. Bakugo, however, had not waited. One blast had been what it took before he suddenly engaged the figure wrapped in mist and pressed it into the ground. His emotions were still volatile, but strangely enough, more focused than usual as he threatened Kurogiri with a point-blank explosion. But this dude. The worst feelings emanated from the guy with the hands on his face. A wave of jealousy, anger, fear, and irritation poured out of him as the guy scratched his neck, his eyes intently looking at the newly regenerated arm. Despite that, the dam didn't break. Shigaraki kept scratching his neck in silence for a moment, then slowly stopped and retracted his hand, which was noticeably shaking. Is that your quirk? The voice was trembling, as if forcibly kept calm. Riku did not answer. A light pressure mounted in his head as he synthesized his cursed energy into its reverse, slowly, nearly theatrically regenerating his other arm. It was slow enough for the villain to interrupt him if he wanted to, but no such thing happened. He just stared at the process with an unchanging expression. Hey. Hey. Tamura Shigaraki's shoulders started shaking as he broke out in a laugh. Then, he threw his head back and spread his arms in a dramatic gesture, as though addressing the universe itself. He. That's. What a coincidence. The villain jumped aside as Riku suddenly barged forward, dodging the attempted tackle. You know, it's crazy. Heroes and villains. Quirks and other quirks. They can be so similar. The villain ducked underneath Riku's backhand with a fluid motion. Heroes protect. Villains destroy. But honestly, both sides rely on violence to enforce their creed, don't they? Doesn't that make them the same? No. It doesn't. Now stand still. Riku threw another punch, hoping to bait the villain to duck again, but Shigaraki anticipated the uppercut, simply sidestepping it. But quirks like yours, they really piss me off. The villain's voice was filled with mock anger. Honestly, I can blame all heroes for using violence, but those shiny, heroic support quirks. Healing, helping. Ugh, I can't even form an argument against them. Riku's tail lashed out in a circular motion, once more forcing the villain to duck. A knee immediately followed, barely blocked by the villain, but still knocking him back a few meters. The mutant felt his knee crumble a bit, but the cracks which had appeared faded moments later. Dread rose up in his gut as Shigaraki's emotional state shifted once more. But you know, we have a quirk like that as well in our team. Guess who? Not entertaining the villain, Riku simply sprinted forwards, but froze as he heard his next words. Nomu. Help Kurogiri. Then kill the kids. Riku felt a ripple in his cursed energy as Nomu's figure tensed before moving. In an instant, the large black-skinned figure darted forward, his fist closing in on Bakugo who was holding down Kurogiri. Asterisk boom. Arg. Bakugo's instincts saved him. The moment he heard the villain's words, he blasted himself away, narrowly dodging the Nomu's attack. Kurogiri took on the brunt of the explosion and released a pained groan, but remained ultimately unharmed. An instant later, the Nomu followed, its form chasing after the airborne Bakugo with mindless determination. Shit, I have to. Riku felt his anxiety rise. The only reason the Nomu had not yet reached Bakugo was due to him being too high up in the sky. But the moment its attention would shift onto another student, chances were low for them survive. With that in mind, the mutant changed course. Abandoning any attempt of fighting Shigaraki, he simply started sprinting over, his cursed energy locked onto Nomu with near-frantic air. Todoroki is here. A large mass of ice surged outwards, freezing the ground along with Nomu who had not even tried to dodge. Then, in a display of more mindless determination, it ignored the state of its frozen legs and attempted to keep moving. Ha! The sound of shattering ice followed as the Nomu lost both its legs from beneath the knees. That's familiar. The atmosphere of the battlefield shifted again, as the students stared in horror at the being which determinately crawled along the ground. The villains capitalized on that moment, surging forward and trapping the student heroes like Kirishima and Bakugo in a wide circle, leaving noticeable empty space around both Todoroki and Nomu, and Shigaraki and Riku. Todoroki, too, had horror filling his mental state. Riku couldn't blame him. A guy destroying his own limbs was some crazy no one would expect. The white-skinned mutant was still in full sprint, Shigaraki hot on his heels. Shit, what do I do? The anxiety piled up. Riku was confident in his own abilities, but his sensor indicated that his classmates weren't. Uraraka, Shoji, 13, Siro and Ishido had re-engaged Kurogiri a bit further away, but the danger they were in pressed on him like fire. I need more range. I need to tank. But the wheel didn't care about anyone but him. Adaptation was a selfish. It responded to direct stimuli, either inflicted upon him or by him. He wasn't capable of adapting to something his classmates were affected by. The thought made his chest tighten. This was his first fight against villains and he had always thought he'd be ready for it. He had trained a lot, and his abilities were those of one of the most powerful characters in fiction. But this wasn't a spar in which two fighters fought and stopped when tired. This was unrestrained, the safety of everyone around him bearing down onto his shoulders. And he didn't know how to deal with that. He only knew how to protect himself. Anxiety shifted to panic as the white-skinned mutant clearly sensed 13's suit be ripped cleanly open by her own quirk. As Kirishima found himself immobilized underneath another mutant's grip. As the Nomu's legs regenerated. As it sprinted towards Todoroki. As Shigaraki's hand closed around Riku's foot, turning it into dust, sending him face-first into the ground. Alarm bells blared in his head as he heard the sound of more shattering ice, and sensed the Nomu closing the distance to his classmate. Pressure mounted in Riku's head as he pushed, forcing the wheel on his head to turn. He needed range, size. He needed the villain's attention to make sure they went after him. He needed his classmates to stay safe. Clang. The response came in form of the familiar sound of the wheel, turning. It was not perfect, far from it. It groaned in protest and shook as he forced what he thought to be a solution into the wheel's adaptation. His head hurt, but the relief he felt at the clanging sound washed away the worst of his suffering. Muscles stretched. Bones groaned and expanded. His skin tightened over his swelling body, spreading the uncomfortable feeling through his entire body. Riku felt his control over cursed energy waver, his cursed energy sensor barely holding as he reached out, this simple motion casting a shadow upon the battlefield. Who? What? The shell-shocked sound of Shigaraki's voice was ignored as the growing mutant's hand slammed onto the Nomu, closing around him. The shockwave garnered attention as villains and heroes alike froze at the sight of the white-skinned mutant. His large body slowly raised itself to its feet, towering over the battlefield with the size of a small house. Shindai. That's Shindai. Is that supposed to be a student? Voice filled with disbelief and fear echoed through the place. The mutant, his size at around 10 meters growled, the sound sounding as though emerging from the depths of his throat. In his hand, the Nomu thrashed violently, strange sounds escaping it as its own muscles strained against Riku's grasp. With a sickening crack, several of Riku's fingers were bent and the creature dropped onto the ground, regaining its footing with terrifying speed. Thias, this is not fair. You're cheating. Ha, cheating. The villain's leader lost his composure, but Riku struggled to hear him. He struggled to hear anything. His wings throbbed painfully, so did every other part of his body. The voices of classmates and villains were higher-pitched, distant and small, reminding him of the buzzing of insects. Every step felt like wading through cement. The ground groaned and cracked underneath his weight, his feet sinking into the asphalt as though walking through quicksand. Each movement required effort his brain was not used to calibrating, and while his muscles were capable of sustaining those, his brain was not wired to control such immense strength. Cursed energy was lacking. The feeling he had grown so accustomed to controlling in his body felt sluggish and slow, not enough to sustain his entire body. It lacked behind and he found himself incapable of covering his entire body with it, his output and reserves, not nearly enough. What is this? Why do I feel so wrong? The villains did not leave him much time to think about it. A high-pitched sound emerged from the villain's leader and a wave of pain assaulted him as the villains not busy fighting his classmates focused their quirks and abilities upon him. Riku's cursed energy failed to reinforce his body in time, but the damage the villain's quirks dealt was negligible. He attempted to course reverse cursed technique through wounds, but the technique failed, his output and proficiency failing due to his size. Why is everything lagging behind? More pain suddenly erupted on his stomach as the Nomu jumped up, burying his fist in Riku's flesh. He reacted, not to alleviate or block, but to trade damage, his knee slamming into the Nomu from below, sending him high into the air. Even that movement was agony, his increased size challenging the laws of gravity, increasing the pressure it exuded onto him. At the same time, the impact of Nomu's punch had him buckle, but he managed to keep standing. Panic flared in his mind as he realized, despite the massive strength he gained like this, he was more vulnerable than ever. Bam! Another punch followed, the Nomu mindlessly performing the same punch as before, burying his fist in Riku's gut. He answered similarly as before, too slow to block it, but fully capable of dishing it out. The Nomu squeaked as Riku backhanded it with his arm, then moved to follow after it. GCHHK, if I can't dodge or block, I have to stop it from acting. It didn't even have the time to stand back up as Riku landed on top of it, then simply rained down punch after punch, pressing it deeper into the ground. The villains around him still attempted to hurt him, but his large tail swiped at them once, tearing open the ground and throwing them backwards. Todoroki made himself useful, covering the Nomu with a wave of ice, which promptly shattered beneath another punch's force, but the Nomu simply regenerated, eating punch after punch with no expression of struggle. Meanwhile, Aizawa and Riku's classmates huddled up, immediately grouping together in the space which Riku's and Nomu's battle had just wiped clean. That's something. But not everyone was safe. Bakugo darted around, his explosions propelling him forwards as he took out villains left and right. Kurogiri seemed to have retreated from 13, Uraraka, Shoji, Ashido and Siro, rejoining Shigaraki's side. Still, he remained the greatest threat. Riku didn't have a way to deal with him. He didn't have time, either. The Nomu kept eating punches and regenerating. Every strike should have chipped away at its strength, but its expression and regeneration did not change as it stubbornly attempted to sit up underneath the weight of Riku's attacks. Riku, however, felt fatigue and weakness accumulate. Small wounds were open all over his body underneath the flurry of attacks he suffered from. Slowly, he felt himself give out, his balance wavering, his punches missing. His classmates screamed something, but Riku did not hear it as his punch for some reason hit the air instead of the ground. His sensor, unstable as it was, alerted him of the Nomu standing on its feet, but he didn't have it in him to stop him. And so, Riku's consciousness gave out. Mini update, many classmates are at the plaza. But those who were on the faraway side of USJ are still not here. That includes Tokoyami, Ojiro, Hagakure, Aoyama. These came in, but late. Todoroki mentioned, Kaminari, Jiro, Yaoyorozu. POV, Izuku Midoriya. Bam. Bomb. Izuku was screaming, but the sound was swallowed by the chaos of the plaza. He stood at the edge of the plaza, Tsuyu's Ajui's tongue letting go of him, as the two stared at the colossal form of their classmate, trading another blow with the monstrosity known as Nomu. His knees buckled as he watched the Nomu ignore Shindai's punch, simply repeating the same motions as earlier, jumping high up and delivering an earth-shattering punch into their giant classmate's gut. BAAM. Retaliation came in front of a backhand, followed by thundering steps as Shindai followed the Nomu's trajectory, then started pounding his fist into him. You all. What the hell are you looking at? Go. Fight. Izuku's stomach lurched as he heard the villain's leader's voice give out order to his subordinates. Their numbers had been thinned by Aizawa and his classmates' efforts, but they were still enough to pose a threat. And so, utilizing all kinds of different quirks, they opened fire. His and Ajui's eyes widened as they watched their classmates' colossal chest pierced by all kinds of projectiles, creating numerous wounds across massive form. Something. We have to do something. Izuku balled his fists. His plan involving Mineta's quirk wouldn't work as long as Shindai and the Nomu duke it out. He had to wait. Again, the ground trembled and screams accompanied it. Shindai's head-tail whipped around, tearing open the ground and creating a small shockwave blasting people backwards. In an instant, he had carved out a place for his classmates to assemble, which they promptly did, taking cover and talking with Aizawa. The onslaught continued, but Izuku thought he noticed something. Shindai was slowing down, his punches less accurate and sluggish. Izuku was unable to see the Nomu, but if Shindai kept going, it meant he hadn't managed to break through the shock absorption and regeneration. His eyes settled on the villain leader and dark mist forming next to him. If only he could. No, I'm not good enough. I'll only put myself in position to be saved if I do that. But, if Shindai was about to weaken, then there was another thing he could do. Ajui. We're doing it. Go warn Aizawa and the others, I'll prepare my move the moment Shindai gives out. He didn't wait for her answer, simply sprinting back to where Mineta had been. Thank God. And there, he found a small hill of purple balls, some stained with red, next to his small classmate. He had tears in his eyes and bled from his head as he noticed him. Midoriya. Is it over? Please tell me it's over. Not yet. But if this worked then. We'll have managed to thin out their grunts' numbers. He finished his sentence in his head as he got in position, cocking back his fist, eyes intently focused on Shindai's wavering figure. The villains are somewhere there. Aizawa and the others are fighting them. Ah. There is Kaken's explosion. With that, his shot was aimed. Now, he just needed to hope the force he'd use would not be too much. His eyes narrowed as he saw Shindai's massive body give out, his last punches missing the target and striking at empty air. This is it. His body hit the ground with a thundering crash, and in that very moment, Midoriya threw his punch. Smash. The small mountain of purple hairballs exploded forwards, covering the main plaza in purple rain. Midoriya immediately broke out in a run, following his shot, hoping to not have caught his classmates. Approaching the battlefield, he soon noticed the annoyed screams and groans from the villains, putting a smirk on his face. Soon enough, he reached Aizawa and his classmates, finding them standing next to a wide sheet covered in purple hairballs. They managed to avoid these. Relief crashed onto him, but the reality of the situation immediately pulled him back. Deku. That was you. He nodded. Yes. I had Mineta. Mon, you lot, you're really pissing me off. The lanky figure of the villain's leaders appeared, accompanied by the figure wrapped in black mist. You know, I really hadn't expected that, A single kid, making so much trouble. The villain's gaze shifted over to Shindai's body further away. His body was shrinking. His massive frame shuddered as his mass bled away unevenly, muscles compressing into themselves. Slowly, his frame regressed to how it had been, although his injuries remained. I thought, after what he did before, I thought his quirk was regeneration. Tamura Shigaraki's hands were at his own throat, scratching away at it relentlessly, even drawing blood. Ah. And now, he does this. Turns into a giant. Cheater, he has to be a cheater. The scratching became more furious. Aizawa spoke up. Yeah. Surprised all of us. Some of us, however, aren't men children and understand how to deal with stuff. You're not included in that category. The villain ignored him and kept scratching. Then, his movement froze. His voice was filled with glee. Ha. Hee. But now. The cheater lost. Nomu beat him. Next to Shindai, a silhouette rose out of the rubble. The large bird-shaped entity was spotless. Not a single scratch or bruise on it. It simply stood there, staring straight ahead. Midoriya felt his blood go cold. If Riku, in his giant form, hadn't even managed to leave a scratch on it, then how were they to? He started shaking, and he wasn't the only one. His classmates' expressions were wide in fear, with even Aizawa's, Kaken's, and Todoroki's tensing at the sight of the unharmed Nomu. We're all going to die. His breathing accelerated at the murderous expression of the few villains who still stood and moved. Their malevolence was open for everyone to see, the only restrained individual being Kurogiri, the one wrapped in black mist. Now, I think we'll finally manage to do what we wanted. Tamura Shigaraki spoke slowly, savoring the moment. Nomu. Now, key dash. Krrrnk, clang. What? Izuku's head whipped around. So did his classmates and enemies. No. No, there is no way. That's a cheat. The villain's voice was a whisper, but everyone heard it. The villain shrunk back as a white-skinned figure slowly stood up. Izuku felt numb. Where are his injuries? This was not regeneration. What he had done before had been too slow and unrefined. So now. What's that on his arm? They should have been happy. Should they not? But the atmosphere did not allow it. Riku Shindai's arms hung limply at his sides as he slowly turned his head. His wings did not twitch. His tail did not move. And on his right arm, there was a blade. Despite that, no one cheered. Stay calm. Something is wrong. Chapter 33, POV, Izuku Midoriya. Stay calm. Something is wrong. Aizawa's voice was quiet as he signaled the students to huddle up. His gaze was focused on Shindai, his body tense. Izuku noticed that. But he didn't get why. Not immediately. Why does Aizawa seem wary of Shindai? It wasn't just him. Bakugo's look was one of concentration as he did not spare the villains a glance, his red eyes fixed on their mutant classmate. His tense expression did not change as he spoke. Oi. Shindai. Snap out of it, dumbass. Shindai. Their classmate did not react. His posture was slightly hunched, his arms hanging limply at his sides. His wings and tails remained rigid, and his mouth hung slightly parted. The only movement was his swaying head, like a sleepy person forcing themselves to stay awake. Izuku's nervousness grew. His gaze shifted to the villains, nearly all of their grunts were immobilized, but they had enough men to press on the attack. But they didn't. Their attention too was focused on Shindai. The villain's leader had stopped his grumbling. He simply stood there, quietly stroking the hand he wore on his face. The dark mist next to him spoke. Tamura Shigaraki. This scuffle is not going in our favor. Our target too is not present. With so many uncertain variables, perhaps it'd be best to retreat. But the villain in question did not answer, his gaze focused on the unmoving white-skinned figure. I wonder why. Izuku felt himself tense even more at the villain's voice. The lack of irritation, anger, even frivolity was frightening. What is his quirk? This time, his gaze shifted to Aizawa and the students. The teacher, however, did not react in any meaningful way. And the students only flinched beneath the villain's gaze, not giving an answer. Is he knocked out? While standing. Shindai had still not moved. He still stood there in awkward pose, ignoring everything and everyone. The inheritor of One for All grit his teeth before calling out, immediately garnering everyone's attention. Shindai. Shindai. Snap out of it. The villains are still here. No reaction followed from their classmate. Aizawa, however, raised his arm, signing Izuku to stop shouting. The villains were in a similar state to that of the students. They slowly reorganized, waiting for their leader to give instructions, but nervousness was palpable on their faces. Despite them still outnumbering the students, they had already come to understand that there was a major gap in power. Nomu. Kill him. Kill that damn cheater. Tamura Shigaraki's voice rang out, changing to a shriek mid-sentence. With that scream, he broke into a run. Aizawa moved at the same time, his eyes turning a blazing red as his hair floated up, a clear sign of him erasing someone's quirk. He immediately engaged Shigaraki, using his scarf to restrain him while simultaneously avoiding the other grunts attempting to stop him. Meanwhile, the Nomu moved. Izuku felt his heart jump in his chest as the ground below the Nomu shattered and it shot towards Shindai in a straight line. BAAM. Shindai was blasted away as the Nomu's fist connected to his chest. The shock wave of the punch blasted away rubble and dust, but not an ounce of noise escaped from neither the Nomu nor Shindai. What's wrong with him? Why didn't he defend himself? Izuku just stood there frozen, not knowing what to do. He had managed to use one for all twice without breaking his arm, but could he do so again? Should he engage the villains and help his teacher? But what if those 2 times had been a fluke? What if he killed someone? Still, with All Might's teachings resonating in his head, he sprinted forwards, closing in onto the villains alongside his classmates. In the corner of his vision, he noticed Shindai's large frame burst out of the rubble and charge back to the Nomu. Good. If Shindai is back in the fight, then we'll win. Hope sparked in his chest, until he heard the unnatural growl and the sound of something slicing through the air. Then a soft thud. To that, followed the feeling of a warm liquid on his face. Huh. Izuku stopped running and turned his head. Huh. What? His classmates did the same. Aizawa disengaged from his scuffle, retreating back to his students. On the ground was a leg. It laid in a small red puddle, but drops of the same red liquid seemed to have splashed further. Then, there laid the Nomu. His leg underwent the disgusting process of regeneration, making it click in Izuku's mind as to what had happened. Shindai's blade was stained red. His sword was raised above his head as he prepared to swing it down. Izuku felt his eyes widen at the sight. Heroes aren't supposed to do this. Shindai. Wait. The fact that the Nomu could regenerate didn't matter. Heroes weren't supposed to act like. Blood splurted. The Nomu didn't scream or react in any meaningful way as Shindai's blade cut through his arm, slicing it clean off. Regeneration began. He felt a bile rise in his throat. This wasn't. What? Why is Aizawa not doing anything? Izuku turned his head at his classmate's brutality, searching for Aizawa with his gaze. The teacher in question did not do anything, simply watching his white-skinned mutant raise his blade again, a dark look in his eyes. The Nomu did not even attempt to protect himself. His leg, nearly fully regenerated as he pivoted his body through a single straight punch into Shindai's abdomen. Bam. Again, the white-skinned mutant was thrown back, a fist-sized imprint formed on his stomach. But his body recovered midair as he flipped and landed on his legs. Then, while staying in a low stance, he rushed forward. He is. Splurt. It happened once more. The same leg, which had just finished its process of regeneration, was sliced clean off. Again, the Nomu collapsed but ultimately ignored it, finishing the regeneration on his arm, then reaching out to Shindai, attempting to grab his leg. But Shindai simply raised his leg and stomped onto the Nomu's chest. KRRRNNK clang. Again. The wheel turned, performing its spun with a quickness and decisiveness it had lacked before. Shindai's blade rose once more, this time covered in a white hue. Izuku did not have it in him to give any sort of reaction as it descended, once more cutting through flesh, muscles, and bone. Gasps emanated from himself and his classmates as blood pooled off the sliced arm, until they noticed something. Izuku's eyes fixed themselves onto the patch of skin covering the stump of Nomu's arm. Why is the Nomu not bleeding? The Nomu still did not react, not a scream nor a grunt escaping his grotesque frame. But the stump on his arm. Huh. Shigaraki's voice rang out. Nomu has high-speed regeneration, why is he? The stump on his arm was closed. No blood, flesh, or bone was visible as a layer of skin covered the supposed wound. Huh. Izuku's gaze remained fixed on the sight. His classmates did the same, their eyes trailing off onto the Nomu's for some reason closed wound. It bulged a little, as though something formed beneath the layer of skin, then stopped. What the hell, Shindai? Did he do this? Kirishima's voice rang out, quiet and filled with disbelief. Their eyes were too absorbed by the Nomu's closed and not regenerating wound, to notice Shindai grab the Nomu's leg, stretching it out underneath his blade while it writhed, seemingly attempting to move what had been once its arm. Aizawa did not do anything beyond staring, his gaze fixed on the scene as he watched Shindai's blade sever the leg, the wound closing the moment it passed through. It did not regenerate. So, I guess this is what Principal Nizu meant, the limits of. He broke up his sentence, as a cold expression bloomed on his face. It looked as though he was smiling, but his eyes were filled with rage as he turned towards the villains, turning his expression into something like an animal baring its fangs. Guess that's it for Nomu. Now, wanna take my offer and pack it up? Izuku's gaze shifted to Aizawa, filled with shock and disbelief. That a teacher, a pro-hero would act like this, simply overlook his student inflicting such cruelty upon someone. Another splurt of blood. He did not turn his head to look at the scene, his eyes transfixed on Aizawa, who simply stood there, his gaze fixed on the villains. Shigaraki stared at the scene, his body trembling. Nomu, why is he not? His demeanor had changed. He was not scratching away at his neck. At some point, the hand covering his face had fallen off, revealing his face for everyone to see, but he did not seem to care. A last splurt. Izuku's legs were heavy, but he managed to keep standing. He turned his gaze back while stopping himself from gagging at the smell of blood. There, laid the Nomu. Shindai stood above him, as unreadable as ever. No, even more so. Several arms and legs laid around the Nomu. But the creature itself had none of them. It still attempted to move, four little stumps twitching occasionally, but it did not manage to even break out in a crawl. Izuku felt his blood go cold. To that, followed a numb sensation in his head. His gaze shifted up a bit, to Shindai, but it took him noticeable effort. The large white-skinned mutant did not move beyond what he had done, its attention not fixated on classmates, teacher, or villain. It simply stood there, as though nothing concerned it, the wheel above its head as still as its body. Izuku's vision swam. Blackness appeared at the edge of his sight and he felt his legs give out. Someone caught him. He did not recognize who. The weakness in his body spread, then Izuku Midoriya lost consciousness. Tenya Ida. He was out. Out of the hell USJ had become. He had left his classmates behind, if only to call for reinforcements. I need to hurry. The engines on his leg pushed a steady pulse as he retraced the path the bus had taken from UA to USJ. His goal was the hero school, where teachers and pro-heroes would be, capable of saving his classmates from the predicament they were in. Soon enough, the large gates of the school loomed in front of him, through which he dashed, the engines on his legs increasing his speed even more. He did not stop his quirk, even when entering the building, simply screaming out loud for students to get out of the way as he made his way through the teacher's office. He talked the very same moment he entered. USJ is under attack by villains. Aizawa and 13 sent me to ask for reinforcements. What? Chairs rattled as the few teachers in the room stood up, urgency filling their demeanor. In an instant, the pro-heroes went into motion, coordinating someone to go warn the principal and go get more heroes while the likes of Snipe and Ectoplasm prepared to rush to USJ. Ida did not rush back with them and instead went to the principal's office with Midnight, abruptly shouting the same sentence as earlier. This was his first time seeing the principal, but there was no time to linger. Nizu's eyes sharpened at the message and picked up the phone, no hesitation in his movement. All Might. The students at USJ, they are under attack. Yes, this is undoubtedly related to the trespassing. The call ended immediately as Nizu barked a few more orders, calling a few teachers out of their classes to move for USJ. Then he addressed Ida, his tone polite but curt. You did well to report this. All Might is currently on patrol, but is on the way. You can accompany the teachers back to your classmates. Make sure to inform them about everything you know on the way. Ida simply nodded, then immediately headed out, alongside a battalion of pro-heroes, hurrying to USJ. POV, Tokoyami. Riku. What is? Fumikage Tokoyami and Masahiro Ojiro were running around the artificial lake, edging closer and closer to the entrance of USJ. In the distance, the two were able to make out a number of people they had not recognized from afar and had quickly deemed it as the main battleground. The two classmates, however, had been in the conflagration zone. An artificial city built to simulate a raging fire consuming a city. In that environment, they had met numerous villains, whom they did dispatch, but not without taking hits. This is partly my fault. Fumikage had not been able to fight well. While he didn't exactly consider himself dependent on Dark Shadow, this battle environment had made it excruciatingly difficult to maintain Dark Shadow's form, leading to him having to rely on martial arts. That had slowed them down tremendously. Frankly, if it wasn't for Ojiro, whose movements were far more seamless than his own, he doubted he'd have made it out of there this quickly. But then, they had encountered another dilemma. Go around to save their classmates, or head straight to the exit. They chose the latter. Not because they planned to leave, but because far away, beyond the lake and the central plaza, a white figure had arisen. It looked small throughout the distance, but the fact that it moved made it everything clear. Riku Shindai. The color and physiology of his classmate was something Fumikage was confident he'd never air about. And if he had adapted into becoming gigantic, then that wasn't because he suffered an easy fight. That became even more clear when the figure collapsed. So, the two students ran. Fumikage could only appreciate Ojiro's cooperation, as he did not hesitate to agree to run what seemed to be the villain's hotspot. And that only with a quirk emulating a single one of Riku's aspects. Ojiro's quirk was tail and was quite self-explanatory. Despite the simplicity of his quirk, he proved himself a skilled and resourceful warrior who used martial arts adapted to the tail he had, in order to fight. But the skill he showed was staggering. If it wasn't for Dark Shadow, Fumikage doubted himself able to defeat him. The two of them did not talk much during their run, their gazes focused on their surroundings, especially when passing by the bodies of knocked-out villains. Fumikage then soon felt a wave of relief hit him as a familiar feeling coursed through his mind. Dark Shadow. The black entity appeared, noticeably larger as it soaked in Riku's cursed energy, while simultaneously weakened by the light of day. Next to no strain interfered with his quirk. Ojiro only threw a glance, though his eyebrow did twitch at the large mass of darkness appearing at their side. Despite that, no comment was made, and soon enough, the two finally saw their classmates. Tokoyami. Ojiro. To me, now. Aizawa's order came in sharp and immediate. The two students made a beeline, changing course while taking in their environments. Riku, what happened? Fumikage felt his eyes narrow. The environment around him were littered with bodies of villain, most of which unmoving, presumably knocked out. Some were still conscious, but restrained by small purple balls. He recognized it being Mineta's quirk. But the ground was cracked in numerous places. Several craters, one noticeably bigger than the others, were present. Then, the two took in the sight of their classmates and teacher. And the villains opposing them. The first one they noticed was Aizawa. His body was covered in numerous wounds, but his stance remained sharp and vigilant. His eyes seemed to be glaring, but Fumikage knew that he wasn't the target of that look. Behind him stood the students. Most of them were huddled together, their expression and body language portraying fear, dread, and tiredness. Midoriya was not moving, his body perched upon Mizo Shoji's back. Bakugo and Todoroki stood closest to Aizawa, seemingly being the most composed of individuals. Despite that, Todoroki's hand was noticeable shaking while Bakugo's expression was uncannily focused. You too. Report. Ojiro was the one to answer Aizawa's question. We were in the conflagration zone. There were loads of villains and we had to fight our way through them before coming here. We're a bit roughed up, but still in good enough state to keep going. Ojiro's answer was met with a nod, and their teacher's attention remained fixed onto the villains. They are not in good state. The numbers upon the villains' arrival had been overwhelming, littering nearly the entire plaza. But now, only a handful remained, spread in a loose formation around the villain's leader, the one wrapped in black mist and... Riku. Riku. What is he? His white-skinned comrade stood there, neither among his classmates, not among the villains. His body bore no wound, with the exception of an imprint on his stomach. Dark Shadow stirred as Fumikage felt his rage rise at the sight, but something distracted him. Why is he like that? Riku was his childhood friend. And Fumikage knew him well. Despite first impressions, his friend was expressive, not necessarily in speech, but in behavior. His wings twitched. His tail lashed. He tilted his head when confused. He snarled or growled when annoyed. And Fumikage was confident in understanding all of these mannerisms. But in addition to that, he had another way of understanding his friend. Cursed energy. Dark Shadow's form writhed and grew. He already felt a light strain build itself in his head as Dark Shadow's cravings mounted, its dark mass starting to shiver and fidget. No. Riku is out of it. His control is usually better than this. He felt his eyes narrow as his gaze settled on his friend, while dismissing Dark Shadow. Then, he noticed it. A blade. It did not surprise him much. Riku's quirk was something he was moderately familiar with. He knew that changes and alterations could take place on Riku, especially given the weak control he had over his quirk. Then, he felt his blood go cold. Limbs. Several of them. All around his friend. To his feet, lied a mutant man. It was the bird-headed muscle-clad villain who had appeared before everyone got dispersed. And he had no limbs. A bile rose up in his throat and he felt his breath hitch as he noticed the blood on Riku. The blade he wore on his arm shimmered with a white glow, but did nothing to hide the red stains on it. Riku. Whether his friend was out of it, was momentarily forgotten. The twitching body at his feet took every ounce of attention from him. He mutilated him. Heroes were allowed to take things far when it came to villains. They could even go as far as to kill them. Some had quirks better suited for different situations and some quirk were bound to injure villains when utilized. But all of these were injuries which could be healed. A man losing both all of limbs was not the same. Riku. He didn't really register his own voice as he spoke. The white figure of his friend did not react to being addressed in any way he recognized. His wings did not twitch. His tail did not lash. No growl or snarl escaped his throat. His only action was a slow turning motion of his head. Adaptation. A chill ran down his spine. He knew Riku to have next to no control over his wheel, so he had to have adapted naturally in order to become like this. Teacher, what happened before he became like that? His voice was dry as he asked his question. His attention momentarily shifted to the villains, but they did not attack, nor retreat. Riku blocked the way. Aizawa did not turn around to answer. His tone was calm, even cold. Got himself hurt. Then healed. Became a giant. Was under fire by nearly every villain in sight, then got knocked out. The pro-hero paused. Then, he stood back up. Had the blade. Did this. Now we're here. Got knocked out. Understanding dawned on him, along with slowly rising anxiety. Riku's will did not usually adapt to what he wanted. It only adapted to what he needed. Anything else which Riku forced onto the wheel was simple and temporary. But his natural adaptation was something Riku had no control over. It simply chose the most effective route to solve a problem. What would be most effective to counter being knocked out? The simplest one. Reflex override. His body reacts, guided by instinct. That was a boost in fighting capability. And it was a counter to the situation he had been in. And it's hopefully reactive. The last thing they needed was Riku going feral. Still, his heart raced. It was obvious that his friend was not himself, and that his instincts had taken over the show. And if his instincts told him everyone was a threat. His eyes flicked over to the villains. Their leader was silent, so was the figure wrapped in mist. They had come here with a goal, the goal the mist-wrapped figure had said to be, killing All Might. That was a tall order. An unbelievable one too. Killing the symbol of peace was not something anyone would think possible. But, if this man had been the one to break into UA, which had been a reason for All Might's class schedule being changed. They broke in for information on All Might. They thought he'd be here today. They were confident. Fumikage didn't see how. As far as he could tell, things were going rather wrong for the villains. Whatever idea of killing All Might they may have had gone up in smoke. And they knew that. They were wary of him. Of Riku. Bomb. Doors flew open. In an instant, everyone's attention shifted to the entrance of USJ. Fumikage felt his heartbeat ease as he saw the new arrivals. Pro-heroes. Ida. They're here. Midnight, Ectoplasm, Edgeshot, Present Mike and more. It looked like nearly the entire staff had come in. And in the middle of them, stood All Might. Fear not. We're saved. Do you know why? The symbol of peace scanned the plaza with his blue shining eyes as he spoke. For I am here. The effect was immediate. The students, their expressions filled with fear and panic had shifted to awe and hope. Whatever tiredness they had, seemed to evaporate as they looked at the beacon of their society. On the villain's side, things went the opposite. The grunts did not remain silent and screamed, practically begging their leader for a retreat. The leader in question trembled, although seemingly more in rage than fear. He spoke up, voice filled with frustration. Kurogiri. We're getting out, there is no point. Not with everyone. Ah, and this cheater, there is no point with him here, I'm not having fun. Their gazes remained on the large figure of All Might. The grunts visibly exhaled and cheered in relief at their leader's call of retreat and immediately inched closer to the figure wrapped in mist. Fumikage turned his head and stared at Aizawa, who did not move to stop them. His other classmates slightly calmed, but fear remained prevalent on their faces. Especially when the villain continued, bending down to pick up the hand-shaped mask on the ground. His gaze shifted around between Riku and All Might as he spoke. But, mark my words, I will kill you. One day. You won't. Black mist spread around the villains, many of the grunts disappearing. The black mist appeared below the Nomu as well, but Riku reacted to that, thrusting his blade into the body and pulling it away from the portal with startling speed. More such portals appeared, but the pro-heroes acted, rushing towards the scene, forcing the figure wrapped in mist to rush his teleportation. Let it go, Kurogiri. He was useless anyway. He could never have killed All Might. The villain's words echoed through the mist as his figure disappeared along with those of many others. And just like that, the mist faded. Only students, heroes, and few villains remained, who did not have any chance of escape with the newly arrived battalion of heroes. The students got swarmed. The heroes and teachers approached the students and grouped them up, asking and checking for any missing ones as ectoplasm split up and started searching for other missing classmates or lingering villains. Riku. Fumicage's heart dropped. His gaze shifted back to where he had stood and noticed him having turned around, seemingly facing All Might. Aizawa noticed too. He pointed towards the mutant as he spoke, and the temporarily hopeful atmosphere shifted. Oi Hizashi, one of my students got knocked out. How about you wake him up? The pro-hero's voice had a slightly strange tone as he spoke about Riku, but Fumikage did not pay attention to that. Wake him up? How does he think can? Aizawa. Sure, I'll wake him up. Chapter end. Sorry about that, I'm in my exam phase RN. I've got one exam left, and I'll fucking crush it. Nothing below a 90 for this guy. And I know some of you, all right, maybe all of you, expect MC to start throwing hands with All Might, but that is just not viable. The most difficult thing about fights like these is ending them. And All Might, unless deciding to kill Riku in one punch, is not beating him. So it'd have to become a long scuffle, with asspoles like Erasure Stop's adaptation, until he adapts to it. I wouldn't know how to end it properly. If I start writing shit like that, the direction of the plot is stuck in that direction. Stuff will escalate, and pretty much the entire build-up to UA will collapse. No way could he stay a student at UA. Fighting All Might to near death was not included in Masaki's email of non-liability. That is, unless you want the FIC to completely deviate from normal fix. Most of the stuff I planned would absolutely fall apart, but I guess it'd be interesting at least. Comment. 66 Comment. Vote. Chapter 34. KRRRNK, Clank. POV, Ryuraga. Huh. He was awake. His head hurt, but he remained awake. He couldn't sleep. His body felt fine. Good even. Pain was in his arm, but it did not bother him. He felt his bone protrude out of his forearm, forming a blade. Blade of X-. Nomu. Key, damn cheater. A shrill voice from outside. He didn't understand. Then, impact in his stomach. He flew back, crashing into the ground. His brain was foggy but his body moved. A threat. He shot forward, his legs propelling him towards the threat. The threat cannot be punched. He didn't fully remember why. Or how. But his body knew. Any idea of punching had disappeared as his body approached the threat. Cut. If the threat is cut, it is no threat. If he went for the legs, the threat would not move. Then cutting would become easier. The threat punched first, but again, his body moved fast, lowering its center of gravity and ducking beneath the punch, then cutting of the leg. Now. The arm. Blood splurted as his blade cut through the arm like butter. The warm, sticky feeling was promptly ignored. Irrelevant. The leg is nearly back. Regeneration. It wouldn't be good. His arm snapped up, preparing to try to cut again. Bam. Strong impact. The threat's fist embedded in his stomach, knocking him backwards. Cursed energy reinforced the stomach, but it was not enough. His tail lashed out midair, helping him regain balance. His feet embedded themselves into the ground, skidding as they brought him to a halt. Instinct. The feeling was familiar. It felt like when your body flinches at a punch. When your body reacts before you think. Slightly uncomfortable, leaving you wondering who is in control. But ultimately, useful. Holding his body in a low stance, he rushed forwards once more. Again, his blade cut through the leg. Again, regeneration began. KRRRNK, clank. The leg won't heal if it's already healed. Reverse curse technique. High output. Applied on the blade. His cursed energy shifted. The sensory field converged around the threat, making it easier to sense every detail. The way his muscles contracted before movement. The way his body alerted his brain of need of regeneration. Splurt. The arm was cut off. The threat did not react in any way, only attempting to regenerate, but its regeneration faltered as the wound had already been closed. Now. The leg. The motion was more controlled. Carefully, he grabbed the threat's leg and stretched it, preparing for a clean cut. Splurt. The leg fell. The wound was closed. It too did not regenerate. To that, followed the other leg. Then the arm. One after another, they were severed from the body of the Nomu. Only then, when sensing the Nomu's inability to move, did his body relax. There was nothing more to be done. He was calm. The threat had been neutralized. The Nomu. A quiet groan escaped him. The figure on the ground, the attacker. I am here. A voice rang out in the background. It was loud. Where did the voice came from anyway? Hisashi, one of my, wake him you. Zawa. Sure, him up. Who? He knew that voice. No. Those voices. Threat. His body tensed up. Someone approached. Cursed energy expanded, creating the large sensory dome. In an instant, he became aware of the presence of people. There were many. Among them, a shining light. Power. So much power. He knew that power. All might. He wasn't sure. But it was dangerous. A threat. His cursed energy locked in on the figure, but the others who approached could be dangerous too. But they did not attack him. They spread out and talked to his classmates. Classmates. Hero school. Riku's head hurt. He was awake and he couldn't sleep. Every ounce of power he sensed jolted his body as though forcing him to be ready to fight. Thinking was difficult. But he and his classmates were under attack. One threat had been neutralized. But there had been more, had there not? The people approached. So did the shining beacon of power. Riku's body was tense. If they attacked, he was ready. Ku. Riku. Fumi, Kage. He recognized the figure. Fumikage. A friend. Mike, wait. He seems docile now, we don't know if screaming will set him off. We should put him to sleep. Midnight. He'll just adapt. We don't know if erasure will stop him. Then, maybe if he understands there is no need to adapt. Riku's tail twitched in confusion. They weren't fighting. Why? No. Who? His brain hurt as he attempted to recall the events. The attack. The teleportation. The fight at the plaza. His forced adaptation. Ah. He felt his body relax as his thoughts organized themselves, snapping out of its defensiveness. The Nomu. The blade. The mutilation. Not really memories, but rather realizations of what he had done flashed through his mind. It doesn't bother me. Not a sliver of guilt or sickness. Even as his cursed energy sensed the mutilated Nomu a few steps away, he did not feel anything for the Nomu. It's not really alive. His cursed energy decreed it. Not a sliver of emotion rolled off the mutilated entity. It was no different than a robot built with flesh. Slowly, he turned his attention away. The fog on his mind had not fully lifted, but he now at least remembered the situation he'd been in before his passing out. The people in front of him. Those were his teachers. Pro-heroes. A tired but wary voice rang out. Riku. There are no enemies. Wake up or sleep. Don't stay in between. I don't know how. His body stayed awake. He felt it. He could not sleep. His cursed energy picked up on any sliver of force which he considered dangerous, then triggered his body to jolt itself awake. As long as something could pose a danger, he had to remain ready. It's the adaptation. The wheel. He must have adapted to something. To danger. Hey kid. Do you know who I am? Midnight. My quirk can put you to sleep, but you'll have to let it. Don't adapt. You're not in any danger. Sleep would be pretty cool now. He managed a nod. His cursed energy felt around, noticing, recognizing a few of his classmates. Shoji. Midoriya, Kirishima. I heard you have a different way to breathe than others, so you might need to inhale it through the mouth. I don't know if your skin can be affected. Riku did not nod. He dismissed his cursed energy sensor, turning himself blind to the world, then opened his mouth and inhaled repeatedly. Then came a sensation of tiredness. A light numbing feeling on his skin, but Riku ignored it, heaving more deep breaths. His mind relaxed. So did his body. Weakness spread through his legs and he barely managed to sat down as his senses dulled. Just a precaution. We don't know if you'll adapt, so we'll use erasure too. The Eraserhead's muffled voice rang out once more, but Riku did not hear the rest and gave into the sweet embrace of sleep. -1. POV, Fumikage Tokoyami. His classmates were agitated and Tokoyami couldn't blame them. Because so was he. Riku stood a distance away, his body unnaturally tense and ready. Even with all his mutant traits, anyone could tell he was ready for a fight. So did the pro-heroes. Still, they approached him. One of them warned Present Mike not to go through with the wake-up part. There was no telling whether Riku would lash out at that, and Fumikage agreed it was not something they needed to find out. Instead, they talked. Riku seemed disoriented, but his body seemed to slowly wake up as his muscles tensed or tail twitched. If he could recognize those around him, the problem would be solved. And it seemed like it worked. Midnight, after explaining something and receiving a weak nod, used her quirk and Riku's large frame soon started swaying before he plopped down onto the ground. Aizawa stared at the wheel, but Fumikage couldn't tell if he used his quirk. He just mutilated the Nomu. Fumikage turned his head, meeting Kirishima's conflicted eyes. His classmates were no different, staring towards the mutilated villain and Riku alike. It was necessary. The villain would not have stopped. He turned his head towards where the Nomu lied. Its limbless torso twitched and its head still moved in jerky movements. A knot tightened in his stomach as his gaze remained fixed on the monstrosity and the limbs spread out on the ground around it. He may only have arrived late, but even seeing it like this, on the ground made it clear, this Nomu was a monster. Its arms and legs were cut, yet there were no tears, no frustration, no screams. No pain. Nothing. Not a single sign it had once been a human. Kirishima's voice rang out again, loud enough to catch attention. I know it was necessary, but... Ajui's voice interjected. Her expression did not change, but her demeanor was sheepish, as though not wanting to say it. It's how easily he did it. Like it didn't bother him. Ribbit. A frown covered Fumicage's face at what she said. If he adapted, then he did not get a choice. He opened his mouth, about to defend his friend, but stopped himself. The looks on their faces were filled with disbelief and disgust, but guilt and worry shared place on their expressions. The students, all 15 in age, had just been attacked and scattered in the midst of villains. They had fought their way through to reach the plaza, only to continue the fight against the villain's strongest. They had been outmatched to a point of helplessness, which led to a single classmate, Riku Shindai, who had faced the villain's leader in that Nomu in single combat. Their classmate had been knocked out. His quirk reawakened him, forcing him back into the fight. They aren't blaming him. Disgust and disbelief was for the situation. Guilt and worry was for their classmate. Despite the realization, Fumicage's anxiety levels rose. Even with the realization that most of his classmates only needed some time to process the day's events, another realization settled. Legal trouble. Self-defense involving quirks was allowed for individuals, even if they held no hero license. Given that a hero class had been attacked, that held true even more. The fact that a quirk was used illegally would be ignored. Unless certain limits were crossed. In the corner of Fumicage's sight, still lied the figure of the Nomu. Missing its limbs. Which happened due to a quirk acting without control. Tokoyami. Stop overthinking and get going. We're going to round you up for checkups. You're probably going to get questioned afterwards, so you all are going home late today. Aizawa's voice rang out. He shook his head and exhaled, ruffling his dark feathers, then nodded and joined his classmates. POV, narration, sometime later. Footsteps and muffled voices echoed through the administrative building of the hero school. Shota Aizawa adjusted his scarf as he walked, holding a thermo bottle of coffee in his other hand. Bandages covered his body in numerous wounds, but none of them were important enough to immobilize him or pose serious threat. His expression, despite his usual lazy looks, was focused as he entered the conference room. The other pro-heroes were already present, quietly chattering with each other, waiting for the conference to begin. His gait did not change as he made a beeline to his seat, plopping down between Midnight and Vlad, acknowledging them with a nod. Minutes passed by until some time later, the door opened again, revealing 3 figures. Most notable was the large figure of a man dressed in brown fur, with elongated facial traits covered by a muzzle the likes used on dogs. The man was Ryo Inui, also known as Hound Dog, and he served as head of student discipline at UA. Behind him, followed another figure whose appearance opposed the former's due to being almost completely human. The man dressed in a black suit was Naomasa Tsukachi and served as a high-ranking detective in the police force. He entered the room with quiet but confident demeanor, then turned to wait for the last figure. The last figure was one so small it could have been unnoticed. A small rodent-like creature, wearing a suit and with a scar on its eye. It entered with small steps, then hopped onto its seat, looking around the room before starting to speak. That was Nizu, the principal of UA and smartest creature alive. Hello everyone. It seems we were the last to come. Still, now that we're all here, we can finally begin with the meeting. Nizu's high-pitched voice easily resonated through the room as he spoke. For a short sum-up of the situation. Yesterday, during the trial of rescue at USJ, Class 1A found itself under attack by a group who introduced themselves as the League of Villains. They managed to bypass our security measures with a warping quirk and escaped in the same way. Eraserhead and 13 were the 2 only pro-heroes on site but were outnumbered by the villains, leading to the students being scattered on site and being ambushed by villains. Luckily and thanks to Class 1A's competence, no major injuries were sustained on our side. The principal's tone changed a little as he continued. Our meeting today is due to several reasons. This is to serve as an update for the situation, to make you all aware of the incident and the details around it. The so-called League of Villains, and their ringleader, Tamura Shigaraki, are obvious focal points along with the Nomo. This newly introduced league will have to be properly assessed on danger level and if possible, I would like to discover Tamura's Shigaraki background and history. Before that, we will brief you on what we have discovered so far. Nizu leaned forward in his seat and folded his paws on his lap, before continuing. In terms of risks, we found out rather troublesome information about the league. Aizawa, if you would. The principal's request was acquiesced by Aizawa with a nod as he stood up and stepped forward, papers in hand. His tired voice rang out. The League of Villain announced their goal the moment they came in. They want to kill the symbol of peace. Silent gasps and furrowing brows met Aizawa's blunt statement. Their gazes shifted over to the lanky figure of Toshinori Yagi, who sat next to the principal and listened with obvious focus. That was All Might. His true form, when out of combat or sight. Aizawa continued. They were confident they could do it, and that is around the time I engaged their grunts to cover my students' retreat. The man with the warping quirk, however, intervened and used his quirk to scatter most of my students throughout USJ. From there on, everyone fought their way out and back to the plaza. The warp quirk, Kurogiri he was called, fought with 13 as she attempted to gain an opening for the students to escape. She got badly injured, but managed to get Tenya Ida the opportunity to escape and call for help with the support of some of my students. Aizawa's voice grew a bit louder as he spoke before pausing for a moment. Irritation simmered in his gaze but was quickly suppressed as the pro-hero continued. The other students who were scattered managed to regroup at the plaza, where we fought the league's leader, Shigaraki, and the entity known as Nomo. To put it plainly, their entire plan was built around the Noma being powerful enough to defeat All Might. It didn't seem to feel any pain and had a shock absorption quirk along with regeneration abilities. We were outmatched. Badly. It was too fast, too strong and too durable. There is no doubt this was their win condition. Silence fell. Everyone's eyes flickered with uncertainty and worry as their gazes shifted back to All Might, who remained still in his seat. The only noise present was the detective, Tsukachi, who was taking notes. Until Nizu chimed in. The Nomo was apprehended. He is unresponsive but docile and currently being probed for information on himself or the League. But nothing has come out of it yet. I suspect a few days before any more information can be found. And now, I bet you all wonder how such a strong opponent was subdued. The principal smiled at the heroes while pushing forwards a small folder. Hound Dog acted quickly and distributed the papers to everyone before returning to his place behind the principal. These are our files on Riku Shindai. Everyone who was present at USJ should know, but he was the student who defeated the Nomu. No reaction followed, with the single exception of Tsukachi's head shooting up as he stared at Nizu. Excuse me, but are you saying this Nomu, supposedly capable of fighting All Might, was defeated by a student? Yes. The detective didn't follow up with another question, but threw All Might a questioning look which was answered by All Might shaking his head. Nizu ignored the interaction between the two and continued. Riku Shindai's quirk is a bit of a special case. It is called adaptation, and its abilities are as vague as the name itself. Sparing the many details of his quirk, he is capable of adapting to phenomena he experiences. The limit of said adaptations, however, is not set. We do not know of any conditions for his quirk, although I have a theory or two. But that is off the point. The student has next to no control over his quirk, meaning that his adaptations are uncontrolled and often involuntary. To make it short, he adapted to the Nomu and managed to beat it. Tsukachi's expression did not change as he stared down the principal. Define, beat. Nizu's expression too did not change. It happened through several stages. The Nomu was too fast and strong and the student had injuries piled on his body. The first adaptation was Shindai adapting to being injured by gaining a regenerative ability. He gained a quirk. The detective's outburst went ignored. His second adaptation was a bit special. Despite our student's poor control over his quirk, he is capable of forcibly inducing an adaptation, although this specific one backfired due to the consequences of doing so. He turned himself into a giant, diverting the enemy's attention and beating the Nomu into the ground before being knocked out as a result. The detective's mouth hung open. Wait, hold on, you're saying. The third adaptation is where the problem lies. He adapted to being unconscious. We questioned him a bit and he seemed to have fallen into an instinctual, nearly animalistic state in which he then battled the Nomu. In addition to that, a blade grew out of his forearm, probably bypassing the shock absorption. He adapted to being, wait no. A blade. Don't tell me he. After failing to mutilate the Nomu, the detective's face went white as Nizu spoke. He adapted to find a solution to its regeneration, namely by closing the wounds of the Nomu before they healed, turning him into a living torso. Any questions? Not just the detective, but the other teachers and staff members rubbed their heads at the principal's blunt description of the situation. Sweat ran down Tsukachi's forehead as he exhaled, before talking. You're telling me that a first-year student manifested regeneration, gigantification, unconscious combat and anti-regeneration, during a single battle, as a result of a single quirk. Then used these abilities to mutilate this Nomu. Yes. Nizu answered mildly. The detective turned to Aizawa, heaving a deep breath. Was the force necessary? Aizawa's eyes met the detective straight on and his answer was devoid of hesitation. Yes. I don't know if you saw the Nomu, but it's not human. It did not react to pain and it didn't feel anything. It was as if made for combat. I don't see another way it could have been stopped. Silence fell at the Eraser Head's cold evaluation of the incident. The people present were well aware of the pro-hero's mindset and judgment. Words like these coming from him were not to be taken lightly. All Might's heavy voice rang out, catching everyone's attention even in his scrawny frame. Young Shindai worked hard to protect his classmates and took on a heavy burden. We saw the state the Nomu was left in and it only further confirmed the Nomu's monstrosity. Had it gotten the chance, I am sure it would not have hesitated to cripple or kill anyone. His gaze shifted over to the student's file. But neither did young Shindai. It was not an accusation. But it reminded everyone in the room of what had happened. Of how a 15-year-old aspiring hero had mutilated an enemy. But, if he did so while knocked out, we can't really blame him, can we? Present Mick's question was quickly answered by Tsukachi, who stared at his notes with a frown. We can't. But this isn't an issue of morals as much as it is quirk safety. If his adaptation can change him so drastically, his potential for growth is unimaginable. If his quirk ever adapts to something wrong, it could deal incredible damage. This matter is for the QSB, possibly even the Public Safety Commission. Momentary silence ensued as the implications settled on the present people. Cementas, his stone-carved face unchanging, crossed his arms. Is there a chance he can control his quirk? Nizu didn't answer immediately. He can force his quirk to adapt, but we don't know if he can stop himself from adapting. I have two theories on how his quirk works, and the first one would make it controllable. The first one, the more his emotions spike, the easier it becomes for him to adapt until it becomes natural or he forces it. The second one, it's just stimuli. The adaptation seems to operate conceptually, so the trigger for his adaptation might be the same. He needs to experience a phenomenon and gradually overcome it. I lean towards the first option. He has a strange energy linked to emotions, it might be the trigger for his quirk. More beats of silence followed as the people thought the matter over. The real question was whether Rikushindai was safe to keep in school with his quirk. Although some would rather ask whether they could afford not to keep him here with such an ability. How is his psyche? Hound Dog's rough voice echoed through the room and was promptly answered by Aizawa. Stable. He doesn't seem to feel any remorse. The sentence lingered and All Might closed his eyes for a bit. No remorse, nothing at all. Not just hiding it. Aizawa's answer was quiet. He doesn't see the Nomu as human. The atmosphere in the room remained uncomfortable for a moment, before Nisa clapped his hands. Well, my friends. Putting question of the Nomus or our students' humanity aside, I propose we switch topics. Tsukachi, is there something you can tell us about the League of Villains? Perhaps how they amassed such numbers for their attack. Strangely enough, the question lightened the atmosphere and Tsukachi exhaled in relief before starting to speak. Of course. You see, we interrogated some of the captured villains and found out. But despite that, the biggest problem remained unsolved. What problems would follow Rikushindai's actions? How should UA deal with those?